Chapter 1: A $1 billion ransom at the start? No, it's my welcoming gift. When his consciousness returned, Yifan's first sensation was the feeling of constraint on his wrist. The rough hemp rope made my skin ache a little. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself sitting in a cold metal chair in a spacious but unusually luxurious warehouse. The air wasn't dusty, instead, it was filled with a faint, sweet scent, like a high-end perfume. What's going on? It's just time travel. Is it really necessary to start with something so exciting? Yifan mentally ranted and complained. 1 second he was slurping instant noodles in his rented room, complaining about the damn 996 work schedule, and the next second he was in this godforsaken place. You're awake? A slightly trembling voice, tinged with barely suppressed excitement, came from ahead. Yifan looked up and froze instantly. 2 girls stood before me, looking no more than 18 or 19 years old, wearing identical designer high school uniforms. They looked almost exactly alike, both possessing the kind of pure, pretty faces that could drive any boy in the school crazy. The only difference is that the one on the left is holding a fruit knife in his hand with trembling hands. There is a buy one get one free label on the blade. The one on the right was clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her pretty face flushed red as if it were about to bleed, staring at him with a dazed look, as if she had seen some rare treasure. Kidnappers? That's it? This scene was less like a kidnapping and more like 2 die-hard fans finally meeting their idol and being so excited they were at a loss for what to do. As a seasoned office worker, Yifan's DNA kicked in. He immediately switched into client-facing mode, his brain racing, trying to analyze the pros and cons and find a way out. Ladies, calm down. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound sincere. Let's talk this out. You see, tying me up here won't solve anything, right? You want money? Let me tell you, I'm cleaner than these clothes. I can't pull out a single coin. The girl on the left, Bai Ji, mustered her courage and held the fruit knife forward, but the tip of the knife trembled violently. You don't speak. We finally managed to catch you. The younger sister, Bai Wei, on the right, chimed in softly, her voice barely audible. Yes, we won't hurt you, we just want to see you first. Yifan's mind completely went blank. What kind of indecent and lewd words are these? Caught me? You were the first to see me? Are you guys opening some kind of blind box? Just as he was about to continue using his eloquence to give the 2 kidnappers a deep lecture on workplace life principles. Wah-ah! Outside the warehouse, the sharp sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached, instantly shattering the eerie silence. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. The heavy steel door of the warehouse was kicked open from the outside, and the entire doorframe was twisted and deformed. A group of fully armed and agile female special police officers rushed in tactical formation, their dark gun barrels instantly locking onto the scene. The woman at the head of the group wore a crisp, specially made police uniform that accentuated her breathtakingly voluptuous figure. Her long, neat black hair was tied back, her face was cold and alluring, and her eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Just standing there, she exuded a powerful aura that warned others to stay away. Yifan was overjoyed. Reinforcements had arrived. He was just about to yell, "Police officer, save me," when he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The dashing policewoman commander, Xiao Ruoxua, swept her gaze across the entire scene, completely ignoring the trembling twin kidnappers. Her gaze fell directly on Yifan, who was tied to the chair. The next second, she walked quickly to Yifan and stopped abruptly 3 steps away from him. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Ruoxua straightened the collar of her flawless police uniform, then abruptly stood at attention, raising her hand to give an impeccably standard and solemn military salute. Her voice was clear and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority that echoed throughout the warehouse. Xiao Ruoxua, the supreme commander of the Dragon Kingdom garrison, reporting for duty to Mr. Yifan, the only SSS-rank male in the world. Yifan? The whole world seemed to have been muted. A special police officer quickly stepped forward, holding a sophisticated scanner-like device, and gently scanned Yifan. Instead of emitting a cold, electronic sound, the instrument emitted a soft, heavily female voice. Beep. Identity confirmed. SSS level male, 100% genetic preeminence, the only one in the world. The notification sound was like a thunderclap, completely stunning everyone in the warehouse. Especially the twin school beauties. Bai Ji's fruit knife clattered to the ground, and the 2 sisters' faces turned deathly pale instantly, their bodies trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Before Yifan could recover from this astonishing reversal, another commotion arose outside the warehouse. A powerful woman, dressed in an expensive business suit and usually a formidable figure, suddenly burst in with disheveled hair and one of her high heels missing, stumbling and tumbling along. Behind her followed a group of corporate executives in suits, each with an expression of apocalyptic fear on their faces. Thump! The strong woman rushed to Yifan, knelt down without hesitation, collapsed to her knees, and began to weep bitterly, clinging to Yifan's legs. Mr. Yifan! Your Honor! It is my fault for failing to properly raise my daughters. I deserve to die. My two unfilial daughters have committed the heinous crimes of female necrosis and illegal contact. I beg you to have mercy and spare the Bai family. As she spoke, she snatched a folder from the trembling hands of an assistant behind her, raised it high above her head, and her voice trembled with tears. This is the entire sincerity of our Bai group. A cash check for 10 billion Xia Yuan. It's just preliminary compensation for your emotional distress. Please accept it. Yifan looked down at the check filled with a long string of zeros, then at the female CEO who was hugging his legs and crying uncontrollably, and then at the twin sisters next to him who were about to faint from fright. His mind went blank, and only one thought roared wildly within him. Am I the victim here? The way you're doing this makes it sound like I'm the one who bullied your whole family. Xiao Ruoxue leaned slightly forward and whispered in Yifan's ear in an almost pleading tone, Mr. Yifan, the Bai Group occupies an important position in my country's chip industry. Please, consider the stability of the national economy. Yifan fell silent. What else could he say? Looking at this utterly absurd scene before him, he could only sigh helplessly and wave his hand at the female CEO. All right, this won't happen again. These 4 simple words are like a divine decree. The female CEO felt as if she had been granted a pardon and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yifan. Thank you, sir. Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward personally and gently untied the ropes from Yifan's wrists, her careful movements as if she were handling the most precious porcelain in the world. The rope was untied, leaving a faint red mark around the wrist. When Xiao Ruoxue saw the red mark, her eyes instantly turned cold. She glanced back at the twins, who were so frightened they almost flew out of their skin. When she turned back to face Yifan, she resumed her extremely respectful attitude, bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Yifan, you've been frightened. Your accommodations have been arranged by the government, and your private service team has been waiting for you. Please move over here. Yifan stood up and stretched his stiff wrists. Looking at the dashing Xiao Ruoxue in front of him, and then at the Bai family mother and daughter who were still trembling beside him, he truly felt for the first time. This world seems to be completely different from what he imagined. An outrageous kidnapping case ended with him being forced to accept a 10 billion yuan compensation. And his even more outrageous new life seems to have only just begun. Chapter 2 Godlike Treatment, a stunning butler attends to you. Yifan was personally invited by Xiao Ruoxue to a command vehicle that was entirely black and had sleek lines. The moment the car door closed, the noise from the outside world was completely shut out. The interior space was unbelievably spacious, and the seats were made of some kind of soft leather that perfectly conformed to the body. Yifan leaned back in his chair, looking at Xiao Ruoxue sitting upright beside him. This dashing policewoman looked like a new recruit being inspected, even her breathing was somewhat restrained. Commander Xiao, there's no need to be so nervous. Yifan tried to break the awkward atmosphere. Yes, Mr. Yifan. Xiao Ruoxue straightened up and answered firmly, but then she realized her mistake and her tone softened, becoming cautious and gentle. You can just call me Ruoxue. Yifan twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, he was even more nervous now. He turned to look out the window, and what he saw was even more surreal than the kidnapping. Their convoy, consisting of a dozen or so identical escort vehicles, was traveling at a constant speed on the busiest main road in the capital. The entire 8-lane road was completely empty. All vehicles, whether luxury cars worth millions or ordinary commuter cars, were parked on the side of the road in advance, their engines turned off and the cars stopped, just like subjects welcoming an emperor. The sidewalks on both sides of the road were packed with people. No, it was packed with women. Without exception, their gazes were all focused on the command vehicle Yifan was riding in. Their eyes were burning with fervor, obsession, madness, and even a kind of almost religious devotion. A white-collar worker in a business suit covered her mouth with emotion, tears streaming down her face. A young and beautiful female college student held her phone high, trying to capture this historic moment. Yifan even witnessed a woman who appeared elegant and noble suddenly faint from overwhelming emotion, her eyes rolling back, and being frantically supported by her female bodyguard. What's going on? Is everyone idolizing celebrities? Yifan muttered to himself, feeling his worldview being shattered piece by piece and then haphazardly glued back together. No, Mr. Yifan, Xiao Ruoxue explained softly, her voice filled with innate reverence, they are welcoming your arrival. To this world, you are the only true god. Yifan fell silent. Fine, I am that god. This setting is absolutely outrageous. The convoy eventually came to a slow stop in front of a magnificent estate whose grandeur defies description. The manor sits atop a hill overlooking the entire capital. Two massive white jade pillars support the lintel above the entrance, with three large, gilded characters written in a flamboyant style, Capital Number 1. This location, this grandeur, only one word came to Yifan's mind, Dragon Vein. Mr. Yifan, Xiao Ruoxue got out of the car first, respectfully opened the car door for him, and bowed slightly. This is the permanent home that the country has prepared for you. Yifan stepped out of the car, his feet touching the smooth, white marble floor, and took a deep breath. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees and the faint fragrance of flowers, which is refreshing and delightful. Just then, a soft, seductive voice, capable of melting a man's bones, came from ahead. This humble servant, Lu Ruyan, respectfully welcomes my master home. Yifan looked up and his breath caught in his throat for half a second. The woman in front of me was wearing a light blue, high-slit custom-made cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous and almost perfect figure. Her long, jet-black hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing a section of her snow-white, slender neck. Her face was a classic oval face, with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Together, they formed a stunningly beautiful ink painting of Jiangnan. Especially now that she is bowing gracefully to Yifan, her humble and submissive posture contrasts sharply with her stunningly beautiful face, creating an extreme contrast that makes one's heart race. From now on, everything about you will be handled by Ruyan. She spoke again, her voice trembling slightly, a mixture of excitement and honor. Yifan's inner monologue was going crazy. This, in ancient times, she would have been granted the title of imperial concubine, right? Instead, she's working as a housekeeper here? And she calls herself this humble servant? The world's values aren't just distorted, they're twisted into a pretzel. Please get up. Yifan felt his voice was a little dry. Thank you, master. Lu Ruyan slowly stood up, her beautiful eyes always lowered, not daring to look directly at Yifan, but she couldn't help but secretly peek at him from the corner of her eye, two charming blushes rising on her cheeks. After completing her escort mission, Xiao Ruoxue saluted Yifan again before leading the convoy away. At the entrance of the vast manor, only Yifan and the classical beauty who called herself Ruyan remained. Master, it's windy outside. Let me show you around your home. Lu Ruyan's voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. Over the next hour, Yifan deeply understood what it meant for poverty to limit my imagination. This Capital Number 1 is more like a small palace than a villa. A brand new model private jet was parked on the tarmac. The indoor swimming pool is heated to a level comparable to that of an Olympic venue. The screen in a private cinema is even bigger than the IMAX screen in a commercial cinema. There was even a special treasure pavilion, where various antiques and paintings that Yifan had only seen in history books were casually displayed. At each place, Lu Ruyan would explain in detail with her melodious voice, and then cautiously ask, Master, are you satisfied? If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can tear it down and rebuild it at any time. Yifan was already numb. Demolish and rebuild? My old rental apartment wasn't even as big as your toilet, how could I possibly be dissatisfied? He only perked up again when Lu Ruyan led him to the underground parking garage. In the garage, a supercar with an extremely futuristic design and shimmering lights sat quietly in the center. Its lines are futuristic, and the body material changes color like water ripples under the lights. Master, this is the tears of the divine dragon. Lu Ruyan's tone was full of pride. It was specially crafted for you by several of the world's top conglomerates over 3 years. There is only one of its kind in the world. It incorporates all the world's cutting-edge technologies and will be your exclusive ride in the future. Yifan stepped forward and ran his hand over the cool, smooth car body. Great, giving away top-tier gear at the start is reasonable. Master, this is your identity card. Lu Ruyan held a pure black card in both hands and handed it to Yifan. The card felt cold to the touch. I don't know what material it's made of. Your personal bank account has been activated, Lu Ruyan explained gently. To ensure your quality of life, the government will automatically deposit 100 million xia yuan into your account daily as national support funds. She paused, then added a sentence that made Yifan completely give up thinking. Furthermore, any purchase you make anywhere in the world will be completely free. Yifan took the card and, under Lu Ruyan's guidance, linked his account using the mobile banking app. When he saw the balance column, with a long string of zeros following the 1, he was completely speechless. From initial shock to disbelief, and now, all that remains in his heart is a sense of absurd numbness. Is this the feeling of starting the game and finishing it already? He suddenly laughed, turned to look at Lu Ruyan, and said seriously, "That's great. From now on, I can finally buy 2 bowls of soy milk at once, drink one and throw the other away." Put. Lu Ruyan was amused by his sudden humor and smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, making the whole garage brighter. She quickly lowered her head, covering the smile on her lips, and whispered, "Master is joking." After touring the mansion, Lu Ruyan led Yifan to the master bedroom. She then presented a list of Yifan's private service team. Michelin 3-star female chef, renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Victoria's Secret supermodel fitness instructor. Behind each name is a series of titles that are enough to shake the world. Lu Ruyan pointed to her name at the bottom of the list and said softly, "As your life manager, Ruyan's duty is to meet all of the master's life needs in an all-round way." She pronounced the word everything with both unusual lightness and unusual emphasis. Yifan was exhausted from the long journey and the many challenges he had faced. He was indeed mentally fatigued. Lu Ruyan carefully noticed the weariness between his brows. She took a small half-step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. A faint, delicate fragrance, like that of orchids, wafted into Yifan's nostrils. He saw that Lu Ruyan's pretty face was flushed with an intoxicating blush, and her eyes held a hint of shyness, a hint of expectation, and a trace of barely perceptible longing. She lowered her head slightly and asked softly, almost in a whisper, "Master must be tired from your journey. Would you like me to prepare a bath for you and give you a full-body massage to relieve your fatigue?" Chapter 3, Beautiful Women Kneeling to Provide Service. Who can resist that? Yifan admitted that when Lu Ruyan looked at him with those watery eyes and uttered the words bathing and massage, his heart skipped a beat. As a corporate slave who has been tormented by clients, what storms hasn't he weathered? But he had never seen anything like this before. "Then, I'll have to trouble you." Yifan tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor, speaking in a nonchalant tone, but in his mind, countless comments were already raging. "Master must be tired from your journey. Would you like me to prepare a bath for you and give you a full-body massage to relieve your fatigue?" Upon hearing his agreement, Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face instantly blossomed with a breathtaking joy, and the blush at the corners of her eyes intensified. She bowed gracefully again, her voice so soft it could melt water. "This is Ruyan's duty, master, please follow me." After passing through a corridor paved with a single piece of warm jade, Lu Ruyan pushed open a heavy pear-wood door. In an instant, warm steam mixed with the rich aroma of essential oils wafted over. Yifan's eyes widened slightly. This isn't a bathroom, it's practically a miniature hot spring resort built inside a palace. The entire space is ridiculously large, with the floors and walls made of top-grade, non-slip marble that exudes a warm luster. In the very center was a huge circular bathtub carved from a single piece of white marble. The water was clear, with bright red rose petals floating on top. Several spouts around the edge of the tub were shaped like lifelike golden dragon heads, silently emitting steam. Was my old rented apartment even smaller than this bathtub? Yifan's inner monologue began to complain again. Lu Ruyan had already walked naturally to his side, speaking softly and gently, with an irresistible charm. "Master, please let Ruyan help you change your clothes." Her movements were gentle yet professional, carrying an elegance honed through countless trials. Before Yifan could even decide whether to be polite or simply enjoy it, he felt the restraints on his body being gradually stripped away. Jacket, shirt, trousers. Lu Ruyan's fingers would occasionally brush against his skin unintentionally, and the warm and delicate touch made Yifan's body tense up subconsciously. Hey, this is way too fast. Aren't they even going through the proper procedures? At least give me some time to prepare." Yifan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was going crazy. He could smell Lu Ruyan's unique, delicate fragrance, like a lotus after the rain, mixed with the essential oil scent in the bathroom, creating an even more alluring aroma. He was quickly cleaned up. Lu Ruyan's cheeks remained flushed, her head lowered, not daring to meet his gaze, but her hands moved without any hesitation. When Yifan stepped barefoot into the warm pool, an indescribable sense of comfort instantly spread from the soles of his feet throughout his entire body, and every pore opened up. He leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool, which was carved from soft jade, and let out a satisfied sigh. This decadent lifestyle is truly depraved. Just as he was about to close his eyes and enjoy the moment, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye that made his heart skip a beat again. Lu Ruyan brought over a loofah and a towel with an excellent feel, but did not stand to serve. She lifted the hem of her cheongsam and knelt directly on the smooth marble floor beside the bathtub. Her long, beautiful legs, encased in a high-slit cheongsam, were bent in an extremely submissive posture. Her head was lowered, revealing a section of her fair and graceful neck, with a few strands of her dark hair falling down, damp with moisture. The visual and power impact of this gesture is far more direct and intense than the previous $10 billion check and the Dragon Tier supercar. Yifan felt his throat was a little dry. Master, Ruyan is about to begin. Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. She soaked a soft towel, lathered it with sandalwood-scented soap, rubbed it to create a fine, dense lather, and then gently placed it over Yifan's broad back. Lu Ruyan's fingertips, warm and smooth as jade, covered in foam, began to gently circle his back. Her movements were very professional, with just the right amount of force, and every muscle was carefully taken care of, effectively relieving the fatigue brought on by the long journey. But Yifan could clearly sense that her fingertips, which occasionally trembled slightly due to nervousness, betrayed her inner turmoil. This unique combination of professional service and a young girl's shyness creates an indescribable sensory stimulation. The warm breath brushed against Yifan's earlobe, causing his body to stiffen slightly. Lu Ruyan moved a little closer. She whispered in his ear, her voice soft and seductive, carrying a hint of flattery and expectation. Master, is this force appropriate? Yifan squeezed out a single syllable from his throat, trying to make his voice sound calm, magnetic, and exude the demeanor of a strong person. However, his heart had already surrendered. I can't take it anymore. Who can take this? This is killing me, sister. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Ruyan's movements seemed to lighten somewhat. When she massaged his shoulders, her fair fingers traced the slightly stiff muscles in his neck and shoulders, which were a result of years of working at a desk. As she gently pressed, she said, almost in a tone of admiration, casually. Master's body is truly perfect, every inch of it is full of power, I have never seen anything like it before. It is my great fortune to be able to serve someone like you. This direct and adoring language provocation caused Yifan's defense system to completely collapse. He kept his eyes closed, maintaining a calm "it's nothing special" expression, but his mind was already flooded with comments. Damn it! She got me. The decadent life of the privileged class is truly wonderful. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't want to strive anymore. Your body's sensations don't lie. Under Lu Ruyan's meticulous service, Yifan felt as if he were melting into the pool of warm water. After rubbing his back, Lu Ruyan had him change positions and began massaging his head to relax him. Her nimble fingers gently moved through his hair, pressing each acupoint. His mental fatigue vanished instantly. This is the ultimate enjoyment for both the mind and the body. After an unknown amount of time, when Yifan was helped out of the bath by Lu Ruyan and dressed in a silky, soft bathrobe, he was in a state of blissful euphoria. The king-size bed in the master bedroom is big enough for 10 people to roll around on. On the bedside table, there was already a bottle of top-quality red wine of considerable age, and several small late-night snacks that looked incredibly tempting. Lying on the soft, silken bed, Yifan felt for the first time that his life had truly and completely been turned upside down. From a 996 office worker, he became the world's only god. This feeling is absurd, yet incredibly real. Lu Ruyan poured him a glass of wine, and after confirming that he had no further instructions, she prepared to bow and leave. Before leaving the bedroom, she stopped and bowed one last time, giving Yifan a preview of tomorrow's schedule. Master, please get some rest. President Qin Lengyue of the world's #1 conglomerate, Fengtian Group, has already arranged your onboarding for tomorrow. His position is Emperor Emeritus. She and her chief secretary, Ms. Sume, will be waiting for you at the company tomorrow. After saying that, she quietly left the room and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Yifan was left alone in the room. He picked up his wineglass, gently swirling the deep red liquid inside, a playful smile involuntarily curving his lips. The retired emperor? And the chief secretary? He recalled the name Miss Sume that Lu Ruyan had specifically emphasized, and the classic image from certain professional dramas automatically came to mind. Black stockings, long legs, bodycon skirt, stiletto heels. Yifan took a sip of red wine, feeling the mellow liquid slide down his throat. He suddenly felt a renewed sense of anticipation for starting work tomorrow. Chapter 4: The Fengtian Scandal, Supercars and HR Subsequiousness. The next morning, Yifan woke up in a huge bed big enough to host a small football match. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm, golden dapples on the carpet. He stretched, feeling a satisfied crackling in his bones. Last night's bath and massage were incredibly effective. He slept the most soundly he had since transmigrating. "Master, you're awake." Lu Ruyan's soft and alluring voice rang out from beside the bed. Yifan turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan leading a row of pretty maids dressed in matching maid outfits, standing respectfully to his side. Each of them held a tray with neatly ironed clothes, accessories, and even different styles of socks. This spectacle is just like the ancient emperor's changing ceremony before court. I can do it myself." Yifan struggled to sit up. "Master, this is our duty," Lu Ruyan said softly, helping him to sit up without allowing him to refuse, and then signaled a maid to come forward. Next, Yifan experienced what royal-level dressing service was like. He only needed to open his arms, and the maids would take care of everything else with the most professional and gentle movements. "I swear, I just wanted to put on my own socks." Yifan roared inwardly, but maintained a calm and composed godlike demeanor on his face. After getting dressed, Lu Ruyan gently reminded everyone in her captivating voice, "Master, according to the schedule, you need to go to Fengtian Group to start work today. An Emperor Emeritus, and a Chief Secretary." "That's interesting. Okay, let's go take a look then." Yifan stood up and walked towards the door. "By the way, there's no need to arrange a helicopter, it's too high profile. I'll drive there myself." Lu Ruyan paused slightly, then a look of worry appeared on her face. "Master, do you mean, to drive that Tears of the Divine Dragon? Its performance might be a bit too ferocious, you." "It's nothing, I'm just driving it for fun." Yifan waved his hand, interrupting her. Lu Ruyan dared not persuade her any further, and could only obediently bow and present a futuristic-looking car key with a warm touch with both hands. Yifan took the key, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Work? No, I went to inspect my new toys and new harem." Stepping into the cockpit of the Tears of the Divine Dragon, Yifan was immediately enveloped by its cutting-edge futuristic technology. The seat automatically adjusted to the most comfortable angle according to his body shape, and the holographic instrument panel in front of him slowly lit up. A sweet and gentle AI female voice sounded in the car. "Master, Shenlong is ready. The capital's transportation system has planned the optimal route for you, ensuring a smooth journey." Yifan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the steel behemoth did not roar at all, but glided out of the manor silently like a ghost. Yifan quickly understood the true meaning of the so-called barrier-free access. Wherever the Tears of the Divine Dragon passes, all traffic lights at intersections turn green ahead of time. All vehicles on the road ahead, regardless of brand or value, will automatically pull over to the side of the road and turn off their engines to wait hundreds of meters away. The entire wide road became his personal racetrack. The women lining the road couldn't help but scream and gasp when they saw the dazzling supercar. Yifan enjoyed the ultimate thrill of "the world making way for me," which was more direct and exciting than any speed or passion game. He even saw a popular female celebrity, who was live streaming a product promotion, immediately stop introducing lipsticks when her convoy passed by. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted at the camera with a look of utter fascination. "Sisters! Stop buying! Stop buying! Look out the window! It's Mr. Yifan! It's the Tear of the Divine Dragon! Look, it's a divine dragon!" The live stream was instantly flooded with the word God. This feeling satisfied Yifan's vanity like never before. Soon, the 300-meter-tall headquarters building of Fengtian Group came into view. Just as the Tears of the Dragon were about to arrive downstairs, the huge screen on the building's entire exterior wall suddenly changed its display. The original group logo has disappeared, replaced by a line of huge, blindingly bright gold song typeface text. "Fengtian Group warmly welcomes our Lord, Mr. Yifan, for his guidance." At that moment, the entire building erupted in commotion. In every office by the window, countless female employees crowded in front of the glass like madmen, staring intently at the dream supercar that slowly came to a stop downstairs, their eyes filled with fervor and adoration. Yifan pushed open the car door and stepped out. Before he could even stand up straight, a woman dressed in a standard office lady suit with an incredibly hot figure rushed out of the company's main gate like a madwoman. She ran so fast that one of her 10-centimeter black stilettos flew off, but she didn't care and staggered to Yifan's side. "She is Zhang Lin, the HR director of Fengtian Group." She is known for her strictness, coldness, and queen-like demeanor in the company, and is the nightmare of countless female employees. But at this moment, this workplace queen bowed almost 90 degrees to Yifan in front of everyone in the company. Her voice trembled violently with extreme excitement, even carrying a hint of a sob. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yifan. I am Zhang Lin, the Human Resources Director. On behalf of the 38,000 employees of Fengtian Group, I welcome you. Your presence, your personal arrival makes the entire building shine. Yifan watched her exaggerated performance without any emotional fluctuation, and simply gave a faint hum. Then, he pointed to the spot next to her smooth feet. Your shoe fell off. Zhang Lin's face flushed bright red instantly, but instead of feeling embarrassed, she felt as if she had received a great favor, and her body was trembling with excitement. Ah! Thank you for reminding me, sir. This shoe, it's the greatest honor of its life that you've seen it. As she spoke, under Yifan's astonished gaze, she deftly bent down, took off the high heel on her other foot, and casually tossed it aside. Then, with her bare, white feet on the cold marble floor, she humbly led the way for Yifan. Yifan! Isn't this groveling posture a bit too professional? Amidst countless envious and jealous glances, Zhang Lin led Yifan into a private emperor's elevator. The elevator was covered with soft wool carpet and exuded a luxurious fragrance. While respectfully reporting that President Qin Lengyue and Secretary Su Mei had been waiting for a long time on the top floor, Zhang Lin kept stealing glances at Yifan's profile with a look that was a mixture of admiration, awe, and infatuation. She seemed to remember something, and casually added, her voice extremely low, carrying an ambiguous implication. Sir, Secretary Su Mei specially wore an outfit that you might like so that she could greet you in the best possible light. A hook, a naked hook. In an instant, a series of classic elements such as black stockings, long legs, and bodycon skirts flashed through Yifan's mind. Bite. The elevator made a soft sound and came to a smooth stop on the top floor. The heavy metal doors slid open slowly to the sides, revealing a spacious and extremely luxurious CEO office to Yifan. In the office, one figure stood silently, one icy, the other fiery. On the left is Qin Lengyue, dressed in a well-tailored pure white women's suit, with an aloof and icy demeanor like a perpetual iceberg. On the right is a stunningly beautiful enchantress wearing a black, tight-fitting, slit dress that perfectly showcases her alluring curves and exudes a captivating charm. The moment the elevator doors opened, the two of them, as if they had rehearsed it precisely, simultaneously bowed deeply towards Yifan. They spoke in unison, one cool and aloof, the other alluring, their two distinct voices intertwined, yet were filled with the same reverence. Welcome back, Emperor Emeritus. Chapter 5: The Pinnacle of Power, the Iceberg CEO and the Fairy Secretary. The elevator doors slid open silently. Yifan's gaze immediately fell on the two completely different scenes in the office. On the left is Qin Lengyue. She wore a perfectly tailored, pure white women's suit, every line exuding an air of asceticism and aloofness. She was bowing, but Yifan could clearly see that her ramrod straight back was stiffening slightly, clearly indicating her extreme discomfort with this humble posture. Her usually icy face was now somewhat pale from the strain, with only a faint, unnatural blush at the base of her ears betraying the turmoil within her. On the right is Su Mei. Completely opposite to Qin Lengyue, this woman was practically walking hormones. A black, tight-fitting, high-slit dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, the slit so high it was almost frightening. As she bent over, her long, slender legs, encased in top-quality black stockings, were glimpsed, sparking endless fantasies. Her body was incredibly flexible, the curve of her waist exuding irresistible allure. Her captivating eyes, bold and fiery, swept over Yifan with undisguised aggression and possessiveness. Welcome back, Emperor Emeritus. One voice, both distinctly different, intertwined, yet both filled with the same sense of awe. Qin Lengyue straightened up first, forcing herself to look directly at Yifan, but her gaze was somewhat unfocused. Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. Mr. Yifan, I am Qin Lengyue. From today onwards, Fengtian Group belongs to you. Yifan was overjoyed to see her like this. Is this the head of the world's largest conglomerate? The only female trillionaire on the Forbes list? Why is she so nervous, like an intern who went to a job interview on her first day and accidentally went into the wrong restroom? He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Su Mei, standing beside her, swayed her serpentine waist and took a step forward. A rich and sophisticated perfume scent instantly assaulted Yifan's sense of smell. Her voice was soothing and captivating, every word a seductive hook that could steal a man's soul. Your Majesty the Emperor Emeritus. She drew out her words, her eyes alluring. I, Sume, am yours from head to toe, inside and out. From now on, if you're thirsty, hungry, or lonely, you can always give in to me. As she spoke, she deliberately winked playfully at Yifan, her tongue, painted with bright red lip gloss, gently licking her full red lips, leaving a trail of moist, glistening liquid. That vixen. Yifan was amused by her bold attitude. He reached out and gently lifted Sume's small, delicate chin with his index finger, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. This gesture was full of playfulness and a condescending scrutiny, like a cynical emperor teasing his newly acquired favorite concubine. Oh? Is that so? A wicked smile played on his lips. Now, I'm a little thirsty. How are you going to feed me? Sume's cheeks flushed crimson and her breathing quickened. She hadn't expected Yifan to be so direct and aggressive. But this feeling of being controlled didn't frighten her. Instead, it made her blood boil. Instead of backing away, she tiptoed to get even closer and said in a soft, almost coquettish voice that only the two of them could hear. As long as you wish, master. You can feed it anywhere, anywhere. Seeing the two flirting so intensely, oblivious to everyone else, Ji Lengyue's face grew even colder, and her fingers, gripping the seam of her trousers, turned slightly white from the force. That vixen. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She couldn't let Sume steal all of Yifan's attention again. Ji Lengyue turned around abruptly, walked to her desk, and pressed a red button on it. The next second, her clear but now resolute voice resounded through the office's public address system, echoing in every corner of the entire Fengtian Group headquarters building. I hereby declare. Effective immediately, Mr. Yifan will assume the position of Supreme Emperor of this group. Any instruction given by it, whether verbal or written, is the highest instruction of the group. It has the final say on all matters of the group, including personnel appointments and dismissals, financial transfers, and strategic decisions. His position is higher than the board of directors, and higher than mine. The sudden broadcast plunged the entire building into a deathly silence, followed by a deafening roar of discussion and astonishment. Emperor Emeritus. This term, which only existed in ancient feudal dynasties, has actually appeared in the job appointments of modern business groups. What power! What prestige! However, Yifan, who was at the center of all this, didn't even lift an eyelid. He released Sume's chin, as if he hadn't heard the announcement that was enough to shake the world's business landscape. He walked straight to the huge desk made of a single piece of obsidian, which symbolized the supreme power of the Fengtian Group, and plopped down on the dragon throne that was said to be worth tens of millions and made of aerospace memory metal. Then, under the astonished gazes of Ji Lengyue and Sume, he casually propped his feet up on the gleaming tabletop, slumped lazily into his chair, his posture domineering yet nonchalant. There are too many rules, it's exhausting to just listen to them. He yawned. I'm just here to take a break. Sume's eyes shone even brighter. This man is so domineering. So charming. She immediately slithered closer again, like a boneless snake. She went around behind the desk, and under the guise of tidying up non-existent documents on Yifan's desk, she pressed her hot, voluptuous body tightly against Yifan's arm. That amazing softness and elasticity were clearly conveyed through the thin layer of shirt fabric. She leaned down, her breathtakingly soft breasts almost touching Yifan's cheek. A warm, sweet scent, as delicate as an orchid, brushed against Yifan's ear. She whispered in his ear in an extremely ambiguous voice that could melt a man's bones. Your Majesty, what is your first order? Do you require me to give you an in-depth work report right now? She emphasized the word depth with both light and heavy emphasis, conveying endless implications. Yifan turned his head to the side, his nose almost touching her cheek. He could even see the fine downy hairs on her face and her long eyelashes trembling slightly with excitement. He didn't answer, but instead grabbed the useless document from her hand, and as he pulled the document away, he deliberately ran his fingers lightly across the back of her soft, smooth hand. Sume's body trembled violently, letting out a suppressed moan, and she almost dropped the document in her hand. Yifan casually tossed the file aside and grinned mischievously. No need for reports. I prefer practice. His gaze lingered unabashedly over her voluptuous figure, finally settling on the deep, unfathomable expanse of white skin on her chest. Your clothes have too little fabric. You'll easily catch a cold if you wear them for a long time. After get off work, I'll personally pick out a few new clothes for you. I guarantee they'll keep you warm. These words are more lethal than any straightforward flirting. Sume's face turned so red it was almost bleeding, and her legs felt weak, making it difficult for her to stand. Thank you for your concern, master. Xin Lengyue, standing to the side, was so enraged by the vivid and sensual scene that she almost ground her teeth to powder. She couldn't be as carefree as Su Mei. Seeing that Yifan's attention was completely stolen by that vixen, an unprecedented sense of crisis and frustration welled up in her heart. She can't lose. Absolutely not. After racking her brains, Xin Lengyue finally came up with one, the only legitimate reason she could think of that could allow her to interact with Yifan. She mustered all the courage she had ever had and interrupted the flirting of the adulterous couple. Her voice sounded a little stiff from nervousness, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a subtle, almost pleading tone. Mr. Yifan. Yifan and Su Mei turned to look at her at the same time. Under their gazes, a suspicious blush crept onto the Ice Queen's cheeks. The company recently acquired the exclusive agency rights for a brand new holographic immersive game called Gods and Demons Era. In order to test the server's maximum capacity and the fun of the core gameplay. She paused, clenched her fist, and used all her strength to finish speaking. Can I play a game with you? Chapter 6. A beautiful woman begged me to play games, and the government let me choose a wife. Hearing Xin Lengyue's stiff yet pleading invitation, Yifan glanced at Su Mei beside him with amusement. Su Mei's perfect smile froze for a moment. But she was a true workplace which she quickly recovered, her body softening even more, almost clinging to Yifan's arm, and she said coquettishly in a tone that could melt a man's bones. President, how could you disturb His Majesty's refined pleasure with such menial tasks as testing servers? Such a trivial matter, let me accompany His Majesty the Emperor Emeritus. I guarantee he will experience the most exciting way to play. She used the word excitement with a meaningful tone. Xin Lengyue looked at her, her eyes so cold they could drop ice shards, as she seemed to want to meld her whole being into Yifan's body. This is the President's order. She uttered 5 words coldly, her tone leaving no room for argument, but her clenched fist betrayed her inner turmoil. Interesting, very interesting. Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. Wasn't this the legendary Shura field? He was happy to watch the show, pulling his arm out of Su Mei's gentle embrace and waving at Xin Lengyue. Alright, you're the one. He spoke lazily. I'd really like to see just how good the world's #1 female CEO is at gaming. A hint of resentment flashed in Su Mei's eyes, but she could only reluctantly reply yes, and then swayed her hips to prepare the 2 top-of-the-line holographic game pods worth tens of millions. Xin Lengyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a blush of victory quietly appeared on her usually taut, icy face, a blush that only she knew about. Soon, the 2 gaming pods were ready. Yifan lay down inside, and as the hatch closed, his consciousness was instantly pulled into a vast and magnificent virtual world. The era of gods and demons. He glanced at his character, dressed in tattered beginner clothes, holding a small wooden stick, with a pitiful level of 1. On the other hand, Xin Lengyue's character is unbelievably glamorous. She wore a silver-white robe that shimmered with icy light, and held a staff with a huge blue gemstone at the top. Her demeanor was noble and aloof, and her character ID was simple and straightforward Cold Moon. The #1 ice-type female mage in the entire server. This is the starting area. I'll take you on quests to level up. Xin Lengyue's voice came through the game's built-in communicator, as she tried to remain professional and calm. She began to teach Yifan how to operate the device and how to unleash his skills. But Yifan was not one to be content with his lot. Cold Moon. He suddenly spoke. Xin Lengyue paused, and a somewhat unnatural response came from the communicator. Your robe is made of good material, it's quite reflective, Yifan said slowly. From this angle, I can see your blushing face in reality through the reflection of your breastplate. You're talking nonsense. Xin Lengyue's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, filled with obvious embarrassment and annoyance. You call this skill frostbite? Yifan completely ignored her rebuttal and pointed to a skill icon, asking, It can freeze monsters, so, can it freeze my heart? Xin Lengyue fell silent. She felt like her brain was about to burn out. Oh no! A little wild boar is charging over there. Yifan suddenly shouted. How scary! Lengyue, don't stray so far from me. What if it kills me? Come to my side and protect me. A level 1 alt was yelling at a level 5 boar monster at the top of its lungs. You! Xin Lengyue was flustered by his repeated calls of Lengyue and was also provoked by these unheard-of flirtatious words, causing her to lose her composure. Her hands made a series of mistakes, and a magnificent blizzard was thrown directly onto the open ground. Snowflakes were flying everywhere, a spectacular sight, but unfortunately, not a single monster was hit. Yi Fan. She finally couldn't hold back any longer and hissed in the voice message, her voice tinged with shame and indignation. Can't you be serious for once? This was the first time she had called him by his name so clearly. A low chuckle came from Yi Fan through the communicator. The chuckle was magnetic and traveled into Qin Lengyue's ears like electricity, giving her goosebumps all over her body. I'm very serious. His voice was low, carrying a deadly allure. I'm seriously trying to win you over. Boom! These words exploded in Qin Lengyue's mind like a nuclear bomb. Strategy guide, you. She gasped softly, feeling her mind go blank for a moment, her heart pounding as if it were about to jump out of her throat. In reality, on the monitoring screen of the gaming pod, her heart rate index instantly soared to a dangerous red value. Just then, Yi Fan in the game, controlling his level 1 ult account, did something that left Qin Lengyue speechless. He recklessly charged straight towards a world-class boss that was dozing off in the distance, a deep-sea dragon as large as a small mountain. The result was as expected. The dragon merely yawned impatiently and exhaled a small puff of dragon breath, causing Yi Fan's character to transform into a streak of white light and lie flat on the ground. Then, in a pitiful, aggrieved tone, he said in the voice message. Lengyu, I'm dead. Help me. I won't get up unless you kiss me. In the game, next to his lying corpse, a pink heart-shaped bubble appeared with the words, please give me a kiss, please give me a hug. Qin Lengyue looked at the game screen, feeling both ashamed and angry, and her whole body was practically burning with rage. That bastard. That scoundrel. Unable to endure the mental torment any longer, she ripped off the holographic helmet from her head and reached out to push open the game pod's door. She wanted to get out. She wanted to get away from this devil. Because she moved too quickly and was distracted, when she stepped out of the game pod, her high heels twisted, she lost her balance, and she screamed as she fell straight forward. The expected pain did not come. The next second, she fell into a warm and strong embrace. Yi Fan had been waiting outside the game pod for some time, and with open arms, he steadily caught her soft body in his embrace. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, perfectly aligned. Qin Lengyue could clearly feel the strong heartbeat emanating from his solid chest, and the scorching heat that seemed to melt her. She could even smell his fresh and pleasant masculine scent, mixed with the faint perfume she herself exuded due to nervousness. Her proud, impenetrable disguise, as solid as ice, was completely melted away at this moment. Yi Fan lowered his head, his lips close to her already red ear, and whispered with a laugh in a voice only the two of them could hear. They don't kiss in the game, but in real life they just throw themselves at each other? President, your tactics are quite sophisticated. Qin Lengyue froze completely, her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg, her mind going completely blank. Standing not far away, Sume, who had witnessed everything, looked at Qin Lengyue in Yi Fan's arms, who was shy and radiant, completely unlike her usual cold demeanor. For the first time, a deep jealousy and an unprecedented sense of crisis appeared in her eyes. Just when the atmosphere in the office was so ambiguous it was almost dripping with ambiguity. Ding dong! A special notification sound rang out from Yi Fan's pocket. He still had one arm around Qin Lengyue's soft waist, and with the other hand he took out his phone and glanced at it. On the screen, a formally designed app popped up, a forced notification. The app is called Gate of Revelation, the nation's highest marriage matching system. A mischievous smirk appeared on Yi Fan's lips. He turned his phone screen towards Qin Lengyue, who was nearly unconscious in his arms, and Sume, whose expression was complicated, not far away, and whispered. All right, beauties, stop arguing. Now, the whole world is waiting for me to choose one of you to be my wife in name only. His voice carried a hint of amusement and an air of complete composure. Who do you think I should choose? Chapter 7 SSS level certification, global servers triggered circuit breakers for me. Yi Fan released his hand from Qin Lengyue's waist. The amazing softness and warmth made him linger for an extra 0.1 seconds. The Ice Queen in his arms stiffened, and the blush that had just faded from her cheeks suddenly burned again. She was so soft and delicate that she could hardly stand. Choosing a wife? That sounds more troublesome than going to work. Yi Fan muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two stunning beauties, one icy and one fiery, with great interest. However, watching them fight over me is quite a pastime. Qin Lengyue forced herself to stand up straight, her eyes darting away, not daring to meet his gaze, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Sume puffed out her proud chest, her peach blossom eyes gazing at Yifan with undisguised anticipation and trembling, as if to say, pick me, I'm super sweet. Ignoring the almost explosive gazes between the two, Yifan slowly took out his phone and opened the app called Gate of Apocalypse. The interface is designed to be solemn and dignified, with a dark gold dragon pattern border that exudes the majesty of the highest national decree. A welcoming message automatically popped up on the screen. Dear Mr. Yifan, the world is holding its breath awaiting your decision. They made it quite a grand affair. Yifan pursed his lips and casually pressed the huge, flashing SSS-level identity authentication button in the center of the screen. Buzz. The phone screen changed. A huge, eye-catching, globally synchronized countdown suddenly appeared. 10. 9. 8. The moment the countdown began, the entire luxurious CEO office fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. Qin Lengyue and Su Mei seemed to have been put on pause, even forgetting to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the constantly flashing blood-red numbers on Yifan's phone screen, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand. That's no ordinary number. What's pulsating is their fate, the future of the Fengtian group, and even the Geju, a concept encompassing the overall structure of this world. 3. 2. 1. 0. Countdown to 0. The app interface refreshed abruptly, all the intricate patterns disappeared, leaving only a line of large, gold-plated characters that looked as if they were cast from molten gold, each character exuding an aura of dominance. The identity of Yifan, the only male SSS-level individual, has been successfully verified. Welcome, Master of the World. At the very second that these words appeared. Smack! All the lights in the Fengtian Group headquarters building flickered suddenly, and the entire office went dark for a moment before returning to normal. With a sizzle, the screen of the tablet in Su Mei's hand went completely black, leaving only a line of cold white text in the center. Network connection interrupted. President Qin, something terrible has happened. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Qin Lengyue's chief assistant, a woman who was usually capable and composed, looked panicked and her voice was distorted. All of the group's internal and external networks have been completely paralyzed. Before she could finish speaking, outside the window, the once bustling street was suddenly filled with gasps and screams. The giant LED screen on the office building across the street, comparable to an IMAX screen, which was originally playing an advertisement for a popular female star, suddenly went black. Then came the billboards along the street, the electronic screens at bus stops, and the mobile phones in the hands of passers-by. At the same time, all screens went black. It was as if an invisible giant hand had pressed the power button for the entire world. At that moment, the global internet completely collapsed due to the overwhelming, avalanche-like surge of access. Ring ring ring. A sudden, piercing phone call shattered the chaos in the office. It was the red, military-grade encrypted landline phone on Qin Lengyue's desk, which rarely rang. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and quickly walked over to answer the phone. On the other end of the phone came the voice of the Minister of Information Security of the Dragon Kingdom, filled with unprecedented awe and trembling as if he had survived a catastrophe. Mr. Qin. Just now, at the very second that Mr. Yifan completed the Gate of Revelation certification. Globally, over 3.5 billion female users are simultaneously attempting to log into the system, just to see the message that Mr. Yifan has successfully verified his account. Our servers, no, they're a super server array covering all the countries in the world. They've all been shut down. 3.5 billion. Server circuit breaker triggered. These words exploded in Qin Lengyue and Su Mei's ears like heavy bombs, leaving them dizzy and almost unable to think. They finally understood what Yifan's SSS level really meant. He is not alone. He is a symbol, a totem, the ultimate focus of desire for all women worldwide. One small action of his was enough to bring the world to a standstill. However, Yifan, the one who instigated this global disaster, simply yawned listlessly. His phone was connected to a unique and unaffected divine network, and the interface remained smooth and fluid. He scrolled through the screen, looking at the seemingly endless list of nominal spouse candidates. Crown Princess Elizabeth of the British Empire. Sophie Marceau, the leader of a wealthy family in Gaul. Japan's national pop queen, Shirori Aragaki. Shangguan Wanner, the holy maiden of a hidden family in the Dragon Kingdom. The names of princesses, tycoon leaders, and legendary divas from various countries are densely packed together, each name representing immense power and wealth. Yifan was dazzled by what he saw, and his inner monologue was already flooding the screen with comments. Damn, it's just verifying my identity. Is it really that big of a deal? 3.5 billion people. That's even more outrageous than the midnight rush for Uniqlo collaboration items on Singles Day. Does this make me seem like some limited-time SSR character, with the whole world waiting for my re-release? He looked disdainfully at the long list that required 3 fingers to scroll to the bottom, feeling like he was about to suffer from decision paralysis. He looked up at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, one trembling with nervousness and the other with eyes shining with anticipation, and a mischievous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. TSK, this list is too long, it's giving me a headache. Yi Fan's voice was languid, yet carried a sense of composure as if he were in complete control. How about I just close my eyes and pick one randomly? As he spoke, his index finger moved casually across the phone screen, the cursor hovering back and forth between the names of Qin Lingyue and Sumei. It seemed as if it would fall at any moment, deciding the course of the world. Chapter 8: A random selection. Qin Lingyue's net worth skyrockets. Yi Fan's finger hovered leisurely above the phone screen. The cursor under the fingertip, like the scythe of death or the golden arrow of love, drifted back and forth uncertainly between the 2 names, Qin Lingyue and Sumei. The air in the office was so thick it was almost viscous enough to wring out water. Sumei's heart pounded wildly. She knew this was the most crucial gamble of her life. She boldly stepped forward, her voluptuous body almost pressed against Yi Fan's arm, her breath sweet and fragrant, her voice trembling uncontrollably, filled with extreme flattery and fawning. Master, if you choose me, I promise. She hadn't finished speaking. Yi Fan frowned impatiently. TSK, what a hassle. He muttered something to himself, and then, without warning, his hovering finger tapped the screen casually. He didn't even look at the list that could drive women all over the world crazy. He just randomly clicked on the first name in the recent interactions list in the Gate of Apocalypse app. That ID was none other than Cold Moon, the one he had just teased and thrown into disarray in the game. You're the one. He lazily put away his phone, his movements swift and decisive, as if he were ordering takeout. So I don't have to scroll down any further. One sentence brought time to a standstill in the entire office. The most perfect, alluring smile that Sumei had practiced 1,000 times froze on her lips instantly. Qin Lingyue, on the other hand, froze completely in place. Her brilliant and strategic mind was now blank and buzzing. I got chosen? Did he become the one and only divine spouse that 3.5 billion women in the world dream of? Reason. The reason was simply because he was too lazy to scroll down the list? What's this? What's this all about? An overwhelming sense of absurdity and bewilderment, like a burst dam, instantly shattered all the cold defenses she had built up over the past 20 years. What followed was an uncontrollable, almost overwhelming ecstasy that nearly made her faint. She won. She actually won against that vixen Sumei in this way. Qin Lingyue swayed, and 2 hot blushes quickly rose on her cheeks, spreading from her cheeks to her snow-white neck. Her whole being exuded a breathtakingly alluring aura called shy joy. Congratulations, to my boss lady. A sweet, cloying voice, with just the right amount of teasing, rang out in the quiet office. The stiffness on Sumei's face lasted for less than a second before she recovered at an astonishing speed. Instead of showing any disappointment, she immediately turned around and bowed gracefully to Qin Lingyue, who was almost unsteady on her feet. Her posture was respectful, but her eyes gleamed with cunning. The words boss lady struck Qin Lingyue like a powerful electric current. Her body trembled violently, and her already flushed cheeks instantly became so hot they could fry an egg. What nonsense are you spouting? She wanted to argue, but the voice that came out was soft and gentle, lacking any of her usual coldness and authority, and instead sounded more like a lover's coquettish complaint. Ring ring ring. Just then, the red military-grade encrypted phone roared out again. Qin Lingyue rushed over in a flurry and grabbed the receiver. On the other end of the phone, the Minister of Information Security's voice was no longer filled with awe and trembling, but had turned into a near-manic roar, a mixture of worship and fanaticism. President Qin. A miracle. This is a miracle. Within 0.01 seconds of the Gate of Apocalypse announcing your selection as the nominal spouse, the global capital markets reacted with unprecedented frenzy. Fengtian Group's stock price has tripled. No. It's still rising. It's increased 5-fold. And it's still skyrocketing. Your personal net worth. Mr. Qin. Our system can no longer calculate your net worth. It's crashed. The system has crashed. 5 times. His net worth is immeasurable. These words shocked Sumei and the female assistant who had just rushed in, leaving them speechless and almost unable to breathe. Is this the power of the gods? With a casual choice, he created a business legend that was enough to reshape the world's economic landscape. However, the only person in the entire office who didn't react at all was Yi Fan. He acted as if nothing had happened, slowly standing up from the multi-million-dollar dragon throne, stretching out with a big yawn, his bones making a comfortable cracking sound. Oh, really? That's good. He casually remarked that this terrifying wealth effect, worthy of being recorded in history, was like a boring pre-dinner television commercial. Then, he touched his stomach and looked at Qin Lengyue and Sumei, who were completely dumbfounded. I'm hungry, what should I have for lunch? One sentence brought the two women, who were still immersed in the great shock, back to reality. Ah! Master! Sumei was the first to react. She knew her chance to shine had come. She immediately moved closer to Yi Fan like a beautiful snake, then smiled sweetly at Qin Lengyue. Boss lady, to celebrate this great and historic moment, we should prepare the most exquisite feast for our master. As your chief secretary, please allow me to make all the arrangements. She paused, her gaze shifting between the shy Qin Lengyue and the indifferent Yi Fan, her voice lowering further, filled with blatant innuendo. By the way, before the meal, I might be able to give you a preview of some special duties that you'll need to fulfill as a spouse of God in the future. Qin Lengyue blushed even more from her bold words, but she didn't know how to refute them. Goodness, this is already like a palace drama? I haven't even officially taken a concubine yet, and they're already vying for the emperor's favor? Yi Fan looked at the two people, one so embarrassed he was about to faint, and the other already plotting to use the emperor to command the princes, and felt no emotion whatsoever. He even felt a little amused. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the subtle, turbulent tension between the two women. He walked straight up to Sumei, extended two fingers, and flirtatiously lifted her pointed chin, forcing this vixen to raise her head and meet his gaze. His eyes held an undisguised aggressiveness. Stocks and stuff are so boring. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable air of command. All I remember is that you seem to owe me a private interpretation report about my new identity? Sumei's heart skipped a beat, and her breathing became rapid. It's here. Yi Fan's gaze, like a tangible searchlight, swept unabashedly over her fiery and alluring figure, finally curving his lips into a wicked smile. His voice was even lower, almost whispering in her ear, and his warm breath made Sumei feel weak all over. I hope this report is in-depth and detailed enough. After lunch, I want to be in this office, watching you speak, word by word. Tell me your interpretation. Boom! Those last few words exploded in Sumei's mind like a thunderclap. She felt an indescribable surge of heat, a mixture of shame and extreme excitement, rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her legs went weak, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably, almost collapsing into Yi Fan's arms. Her eyes were already misty with tears. After lunch. In this office. In depth, in detail. Interpretation. Oh my God. This is hardly a work report. This is clearly the most thrilling invitation to serve. Chapter 9: The Secretary's in-depth report. The school beauty fights for me. The lunch was fraught with tension and tension. Qin Lengyue and Sumei were practically exchanging stares, each trying to outdo the other in getting Yi Fan an extra piece of abalone. Yi Fan was happy to have some peace and quiet. On his left was a king crab leg that the icy CEO had personally peeled, and on his right was a serving of top-grade caviar that his fairy-like secretary had put to his lips. He had only one thought in his mind: do you want this good fortune? After the meal, before Qin Lengyue could consolidate her position as the official wife, she was summoned away by an urgent call from the board of directors. It is said that they are urgently discussing absurd topics such as the development plan of Fengtian Group for the next 300 years and how to better serve the retired emperor. On the phone, the usually aloof female directors sounded as excited as if they had won the lottery. Before leaving, Qin Lengyue glared at Sumei with an extremely complicated look, a look that contained 3 parts warning and 7 parts resentment, as if to say, keep an eye on your master and don't steal food. Sumei responded with a charming and victorious smile. In an instant, only Yi Fan and his enchanting secretary, whose eyes were practically drooling, remained in the huge CEO's office. Yi Fan lazily sank into the incredibly soft leather sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a short nap. The air was filled with the sweet and sophisticated scent of Sumei's perfume, mixed with the smell of the afternoon sun, making people drowsy. A soft rustling sound, like fabric rubbing together, reached my ears. Immediately afterwards, a voice that was so sweet and seductive it went straight to his bones gently rang in his ear. "Master, your urgent report is ready." Yi Fan opened his eyes. He glanced at it and his breath caught involuntarily for half a second. The Sume before us has changed into an outfit that can be described as a weapon of mass destruction. It was an extremely tight-fitting secretary's suit with very little fabric. The white silk shirt on her upper body was only buttoned up to the very top, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin, as well as the dangerous yet alluring edge of her black lace bra. The short, bodycon skirt on her lower body was so short that it perfectly outlined her amazing waist-to-hip ratio. With her slight movements, the hem of the skirt rose slightly, revealing the delicate buckles of the black stockings at the top of her legs. Those long, beautiful legs, encased in top-quality black stockings, gleamed alluringly in the bright office light, blatantly showcasing the splendor of that absolute territory. Goodness, is this person here to give a report, or to report on me? Yi Fan was internally ranting, but his face remained expressionless. He patted the sofa next to him, his tone as indifferent as if he were commenting on an ordinary financial statement. "Let's begin." Su Malian moved gracefully and slowly as she approached. Instead of sitting on the sofa, she slowly knelt on the top-quality Persian carpet at Yi Fan's feet in an extremely alluring and submissive manner. She held the tablet computer in front of Yi Fan, leaning forward slightly, and a warm, sweet scent wafted over him. "Master, first report, you have the priority right to dispose of all women in the world." Her voice was as sweet as orchids, and every word was captivating. As she read, she began her so-called on-site interpretation. The so-called discipline includes, but is not limited to, ordering them to do anything at any time and place. As she spoke, she gently and tentatively placed her hand, which was clad in a semi-transparent black lace glove, on Yi Fan's knee. Second point of the report, your every request, however small, will be the highest directive of this world. After reading this, Sume put the tablet aside and stopped looking at it. She braced herself on the sofa with both hands, leaned forward boldly, and trapped Yi Fan between herself and the sofa. That breathtaking softness, rising and falling with her breath, almost pressed against Yi Fan's face. "For example, if you feel thirsty right now, master," she said in a very low, seductive voice, "I can feed you in any way you like." "That vixen." Yi Fan didn't move. Instead, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her restless hand on his knee, pulling her closer to him. Sume gasped, lost her balance, and fell directly onto his lap. The distance between the two instantly became a negative number. The report is too slow. With his other hand, Yi Fan lightly lifted her pointed chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. "I don't like listening, I like experiencing." His gaze was aggressive, sweeping over her body without restraint. "For example, the third clause states, your personal assistant is obligated to provide you with comprehensive and private services. You, now give me a demonstration. His voice was even lower, carrying an undeniable air of command. "All round, exactly, does it mean multifaceted?" Boom! Her eyes instantly became glazed over, she gave up all initiative, and completely melted into a pool of spring water. "Yes, sir, my master," she responded softly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "All round means satisfying all your needs, from body to mind, from the outside to the inside." Her hands, clad in lace gloves, began to massage Yi Fan's shoulders, applying gentle yet just the right amount of pressure. Every word is bold and explicit. Every word is filled with suggestive hints that get the blood pumping. "Master, if your shoulders feel tired, I can use, here to help you relax. If you feel mentally exhausted, I can also use my mouth, no, my voice, to sing you a lullaby." The temperature in the office is rising rapidly. The perfume scent in the air became increasingly rich and intoxicating. Just as Sume's interpretation reached its most crucial and in-depth stage, just as she was preparing to demonstrate to Yi Fan the core service in the report that best showcased her value. Bang! 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 The office door, made of the finest teak and incredibly heavy, was suddenly struck with a violent, drum-like pounding. The knocking was urgent and loud, filled with panic, instantly shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the room. Sume froze abruptly, her face showing displeasure and embarrassment at being interrupted. Yi Fan frowned. Who was so blind as to bother him at a time like this? Outside the door, before Yi Fan could speak, a female bodyguard's panicked scream pierced through the thick door panel, so loud that it could be clearly heard throughout the entire floor. "Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened. Quick, quick, look at the plaza downstairs. The twin beauties from the Bai family are vying for the right to confess their love to you. They're fighting." Chapter 10. The school beauty tore off her mask for me, and the policewoman took over with domineering force. Bang! 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 A sudden, drum-like knocking on the door violently shattered the balmy, sticky atmosphere in the office. Sumei's body stiffened abruptly, her lace-gloved hands, which were about to perform a more in-depth demonstration, froze in mid-air. The alluring, submissive expression on her face instantly froze, replaced by extreme embarrassment and annoyance at being interrupted. Yi Fan, who was being knelt on her lap and was about to enjoy all-round service, also frowned in extreme displeasure. The little devil in his heart has already started to overturn the table. What the hell? I was just about to deeply analyze the core part of the report, and another new instance has started downstairs? Is my life a 24/7 non-stop live variety show? Without even an intermission? Outside the door, the female bodyguard's panicked screams pierced through the thick door panel, so loud that they could be clearly heard throughout the entire floor. Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened. Quick, quick, look at the plaza downstairs. The twin beauties from the Bai family are vying for the right to confess their love to you. They're fighting. A fight broke out? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. He reached out a hand and ruthlessly pushed away Sumei, who was still clinging to him and refusing to get up. Alright, let's pause the report for now. Sumei stumbled from his push, almost falling to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment at unfulfilled desire. But she dared not show any dissatisfaction, and could only quickly tidy herself up with her weapons of mass destruction, regaining the professional demeanor of a chief secretary. However, the slight rise and fall of her chest and the lingering blush on her cheeks betrayed how engrossed she had been. Yi Fan stood up casually, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down. Good heavens! The giant plaza below the Fengtian Group building was now packed with people, a sea of heads. Countless flashes of light converged into a silver ocean, illuminating the center of the plaza as if it were daytime. In the center of that sea of light, two identical, youthful and beautiful figures faced each other from afar. It was Bai Ji and Bai Wei, the top twin beauties from the school who failed in their kidnapping attempt but ended up losing billions. Oh nar! Sumei quickly assumed the role of secretary, gracefully moving to Yi Fan's side, handing him the tablet computer, and reporting in a low voice. Just now, the Bai family used their influence to forcibly hack into the outdoor advertising screens of all the first-tier cities in China, and they are now broadcasting their ladies' showdown to the world. Her voice carried a subtle hint of bitterness. The stakes are the right to have a first official date with Mr. Yi Fan. Yi Fan was thoroughly amused by the absurd scene as he watched the high-definition livestream on the tablet and the astronomical odds of the older sister party and younger sister party betting pools scrolling below the screen. A battle of ladies? Is this some kind of retro game these days? Sumei nodded and added, the competition details have been announced. There are 3 events in total: tea ceremony, calligraphy, and guzheng. Yi Fan was amused. Far from showing any intention to stop him, he nonchalantly sat back down on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and instructed Sumei. Go and project the highest definition livestream footage from the scene onto the holographic screen in the office. He paused, then added. And by the way, give me a bag of sunflower seeds and a bottle of chilled soda. Sumei. She glanced at Yi Fan's emperor-like demeanor, as if he were preparing to watch a grand spectacle, and her lips twitched involuntarily. Nevertheless, she respectfully replied yes, and swayed her hips to get ready. Soon, a huge holographic screen unfolded in the center of the office, perfectly presenting the scene in the square at a 1:1 scale. Yi Fan ate sunflower seeds and drank cola, feeling like he was watching an open-air reality show that cost hundreds of billions. The first event, the tea ceremony competition, shall begin now. With the female referee's signal, Bai Ji, the older sister, was the first to enter the field. Today, she wore a fiery red, modernized cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. She took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening, and performed a series of fluid tea ceremony movements with a fierce, powerful intensity. Warming the cup, adding tea leaves, brewing, pouring the tea, every movement is full of power. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was performing a powerful set of boxing techniques. Especially when she was serving the tea at the end, she flicked her wrist, and the scalding hot tea in the teapot drew a sharp arc in the air, falling precisely into several small teacups, not a drop more, not a drop less. Good. In the square, countless sisters cheered loudly. Yi Fan, munching on sunflower seeds, delivered a commentary that could only be described as devilish. TSK, is this supposed to be tea? This is more like practicing kung fu tea. If I married her, wouldn't our arguments turn into daily brawls? Su Mei, who was standing to the side, felt her eyelids twitch and alarm bells ringing in her mind. She silently noted, her master didn't like overly assertive types. Next, it was the younger sister Bai Wei's turn. My younger sister was wearing a pure white dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, and she was as quiet as a lily bud about to bloom. Her movements were standard and graceful, every detail was impeccable, and she was full of classical charm. But perhaps because she was too nervous, or perhaps because she was intimidated by her sister's imposing manner, her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. A drop of scalding hot tea accidentally spilled from the rim of the cup and landed on the back of her fair and delicate hand, instantly burning a small red spot. Bai Wei's eyes reddened with pain, tears welling up in them, but she bit her lip tightly to keep herself from making a sound. Her tearful yet resilient appearance instantly broke the hearts of countless fans watching on screen. Wah, Vivi, don't cry. My older sister is too fierce, she's bullying our Weiwei. Yi Fan looked at the screen and commented. My little sister is a bit frail, but she looks easy to bully, no, I mean easy to love. One is too fierce, the other is too gentle, it's really hard to choose. He shook his head, took another swig of cola, and looked at him with the worried expression of, my daughter is growing up. After the first round of competition, the judges, after a heated discussion, surprisingly gave the two a tie. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. The older sister, Bai Ji, immediately exploded, pointing her finger at the referee and yelling, "Are you blind?" Her hands are shaking so badly she looks like she has Parkinson's, and she still managed to tie with me? Bai Wei, the younger sister, also mustered her courage and retorted with red eyes, "Is that what you call tea ceremony? That's called violent aesthetics. You've scared the tea so much it tastes bitter. You just peeked at my tea leaves. You're the one who cheated. Your guzheng was definitely pre-recorded and you were pretending to play it. You're talking nonsense. I don't." In the blink of an eye, what should have been an elegant battle of ladies turned into a childish argument that resembled something out of a market. The world's audience watched in stunned silence as two of the most beautiful and wealthy women in China publicly tore off all pretenses for a man, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. The scene was extremely chaotic, and the comedic effect was off the charts. Yi Fan watched with great interest, spitting sunflower seed shells all over the ground. Interesting, very interesting. Just as this farce was about to escalate into a full-blown brawl. Wah wah. A sharp, piercing siren blared from afar, instantly shattering the hustle and bustle of the square. Dozens of black hover police cars painted with the Dragon Kingdom police emblem descended like dark clouds from the sky, instantly sealing off the entire Fengtian square. A panicked commotion erupted in the crowd, and they instinctively backed away. Laugh. The lead command vehicle came to a steady stop in the center of the square, and the door opened. A dashing and heroic figure stepped out of the car. The newcomer was dressed in a crisp, high-ranking inspector's uniform, which perfectly accentuated her tall and athletic figure. Her long hair was neatly tied back, her face was cold and beautiful, and her eyes were sharp as knives. It is none other than Xiao Ruoxue, the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Kingdom's police force. Holding a megaphone, her icy gaze swept over the chaotic crowd in the square, past the sisters Bai Ji and Bai Wei who were still tearing at each other, and shot with unparalleled precision straight to the top floor of the Fengtian Group, Yi Fan's president's office. The next second, her cold, domineering voice, filled with an undeniable possessiveness, resounded throughout the entire sky through the loudspeaker. "This illegal assembly has seriously threatened the personal safety of Mr. Yi Fan, a citizen of SSS level. All unrelated personnel, evacuate immediately." Her voice paused, each word carrying a metallic quality and a domineering assertion of sovereignty. "From this moment on, I, Xiao Ruoxue, Special Inspector of the Dragon Kingdom Police Department, will take full responsibility for Mr. Yi Fan's 24-hour personal security." Chapter 11. My maid and the policewoman fought for me. That night, the capital No. 1 villa experienced its noisiest night since its completion. More than a dozen heavy security vehicles roared to a stop in front of the villa, their headlights illuminating the entire estate without a single shadow. Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in a crisp police uniform, had an icy expression and always kept her word. She arrived in force, accompanied by a fully armed elite security team and several truckloads of security equipment that looked terrifying. It was Lu Ruyan who opened the door. She was still wearing that classic and elegant cheongsam, her figure graceful, and her face adorned with an impeccable gentle smile. But when she saw the military-style security at the entrance, a hint of seriousness flashed across her usually affectionate eyes for the first time. "Good evening, Officer Xiao." Lu Ruyan bowed slightly, performing a perfect courtesy. Her voice was so gentle it could melt water, yet her words concealed an invisible needle. Master prefers peace and quiet. Won't what you're doing disturb his rest? Xiao Ruoxue jumped out of the car, didn't even look at Lu Ruyan, and directly took out a document from her pocket and unfolded it in front of her. At the top of the document was the imposing crimson seal of the Supreme Security Council of the Dragon Kingdom. Level A Security Order, Butler Lu. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was devoid of any warmth. From now on, I will be in full control of security here. Please cooperate. Their gazes met silently in mid-air. One is gentle as water, yet unyielding. A cold, hard command that brooked no argument. The air inside the villa suddenly became somewhat subtle. Immediately afterwards, Yifan witnessed what national-level overprotection meant. Xiao Ruoxue's team is frighteningly efficient. In less than half an hour, the corridor leading to his bedroom was covered by a crisscrossing grid of red lasers, just like a treasure hunt scene in a movie. His favorite overpriced sofa for playing video games had a pressure-sensitive bomb detector hidden underneath. It was said that it would immediately sound an alarm if there was any abnormal weight exceeding 0.1 grams. The most outrageous thing is that in his master bedroom bathroom, the entire toilet was removed and replaced with a smart security toilet that flashes a blue light. According to Xiao Ruoxue's expressionless explanation, this device can automatically analyze his excrement every time he uses the toilet, generate a detailed health report, and detect more than 1,000 known toxins in real time. Yifan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the black hemisphere that had appeared on the ceiling. Xiao Ruoxue said it was a thermal imaging motion capture device, which does not involve personal privacy. His inner monologue was already exploding with comments. Am I living in the White House or locked up in the Bastille? Going to the toilet generates a PDF report? Do I have no human rights at all? Is the report sent to me or to the Supreme Council of the Dragon Kingdom? Are they going to implant a GPS tracking chip in the back of my neck tomorrow? And next, are they going to assign me a lifestyle supervisor? This war without gunfire culminated in its first direct confrontation in the kitchen late at night. Lu Ruyan was slowly simmering a bowl of crystal-clear snow frog and bird's nest soup over a low flame, preparing it as a late-night snack for Yifan. A sweet and pleasant aroma filled the kitchen. Etc. Xiao Ruoxue suddenly appeared at the kitchen door, holding a handheld spectrometer in her hand, her expression as serious as if she were about to defuse a bomb. Before I give it to Mr. Yifan, I need to conduct a comprehensive toxicological and component analysis. Lu Ruyan's delicate hand, which was carefully skimming away the foam, stopped in mid-air. She slowly turned around, and her pretty face, which always carried a gentle smile, was now covered with a layer of frost. Officer Xiao, my Lu family has served the top families in the Dragon Kingdom for generations, for 170 years now. Her voice remained soft, yet carried an undeniable pride. My craftsmanship represents absolute health and absolute safety. My duty is to eliminate even the slightest risk, no matter how small. Xiao Ruoxue stood her ground and raised the instrument in her hand. Including certain unknown tonics that may cause potential allergic reactions. Two top beauties, one representing the ultimate in traditional service, the other representing absolute modern technology. At this moment, a heated debate is taking place in the kitchen over the ultimate question: who cares more about the owner's health? It looked like the verbal argument was about to escalate into a full-blown fight. It smells so good. Yifan yawned and appeared at the kitchen doorway at just the right moment. This master of stirring up trouble precisely threw a lit match into the powder keg of the two women as soon as he opened his mouth. He first walked over to Lu Ruyan, picked up a spoon, stirred the contents of the bowl, smelled it, and frowned. Ruyan, the bird's nest tastes a bit weaker today than yesterday. Is it not nutritious enough? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale instantly, and her eyes blazed with hostility as she looked at Xiao Ruoxue. Yifan turned his head again, looked at Xiao Ruoxue with an innocent expression, and even covered his chest in a serious manner. Officer Xiao, I was watching TV in the living room just now when I suddenly felt a little anxious and had some difficulty breathing. Do you think there might be some potential danger in this villa that you haven't checked? Boom! One sentence ignited the fighting spirit of the two women to its peak. Lu Ruyan immediately offered to brew a new pot of top-grade tonic with 10 times the nourishment. Xiao Ruoxue immediately called her team to conduct a thorough re-examination of the villa's air quality and electromagnetic environment. Yifan watched their busy figures and left, satisfied. Sigh, being an emperor is nothing more than this. Late at night. Yifan sprawled on the sofa, enjoying the most pleasant time of the day. Lu Ruyan knelt on the carpet at his feet, her soft, boneless hands gently massaging his calf muscles to relieve the day's fatigue. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, her eyes were dreamy, and the atmosphere was just right. Pressing by non-professionals may cause muscle fiber tearing or joint dislocation, posing a serious safety hazard. The cold voice shattered the pleasant atmosphere once again. Xiao Ruoxue stood beside the sofa with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed. Without further ado, she ordered Lu Ruyan, "Steward Lu, you may leave. Leave this to me." Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment, yet she couldn't refute the accusation of safety hazard, so she could only retreat to the side in grievance. The next second, Xiao Ruoxue actually sat down next to Yifan and took to the field herself. "I have received professional training in martial arts and ergonomics, and my relaxation techniques have been certified to the highest safety standards." She used technical jargon, but her movements were incredibly stiff. Those hands, calloused from years of holding guns, pressed on Yifan's shoulders, the pressure varying from light to heavy, clearly indicating extreme tension. Yifan could even clearly feel the uncontrollable slight trembling coming from her fingertips. And emanating from her crisp police uniform was a unique, aggressive aura, a mixture of faint sweat and the scent of soap from her clothes. This woman didn't smell of perfume at all. Yet she was more alluring than any woman covered in perfume. Yifan closed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He could feel the heartbeat of the icy policewoman behind him, which was frighteningly fast. Her snow-white earlobes must have turned so red they could bleed. Just as Yifan was enjoying the clumsy but professional personal service of this icy policewoman, feeling the scalding heat emanating from her taut body beneath her uniform. Buzz. Buzz. His personal phone, which was on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. Yifan lazily opened his eyes and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman's scream, filled with sobs and despair, immediately came through. "Mr. Yifan. God. Please come to the school soon. She is the chairman of the Bai group and the mother of those twin school beauties. Jir and Weyer, they locked themselves in the school auditorium. They said that unless you personally judge their ladies' duel and give a final result, they starved themselves to death." Chapter 12 Mediation, the Twins' Reward. After hanging up the phone, Yifan's face was filled with helplessness, as if saying, "Can't you women just give me 5 minutes of peace?" Behind him, the clumsy little hands that had been holding guns for years and had just pressed on his shoulders until they were numb and itchy instantly withdrew. Xiao Ruoxue's body tensed immediately, and she entered a battle state, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through walls. Using self-harm as a form of coercion? This is a top-level security threat. Her voice was cold, full of professional ruthlessness. "I immediately mobilized the SWAT team, requested permission to force open the door, and apprehend the target." All right, Officer Xiao." Yifan waved his hand impatiently, interrupting her contingency plan, which was comparable to a counter-terrorism operation. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It's just 2 teenage girls with excess hormones throwing a tantrum. I'll go check on them." He stood up from the sofa, stretched, and his bones cracked comfortably. Then, he gestured with his chin toward the doorway and gave Xiao Ruoxue an order. "You, as my personal bodyguard, come with me." Xiao Ruoxue paused for a moment, then stood at attention and saluted, her voice firm and clear, "Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the mission." The way he treated coaxing the little girl like he was going to war made Yifan laugh. Half an hour later, a luxury convoy led by a tier of the Dragon followed by several black hover police cars arrived at the First Women's University of the Dragon Kingdom. The scene was even more exaggerated than Fengtian Square during the day. The entire perimeter of the campus was packed with media cameras and students who had rushed to the scene. Countless phone screens lit up, converging into a sea of light. When Yifan emerged from the cool gull wing gate of Tears of the Divine Dragon under Xiao Ruoxue's imposing protection, a tsunami of cheers and screams erupted from the crowd. "Ah! It's Mr. Yifan. Oh my god! He really came! He really came for Bai Ji and Bai Wei. So handsome! He's a million times more handsome in person than in the videos." All the cameras and all the eyes were focused on him at that moment. Yifan was already immune to this kind of scene. He strode forward and headed straight for the solemn auditorium. The atmosphere inside the auditorium was extremely oppressive. The sisters Bai Ji and Bai Wei, pale-faced and with cracked lips, stood stubbornly on the empty stage, like 2 withering flower sisters. When the auditorium doors were pushed open and Yifan appeared in the doorway, their dim eyes instantly burst forth with amazing light. "Brother Yifan! You finally arrived. The two shouted in unison, their voices hoarse from dehydration, yet filled with grievance and anticipation. You be the judge. Between the two of us, who is more deserving of your first date? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifan walked step by step onto the stage. He ignored the sisters' expectant yet nervous gazes and instead walked over to their respective works with great interest. On one side of the stage, there was a painting by the older sister, by Ji. It was a rose burning with raging flames, full of wildness and vitality. On the other side is a piece of calligraphy, written by my younger sister by Wei. The characters are delicate and graceful, and the content is a gentle little poem about lilies after the rain. Yifan stroked his chin with an air of seriousness, pacing back and forth, looking exactly like a seasoned expert from an antique appraisal show. He slowly began to speak to the sea of media and audience members below the stage. One is as passionate as fire, the other as gentle as water, both are top-notch works. He paused, a very troubled expression on his face. This is a tough choice. Let me think, should I have a hearty and spicy hot pot tonight, or a bowl of sweet and soothing lily porridge? These words stunned everyone in the audience. What time is it? Two top school beauties have been on a hunger strike for you until now, and you're still thinking about what to eat tonight? This thought process is absolutely outrageous. Just as the two sisters were at a loss for words, Yifan's expression suddenly darkened. His voice instantly turned cold, carrying a chilling aura. But using a hunger strike as a childish and foolish way to threaten me is something only a 3-year-old would do. A huge deduction. Based on this alone, you are not worthy of being my women. That last sentence was like two heavy punches, striking Bai Ji and Bai Wei hard in their hearts. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Overwhelmed by immense grievances and despair, their last psychological defenses crumbled instantly, and scalding tears welled up in their eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. It's over. Brother Yifan hates us now. Seeing their pitiful, tearful faces, as if their world had collapsed, Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. The coldness on his face melted away in the next second, like winter snow meeting the warm sun. Instead, a mischievous smile, tinged with indulgence and wickedness, appeared. However, his tone took a complete 180-degree turn, becoming gentle and ambiguous. Your determination to risk your lives for me is quite sincere. Before he finished speaking, amidst a collective gasp from everyone present, Yifan suddenly spread his arms wide and stepped forward. He pulled the two sisters, who were still in a daze, into his broad arms tightly and possessively, one on each side. Boom! Her soft, youthful body instantly filled his embrace. On the left is the hot and firm curves of the older sister, Bai Ji, while on the right is the soft and gentle body of the younger sister, Bai Wei. Two distinctly different, yet equally exquisite, girlish fragrances mingled together, flooding his nostrils wildly. At that moment, the entire auditorium was illuminated by flashlights as bright as day. Cameras around the world captured this historic moment. Bai Ji and Bai Wei's brains completely crashed. All they could feel was the burning heat of the man's embrace, his powerful heartbeat, and his aggressive masculine aura. Just as they were about to faint from embarrassment, the devil's whispers rang in their ears. Yifan's lips were almost touching his sister Bai Ji's burning earlobe, and his warm breath made her tremble all over. He spoke softly in a magnetic, husky voice that only the two of them could hear. Your passion is like a wild horse, which I love. But remember, even the wildest horse needs a rein to tame it. Bai Ji's body trembled violently, and her face turned bright red from her ears to her neck, as if she were about to bleed. Then, Yifan turned his head to the other side, blowing on his younger sister Bai Wei, who was completely limp in his arms, and whispered, Your gentleness is like a flawless piece of jade, which I also admire. But remember, jade must occasionally show its sharpness to the world. Bai Wei felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body from her ears, making her so weak she could barely stand. She could only shyly bury her face in Yifan's chest, too ashamed to look up. Having enjoyed the double dose of warm, soft flesh, Yifan finally released the two sisters, who were already in a daze. He turned around, facing all the media and audience members below the stage, and announced loudly in an unquestionable, kingly tone. This match ends in a draw. As a reward, both of them will have dinner with me tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, which was then followed by a deafening roar of excitement. I want them all. God is God. Why, is this even okay for me to watch? It's so sweet. Just as Yifan was about to embrace two women and take away his spoils of war for the night, a cold figure blocked their way. Xiao Ruoxue, who had been observing coldly, stepped forward and stood ramrod straight. Her sharp gaze swept over the twins, whose cheeks were flushed and still immersed in happiness, but finally fixed on Yifan. "Dinner is fine." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire auditorium. "But according to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the SSS Level Citizen Safety Protection Ordinance, I must be present to supervise the entire process." She paused deliberately, raised her chin slightly, and her eyes were full of undisguised provocation. "And," she emphasized her words, each one carrying weight, "as Mr. Yifan's chief security officer, I will sit beside him and test the safety of every dish for him." Chapter 13. An XP list drives goddesses worldwide crazy. That dinner, which ended in a farce, finally concluded in an eerie harmony. The two sisters, Bai Ji and Bai Wei, sat on either side of Yifan, their faces flushed, as docile as two kittens whose fur had just been stroked. They dared not quarrel anymore, but secretly, with admiration, traced Yifan's profile again and again out of the corner of their eyes. Xiao Ruoxue dutifully played the role of her chief security officer, sitting directly opposite Yifan, scrutinizing each dish served with her sharp eyes. She even actually poked the plate of top-grade snowflake steak with a portable silver needle, causing the waiter next to her to twitch. After dinner, Yifan lay on the stargazing terrace on the top floor of Villa No. 1 in the capital city, gazing at the starry sky, but a kind of emperor-level trouble arose in his heart. "Well," he let out a long sigh. "Every day I am surrounded by all kinds of top beauties, showered with endless money and privileges, and forced to mediate disputes between them caused by me. When will this simple, unadorned, and monotonous life ever end?" If any man on earth heard these words, he would probably have a heart attack on the spot. Boring, so incredibly boring. Yifan felt that his life was like a fully fledged, satisfying novel, but the plot was progressing too slowly, with the same perfunctory events every day, lacking professionalism and planning. He needs some new fun. He took out his phone and casually dialed Qin Lengyue's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Master." What are your orders?" Qin Lengyue's cool voice, tinged with nervousness and a hint of ingratiation, came through the room. Yifan crossed his legs and said in a complaining tone, "Lengyu, I feel that my quality of life needs to be improved. You see, although Ruyan is a top-notch housekeeper, she is still just one person. She can't meet many of my needs in a categorized and professional way. This makes my life lack planning and affects my mood." On the other end of the phone, Qin Lengyue's heart jumped into her throat. The master is in a bad mood? That's a huge deal. She immediately said respectfully, even with a hint of fear, it was Lengyue's oversight. "Please grant me the specific assistant criteria, and I promise to use all the resources of the Fengtian Group to select 8 top-tier private female assistants for you globally, guaranteeing to meet all your needs." That's more like it. Yifan was amused by her nervous appearance, and his inner funny person began to stir. Like smoke, pen, and paper. Lu Ruyan, who had been kneeling beside him massaging his legs, immediately presented him with top-quality Xian paper and a diamond-encrusted fountain pen. Yifan sat up, picked up a pen, and without much thought, began to write on the paper in a flowing, elegant style. He wants to play a real-life version of a character creation game. Thus, an astonishing XP list was born. First choice, a gentle and considerate professional nurse assistant who is knowledgeable about human anatomy and can provide in-depth private health checkups. Requirements, must have a top medical school background, a sweet smile, and preferably be afraid of blood. Second, an intellectual female teacher-type assistant who wears black stockings, gold-rimmed glasses, and can use a pointer to help me highlight the key points. Third, a wife-type assistant who smells of milk, is shy, speaks softly, and is good at housework. Fourth, a sporty young female assistant with honey-colored skin and a defined six-pack, who can accompany me on morning runs and provide fighting instruction. But he wrote down 8 categories in one go, each in great detail, practically capturing all the classic characters from the fantasies of otaku. After finishing writing, he casually handed the list to Lu Ruyan, "Take a picture and send it to Qin Lengyue." A few seconds later, Qin Lengyue, who was holding an emergency meeting overnight in the top-floor office of Fengtian Group to discuss how to improve the quality of life of the retired emperor, received this photo. When she saw what it said, her usually icy face suddenly turned as red as a sunset. Wife type? A teacher in black stockings? In-depth private health check? That bastard. What's he thinking about all day? Shameless. Vulgar. Qin Lengyue was so embarrassed that she almost crushed the latest foldable phone in her hand on the spot. She could imagine the mischievous smile on Yifan's lips as he wrote those words. But the body is more honest than reason. Suppressing her embarrassment and intense jealousy, she gave the order to the group of female executives in the conference room, who were holding their breath in a slightly trembling but undeniable voice. Immediately established the Emperor Emeritus Service Department and launched the highest priority choice of the Gods program. Goal: to find the most perfect candidate globally, strictly following this list. This list, designated as Top Secret of the Dragon Kingdom, was swiftly distributed to the head of the Emperor Service Department, a female executive who greatly admired Yi Fan. Upon seeing the list, the female executive trembled with excitement, feeling as if she were undertaking an incredibly sacred mission. While uploading the files to the encrypted server, her shaky hands caused her to accidentally click the wrong option, syncing the files to the wrong internal shared drive. Within 0.01 seconds of the file appearing, it was intercepted by the female CEO of Tianhuang International, the arch-rival of Fengtian Group, who possessed world-class hacking skills. The female CEO looked at the list, her eyes red with jealousy. Why? Why does Qin Leng Yue get all the good things? She made a crazy decision. She wants to make this list public. Let all the women in the world compete with Qin Leng Yue for her. 3 minutes later. This XP list of the gods has ignited a global online frenzy. The world has gone completely mad. An unprecedented global frenzy of female competition, centered around one man's preferences, has erupted without warning. A famous actress from China, known for her androgynous and cool style and with millions of female fans, suddenly started a live stream the next morning. The live stream featured her wearing a pink lace apron and clumsily learning to cook, with the title A Wife's First Lesson. A Silicon Valley tech queen known for her ruthless methods and a longtime top 3 figure on the list of the world's richest women announced on Twitter that she would personally donate $10 billion to all the world's top medical schools, along with a selfie of herself auditing an advanced nursing course. Princess Elizabeth of the British Empire went so far as to publicly ask netizens around the world on the official royal account, does being married before applying for the married woman type on the list mean you have to be married first? If so, who you marry gets you extra points. News media around the world went wild. The television began broadcasting all sorts of absurd news stories non-stop. Shocking. Global Luxury Goods Market Report, sales of items such as pointers, black stockings, and gold-rimmed glasses surged by 3,000% overnight, and multiple brands have announced stockouts. A bizarre sight. The registration website for the new Oriental Domestic Service Academy in China crashed 3 times within 1 minute due to excessive traffic. The sports world is in shock. Women's sports schools around the world are urgently revising their admission standards, with the definition of abs becoming a core assessment indicator for the first time. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the instigator of this global storm, was leisurely lounging on the sofa in his villa. He stared at the absurd news on the huge holographic screen in front of him, and laughed so hard he almost fell over as he caught the glistening grapes that Lu Ruyan had peeled and fed to his lips. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. So hilarious. The little devil inside him was laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. I just wanted to play a custom character creation game, but I accidentally turned the whole world into a massive online simulation game? The feeling of casually manipulating the world is simply amazing. Just as Yi Fan was enjoying the ultimate thrill of being the mastermind behind everything, his phone rang. It is Qin Leng Yue. Yi Fan pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came Qin Leng Yue's voice, filled with suppressed jealousy and deep helplessness. The initial screening has been completed. Her voice was sour, as if she had just drunk a whole vat of Shangxi aged vinegar. The first batch, those 10 candidates you wrote about as nurse type, have passed the initial screening. They will come to the villa tomorrow morning for your final interview. Qin Leng Yue paused deliberately, and Yi Fan could even imagine her gritting her teeth. To prevent certain malicious individuals from physically assaulting you during the interview, I will go there myself and oversee things for you. Chapter 14: Qin Leng Yue's Jealousy. The following morning, the living room of Villa No. 1 in the capital city was transformed into a courtroom where the sacred and the absurd intertwined. 10 stunningly beautiful women, selected from millions of applications worldwide through rigorous screening, stand respectfully in a row in the center of the living room, awaiting the final inspection of their gods. This is a visual feast. They were all wearing different kinds of nurse uniforms, yet each had their own unique charm. She was dressed in the most traditional, fully covered white dress, exuding a dignified and elegant air, like a holy nun in a church hospital. Others wore boldly modified pink tight-fitting mini skirts, their waists slender, and their legs tightly wrapped in white stockings, maximizing the contradiction between sexiness and innocence. Each one represents a pinnacle of the ideal nursing profession. Meanwhile, their god Yifan was lounging in the giant sofa in the center of the living room, which was comparable to a throne, with a playful smile on his face. To his left, Xin Lingyue's pretty face was frosty. She wore a bespoke business suit, her legs elegantly crossed, and she held a tablet computer in her arms. Her icy gaze made her look exactly like a head teacher inspecting the school, except that she wasn't scrutinizing students, but rather potential love rivals. To his right, Lu Ruyan knelt quietly on the expensive handmade carpet, gracefully brewing tea for Yifan. Her eyes were lowered, making it impossible to discern her emotions, but the jade-like hands that poured the tea for Yifan were a little firmer than usual, betraying her inner vigilance. Let's begin. Yifan waved his hand lazily, like an emperor who had grown tired of watching song and dance. The first candidate stepped forward and bowed slightly. She had a haughty demeanor, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and her resume stated that she was a top cardiac surgeon in a developed country. Yifan looked her over for a moment, then slowly asked, "If my heart rate spikes and my blood pressure rises due to some kind of stimulus, what methods do you have to physically calm it down in the shortest amount of time?" The female expert was clearly confident in this professional issue. She pushed up her glasses and was about to launch into a lengthy discourse from multiple perspectives, including neurology, pharmacology, and physical cooling. "I can pass through. Can you use your mouth?" Yifan interrupted her directly, his face filled with innocent curiosity. The female expert froze on the spot. The countless technical terms she had prepared in her mind were instantly shattered by these two words. She opened her mouth, her cheeks quickly turning from fair to red, but she couldn't utter a single word. "Oh." Sheen snorted coldly, making no attempt to hide his disdain, and drew a bright red X heavily on the tablet with his finger. Next. Yifan's inner monologue was already rolling on the ground laughing. "Serves you right for being so arrogant. I brought you down with just one sentence." The second candidate swayed her hips as she walked up. She has an incredibly hot figure, wearing a modified nurse's uniform that shows off her waist, with her abs clearly visible. She's obviously a fitness influencer. Yifan shifted to a more comfortable position, and his questions became more professional. "I've been having a poor appetite lately and need to supplement with a lot of high-quality protein, but my digestive system isn't functioning well, and my absorption efficiency is very low. Do you have any methods to help me promote absorption?" The female coach's eyes lit up instantly when she heard the question. She immediately thrust forward, puffing out her ridiculously ample bosom, and replied in a highly suggestive, sweet voice. "Master, I can use the newly learned oral pre-digestion advanced therapy. It guarantees that every gram of protein will be perfectly absorbed by your body." As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the entire living room seemed to freeze. Lu Ruyan's hand trembled as she poured tea, and she didn't even notice the scalding tea splashing onto the back of her hand. Xin Lingyue's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. "Shameless vixen," she cursed inwardly, drawing an even darker red X on the tablet. Yifan nodded in satisfaction, inwardly giving the female coach a thumbs up for her professionalism. He has potential and is good at answering questions quickly, but his approach is a bit unconventional. Next, the third candidate appeared. This one was the boldest. She didn't even wait for Yifan to ask a question before striding her long, slender legs, clad in white stockings, directly to Yifan's sofa. "Master, I see you've been sitting for a long time, your muscles must be very stiff. My specialty is top-notch sports rehabilitation. Please allow me to demonstrate for you the most professional muscle relaxation techniques." As she spoke, her small hands, painted with pink nail polish, reached out towards Yifan's shoulder. "Presumptuous." A cold rebuke rang out in the living room like a thunderclap. Unable to maintain her icy CEO facade any longer, Xin Lingyue abruptly stood up from the sofa, slamming her tablet down with a loud thud. Her icy phoenix eyes were fixed on the third candidate, who was frozen in place, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. "Number 3. Remember your place. Your resume says you're a top-tier nurse at the Royal Children's Hospital. Is this how you examine 3-year-olds? Her voice was filled with overwhelming anger and undisguised murderous intent. The temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. The candidate was so frightened by her imposing manner that he trembled all over, turned pale, and almost burst into tears on the spot. However, at the center of this storm, Yifan didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't look at the candidate who was about to faint from fright. Instead, he turned his head and looked with great interest at the icy queen beside him who was bursting with jealousy. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips, and in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone present to hear, he lazily said, "Lungyu, why are you so agitated? Afraid they'll eat me up?" He paused, his voice carrying a hint of doting teasing. Don't worry, no one can shake your position as the official wife. Boom! The words Empress exploded in Qin Lengyue's mind like two precision-guided bombs. Her pretty face, frozen with anger, turned bright red in a mere second, from her ears to her neck, at a speed visible to the naked eye. What nonsense are you spouting? She was both embarrassed and angry by Yifan's public flirting. She wanted to retort, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Those eyes, as clear as autumn water, could only glare fiercely at Yifan, but to Yifan, the embarrassment and reproach in her eyes were no different from a kitten being affectionate. In the end, she could only stomp her foot, sit back on the sofa, turn her head to the side, and dare not look at Yifan again. However, her violently heaving chest betrayed her chaotic state of mind. A potentially chaotic scene was easily averted by Yifan's casual remark. The remaining candidates, having witnessed Qin Lengyue's divine power, all became docile and unassuming, making the interview process rather dull. Until the last one. The 10th candidate, Lin Wanner, walked up timidly. She was completely different from those glamorous or arrogant women in front of her. She had a pure and innocent appearance, and a gentle temperament like water. She wore a very ordinary pure white nurse's dress without any unnecessary decorations. Faced with Yifan's scrutinizing gaze, she was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. She could only tightly clutch the hem of her clothes and look up at the man on the sofa with her clear and innocent doe-like eyes, filled with the purest adoration. Seeing her like this, Yifan's usually amused heart suddenly softened. He sat up straight, and his voice became much softer. If I told you that I was sick, very sick. Yifan looked into her eyes and spoke slowly. It's not a physical illness, it's a mental one. How do you plan to cure it? Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment. This problem was beyond all the contingency plans she had prepared. But almost without thinking, two captivating blushes rose on her innocent cheeks, and she answered softly, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet with unwavering determination. I will stay with you and use my body heat to warm your cold hands and feet. I will use my gentlest voice to soothe your anxious emotions. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her head bowed lower and lower, but the determination in her words shocked everyone present. Whenever you need me, I will become your medicine, one tablet at a time, becoming a part of your life. Until your heartache is healed. These words, devoid of any artifice, are filled with the purest and most profound dedication and obedience. A genuinely satisfied smile finally appeared on Yifan's face. He slowly stood up from the sofa and, to everyone's astonishment, walked step by step to Lin Wanner. He reached out and gently hooked the girl's smooth chin with his index finger, forcing her to raise her head and look him in the eye. It's you. He delivered his final verdict in a kingly tone. Before he could finish speaking, Yifan's body suddenly swayed slightly, and he put on an extremely painful expression. He then fell into Lin Wanner's delicate arms. Ah! Lin Wanner gasped in surprise and instinctively opened her arms to hug the man who had suddenly become weak. Warm and soft, I was instantly drawn into your arms. Yifan leaned most of his body weight on the girl, buried his face in the crook of her neck, and took a deep breath of the girl's unique, faintly milky fragrance. Then, in a barely audible yet undeniably authoritative tone, he gave the girl in his arms, who was completely bewildered, her first task. Very good, your first task, let's begin now. I suddenly feel dizzy and weak in my limbs. I urgently need a professional, private, and comprehensive physical examination. He paused, breathed warmly into the girl's ear, and added, word by word. The location is in my bedroom. Chapter 15. Just after getting a new nurse, trouble started in the backyard. Yifan practically draped his entire weight over Lin Wanner's delicate body, and she used all her strength to laboriously support him step by step as they entered the ridiculously large master bedroom. With a bang. Lin Wanner managed to close the heavy solid wood door with her heel, isolating it from the outside world. The moment the door closed, Yifan instantly switched to his movie star mode. He could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the oversized bed covered in the finest velvet, letting out a satisfied groan. Then, he clutched his chest, his face contorted in extreme pain, and let out a weak groan. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. Wanner, quick, save me. This performance was devastating for a young girl who had just emerged from a field of millions of competitors and whose heart was filled with pure admiration. Lin Wanner believed it to be true, and her eyes instantly reddened with anxiety. Looking at the pale-faced, rapidly breathing man on the bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of sacred mission. This is the first test the gods have given her. She absolutely cannot mess it up. Owner. Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Please take off your clothes. I need to touch your skin for a more accurate examination. Yifan lay lazily on the bed, not even having the strength to lift a finger. No. I'm too weak to move. Come here. Lin Wanner's pretty face flushed bright red, almost to the point of bleeding. She looked at Yifan's handsome face, then at her own trembling little hands, and finally, her sense of mission overcame her shyness. She gritted her teeth, knelt by the bed, and with trembling fingertips, unbuttoned his expensive handmade shirt one button at a time. When her fingertips, for the first time, inevitably touched the hot, firm skin of Yifan's chest, Lin Wanner's body trembled violently. The feeling was even stronger than touching a high-voltage wire, causing her to instinctively pull her hand back. Hiss. Yifan let out a painful gasp. Lin Wanner immediately came to her senses, her face full of self-reproach. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. She dared not hesitate any longer, mustered her courage, and quickened her pace. His shirt was completely unbuttoned, revealing what could be described as a perfect male body. The smooth muscle lines and clearly defined 8-pack abs exude power and artistry, radiating an alluring glow under the warm bedroom lights. Lin Wanner didn't dare to look any longer. She took out a cold stethoscope from her medical kit. Just as that cold, metallic earpiece was placed against Yifan's chest. Hiss. Yifan let out another exaggerated gasp and grabbed her soft, boneless little hand. It's too cold, it will worsen the condition. His large, warm palm completely enveloped her small hand, and the heat traveled along her skin all the way to Lin Wanner's heart. You can warm it up a bit. Yifan held her hand and guided the stethoscope, which had been warmed by both of their bodies, to slowly move over his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. We need to do a thorough check, we can't miss any spot, right, Nurse Lin? His deep, slightly husky, magnetic voice rang out clearly in the quiet bedroom. Lin Wanner's brain had completely shut down. In her world, all that remained was the increasingly rapid breathing, her nostrils filled with the man's aggressive hormonal scent, and the feel of his hard muscles and the burning heat of his hand. She began to ramble incoherently as she delivered her professional medical report. My heart rate is 120. No, 130. And it's still rising. My skin, it's so hot, the temperature is abnormal. Muscle reaction, so intense. Just then, Yifan began his performance again. He let out a muffled groan, his brows furrowed. No. I feel like all my muscles are stiff, I can't move. Lin Wanner immediately misunderstood, or rather, her brain had given up thinking and was left only with the instinct to obey orders. Master, I'll help you relax. She knelt on the soft bed and began to use her soft little hands to perform what she called deep muscle relaxation on him. Her movements were clumsy and her strength was light, but she put in an extraordinary amount of effort. As the massage progressed, the physical contact between the two became more frequent and deeper. Sudden. Yifan grabbed her small hand, which was working hard on his abs, and arched his body slightly, his breathing becoming rapid and hot. I think I have a fever. He was panting heavily, his eyes glazed over as he looked at Lin Wanner, who was completely panicked. It's so hot. I need physical cooling. Physical cooling? Lin Wanner's mind went blank, with only these 4 words echoing wildly in her head. As a nurse, she certainly knew what the most direct physical methods of cooling down were. Obey orders. That was her only thought at that moment. She leaned down and gently pressed her slightly cool cheek, which was cool from nervousness, against Yifan's burning forehead. Yifan let out a satisfied sigh. But the next second, he shook his head. Not enough, the forehead temperature isn't accurate, I need the whole body temperature data. Lin Wanner has completely lost her ability to think, leaving only her most primal instincts. She closed her eyes and used her own body, every inch of her delicate skin, to fulfill her duty as a personal nurse, to conduct the most comprehensive and thorough temperature measurement and regulation. I don't know how much time passed. A thrilling and intensive treatment has finally come to an end. Yifan lay on the bed, feeling satisfied and refreshed, as if he could participate in another Olympic Games. He turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner beside him, whose clothes were disheveled, face was flushed, body was limp, and she didn't want to move a single finger. He reached out and stroked her head affectionately, like stroking a well-behaved kitten. Well done, Nurse Lin. His voice was full of approval. From today onwards, my daily health will be entirely in your hands. This praise was like heavenly music to Lin Wanner, who was already exhausted. She struggled to open her hazy eyes, a look of fascination and satisfaction spreading across her face. However, the words had barely left his mouth. Click. The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open without any knocking. It was Lu Ruyan. She carried an exquisite white porcelain tray with a bowl of freshly prepared 10 times nourishing snowfrog soup on it, her face still bearing that ever-gentle smile. Master, you need to replenish your nutrition. However, when she saw the enchanting scene inside, the smile on her face froze instantly. Her gaze swept over the man who was lounging lazily on the bed, a look of contentment on his face. Then, it landed on the new nurse who was kneeling by the bed, her clothes disheveled, and her face flushed with infatuation. Lu Ruyan's hands, which were holding the tray, began to tremble violently. In those eyes that were always full of affection, as if they could drip water, all tenderness faded away at this moment. Instead, there was a chilling, icy possessiveness and a murderous aura. Clang! The priceless, handcrafted white porcelain stew pot slipped from the violently trembling tray and shattered on the luxurious wool carpet. The backyard is on fire. Chapter 16. The housekeeper's slip-up while vying for favor makes me a global superstar. Inside the master bedroom, the air was so thick it felt like you could wring water out of it. Lu Ruyan's perpetually gentle and beautiful face was now covered with a layer of ice that had never melted. She stared intently at Lin Wanner on the bed, whose clothes were disheveled and whose face was flushed with infatuation. Her eyes, which should have been full of affection, were now churning with undisguised possessiveness and murderous intent. The broken white porcelain stew pot and the precious snowfrog soup were scattered on the luxurious carpet, much like her broken heart at this moment. A fire broke out in the backyard, and it was burning fiercely. Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. He leaned lazily against the headboard and even stretched comfortably, his bones making a satisfying cracking sound. He didn't even glance at the mess on the floor, but spoke to Lin Wanner, who was still dazed and limp on the bed, in a matter-of-fact tone. Wanner, go and clean up the broken pieces on the ground. Be careful not to cut your hand. This statement, though seemingly casual, carries an undeniable authority. Lin Wanner jolted awake, instantly snapping out of her ecstasy. She glanced at the classically beautiful woman radiating an eerie aura at the door, then at the languid man on the bed, and immediately understood. This is the master's order. Without any hesitation, she forced her aching body to climb off the soft bed, knelt on the floor, and began carefully picking up the sharp shards. Her actions were humble and submissive. In a single sentence, a freshly trained personal nurse was instantly reduced to her original maid form. At the doorway, Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. Looking at Yi Fan's nonchalant handling of the situation, the overwhelming murderous intent in her heart instantly transformed into an overwhelming sense of grievance. The master neither blamed her for disturbing the place nor comforted the new fox spirit. He maintained his dignity as the first steward in the most direct way. But what followed was an even deeper sense of crisis. She realized that her position was not unshakable. Today it was a nurse, tomorrow it could be a teacher, the day after tomorrow a wife. Those women would swarm in like sharks smelling blood, trying to take away her master. No. Absolutely not. She must prove her worth in a more extreme, comprehensive, and irreplaceable way. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, and put on that gentle and perfect smile again. She bowed respectfully, her voice so gentle it could melt water. It's Ruyan's fault for disturbing the master's rest. Ruyan will go and prepare a fresh one for you right away. After saying that, she turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Back in her room, Lu Ruyan had a bold idea. She wanted to record every moment of the master's time in this palace from all angles and without any blind spots. Whether it's his elegance while dining, his agility while swimming, or his languidness while resting. These will all be sacred images belonging only to her and her master, top secret files for consolidating her position, a divine record that belongs only to her. She took out the latest mobile phone that Qin Leng Yue had specially provided for her, which had the quantum cloud private storage function. From that moment on, Lu Ruyan's camera lens became Yi Fan's shadow. Morning. Yi Fan was swimming in the villa's indoor heated swimming pool, which was comparable to Olympic standard. The newly hired athletic female assistant, a long-legged stunner with honey-colored skin and defined abs, is wearing the sexiest bikini and timing him by the pool. Master, you've increased your speed by 0.01 seconds. Your muscle explosiveness is simply a miracle. Yi Fan popped his head out of the water, shook his wet hair, and splashed water all over the girl. He looked at the girl's exaggerated expression of adoration, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Talk is cheap. Come down here and practice your underwater breath holding with me. Ha! I'm not a good swimmer. I'll teach you, artificially. Lu Ruyan silently pressed the record button from a distance, saving this ambiguous scene into the first chapter of The Daily Life of the Gods. Afternoon. Yifan lay on the fully reclining leather sofa in the private cinema, watching the latest blockbuster. The wife-type assistant who had successfully joined the company, a young woman with a faint milky fragrance and a gentle temperament, was kneeling on the carpet, giving Yifan a foot massage with her soft, boneless hands. Her technique was professional and considerate, with just the right amount of pressure. Yifan squinted comfortably, his toes unconsciously hooking her palm. The young woman's body stiffened abruptly, her pretty face instantly turning red, but the force in her hands became even gentler. Lu Ruyan stood in the shadows, recording everything expressionlessly, and named it The Daily Life of the Gods, Chapter 2. Evening. Yifan lay half reclined on a wicker chair in the garden, enjoying the afterglow of the setting sun. The newcomer, Lin Wanner, carefully peeled open a crystal-clear grape, meticulously removed the seeds, and then, with her fingertips, respectfully offered it to Yifan's lips. Yifan opened his mouth, took the grape into his mouth, and intentionally or unintentionally licked the girl's cold fingertips. Lin Wanner recoiled as if electrocuted, so embarrassed she almost buried her head in her chest, but her face was flushed with happiness. Standing not far away, Lu Ruyan watched the scene, and a wave of bitterness and a sense of crisis surged up in her heart once again. She frantically pulled out her phone, wanting to save the video to her private cloud. However, due to her excitement and unfamiliarity with the new phone's complex functions, her slender fingers inexplicably pressed a button she had never seen before, an icon that resembled a musical note. Share your life with one click. A progress bar she couldn't understand popped up on her phone screen, then it displayed Share Successful. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it had just been saved to another folder, and didn't pay any attention to it. However, she didn't know. Her unintentional act pressed the nuclear button that ignited global public opinion. The video was directly posted to an official Douyin account that was automatically generated for Yifan by the Gate of Apocalypse system but had not yet been officially released. 0.01 seconds after publication. The Gate of Apocalypse system detected this post and identified it as the first public sharing of daily life by an SSS-level citizen, instantly triggering a top priority push notification across the entire network. Within 1 minute. Over 100 million likes. Over 10 million comments. Over 1 million shares. The global internet was once again brought to the brink of collapse because of this short 15-second video. Daily Life of Mr. Yifan, an SSS-level citizen. This title, automatically generated by the system, was displayed in bold red and appeared at the top of all social media platforms worldwide. Wah-ah! The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire capital No. 1 villa. Bang! Fully armed and wielding the latest pulse rifle, Xiao Ruoshua kicked open the living room door and rolled in with standard tactical maneuvers, shouting, "Enemy attack! Protect the master!" However, there were no enemies in the living room. Yifan was the only one lounging on the sofa, looking at the huge holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, the video of him being fed grapes by Lin Wanner was playing on a loop. Meanwhile, he was watching himself enjoying himself on the screen, and then watching the comments section below refresh at a rate of 100,000 messages per second, laughing so hard that he almost cried. Ha 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 ha. Good heavens. I haven't even made a move yet, and you've already elevated me to a godlike status? Yifan was inwardly laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. Lu Ruyan's move was a stroke of genius, a perfect example of unintentional success. Well done. I was thinking of how to stir up some trouble, but now she saved me the trouble. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling. He doesn't have to do anything, he can just quietly enjoy life, and the women under his command will automatically boost his prestige and popularity because of their jealousy and rivalry. This feeling of being passively the center of the world is simply, incredibly exhilarating. The comments section at the bottom of the screen has gone completely insane. Ah! A god! This is a living god! Even the way he eats grapes is so handsome. I cried. Did that maid save the galaxy in her past life? I want to feed Mr. Yifan grapes too. Mr. Yifan, do you need someone to wash your feet? The kind who can sterilize the foot bath 100 times with high temperature. At Li Xiaoxiao, China's richest woman. At Fengtian Group, this level of clarity, comparable to a landline webcam, is blasphemy. Please arrange an 8K ultra high definition VR panoramic livestream immediately. Amidst millions of frenzied comments, a gleaming verified comment with a gold badge was pushed to the top of the trending searches by countless excited fans. Mr. Yifan, do you need a personal assistant who can sing for you? I don't want a salary, at Mu Qingqing National Diva. This comment instantly ignited the entire entertainment industry. Just then, Yifan's private communicator rang. It is Qin Ling Yue. Yifan pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came Qin Ling Yue's cold voice, tinged with an uncontrollable, violent tremor. Oh no. Things have blown up. Chapter 17 Top-tier diva reveals herself, she actually wanted to wash my socks. On the other end of the phone, Qin Ling Yue's voice was filled with suppressed turmoil, and the last syllable of her phrase "things have gotten out of hand" even trembled violently. Yifan simply shifted his posture lazily, propping his legs up on the expensive rosewood coffee table in front of him, and let out a comfortable sigh. Make a scene? He spoke into the communicator in a flat tone, as if he were asking about the weather today. What, they're fighting online because of me? It's not as simple as just starting a fight. Qin Ling Yue's voice rose 8 octaves, and her icy CEO demeanor completely crumbled. It's Mu Qingqing, the national diva of the Dragon Kingdom's music scene. She publicly professed her love to you in the official post of Gate of Revelation. Oh, Mu Qingqing. Yifan remained calm and composed. He even had the leisure to pick up a cherry from the fruit plate next to him and put it in his mouth. The little voice inside him was crossing his arms and making disdainful comments. I remember now, she's that woman who's always in those TV commercials, holding a yogurt and smiling like a pure white lotus. That's such an old-fashioned tactic. Is she desperate to ride my coattails? Too low level, next. However, the image of that perfect, innocent face and those alluring long legs flashed through his mind. She is indeed good-looking, I'd give her a 99 out of 100. I'll deduct 1 point, lest she become arrogant. Yifan's dismissive attitude stood in stark contrast to the overwhelming turmoil outside. Mu Qingqing's declaration of love was like a deep-sea bomb thrown into boiling oil. The entire entertainment industry was completely in an uproar. Her fans went wild, while her haters swarmed in, and a global online battle erupted instantly. Hilarious. Our Qingqing was just expressing her reverence for the gods. Some haters shouldn't overinterpret it. Stop washing your face, upstairs. You're practically saying I want to have your babies. Is this reverence? This is just being in heat. Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely and almost crashing the server, a revelation from an anonymous forum instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. Shocking news. Mu Qingqing has a secret Douyin account where she goes crazy every day with extremely offensive content. This message became the final straw that broke the camel's back. An unprecedented nationwide manhunt began in earnest. Countless tech enthusiasts and gossip lovers are eager to uncover another side of this national diva. However, they were all a step too late. Inside Villa No. 1 in the capital, Yifan's private communicator beeped as he received a document from Qin Ling Yue. The Fengtian Group's intelligence department, comparable to a national-level intelligence agency, precisely located the so-called small account from a vast sea of data in just 1 minute. Qin Ling Yue's postscript was as respectful as ever, yet it carried a hint of barely perceptible sourness. Master, this is the adoration of a top star for you, but it is also a potential threat. You need to understand. A threat? I think this is where the fun begins. Yifan smiled and clicked on the screenshots. The next second, he almost spat out the cherry he hadn't even had time to chew. The screenshot shows a Douyin account with the ID "I also want to wash Yifan's socks today," whose style is completely different from Mu Qingqing's pure and innocent public image. The latest post is a repost and comment on Yifan's feeding grapes video. Aha! The way my brother eats grapes is so sexy. That Adam's apple. That jawline. Those lips soaked in grape juice. I'm dead. I want to die 1,000 times over. Scrolling down, it was even more unbearable to look at. Wah, Yifan's Adam's apple moves. I really want to lick it. I swear, I'm not a pervert. It's just pure art appreciation. Today is another day of going crazy for brother Yifan. The way he lies on the sofa is full of contempt for this boring world. God. Please despise me as much as you want. I hereby declare that from today onwards, my dream is not to hold a world tour, but to wash Yifan's socks by hand. The kind that I hand wash with my most expensive serum. But. Ha 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 ha. Yifan couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing on the spot, rolling around on the sofa laughing. That's outrageous. The contrast is absolutely amazing. He could imagine that the aloof and noble diva in front of millions of viewers, secretly clutching her phone, drooling as she typed out these lewd and inappropriate words. However, due to that accidental guidance of the intelligence department of Fengtian Group, this alt account that was exposed was quickly made public. The global network has been completely shattered. Hashtag the Jade Girl Queen is actually the #1 simp hashtag. This blood red hashtag, followed by a huge, constantly flashing explosive, has swept to the top of the trending topics list on all social media platforms worldwide with overwhelming force. Mu Qingqing's agency was instantly thrown into chaos. The agent was sweating profusely, and the whitewashing article written by dozens of public relations teams overnight had not yet been released. However, the protagonist of the incident, Mu Qingqing herself, made a decision that shocked everyone. She snatched her assistant's phone, turned off all beauty filters, and started a live stream without makeup. In the video, this usually radiant national diva is now without makeup, her eyes are red and swollen, and she is crying her eyes out, looking pitiful. Just when everyone thought she was going to cry and apologize, denying everything, she raised her tear-streaked face, and in a voice trembling with sobs yet utterly resolute, roared at the millions of viewers in the camera's view. That's right. That number is mine. I have no team, no public relations, that's just my honest opinion. She took a deep breath, her tears flowed even more fiercely, but the emotions in her words became even more intense. I just love Mr. Yifan. I love him so much I'm almost going crazy. I'm hopelessly in love with him. I'd do anything for him. Not just wash his socks, but even be the lowest, most undignified maid in his house, I'd do it willingly. This outrageous confession, which could be described as self-destructive, plunged the entire internet into a 10-second-long silence. Then came an even more violent outburst. Sister, you're so brave. You've spoken my mind. I also want to wash Mr. Yifan's socks. That's real personality. 1,000,000 times better than those pretentious female celebrities. I'm a fan now. I hereby declare that, from today onwards, Mu Qingqing will be my internet mouthpiece. This controversy did not cause Mu Qingqing to lose fans. On the contrary, her brave pursuit of love resonated with countless women, and her commercial value increased rather than decreased. Major brands held an emergency meeting overnight, believing that she perfectly embodied the spirit of new era women who were willing to sacrifice everything for love, and new endorsement contracts poured in. The world's values have been bizarrely distorted because of one man. Yifan crossed his legs, watching the national diva on the screen, who was crying her eyes out but had a resolute look on her face. He stroked his chin with satisfaction and revealed a mischievous smile. Interesting. I initially thought she was a scheming woman trying to create hype, but it turns out she's a pure love warrior blinded by romance. The feeling of gradually pulling a goddess down from her pedestal and making her grovel at your feet. You only feel a sense of accomplishment when you conquer something. Just as he was enjoying the ultimate thrill of conquest, Qin Lengyue called again. This time, her tone had regained the calm and sharpness befitting an ice queen, but her words carried a chilling madness and ambition. Master, since the whole world wants to see you, let them see as much as they want. Fengming Live, a platform under the Fengtian Group, is willing to invest 100 billion yuan to exclusively sponsor you for a live broadcast of the first live broadcast with the national diva. Qin Lengyue's voice was cold and clear, every word filled with business calculations and absolute loyalty to Yifan. We not only want to control public opinion, but also to transform your influence into the most direct and irrefutable power. Chapter 18 Live Stream, Connecting with the Queen of Pop. Qin Lengyue personally led the team to set up what could be described as the world's top live streaming studio in the extravagantly large living room of Villa No. 1 in the capital. The equipment is a newly developed, yet to be released model from a technology company under the Fengtian Group, and each camera is worth tens of millions. The lighting team was just flown in from Hollywood, and every light and shadow was meticulously calculated to make the man on the throne appear like a god. 1 second before the live stream begins. The back-end servers of the Fengming live streaming platform are already humming under the strain. The number of viewers worldwide is a terrifying figure that sends chills down the spines of every programmer. 3 billion. Moreover, this number is skyrocketing at a rate of millions per second, breaking all previous live streaming records in human history. At the heart of all this, Yifan was lazily nestled in the enormous sofa, custom made for him, which resembled a throne. Behind him, on his left and right, stood two stunningly beautiful figures. On the left is Qin Lengyue. She wore a bespoke black business suit, her expression was cold, her eyes were sharp, like the most loyal protector, scrutinizing every piece of data scrolling on the screen, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. On the right is Xiao Ruoxue. She changed into a sharp black combat uniform, looking heroic and spirited. Her hand unconsciously rested on the gun handle at her waist, and her beautiful eyes warily scanned her surroundings, as if the air itself held a threat to its master. Ice and fire, power and force. They were merely the most insignificant supporting characters to this man. Let's connect via livestream. Yi Fan yawned and casually gave the order. Qin Lengyue immediately nodded to the staff member next to her. The next second, the huge holographic screen was split in two. On the left is Yi Fan's face, so handsome it's outrageous. On the right, there appears a stunningly beautiful face that haunts the dreams of countless men worldwide. Mu Qingcheng. She sat in her studio, her makeup exquisitely perfect, wearing a pristine white dress. But the queen in front of the camera, the moment she saw Yi Fan, all her pretense crumbled instantly. Her body visibly tensed up, her hands unconsciously clenched tightly together, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. A captivating blush spread uncontrollably from her snow-white neck all the way to her ears. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but her throat felt blocked. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi Fan, hello. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice barely audible, with a noticeable tremor. This is a stark contrast to her queen-like image, which she exudes effortlessly at concerts with tens of thousands of people. The comments section went completely wild at that moment. Ah! The queen instantly transforms into a devoted fangirl. I love this contrast. Wife. Why are you blushing in front of other men? Wait, oh, it's Mr. Yi Fan. Never mind then, please get married right now. Laughing so hard, I think Mu Qingcheng is about to faint from nervousness. Yi Fan looked at the uneasy woman on the screen, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Without a word of politeness, he got straight to the point. Miss Mu, I watched your confession livestream. Mu Qingcheng's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yi Fan slowly shifted to a more comfortable position and continued. She cried terribly. Boom! These three words are more lethal than any malicious words. Mu Qingcheng's face instantly turned from blush to deathly pale, so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground on the spot. More than 3 billion viewers worldwide were completely stunned. Are all gods this direct? However, Yi Fan changed the subject, his tone becoming playful. However, I do admire your determination to do anything for me. One sentence brought Mu Qingcheng back from hell to heaven in an instant. She raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with red eyes, like a puppy waiting for its master's praise. Now, Yi Fan's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. Sing a song for me to hear, and let me see your sincerity. These words were spoken lightly and casually. Yet it carried an unquestionable, commanding tone. He wasn't making a request, nor was he negotiating, he was issuing an order. Mu Qingcheng felt no offense whatsoever. On the contrary, she was flattered and nodded quickly. She cleared her throat and, without any accompaniment, began to sing her most famous song, the award-winning love song that has won numerous international awards. Starfall. A heavenly voice rang out in the live broadcast room. It is gentle, moving, and full of longing for love and humble supplication. After the song ended, the lingering melody resonated in the air. Mu Qingcheng looked at Yi Fan nervously, waiting for his comments. Receiving a single word of praise from a deity is more exciting for her than winning 100 Grammy Awards. Yi Fan simply shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Good technique. He paused, his gaze becoming profound, as if he could penetrate the screen and look directly into her soul. But the feelings aren't right. In your singing, there is only admiration, not submission. Surrender? Mu Qingcheng was stunned, and so were the more than 3 billion viewers. Is this a music review? Something doesn't sound right. Yi Fan's body slowly leaned forward. He moved closer to the camera, and his handsome face on the screen was instantly magnified, filling everyone's field of vision. His voice lowered, becoming hoarse and magnetic, as if he were whispering to Mu Qingcheng alone, or as if he were humming in the ears of more than 3 billion people through an electric current. Yes, surrender. A feeling of completely belonging to one person, from body to soul. Your songs still carry your own pride and reserve, which is not what I want. Your performance still needs some work. Yi Fan's gaze, filled with undisguised aggression, swept over the woman on the screen, who was completely stunned. Finally, he gave a wry smile and offered his conclusion. It seems you need a little professional, private, one-on-one art director. He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, the implication of which was so strong as to be self-evident. This moment, the global internet has exploded. The bullet comments are no longer just text, they have become a torrent of symbols representing extreme excitement that floods the entire screen. This is insane. I'm insane. Public BDSM? Is this content I can watch for free? Art director. I want one too. Mr. Yifan, look at me. I can do any pose. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. God. Please guide me. Mu Qingqing's mind was completely blank. In her world, all that remained were Yifan's magical eyes and the phrase art director that kept echoing in her ears. She felt her body burning up, her breathing becoming hot and rapid, and an unprecedented shiver ran from her tailbone all the way to the top of her head. Almost driven by primal instinct, she used all her strength to nod frantically at the camera. His voice became sharp and trembling due to extreme excitement and agitation. I do. Mr. Yifan, please guide me. This scene was faithfully captured by the camera. The director thoughtfully gave a shot to Qin Ling Yue behind Yifan. The Ice Queen was clenching her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging deep into the tender flesh of her palms, but she was completely unaware of it. Her eyes churned with overwhelming jealousy and a hint of morbid pride. Look, this is my man. With just one sentence, he could make that high and mighty national diva grovel at his feet like the most humble believer. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue subconsciously gripped the gun handle at her waist, her eyes filled with hostility as she looked at Mu Qingqing on the screen, as if she were some extremely dangerous intruder. Yifan looked at the national diva on the screen with satisfaction, feeling nothing in his heart, and even a little amused. Done, next. What he enjoyed was never the result of conquest. Rather, it's the process of manipulating his prey, and the adorable reactions of the women in the backyard when they fight over him. This is the essence of fun. He leaned back on the sofa, looked at the screen, and uttered his last words. My guidance time is very valuable, wait for my notification. After saying that, he directly signaled Qin Ling Yue to cut off the signal. The livestream footage froze on his enigmatic backview, leaving the world with endless imagination and wild speculation. The live stream has ended. #Yifan's art direction #. This brand new term, with unprecedented popularity, swept the top spot on the trending search lists of all social media platforms worldwide. Yifan had just turned off the live stream and casually tossed his phone aside. Bite. A crisp notification sound rang out. It was an unknown text message from an encrypted channel. The sender is unknown. The content, however, made him raise an eyebrow. Mr. God, the security system of your villa seems to me like paper. For example, your chief security officer, Xiao Ruoxue, will be distracted for 0.7 seconds each time she patrols to the wisteria trellis at the 3 o'clock position and thinks about you. That's enough time for a top assassin to carry out 3 fatal attacks. If you want to know more, or if you want to experience a real personal bodyguard, feel free to contact me anytime. The text message ended without a signature, only a title. A passing protector. Chapter 19 Fully armed, breaking into a bridal chamber. Is the policewoman trying to give me a sense of security? The live stream ended, and the noise was shut out from the screen. Yifan slumped lazily in the throne-like sofa, his legs casually propped up on the coffee table in front of him, exuding an extreme sense of relaxation. He could still picture Mu Qingqing in front of the camera, completely infatuated with him and driven to madness. TSK, this year's diva is no good, her mental defenses are so fragile. Yifan's inner self crossed his arms and pouted. A few witty remarks were enough to make her surrender, there was no challenge at all. But, her tearful face is much more pleasing to the eye than her fake smile while holding a yogurt in the commercials. Feeling somewhat bored, he swiped his phone screen and opened the mysterious text message from an encrypted channel. Guardians of the Way? A playful smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Oh? Someone's trying to cut in line? The harem isn't even big enough for a mahjong table yet, and the competition's already heating up? He loved this feeling. He doesn't have to do anything, he just needs to lie quietly, and the world's most outstanding women will fight tooth and nail for a chance to get close to him. Just then. Wah-ah! The piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire Capital No. 1 villa. Blood-red warning lights flashed wildly on the ceiling, illuminating the luxurious living room as if the apocalypse had arrived. An atmosphere of extreme tension filled the air. Immediately afterwards, bang! A deafening explosion. The custom-made door in the living room, made from a single piece of golden nanma wood and worth millions, was kicked open from the outside by a brute force. Amidst the flying sawdust, a lithe black figure charged in with an extremely professional, precise, yet exaggerated tactical role. The person who arrived was Xiao Ruoxue. She wasn't wearing her police uniform today. Instead, she had changed into a tight-fitting black combat suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The fabric of unknown material tightly hugged her long legs, pert buttocks, and full breasts, showcasing her explosive body lines to the fullest. She gripped a state-of-the-art pulse rifle with a futuristic design, its muzzle flashing with dangerous blue electricity. Enemy attack. After rolling to the ground, Xiao Ruoxue assumed a standard shooting stance with one knee on one knee and roared, "Protect master." However, the living room was empty apart from Yifan sprawled on the sofa. There wasn't a soul in sight. Yifan didn't even lift his eyelids. He slowly picked up the juice beside him, took a sip, and then lazily clapped his hands at Xiao Ruoxue, who had just gotten up from the ground with some dust on her face. "Officer Xiao, that's quite a unique way to make your entrance. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were on the set of Mission Impossible 18. His tone was calm, yet full of teasing. Xiao Ruoxue's strikingly beautiful face flushed red instantly, from her cheeks all the way to her ears. But she immediately forced a straight face, used a louder voice to cover her embarrassment, strode quickly to Yifan, and said righteously, "Owner, your online influence has had an immeasurable impact on the world. According to the latest resolution of the National Supreme Security Council, your personal security level has been officially upgraded to the walking natural disaster level." She straightened her back, her full breasts rising and falling slightly with excitement. "The security measures at this villa are, in my opinion, completely ineffective and riddled with loopholes. This is an extreme act of irresponsibility towards national security." Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. Here it comes, the familiar recipe, the familiar taste. Using work as a pretext to grope others. This young policewoman has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. However, to be fair, this tight-fitting combat suit is really cool, much better than her loose police uniform. The costume designer deserves a big bonus. Yifan was overjoyed inside, but kept a straight face. Without a word, Xiao Ruoxue took a futuristic-looking silver detector from her multifunctional belt and began her so-called safety hazard investigation. "I must conduct a full security scan on you to rule out the possibility that you are carrying any unauthorized tracking or eavesdropping devices." She spoke in a businesslike manner, but her body language betrayed her true intentions as she moved closer to Yifan. The detector scanned his body, while her warm breath, intentionally or unintentionally, brushed against Yifan's sensitive neck and earlobes. "It feels itchy and numb." A scent mixed with faint sweat, expensive perfume, and a hint of metallic gunpowder wafted into Yifan's nostrils. This scent is more intoxicating than any aphrodisiac fragrance. The sofa material is too soft, and the depth exceeds the safety threshold, making it unsuitable as an effective shelter in an emergency. Thumbs down. The cushion next to you is filled with top-grade velvet, which is flammable and poses a major fire hazard. Thumbs down. You. Xiao Ruoxue's detector slowly descended from Yifan's chest, muttering incantations as she did so, her expression as serious as if she were truly carrying out a top-secret mission. Just then, the athletic female assistant who had recently joined the company noticed that Yifan seemed to have sweat on his forehead, so she quickly grabbed a clean towel and jogged over, wanting to curry favor with him. "Master, let me wipe it for you." She hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Ruoxue's icy gaze swept over her like a sharp sword. "Stop." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with undeniable authority and a warning. According to the Level 1 security regulations, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach within 3 meters of the owner. You are at risk of being infiltrated by external forces. The hot, athletic female assistant was so frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Ruoxue that she turned pale, trembled, and retreated sullenly, not daring to approach her again. Xiao Ruoxue snorted softly, withdrew her gaze, and a victorious smile unconsciously appeared on her lips, like a lioness who had driven away all competitors and successfully occupied the territory. She continued her investigation work. The detector in her hand seemed to have a mind of its own, always lingering longer in certain particularly sensitive areas. Yifan squinted comfortably, enjoying the clumsy yet bold teasing of the young policewoman. When he felt it was about time, he lazily opened his mouth. "All right, Officer Xiao, I'm perfectly clean. There's nothing on me that's worth your careful examination. If you really want to study me, you can come to my room tonight, and we can have an in-depth discussion about human anatomy. Xiao Ruoxua's body stiffened abruptly, and the detector almost fell to the ground. Her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and after stammering for a long time, she finally managed to change the subject. Ahem. Master's personal safety has been confirmed. Now, begin checking for potential environmental safety hazards. Her investigation route was very precise, moving towards the kitchen. Her expression turned extremely serious again, and her voice rose 8 octaves. Food. It's the weakest link in the entire security system. Countless assassinations throughout history have been carried out through food poisoning. I must personally inspect the source, transportation chain, storage method, and final processing of all ingredients to eliminate any possibility of poisoning. As she spoke, she strode quickly toward the kitchen. The manner in which they went didn't seem like they were inspecting a kitchen, it was more like they were going to raid a terrorist's armory. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, watching her heroic yet somewhat guilty back, and his smile deepened. The show is about to begin. Xiao Ruoxua pushed open the slightly ajar kitchen door. Behind the door lies a gentle and tranquil world, completely at odds with the tense atmosphere outside. Lu Ruyan was standing in front of the gleaming kitchen counter. She wore an elegant light blue cheongsam with a low slit that perfectly accentuated her slender waist and rounded hips. Her long, black hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing a section of her fair and graceful neck. She was gracefully using a small silver spoon to add the finishing touches to a steaming bowl of soup. His focused expression and serene demeanor made it seem as if he were not cooking, but sculpting a masterpiece of art. Hearing the door open, Lu Ruyan slowly raised her head. She saw Xiao Ruoxua, fully armed and with a menacing look on her face. Lu Ruyan's gentle smile remained unchanged, and her ever-affectionate eyes even curved into beautiful crescent moons. Officer Xiao, you've worked hard. Would you like to try the calming and invigorating soup I just made for my master? Her voice was as gentle and captivating as ever. But deep within those gentle eyes, a cold, possessive chill flashed by. 2 top women from different fields, yet both standing at the pinnacle of their respective fields. One represents the ultimate in violence and protection. One represents the ultimate in gentleness and service. Their eyes met in the air. A war without gunpowder is about to break out on the unexpected battlefield of the kitchen. Chapter 20: The Feeding Dispute. Butler and policewoman, metaphysics beats science. Yifan's inner voice had already moved a small stool, was cracking sunflower seeds, and was watching with great interest. Oh wow, a preview of the battle for the Empress's favor? This is interesting. Lu Ruyan was the first to break the silence. She bowed slightly to Xiao Ruoxua, her posture impeccable, like a top-notch butler straight out of a textbook. Her smile was flawless, yet her words carried a gentle strength that was impossible to ignore. Officer Xiao is truly dedicated to his duties. For the safety of the homeowner, he even personally inspects places like the kitchen. She gently shook the soup bowl in her hand, speaking softly. However, the kitchen is full of oil fumes. If your sophisticated equipment gets greasy, it will affect its performance. As long as you are in charge of the master's diet, yen will be enough. The implication is clear: this is my territory, and you've crossed the line. Xiao Ruoxua snorted coldly, her handsome face expressionless, and raised the silver detector in her hand, the gun-like probe aimed at the bowl of fragrant soup. Butler Lu, I must remind you, good intentions can sometimes lead to bad results. Her voice was cool and professional. Modern poisoning techniques are advancing rapidly. Many highly toxic substances are colorless and odorless, making them indistinguishable to the naked eye. For the absolute safety of my master, I must conduct molecular-level testing on all food that enters his mouth. After saying that, the detector emitted a soft beep sound, and a blue beam of light swept towards the soup bowl. Yifan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, enjoying the spectacle, and let out a sigh that sounded like he was in a bad mood. Sigh, you two both make sense, I'm really in a dilemma. His appearance instantly put both women on edge. Yifan stretched out his finger and pointed first at the soup bowl in Lu Ruyan's hand, looking worried. Ruyan, I understand your feelings, but this soup, what if it really has been tampered with, just like Officer Xiao said? If I drink it, won't I die on the spot? It's a small matter if I die, but what about all the women in the world? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered, a hint of heartache flashing in them. He then looked at Xiao Ruoxua, whose face was serious, and his brows furrowed even deeper. Officer Xiao, your instrument is too high-tech. It's so cold. Don't take away the spiritual energy in my bowl of nourishing soup. This is a loving soup that Ruyan simmered for 3 hours. In short, this has successfully added fuel to the fire of this invisible war. The two women's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Please rest assured, Master. Lu Ruyan spoke first, her voice still gentle, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. This dragon and phoenix harmony soup uses snow chickens raised above the snowline of the Kunlun Mountains, paired with anchovies caught from the depths of the East China Sea, and is simmered over low heat for a full 3 hours and 15 minutes with the morning dew of Tian Shan snow lotus as a starter. It is the best way to replenish the energy and spirit that the host has expended during today's live broadcast. Xiao Ruoxue immediately retorted. The mind is a mystical subject, invisible and intangible. My equipment can precisely analyze the trace elements that the owner's body currently needs most, down to the milligram. Zinc, iron, taurine. If any of these are deficient, I can immediately provide the optimal dietary supplementation plan. This is true science. Yi Fan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. Let's fight. Let's fight. To feed me, one person pulled out a mystical recipe, and the other brought out scientific instruments. It was amazing. This is much more interesting than any Michelin guide. I must accept this blessing. Seeing that Xiao Ruoxue's scientific theory seemed to have the upper hand, Lu Ruyan looked at her arguing and suddenly smiled quietly. That smile, like a lotus flower after the rain, was pure and elegant, yet possessed a deadly penetrating power. She posed a question that seemed casual but was actually incredibly weighty. Officer Xiao, your equipment is amazing. It can analyze the components. But... She paused, her tender gaze shifting to Yi Fan before returning to Xiao Ruoxue's flushed face. Do you know that when Master drinks soup, he doesn't like it to be too hot, but it can't be lukewarm either? It has to be the temperature at which he can feel a warm current sliding down his throat and into his stomach after it enters his mouth? Did you know that when the host drinks soup, he likes to unconsciously tap the rim of the bowl 3 times with the third finger of his left hand when he's in the mood? Did you know that he doesn't like any chopped mushrooms in his soup, even the finest minced shiitake mushrooms? He can taste it and will frown. With each question Lu Ruyan asked, Xiao Ruoxue's face paled a little more. These are all things outside her area of knowledge. These are the most subtle and personal habits that Yi Fan alone possesses, habits that those cold instruments simply cannot detect. Finally, Lu Ruyan delivered the final blow with a gentle yet cruel remark. Can your instruments detect these? Xiao Ruoxue was speechless for a moment. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She is an absolute expert in military deterrence, security deployment, and tactical planning. But in these everyday details, filled with the warmth of daily life and the shared experiences of living together, she was utterly defeated. Seeing Lu Ruyan's seemingly gentle smile, which was actually full of the air of a victor, Xiao Ruoxue's cheeks flushed red, and a strong sense of defeat and resentment welled up in her heart. She felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, a mixture of sourness and bitterness. Why should I? How could this woman know so much about her master? Losing the verbal battle doesn't mean she'll admit defeat. Xiao Ruoxue suddenly turned around, abandoning her confrontation with Lu Ruyan, and grabbed Yi Fan's arm. She gripped him tightly, and her expression became incredibly serious, as if her earlier defeat was just an illusion. Owner. The desire for food is a minor matter. The safety of life is the most important thing. She spoke with righteous indignation and found a new breakthrough. Your physical reaction and sense of crisis were terrible during that emergency. Faced with a threat like the door being kicked down, you were sitting on the sofa without moving. That's a huge safety hazard. She gave Yi Fan no chance to refuse, her fiery eyes fixed on him, her tone resolute. I must immediately provide you with one-on-one, top-notch close-quarters combat training. To help your body develop muscle memory, enabling you to make the most correct evasive and counter-attacking maneuvers in any unexpected situation. That's an order. Follow me. After saying that, she didn't give Yi Fan a chance to speak and dragged him out of the kitchen, half pulling and half dragging him. That force, that posture, was less like teaching and more like kidnapping. In the kitchen, only Lu Ruyan remained. Holding the bowl of dragon and phoenix harmony soup, which embodied all her hard work, a slight crack appeared for the first time on her flawless, gentle smile. She looked in the direction where Yi Fan was forcibly taken away by Xiao Ruoxue, her fingers gripping the soup bowl tightened slightly, her knuckles turning white. Chapter 21 In-depth instruction. The policewoman taught me self-defense techniques but ended up getting herself into trouble. In the living room, the atmosphere shifted instantly from the subtle battle in the kitchen to a tense, training-like mode. Xiao Ruoxue forcibly dragged Yifan to the carpet in the center of the living room, her handsome face filled with an undeniable seriousness. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the frustration of being humiliated in front of Lu Ruyan, as well as the panic she felt at being so close to Yifan. She wants to reclaim her home field advantage. From now on, I am no longer a police officer, and you are no longer the master. Xiao Ruoxue straightened her back, her full breasts rising and falling beneath her black combat uniform. She forced herself into the role of instructor and gave orders in what she thought was a very authoritative tone. I'll call you recruit, newbie. You call me sir. Understand? Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. Oh my, so she's even doing role-playing now? Is this young policewoman trying to hide her little secret of wanting to get close to me? It's too obvious, her level is too low. He had a lazy, cooperative look on his face, standing there listlessly and deliberately dragging out his words. Yes, sir. His gaze swept unabashedly over Xiao Ruoxue, from her taut waistline to her round and perky buttocks encased in combat uniform, finally settling on her long, straight legs. But sir, your clothes are too tight. I'm afraid that if I move too much during training, I might accidentally tear them. That would be so embarrassing. One sentence instantly shattered the instructor aura that Xiao Ruoxue had painstakingly built up. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and a blush spread uncontrollably from her neck to her ears. That bastard. How could he say such vulgar things in such a calm tone? Shut up, recruit. Xiao Ruoxue forced herself to remain calm, using a rebuke to cover up her panic, and immediately began to distract herself with her actions. The first tip: how to quickly break free when your wrist is grabbed by an enemy. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward, her right hand flashing out like lightning, and tightly grabbed Yifan's wrist. In order to demonstrate the proper form of the movement, she inevitably pressed her body tightly against it. Instantly, an amazing softness and elasticity pressed tightly against Yifan's arm through the tough combat suit. It wasn't a simple touch, but a close and intimate fit. Yifan could even clearly feel the breathtaking contours and the slight rise and fall of her body with her breath. A scent mixed with faint sweat, expensive perfume, and a hint of metallic gunpowder smoke forcefully entered Yifan's nostrils. This scent is more intoxicating than any aphrodisiac fragrance. Instead of struggling, Yifan enjoyed it and leaned close to her slightly burning ear, blowing hot air into it in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Sir, is this what you call grappling? Why do I feel like your heart is beating faster than mine? His voice was low and husky with a hint of playfulness, and his warm breath brushed against Xiao Ruoxue's sensitive earlobe. Are you demonstrating CPR to me? Boom! Xiao Ruoxue's mind went blank, and her breathing instantly became erratic. She could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly in her chest, the sound so loud it frightened her. That bastard! How did he know? Recruit, recruit! Be serious! This is a matter of life and death. She shoved Yifan away abruptly, as if she had been burned, and stammered a curse. But her ears, already bright red, and her eyes, which darted away, unable to meet his gaze, completely betrayed her inner turmoil. No! We can't just give up like this. In order to get revenge, Xiao Ruoxue gritted her teeth and decided to go straight for the most difficult technique. She was determined to use her absolute professional skills to shut this foul-mouthed bastard up. What would you do if an enemy attacked you from behind and locked your throat with their arm? She quickly moved behind Yifan, wrapped her arms around his broad neck, and pressed her entire upper body tightly against his broad back to achieve the most standard chokehold posture. This pose is extremely ambiguous. Yifan could clearly feel two soft and elastic mounds pressing tightly against his shoulder blades, and as she exerted her strength, their shape was squeezed even more astonishingly. Her taut abdomen, flat and powerful, pressed tightly against his back. She clung to him like an octopus. You have to do it like this. Use the strength of your chin to push my arm away, and then lower your body and rotate. Use this kind of force. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was broken and intermittent. She herself didn't know what she was saying. She felt as if she were tightly embracing a scorching furnace. The burning heat and strong masculine aura emanating from the man made her head spin and her limbs go weak. Just as she was about to exert her strength, Yifan suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and husky, with a deadly magnetism. Sir, do you know that the fragrance on your body is more effective than any anesthetic? Before he could finish speaking, Yifan's body suddenly flipped over. The movement was incredibly fast. It wasn't any kind of fighting technique, but rather a pure, overwhelming power and speed. Xiao Ruoxue felt a blur before her eyes, and an irresistible force came over her. Her proud balance and strength were as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in front of the opponent. The balance of power was reversed in an instant. Ah! Xiao Ruoxue let out a short gasp, her whole body spinning as Yifan easily pushed her down onto the huge, soft sofa behind her that seemed to swallow her whole. Her prized combat suit not only failed to provide any protection at this moment, but its tight design also accentuated the breathtaking curves of her body as she struggled. Yifan propped himself up on the sofa next to her face with one hand, looking down at her, their faces less than a centimeter apart. Their breaths mingled, and their breathing could be heard. The female warrior who was just moments ago so heroic and trying to play the role of a strict instructor is now only filled with shock, shyness, and utter helplessness. Her eyes, which always burned with fire, were now watery and filled with panic, like a fawn lost in the forest. It's over. That was the only thought in her mind. Yifan looked at the policewoman beneath him, who was completely stunned, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He slowly breathed hot air onto her face, enjoying the pleasure of his prey's complete surrender. Lesson 1, Instructor. His voice was filled with the triumph of a conqueror. Never use your mediocre skills to provoke a sleeping lion. He slowly lowered his head, his lips almost touching her earlobe, which was so red it was practically bleeding, and delivered the final, fatal blow in the softest, most suggestive voice. Your face is redder than a police light right now. So cute. Xiao Ruoxue shuddered, her brain went blank with a buzz, and she completely shut down. She felt as if the man's aura had completely permeated her body and soul, leaving her utterly powerless to resist and limp as a rag doll. Yifan was satisfied with the sight of the defeated and shy female war goddess beneath him before slowly straightening up and releasing Xiao Ruoxue, who was now limp and unable to think. He stretched, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. It's so interesting to see how a proud woman is manipulated and watched go from being assertive to feeling ashamed and indignant, and finally to completely falling into depravity. Just then. Bite. His private communicator rang again. It was that protector again, sending a message at the perfect time, as if the other party had been secretly watching everything that was happening here. All show and no substance, a waste of time. True protection is silent. Tonight at midnight, in the rose garden on the east side of the villa, I'll show you what it's all about. Yifan looked at the message, then glanced at Xiao Ruoxue, who was still sprawled on the sofa beside him, her face full of shame and indignation, glaring at him with murderous eyes. His smile grew even stronger. Looks like tonight is going to be quite lively. Chapter 22 The Richest Woman Comes Knocking? Be my personal assistant first. The living room still held the faint smell of gunpowder from Xiao Ruoxue's combat uniform, as well as the lingering warmth of her defeat and indignation. Yifan sprawled out on the sofa, feeling clear-headed and completely relaxed. The policewoman instructor's expression wanting to devour herself but powerless to do so was truly captivating and endlessly fascinating. Life is just that simple, unadorned, and boring. He listlessly swiped his phone and opened the encrypted message from the Guardian. Tonight at midnight, in the rose garden on the east side of the villa, I'll show you what it's all about. Yifan looked at the incomplete text message and a playful smile appeared on his lips. TSK, another one who's a scroll king? The little devil inside him was already sitting with his legs crossed, cracking sunflower seeds. Why are women these days so ill-mannered? If they want to enter my harem, don't they know to queue up and get a number first? They try to cut in line as soon as they come up, as if I'm a public toilet that they can just come and go as they please? Just as I was complaining, the automatic door to the living room slid open silently. Xin Lingyue walked in. But today's Ice Queen has a slightly off style. Behind her followed her fairy-like secretary, Sume, while she herself, like a primary school student being called to the teacher's office for the first time, kept her head down, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Yifan on the sofa at all. Those delicate hands, which used to wield a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate and sign decisions without even a tremor, were now nervously twisting the hem of her haute couture suit, wrinkling the expensive fabric. Sume followed behind, and when she saw Yifan's questioning gaze, a gloating smile immediately appeared on her face. She even winked at him and silently mouthed a few words. Boss lady, it's no use. Yifan understood immediately and became interested. He leisurely adjusted his posture and looked with great interest at the woman standing in the center of the living room, who exuded awkwardness and unease. What's up? Yifan's voice was lazy, with a hoarse tone as if he had just woken up. Xin Lingyue visibly trembled, raised her head as if to say something, but when she met Yifan's smiling eyes, she immediately lowered her head again. She stood there, her lips moving for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single complete syllable. Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was doubled over. No way, no way? The president of Fengtian Group, the world's richest woman, a woman whom Forbes would call sister, is harder to talk to than signing a $10 billion contract? I love this contrast. Give me more. The air was awkwardly quiet, with only Su-mei trying hard to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly. Under Yifan's amused gaze, Qin Lengyue felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. If she didn't speak soon, she felt like she was about to spontaneously combust on the spot. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and finally blurted it out. Tonight, there's a top-tier business dinner tonight, and I'd like to have you accompany me. After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, her chest heaving violently, and two beautiful blushes appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Oh? A dinner party? Yifan yawned, feigning disinterest, and picked up a grape from the fruit plate, popping it into his mouth. That sounds so boring, I'd rather stay home and watch TV. You know, I don't like socializing. He deliberately dragged out the sound, slowly spitting out the grape skins, but his eyes remained fixed on Qin Lengyue's face, watching her complexion turn pale little by little at a visible speed. Qin Lengyue became anxious. She took a step forward, her voice pleading. This isn't an ordinary dinner party. That woman from Xingyao Group. Li Qingyao, she'll be there too. She's been saying in public lately that she's very interested in you. Tonight, I absolutely must have you present yourself as my man and completely shatter her hopes. I'll agree to any conditions as long as you're willing to go. Seeing that Yifan remained unmoved, Qin Lengyue panicked completely and began to blurt out her price without thinking. A 5% stake in the Fengtian Group? Or that private island in the Aegean Sea I just bought at auction? Or whatever you want, it's all you need. Yifan was secretly overjoyed. Look, this is how a top-tier businesswoman begs for help, practically offering her entire fortune to you. But he merely raised his hand casually, interrupting her. He sat up straight on the sofa and slowly moved closer to Qin Lengling, who was standing uneasily. A strong masculine aura instantly enveloped her, making her gasp for breath. Yifan's deep eyes, filled with undisguised aggression, stared directly at her, making her feel like prey being targeted by a lion, with nowhere to escape. I'm not interested in those things. His voice was low and magnetic. My conditions are very simple. Qin Lengyue swallowed nervously, held her breath, and waited for his verdict. Yifan looked into her eyes, which were slightly moist with nervousness, and said clearly, word by word. Throughout the entire banquet, you were not President Qin, nor were you the head of Fengtian Group. You are my personal assistant. You do whatever I tell you to do. If I'm thirsty, you pour me a drink. If I'm hungry, you serve me food. If any clueless women try to harass me, you're responsible for blocking them for me. With each word he spoke, Qin Lengling's face grew paler. This condition made her feel worse than if she were killed outright. To make a woman who stands at the top of the world serve a man like a maid in a public, high-profile setting. This is simply trampling and grinding her pride and dignity underfoot. As Yifan watched the ever-changing expressions on her face, his smile deepened. He issued his final ultimatum in an unquestionable tone. Is it possible? The three words, seemingly light, yet weighed a ton, striking Qin Lengyue's heart with tremendous force. She bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palms, as she struggled internally. On one hand, there was her dignity as an empress. On one hand, there's the immense sense of crisis that the woman named Li Qingyao might steal away her beloved man. A few seconds later, she gave up. Under Yifan's all-seeing gaze, she finally lowered her eyes slowly, feeling humiliated and unwilling, and squeezed out a barely audible sound from her throat. Good. For Yifan, that surrender was the most beautiful music in the world. He leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction and waved. Go and prepare, my assistant Qin. Qin Lengyue felt as if she had been granted a pardon, and turned to leave the living room as if fleeing. Her back view looked like she was in a disheveled state, as if she were running away in panic. As soon as she left, Su-mei, who had been suppressing her laughter, immediately approached Yifan like a beautiful snake, her warm breath, as fragrant as orchids, brushing against his ear. Master, you are so mean. Her voice was soft and alluring, with a captivating charm that could melt a person's bones. Our CEO has had 3 different evening gowns flown in overnight from top designers around the world for tonight. They're in her private dressing room, waiting for you to come over. Sumei's fingers brushed across Yifan's arm, intentionally or unintentionally, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. She leaned closer and whispered seductively in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Those 3 dresses, one is elegant and noble, one is sexy and hot, and there's another one." She paused deliberately, her red lips almost touching Yifan's earlobe. "Very convenient. Master, would you like to personally help the CEO choose some clothes, and perhaps, help her dress them as well?" Chapter 23. The Empress calls him master, and the rival is completely stunned by the slap. The Dragon Kingdom's State Banquet Hall is a place where even the air is filled with the scent of power and money. The crystal chandelier hangs like an inverted Milky Way, and every inch of the carpet is handwoven by top artisans. Those who can breathe here are all celebrities and dignitaries whose stomp can shake the entire area. At this moment, this dazzling ocean has fallen into an eerie silence. All eyes were focused on the entrance to the banquet hall. A man. Dressed casually, with his hands in his pockets, he walked in with a leisurely gait. His face was unbelievably handsome, but what made hearts stop racing even more was the woman following closely behind him. The woman wore a perfectly tailored black evening gown that breathtakingly accentuated her exquisite figure. But she kept her head down, her posture humble, and she was carrying a men's coat in her hand. That face, that icy coldness, that face that has appeared countless times on the covers of global financial magazines. It's Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue, the Ice Queen, is the helmsman of Fengtian Group, the world's #1 conglomerate. She was actually following behind a man like a little assistant? Everyone in the audience was so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. What kind of hellish drawing is this? Yifan ignored the stares around him, while the little voice inside him yawned listlessly. "TSK, I should have known better than to pick this out for her. There's too little fabric, it'll be a struggle to even lift the dress. It's all thanks to me, I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see women suffer." Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Li Qingyao, the president of Xingyao Group, known for her strong and beautiful personality, walked over gracefully, holding a wine glass. She completely ignored Qin Lengyue behind Yifan, her captivating eyes fixed on him, her smile alluring and seductive. "Mr. Yifan, I have long admired your name. I am Li Qingyao, and I would like to offer you a toast." Her voice was sweet and cloying, carrying an air of unwavering confidence. However, Yifan didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply stretched out his hand lazily towards Qin Lengyue behind him. A simple action. Qin Lengyue's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She immediately understood, quickly stepped forward, picked up a glass of Romani Conti red wine from the waiter's tray, and respectfully handed it to Yifan with both hands. The entire process was smooth and efficient, exuding a strong sense of disciplined obedience. Yifan then took the wineglass, swirled it, and glanced at Li Qingyao, whose smile had become somewhat stiff, out of the corner of his eye. "Oh, who are you?" 3 words, spoken lightly, instantly drained all color from Li Qingyao's delicate face. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe their ears. Yifan took a sip of the wine, then frowned. To everyone's astonishment, he flicked his wrist and poured the $1,000,000 glass of top-quality red wine directly onto the gleaming marble floor. The scarlet wine was like a pool of glaring blood. "The wine is wrong, change it." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire banquet hall. He turned to Qin Lengyue and said in a commanding tone, "Also, inform the person in charge of this hotel that he can prepare for bankruptcy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a middle-aged man in a tuxedo, so fat he was practically dripping with fat, scrambled over and knelt down with a thud, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Yifan. Spare me. Spare me." Qin, her face cold, didn't even glance at the man on the ground. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and spoke in an icy tone. "Acquire him." Throughout the entire process, Yifan didn't even glance at the kneeling hotel owner again. He was just dealing with a trivial matter, like stepping on an ant. From this moment on, the banquet completely transformed into Yifan's personal showcase. Countless top socialites, popular actresses, and powerful female entrepreneurs, like sharks smelling blood, tried to get close to Yifan. But without exception, they were all blocked by an invisible ice wall. Qin Lengyue. She was like a protective lioness, staying by Yifan's side every step of the way. Her eyes were cold and her aura was powerful. Any woman who dared to approach Yifan within 3 meters would be driven back by her warning gaze. Yifan sat in the main seat, enjoying Qin Lengyue's personal service. He wanted to eat shrimp, so Qin Lengyue peeled them for him, blew on them to cool them down, and then fed them to his mouth. When his cup was empty, Qin Lengyue immediately poured him just the right amount of warm water. His posture was extremely humble, yet his eyes were filled with an intense, undisguised possessiveness. This scene drove all the women present to the brink of insane jealousy. That's Qin Lengyue. They had never seen this ice queen serve a man so humbly. Yi Fan, with his legs crossed, almost burst out laughing at Qin Lengyue's tense yet stubborn expression. Look at her. Just now, when I was helping her zip up that especially convenient dress in the dressing room, she was trembling all over, and her face was as red as a boiled shrimp. Now, in order to assert sovereignty, they're willing to risk anything. So cute, so adorable. Li Qinyao was unwilling to accept this. She couldn't believe she would lose to Qin Lengyue, who was only good at being a maid. She composed herself, picked up her wine glass again, and walked over. This time, she brought a huge sum of money. Mr. Yi Fan, Xingyao Group is willing to give up 30% of its shares to jointly develop a new energy project with Fengtian Group, with a total investment of over 300 billion. We only hope to get your guidance. A collaboration worth hundreds of billions was casually tossed out by her. Everyone gasped in shock. Yi Fan didn't even bother to listen and impatiently waved his hand, saying to Qin Lengyue beside him, I'm tired. Tell her to shut up. Yes. Qin Lengyue responded and immediately stepped forward, her tall figure completely blocking Yi Fan's way, directly facing Li Qinyao, whose face was ashen. Her voice was chillingly cold. Master is going to rest now, please get out. Boom. The word master resounded like a thunderclap in everyone's mind. Li Qinyao completely broke down. She staggered back a step, her face filled with disbelief. Every woman in the room felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by a giant hand of jealousy, almost suffocating her. The moment Qin Lengyue uttered that shameful name, her ears burned as if they were on fire. But she stubbornly straightened her back, defending her victory with a cold gaze. The dinner ended in an eerie atmosphere. Yi Fan stretched and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, Li Qinyao rushed over like a madwoman and blocked his way. Completely abandoning all dignity and pride, she cried out in a hoarse voice to Yi Fan's retreating figure. Mr. Yi Fan. I'm willing to give up everything from Xingyao Group. I'll give you everything I have. I just beg you to give me a chance. She hadn't finished speaking. A cold glint flashed in Qin Lengyue's eyes. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap landed hard on Li Qingyao's beautiful face. Qin Lengyue shook her slightly numb hand, looked at Li Qinyao, who was completely stunned and had blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and said coldly, word by word. You dare to challenge me? Chapter 24 teaches you what deep relaxation is. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly on the empty streets of the capital city at midnight, so smooth that one could not feel any bumps. Inside the carriage, the expensive leather and top-grade peachwood exuded the scent of money, yet the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Qin Lengyue sat in the corner furthest from Yi Fan, her black evening gown that perfectly accentuated her figure now serving as a prison for her. She straightened her back, her hands tightly resting on her knees, like a prisoner awaiting trial. The excitement of delivering that slap at the banquet had long since faded, replaced by endless unease and lingering fear. She didn't know how Yi Fan would view her shrewish behavior just now. Will he think he's too jealous? Too violent? Too intolerant? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, making her restless. She could only steal quick glances out of the corner of her eye at the man slumped in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. Yi Fan's inner voice was leisurely making its assessment while he crossed his legs. Look at this poor thing. He was just outside showing off and beating people up, and now he's curled up in a ball. It's a typical case of post-traumatic stress disorder. However, that slap was indeed satisfying, it had the style of my queen. It's time to give them a reward. Yi Fan broke the silence inside the car. He didn't even open his eyes, but just spoke lazily. That slap just now was well done, a pleasure to watch. A casual compliment. Yet, like heavenly music, it instantly struck Qin Lengyue's tense nerves. Her body visibly relaxed, and the immense joy welling up from the bottom of her heart almost made her unable to control the curve of her lips. He approved of me. He doesn't hate himself. This feeling made her a million times happier than if Fengtian Group's stock price had doubled overnight. An overwhelming sense of happiness overwhelmed her reason, giving her the greatest courage she had ever possessed. She wanted to do something for him. It's not just about offering wealth and power, but something more private, more intimate, service. Qin Lengyue quietly and slowly moved her body from one end of the carriage to the side of Yifan. The leather seats emitted a slight rustling sound, which was particularly clear in the quiet cabin. She finally mustered her courage and spoke in a barely audible, trembling voice. "Master, you've had a long night. I recently learned some head massage techniques, and I want to help you relax." Yifan was secretly laughing his head off. "Oh ho! You even secretly signed up for classes? You've rolled it all up. This damned charm, what am I supposed to do?" On the surface, he merely let out a lazy from his nose, which was taken as agreement, and then obediently leaned his head back on the soft seatback, looking like he was ready to be taken advantage of. With permission granted, Qin Lengyue blushed and carefully extended her long, slender, and icy hands, which had signed countless multi-million-dollar contracts. With a slight tremor in her fingertips, she gently placed them on Yifan's temple. Her movements were extremely clumsy. The pressure was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, without any pattern. It was less like a massage and more like her cool fingertips tentatively caressing his skin. The feeling was itchy and tingly, like a feather tickling the tip of my heart. Yifan enjoyed this clumsy tenderness, and the way this ice queen removed all her pretenses for him. Just as Qin Lengyue's fingers moved to his neck, Yifan suddenly moved. He moved with lightning speed and grabbed her mischievous little hand. Qin Lengyue trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She tried to pull her hand back in panic, but his large, iron-like hand held her firmly, and she could not move. Yifan held her delicate hand in his palm, brought it to his lips, and gently kissed the smooth back of her hand. The warm touch made her mind go blank for a moment. "Your technique is too amateurish." Yifan finally opened his eyes. His deep eyes shone brightly in the dimly lit carriage, staring intently at her flustered face. His voice was husky and magnetic, each word like a hook, tugging at her heart. "True relaxation isn't about pressing here." He paused, looking at her red lips that were slightly trembling with nervousness, and continued in a seductive tone. "Instead, we need to find the most sensitive spot, and then go deeper." Before he finished speaking, he took Qin Lengyue's captured hand and slowly pulled it downwards. The light glided over his well-defined collarbone, across his muscular chest, and finally stopped on his flat yet firm abdomen. Through the thin shirt, Qin Lengyue could clearly feel the explosive power contained beneath those muscles, as well as the astonishingly hot temperature that seemed to melt her palm. Her breathing became completely disordered at that moment. "My cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg." No. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but when her voice came out, it was so soft and weak that it sounded more like a reluctant invitation. Yifan didn't give her any chance to think at all. With his other hand, he swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, applying slight pressure. "Ah!" With a short gasp, Qin Lengyue was easily lifted up by him, and in the blink of an eye, she was in a different position. She straddled his lap. This position made her so ashamed she almost fainted. She could clearly feel how solid and hot the place was, and the man's strong masculine aura, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol, completely enveloped her, leaving her nowhere to escape. "Now!" Yifan's deep voice rang in her ear, and his hot breath sprayed on her earlobe, making her tremble all over. "Let me teach you what professional and deep relaxation means." Amidst Qin Lengyue's brief gasp, Yifan's kiss landed forcefully and irresistibly. The privacy partition inside the carriage had quietly risen some time earlier, completely isolating this small space from the outside world. In the dim light, all the Ice Queen's reserve, pride, and pretense were shattered at this moment. She initially struggled symbolically for a couple of moments, but her negligible strength was quickly crushed by the man's relentless onslaught. Her pride and rationality completely collapsed, and her body softened into a pool of spring water in his arms. She could only let out suppressed, heart-wrenching moans, instinctively clinging to him and responding to him. For a long time. Lips separate. Only the two people's rapid and heavy breathing remained in the carriage. Qin Lengyue, her eyes alluring, slumped in Yifan's arms, her expensive evening gown now disheveled. Her usually cold and aloof face was now flushed with emotion, her swollen lips were slightly parted as she gasped for air, her eyes were unfocused, and she had completely lost the ability to think. Yifan admired his masterpiece with great satisfaction. His fingers, filled with possessiveness, gently traced her swollen, alluring lips, feeling their moisture and softness. His gaze, however, passed over the woman who had already succumbed to him, and looked at the rapidly receding night view outside the window, his eyes gradually becoming deep. The text message from the Guardian resurfaced in his mind. A playful smile appeared on Yifan's lips. "Warm-up exercises complete. Next, it's time to meet that mysterious little wildcat hiding in the rose garden who calls herself the Guardian. Chapter 25 8 Assistants report for duty, instant infighting in the harem. Early morning. Yifan opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the huge French windows, casting golden spots of light on the carpet. A sweet fragrance filled the air, a scent unique to Lu Ruyan. She was kneeling by the bed, carefully adjusting the custom-made shirt he was to wear that day. Every movement was full of classical charm, as elegant as a painting. But today, the beauty in the painting seems to have something on her mind. When she fastened Yifan's cufflinks, her fingertips paused for a moment, and a hint of worry appeared in her usually affectionate eyes. Yifan's inner self crossed his legs. Oh dear, what's wrong with my thoughtful little helper? The radar is beeping? Is it a strong sense of crisis, a premonition that the harem is about to expand? That's interesting. He didn't point it out, but simply enjoyed her service, letting her put on his coat and smooth out every wrinkle. Breakfast consisted of top-quality Wagyu beef and onsen tamago soft-boiled egg, which Lu Ruyan personally cut and fed to him. Throughout the entire process, she remained as gentle and considerate as ever, but her subtle unease added a unique flavor to the breakfast. Just as Yifan was drinking the last sip of warm milk, the roar of an engine came from outside the villa. It's not one car. It's 8. 8 streaks of light, each a different color, broke the tranquility of the courtyard and eventually lined up in a row at the villa entrance. Each of them was a limited edition supercar worth tens of millions. The automatic door to the living room slid open, and Sume, swaying her lithe waist, walked in with a bewitching smile on her face. Behind her followed 8 stunning beauties, each with a distinct style, yet all possessing top-tier looks and figures. As they entered the living room, they were like meticulously crafted works of art, instantly making the already luxurious room even more vibrant and inviting. 8 people stood in a row, bowing deeply to Yifan on the sofa, their voices sweet and uniform. Master, your personal assistant team is officially reporting for duty today. Yifan leaned lazily against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over them one by one, while the little voice inside him was already whistling. Sume stepped forward, holding a transparent tablet, and began to introduce each item one by one in her sickeningly sweet voice. First place, Lin Xinghan, your academic assistant. The youngest double PhD in linguistics and psychology in China, fluent in 12 languages, with a cool and aloof demeanor, 98 points. The woman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored gray business suit, nodded slightly to him. Her eyes behind the lenses were calm and intellectual, but beneath the taut skirt, a stunning figure was revealed. Second place, Xiao Wanqing, your sports assistant. Former national gymnastics champion, with perfect V-line and abs, full of energy, 97 points. The girl, dressed in a pink professional yoga outfit, with a hot figure and a high ponytail, gave him a bright smile, exuding youthful hormones. Third place, Bai Lu, your health assistant. She comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, holds advanced nutritionist and nursing licenses, has a sweet voice and a gentle demeanor, 97 points. The girl, dressed in a modified white nurse's dress, glanced timidly at Yifan, then quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Fourth, Zhao Yaji, your personal assistant. Mature and charming, she possesses top-notch cooking and housekeeping skills. According to her, her ancestors were royal massage therapists. The woman, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, with a voluptuous figure and captivating charm, winked at Yifan, her red lips slightly parted, exuding mature allure. A gothic dark Lolita, a dashing retired female bodyguard, a bookish female painter, and even a blonde, blue-eyed mixed-race model. 8 top-tier XP versions. 8 stunning beauties. They stood there together, creating a breathtaking scene that would take any man's breath away. Yifan maintained a lazy demeanor on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Good heavens! They've assembled a whole team for me. This isn't just an assistant group, it's practically my private XP exhibition hall. Has Qin Leng Yue figured me out completely? She understands me way too well. Before Yifan could even speak, the smoke of war had already quietly filled the air. The energetic sports assistant, Xiao Wanqing, was the first to step forward. Master! I have planned the most scientific morning running route for you. Moderate aerobic exercise can improve your cardiopulmonary function and keep you energetic all day long. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Lu, the gentle nurse assistant, retorted, her voice soft yet firm. No. A morning run will increase your heart rate and put unnecessary strain on your body. I should do a comprehensive health monitoring for you, just in case. I will use the gentlest method to make sure I don't hurt you. Lin Xinghan, the teaching assistant wearing gold-rimmed glasses, elegantly pushed up her glasses and spoke in a cool and rational voice. A balance between work and rest is key to an efficient life. Exercise and monitoring are just the foundation. What the owner might need more right now is some mental relaxation, such as one-on-one foreign language tutoring. She emphasized the words one-on-one, a barely perceptible glint of passion flashing in her calm eyes. Involution begins from the very first minute of registration. Yi Fan cleared his throat, interrupting their argument. He stretched lazily and spoke slowly in a tone that carried a hint of testing. They all sound good. But the assistant's job is to address my immediate needs. For example, right now, I feel my shoulders are a bit stiff. A simple requirement. It was like dropping a bomb on a calm lake. Everyone's gaze changed instantly. This is their first chance to perform in front of their new owner. Whoever can grab it first will gain the upper hand. The mature and charming wife assistant Zhao Yaji reacted the fastest. She moved gracefully and instantly came to the sofa, speaking softly. Master, my ancestors were royal massage therapists, specializing in deep muscle awakening. I know every muscle in the human body like the back of my hand. Please allow me to serve you and I guarantee you will experience a royal treatment. Her eyes were full of confidence and a strong hint, and her well-maintained hands were already reaching towards Yi Fan's shoulder. This move directly targeted Lu Ruyan's core business. This is a blatant provocation. Lu Ruyan, who had been silent all along, moved. Just as Zhao Yaji's fingers were about to touch Yi Fan's clothes, Lu Ruyan gracefully turned to the side, her slender figure silently blocking her way. The surrounding air froze instantly. Two stunning beauties, one alluring and the other gentle and graceful, met in mid-air, their eyes flashing silently. Lu Ruyan didn't look at Zhao Yaji, but instead gave Yi Fan a flawless smile tinged with apology. Her tone remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Master, the sisters are new here and do not yet know your physical preferences. She emphasized the word likes as if to assert some kind of sovereignty. Let Ruyan do this kind of rough work. These words caused Zhao Yaji's expression to change slightly, and also made the eyes of the other 7 assistants complicated. They understood the unspoken meaning behind Lu Ruyan's words. You don't understand him. Only now do I understand. Looking at Yi Fan's amused eyes, Lu Ruyan added another sentence. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone in the living room. And, in order to welcome all the older sisters. She paused deliberately, her red lips curving into a mysterious and confident smile, her gaze shifting before finally settling back on Yi Fan's face. Last night, Ruyan specially prepared a brand new service for you. I guarantee it will be an experience you've never had before. Chapter 26: The Butler's Private Training in Uniform. The air in the living room instantly became thick and sticky because of Lu Ruyan's nonchalant turn to the side. The hand belonging to Zhao Yaji, the wife's assistant, with her nail polish and well-maintained appearance, hovered in mid-air less than 3 centimeters from Yi Fan's shoulder. Entering the area would be a challenge to the authority of the indigenous people. Retreating is an admission that one's skills are inferior to those of others. Zhao Yaji's charming and confident smile froze. She looked at the gentle and graceful classical beauty in front of her, who was now unyielding, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in her eyes. The other 6 assistants didn't dare to breathe, keeping their eyes down, but their ears were all perked up, nervously observing this first direct confrontation between the old and new forces in the harem out of the corner of their eyes. Goodness, they haven't even officially started yet, and the tension is already so high? Yi Fan's inner voice had already moved a small stool, was cracking sunflower seeds, and was watching with great interest. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's see if the alluring and mature woman can take the lead, or if my gentle and tender little housekeeper can hold the line. He yawned lazily, a soft sound that broke the eerie silence in the living room. Since Ruyan is so interested, let's give her a try first. Yi Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable decisiveness, bringing this silent war to a close. His gaze lazily swept over the 8 stunningly beautiful women standing in a row in front of him, and he added slowly. You all should go and familiarize yourselves with your rooms and job responsibilities. Su Mei will make the arrangements. Remember, this is my home, not your stage. He paused, a playful smile curving his lips, but his sharp gaze sent a chill down the spines of all 8 women. Whoever satisfies me will stay. These words, like an imperial edict, instantly transformed them from elites selected from a global pool back into candidates for the imperial concubine selection. Alarm bells rang in the hearts of the 8 beautiful assistants, who immediately put away their own petty thoughts and sharp edges, and bowed deeply to Yi Fan in unison. Yes, master. They then truly realized that the man who seemed uninterested in everything was the sole master of this luxurious palace. And the housekeeper named Lu Ruyan was clearly the one who understood the master's mind best. Led by Sumei's gloating gaze, the 8 assistants, each with their own thoughts, left the living room, glancing back every few steps. The living room instantly returned to silence. Just a moment ago, Lu Ruyan was radiating confidence and successfully defending her territory, but after everyone left, the aura she had been forcing down instantly dissipated. She turned around, looked at Yifan on the sofa with an inscrutable expression, and her eyes immediately reddened. She moved closer to Yifan, slowly knelt on the carpet at his feet, and gently rested her head on his knees with boundless affection. Her voice carried a tremor she herself didn't even realize, along with a deep sense of grievance. Master, am I useless? Sister Lin Xinghan is a double PhD, Sister Xiao Wanqing is a gymnastics champion, Sister Zhao Yaji, she also knows how to give imperial massages. Each of them has their own specialty, and each of them is so amazing. And me? I seem to only know how to do menial tasks, anyone can replace me. Her voice grew softer and softer, tinged with sobs, like a kitten whose beloved toy had been stolen and who was afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Yifan's inner self almost burst out laughing like a pig. Keep acting. Keep acting. Where did that first wife aura go? Now you're playing the weak and innocent White Lotus again? But I like it. He chuckled softly, reached out a finger, and lifted her tear-streaked face, forcing her to look at him. Fool. Looking into her misty eyes, Yifan deliberately leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, making her feel weak all over. They are energy drinks, and they taste good, but you can only change your palate occasionally. You. His voice was even lower, filled with a seductive quality. It's white rice, which I need every day. If I skip a meal, I'll starve to death. These explicit words of love made Lu Ruyan's heart skip a beat, and her cheeks quickly flushed with a beautiful blush. She was about to say something when Yifan added with a mischievous grin. However, it would be even better if this bowl of white rice could occasionally upgrade itself and become a gourmet meal like Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall? Lu Ruyan was taken aback at first, a hint of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. But the next second, an amazing light burst forth in her eyes. She understood. She understood completely. The master didn't mean for her to compete with those energy drinks to see who was sweeter or more stimulating. The owner meant that she shouldn't just be rice, she should become the chef who takes charge of the cooking. She can use all kinds of energy drinks as ingredients, mix and match them, and finally cook up the owner's favorite Buddha jumps over the wall dish. This thought, like a lightning bolt, instantly cleaved through all her confusion and unease, opening up her meridians. Lu Ruyan excitedly raised her head, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes shone brightly. Master! I understand. She clutched at Yifan's clothes, her voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. There are limits to how much one person can provide, but what if we combined the professions of different women? For example, let Sister Lin Xinghan, who is proficient in psychology, provide theoretical guidance while I do the practical operation to provide you with an immersive teaching service. Yifan's eyes lit up as well. Sure. This little housekeeper's comprehension is simply phenomenal. I had only given her a casual suggestion, but she was able to apply it to other situations, elevating the discussion from palace intrigue and domestic power struggles to the level of corporate management and resource integration. This isn't a harem, it's practically a talent incubator. He immediately became interested and decided to give her a topic-based essay on the spot. That's a good idea. Yifan stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. I've been reading a lot lately, and I feel mentally fatigued. My neck and shoulders are also very stiff. I need a relaxing edutainment class to unwind. Looking into Lu Ruyan's expectant eyes, he slowly announced the test question. The teaching assistant you mentioned, named Lin Xinghan, right? You will be my personal teaching assistant. Let her be the main lecturer. Tonight, in my room, give me a one-on-one private lesson. Private lessons? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed bright red, almost as if they could bleed. Teaching assistant? The main speaker? Or one-on-one? These words, when put together, instantly conjured up countless images in her mind that made her blush. But seeing Yifan's eyes, filled with both challenge and expectation, an unprecedented fighting spirit surged from the bottom of her heart. This is the first integration project that her owner has given her. She had to do it well, and do it in a way that her master would never forget. She nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yes, master. Ruyan will go and prepare immediately. After saying that, she immediately stood up, with a sense of tragic heroism and unparalleled excitement, and turned to summon the aloof and elegant teaching assistant, Lin Qinghan. Night fell. In Yifan's ridiculously large master bedroom, only a few dim wall lamps were lit. The air was filled with an exotic aroma that Lu Ruyan had carefully blended, which could relax muscles and soothe the mind. Yifan, dressed in a silk bathrobe, lay lazily on the soft bed. Two stunningly beautiful women stood on either side of the bed. On the left, Lu Ruyan had changed into a modified maid outfit that accentuated her figure. The skirt was very short, and she was holding a white jade tray with a bottle of amber-colored essential oil that emitted a faint glow. Lin Qinghan on the right made Yifan's eyes widen. She changed out of her formal gray suit and put on a teacher's uniform that was specially made for her. Her upper body was covered by a white shirt that was so tight it looked like it was about to burst, which perfectly outlined her impressive bust. She wore a black bodycon mini skirt, paired with nude stockings and a pair of stiletto heels. He still wore those gold-rimmed glasses, but now he held a thin, long, black pointer that gleamed with a dark luster. She still maintained her aloof and rational demeanor, but this outfit made her exude a contradictory aura of asceticism and debauchery, stimulating one's blood to the point of boiling. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath to calm her wildly beating heart, and bowed deeply to Yifan, who was already lying down, with a shy yet professional air. Master, your comprehensive immersive relaxation course is now beginning. She paused, then announced the name of tonight's class in a slightly trembling yet incredibly clear voice. Lesson 1, Human Muscle Structure and the Theory and Practice of Deep Relaxation. Teacher Lin and I will jointly teach you. Chapter 27, The Godly Rich Man's Troubles, This Damn Boring Life. In the master bedroom, the lights were dimmed to their lowest setting, with only a few wall lamps casting an ambiguous orange glow. The air was filled with an exotic fragrance carefully blended by Lu Ruyan, carrying a hint of sandalwood's tranquility and musk's allure, which could relax one from the very core of one's being. Yifan, dressed in a silk bathrobe, lay lazily on the soft, sink-in-heavy bed. The little voice inside him had already settled in, ready to review tonight's audio-visual feast personally planned by his thoughtful little steward. Two stunningly beautiful women stood on either side of the bed. Lu Ruyan on the left, Lin Qinghan on the right. Good heavens, Yifan's eyes widened at her sexy and revealing outfit. Yifan's inner voice was already whistling. Professional. So professional. Qin Leng Yue really understands me. Night was falling. Inside the bedroom, the ambiguous aromatherapy blended with the woman's natural scent, fermenting into the most intoxicating drug. Buzz. The personal communicator on the bedside table suddenly vibrated very slightly. The screen then lit up. That wasn't anyone he knew. The sender's ID consisted of only a single, ancient seal script character. Yifan's gaze swept over and saw a line of provocative and domineering information displayed on the screen. The roses in the villa are nice, but unfortunately too many of them have thorns. I've already trimmed them for you. Now, come out and see me, and I'll show you what true protection really is. Early morning. Yifan woke up on that 3-meter wide bed that could host a sports meet. Two distinctly different fragrances lingered around my nose. One is the classical and gentle fragrance of Lu Ruyan's body, and the other is the intellectual and aloof fragrance of Lin Qinghan's ink and books. These, mixed with the ambiguous essential oil scent from last night, ferment into a kind of aroma that leaves a lasting impression. He stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. Reflecting on last night's unique private lesson, Yifan's inner voice, with legs crossed, offered a fair assessment. Combining theory with practice and making learning fun is a good approach and worth promoting. It's just that the after-school tutoring session is a bit tough on the back. Sigh, the post-coital period is so boring. An unprecedented sense of emptiness surged into my heart like a tide. It wasn't sadness or disappointment, but a sense of bewilderment after reaching the summit. When the whole world grovels at your feet, when all desires can be satisfied the instant a thought arises, life seems to lose its inherent color. Wearing a silk bathrobe and barefoot, Yifan stepped onto the soft, expensive wool carpet and began his daily routine of patrolling his territory. Lu Ruyan and her 8 assistants had arranged everything for him perfectly, like the most sophisticated instruments. On the huge holographic screen in the living room, a global financial briefing specially customized for him was playing, with all the news filtered according to his preferences. Fontian Group's stock price hit a new high yesterday. President Qin Leng Yue said that all of this is thanks to the wise guidance of the Emperor Emeritus. The Dragon Kingdom's security system has been fully upgraded, said Chief Superintendent Xiao Ruoxue, all to ensure the absolute safety of a certain gentleman. On the table are top-grade black truffles freshly air-freighted from France, paired with S-grade Wagyu beef from Kobe, Japan, prepared by a Michelin 3-star female chef. In the garage, the world's only Tears of the Dragon supercar was polished to a shine, gleaming with the luster of money under the lights. Yi Fan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, strolled around like a retired old cadre. It's that damn villa again, that damn luxury again, it's the same every day. What's the difference between this and going to jail? Oh, there are differences. The prison food here is better, and the prison guards are prettier. Buzz. My custom-made wristwatch vibrated slightly. A daily bank notification pops up on the screen. Dear Mr. Yi Fan, your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 100 million.00 xia yuan into your National Support Fund at midnight today. Your current account balance is 1,284,934,567,890.12 xia yuan. Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids, casually swiping the notification away. The little voice inside me yawned. Another 100 million, this number is making my eyes blur. Money is just a string of numbers, what's the point? It's not as tangible as the gold coins in my game, at least I can buy a skin. He had just sat down on the sofa when Su Mei, dressed in black stockings and swaying her slender waist, walked over seductively, holding a tablet in her hands. Good morning, Master. There are a few small matters that require your attention. Her sickeningly sweet voice echoed in the empty living room. The Ferrari F1 team wants to name their new season's championship car after you, Yi Fan, what do you think? Yi Fan yawned. Su Mei immediately understood and lightly swiped her finger across the tablet. Brazil in South America wants to give you the largest island in the Amazon rainforest free of charge, as your private resort, with permanent ownership. Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, looking a little sleepy. A bead of sweat appeared on Su Mei's forehead as she quickly reported the next item. The Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences has recently discovered a terrestrial planet that is closest to Earth. They would like to name it after you, Yi Fan Star, and grant you ownership of the planet. Stop. Yi Fan finally waved his hand impatiently. Boring. He stood up, walked to the edge of the pool, and stared blankly at the shimmering water. Don't bother me with these trivial matters in the future. You can handle it yourselves. Su Mei froze on the spot, staring at Yi Fan's back, which was filled with boring expression, and her heart was filled with turmoil. To be able to name an F1 championship team, an island, or even a planet after yourself, this is a dream that many men can only dream of in their entire lives. But to him, it was just a trivial matter. This master's level of attainment has far exceeded her imagination. Chapter 28. I just wanted to travel, and the whole world went crazy. Yi Fan sat listlessly on a lounge chair by the pool, watching a travel documentary playing on a holographic TV not far away. The scene depicts streets with an exotic flair, bustling crowds, and lively street vendors hawking their wares. The little devil inside him suddenly sat up straight. I get tired of looking at these women every day, no matter how beautiful they are. Xin Lengyue is an iceberg, Xiao Ruoxue is a chili pepper, Lu Ruyan is lukewarm water, but they are all mine, there is no challenge at all. I need some fresh air, something that makes me feel alive. Just then, Lu Ruyan walked over with an elegant gait, carrying a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. She saw the scene on the television and asked softly, Master, would you like to go for a walk? Yi Fan took the juice, took a sip, and the cool, sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat, making him feel a little more refreshed. He looked at the screen on TV and casually remarked, this cage, oh no, this place is getting a bit boring. I want to travel the world, just to relax and unwind. A casual remark. It's as casual as saying, I'm going downstairs to take a stroll in the park. However, upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's body jolted violently. Her eyes, which were always full of affection, suddenly shone with an extremely solemn light. She bowed deeply to Yi Fan, her voice tinged with excitement. Ruyan understands. After saying that, she immediately stepped back, quickly walked to a deserted corner, took out the encrypted communicator, and dialed Xin Lengyue's number as fast as she could. The moment the call connected, she spoke in a low, almost report-like tone. Supreme Order, Master wants to travel the world. On the other end. The atmosphere was somber in the top-level conference room of Fengtian Group, which can accommodate hundreds of people. Xin Lengyue is presiding over the final negotiations for a cross-border merger and acquisition worth hundreds of billions of yuan. When her personal communicator rang, she glanced at the caller ID and immediately gestured for a pause to all the group executives and the other negotiating representatives present. She walked to a corner and answered the phone. After listening to Lu Ruyan's report, Xi Lengyue's icy face instantly showed unprecedented excitement and tension. She hung up the phone, returned to the conference table, and announced in an unquestionable tone, "Today's meeting is adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more important matters to attend to." Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, she issued instructions to her core team. Immediately activate the highest level of Sky Dome response. Summon all department heads. I need to hold a meeting in the war room in 3 minutes. There is only one topic for the meeting. A fanatical light shone in Qin Lengyue's eyes. How to arrange Mr. Yifan's first global tour with the highest standards, the fastest speed, and the most perfect presentation. This world began to run wildly because of a silly thought of Yifan's. In order to coordinate the world's top resources, the Fengtian Group's secret channels sent carefully worded inquiries to the top levels of several of its closest partner countries. However, the speed at which the information leaked was faster than light. Within half an hour, Mr. Yifan, the only male in the SSS class, intends to embark on his first global tour. This message, like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, spread instantly from China to the desks of heads of state around the world. The White House, Kremlin, 10 Downing Street, the Élysée Palace. An invisible war has quietly begun. Yifan, the one who started all of this, was completely unaware of it. He felt the sun was a bit strong by the pool, yawned, and prepared to go back to his room for a nap. Just as he lay down on the bed, ready to drift off to sleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the bedside table, the black, antique-looking Apocalypse communicator, specifically designed to receive information from the highest levels of government in various countries, suddenly began to vibrate wildly like never before. On the screen, messages flooded in like a waterfall, the blinding red light illuminating almost the entire bedroom. Frustrated, Yifan picked up the communicator, preparing to turn it off. But when his gaze fell on the first message on the screen, he was completely stunned. On the screen, a blinding red light flashed wildly, and at the very top was a striking eagle emblem, representing the most powerful nation on the planet. The sender is White House. Yifan impatiently opened the message. The content was simple and blunt, yet filled with an undeniable humility. Dear Mr. Yifan, the United States of America cordially invites you for a state visit. Air Force One is parked at the capital's airport, ready to serve you at your convenience. Camp David will be cleared for your arrival, and the entire cabinet looks forward to your guidance. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Goodness, this wording is so clever, you'd think it was a lower-level department writing a work report to a higher-level leader. Before he could even finish his internal monologue, a second message popped up, featuring a huge double-headed eagle badge that almost burst the screen. From Kremlin. Dear Comrade Yifan, the girls of the fighting nation have prepared vodka and black bread, and the royal hunting grounds and beautiful special agents of Siberia are ready for your inspection. We welcome you to hunt in Siberia at any time. Yifan's lips twitched. Hunting? I think they want me to be hunted. Immediately afterwards, information flooded the screen like a burst dam. 10 Downing Street, Her Majesty the Queen would like to personally host a welcome dinner for you, and a gentleman's afternoon tea has been prepared. We look forward to your presence. The Élysée Palace, the romance of France unfolds just for you. The Louvre will be closed for 3 days for your enjoyment, allowing you to freely admire its collection. Pyramid Guardians, the ancient pharaoh's tomb will open for you. Secrets slumbering for millennia await your awakening. Yifan frowned more and more as he watched the invitations that kept popping up from the highest power centers around the world. The inner voice within him had given up thinking. He slumped on the sofa, his face filled with utter despair. Depend on. I just wanted to go out for a quiet stroll. Why does it feel like a UN meeting to elect a world leader? These people, they've all brought out their most treasured possessions. They're even more generous than the women in my harem. Chapter 29, First Stop, the Crown Prince's Horsemanship. Frustrated, Yifan tossed the communicator aside, deciding to ignore it. However, he longed for peace and quiet, but the world wouldn't allow it. On the huge holographic wall in the living room, global news media had gone completely crazy, with all channels bombarding the audience with the most exaggerated headlines. The God's Pilgrimage, Mr. Yifan is embarking on his first global tour. A high-stakes gamble. Who will be the first stop on Mr. Yifan's tour? The global stock market's frenzy and doom. Expert analysis: Mr. Yifan's footsteps will determine the direction of the world economy over the next decade. On the screen, stock prices in the tourism, aviation, and luxury goods industries of countries listed as potential destinations surged instantly, hitting their daily limit. Meanwhile, the stock markets of countries considered unlikely to be destinations were a sea of red. The protagonist's single thought easily shook the global economic lifeline. Inside the villa, things were in an uproar as well. A battle for the number of global tour escorts has entered a heated phase. This is the Master's first global tour, representing the face of the Dragon Kingdom. Business inspection is the best pretext. As the head of the Fengtian Group, it is only right that I accompany him throughout the trip. Qin Lingyue sat in the main seat of the sofa, still with the demeanor of an ice queen, but the unquestionable tone in her words already indicated her status as the official wife. No. Wearing a tight-fitting combat suit, the dashing Xiao Ruoxue immediately stood up to object. The safety of my master is the top priority. The overseas environment is complex, so I must provide close protection and stay by his side 24 hours a day. She deliberately emphasized the words close to and never apart, and gave Qin Lingyue a defiant look. Meanwhile, the 8 newly hired female assistants were arguing amongst themselves. I am the master's personal assistant, responsible for the master's daily life. I must go. I am a sports and health assistant, and I need to monitor my owner's physical condition at any time. I have a PhD in psychology, and I can provide emotional support for the client's journey. I'm a married woman, I'm a family relations consultant, I can. The living room was filled with chattering, like 100 ducks having a meeting. Yifan's brain, which had just woken up, was buzzing from the noise, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Shut up, all of you. A cold, sharp shout, like a thunderclap from the heavens, instantly resounded in the living room. The entire villa fell silent in an instant. All the women froze, staring incredulously at Yifan as he descended the stairs. For the first time, his face showed undisguised irritation and anger. It's so noisy. Yifan's cold gaze swept over every woman present, and the oppressive aura in his eyes made them even more cautious in their breathing. It's too much trouble, I'm not going. He left those words behind and turned to go back to his room. I'm not going. These 3 words, like 3 massive hammers, slammed into the hearts of every woman. Qin Lingyue's icy face instantly lost all color. She knew this was not just something said in anger. Given Yifan's personality, he might actually cancel this plan that could drive the world crazy just because he finds it too troublesome. She cannot bear the consequences, nor can the whole world. Owner. Qin Lingyue's heart tightened, and she no longer cared about being a CEO. She rushed forward and gently tugged at Yifan's sleeve from behind. For the first time, her voice carried an obvious sense of panic and humility, so gentle it could melt hearts. Please don't be angry. They were just being inconsiderate and disturbed you. She turned her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over the silent crowd. I'll handle it. I guarantee that your journey will be peaceful and comfortable, and no one will disturb you. Yifan stopped walking without turning around. Bored, he picked up the now quiet communicator again and swiped it aimlessly. Just then, an unofficial, encrypted message without a national emblem, lying in a private channel, caught his attention. The sender is Empress Elizabeth, the Crown Princess. Yifan raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. The message was very simple, consisting of only a photo and a short sentence. The photo shows a blonde, blue-eyed woman who looks like she stepped out of an oil painting. Dressed in a dashing aristocratic equestrian outfit, she rode a magnificent white horse, turning her head in the golden sunlight, a confident yet slightly provocative smile playing on her lips. That smile was noble, proud, and full of wildness, as if to say, the world is nothing but my hunting ground. The short sentence beneath the photo is even more alluring. Mr. Yi, what they gave you was a country. But I can give you a kingdom that belongs only to you and me. Interesting. That's so interesting. Compared to those obsequious official documents, this message, full of conquest and provocation, successfully rekindled Yifan's long-dormant interest. The curve of his lips slowly widened, revealing a playful smile. He finally turned around and looked at Qin Lingyue behind him, who looked tense and didn't even dare to breathe. Tell those flies outside that I changed my mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Lingyue's tense nerves relaxed abruptly, and she was about to show a look of joy. Yifan paused, his gaze sweeping playfully over Qin Lingyue's face, which had instantly turned wary, before slowly announcing. First stop, the British Empire. I suddenly became very interested in their royal family's equestrianism. Chapter 32 Beauties Competing for Favor? A beautiful and gentle haven. It was late at night. After washing up, Yifan, wearing only a loose silk bathrobe, sank into the 3-meter-wide bed that could host a sports meet. A faint fragrance lingered around my nose. Half of it was Lu Ruyan's classical and gentle body fragrance, and the other half was Lin Qinghan's intellectual and aloof ink-scented fragrance. The two scents blended with the ambiguous essential oil aroma of last night, fermenting into a unique fragrance that left people with an unforgettable aftertaste. He sighed contentedly, savoring the upheaval of this short but transformative week. From a corporate slave who squeezes onto the subway every day, gets yelled at by his boss, and struggles for a few thousand yuan in attendance bonus, he suddenly becomes the sole center of this world. This feeling is more surreal than the most bizarre dream. Sigh, it's really plain and boring. Yifan's inner self sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly hopeless. As he thought about his upcoming global tour and the intriguing equestrian invitation from the British princess, a smile of anticipation crept onto his lips. Just then. Knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Come in. Yifan responded lazily, assuming that Lu Ruyan had come to tidy up the room. The door opened. Two figures were standing at the door. The moment they saw each other clearly, both figures froze simultaneously. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, becoming viscous and icy. On the left is Qin Lingyue. She was wearing an expensive black silk nightgown with a slit up to her thigh, outlining her perfect figure. She was also holding a tablet computer with a lit screen in her arms, looking cold and businesslike. On the right is Xiao Ruoxue. She changed out of her police uniform and into a simple white t-shirt and athletic shorts, but her heroic and aggressive aura remained undiminished, and her eyes were sharp as knives. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. Yifan's inner voice instantly sat up straight, its eyes wide open, rubbing its hands excitedly. Here it comes. The final boss battle of Volume 1. Ice Queen vs Fiery Policewoman, who will win the right to serve you tonight? Place your bets now. In the awkward silence, Qin Lingyue was the first to break the deadlock. She walked past Xiao Ruoxue without glancing at her, as if the other person were just a wisp of air, and went straight to the bedside. Her voice was as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. Master, I'm here to report to you on the final itinerary for the global tour. There are a few details that require your personal confirmation. Goodness, what a high-sounding excuse. Xiao Ruoxue snorted coldly and followed in without showing any weakness, puffing out her proud chest and speaking in a clear and powerful voice. I'm here to conduct a final safety check on the master bedroom before bedtime to ensure everything is absolutely safe. The owner's safety is paramount. Puff. Yifan almost burst out laughing. A bedtime safety check? Why don't you just say you're checking the water meter? That's such a lame excuse, even a primary school student wouldn't believe it. The two most outstanding women in the Dragon Kingdom were like two fighting cocks, neither willing to give in, glaring at each other out of the corner of their eyes, their gazes seemingly saying, "Get out of here." Qin Lingyue looked coldly at Xiao Ruoxue. Superintendent Xiao, my report involves the top secrets of the Fengtian group. It's not appropriate for you to be here. Xiao Ruoxue retorted sharply, President Qin, my security check also involves the highest level of security agreements in China. Any irrelevant personnel must recuse themselves. Neither of them was willing to back down. Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. This is an easy question. This is definitely an easy question. Whom to choose? Choosing either one would be wrong. At this moment, a qualified emperor has only one correct answer. Yifan remained silent. He simply leaned lazily against the headboard, and amidst the anxious stares of the two women, slowly lifted the blanket beside him. Then, he reached out and patted the large empty space to his left. He then patted the equally empty space to his right. Throughout the entire process, he didn't say a word, only a sly, irresistible smile playing on his lips as he gestured to them with his eyes. That look seemed to say, what are you still standing there for? Qin Lingyue and Xiao Ruoxue's cheeks instantly turned bright red, so red they looked like they could bleed. They stared at Yifan in disbelief, exchanging a look of shame and anger, each seeing the same resentment and humiliation deep in the other's eyes. Come up? Together? This is utterly absurd. It's humiliating. One is the Ice Queen of the world's largest conglomerate, and the other is the youngest police beauty in China. Which one of them is not a favored daughter of heaven, and which one is not someone admired by countless people? When have I ever been treated like this? However, Yifan's oppressive and aggressive gaze was like two mountains pressing down on their hearts, making them unable to utter a single word of refusal. In the end, under Yifan's increasingly amused gaze, the two gave in. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the 3-meter-wide bed. Yifan woke up to a soft and fragrant atmosphere. He slowly opened his eyes, and two completely different fragrances lingered around his nose. On the left is Qin Ling Yue's scent. On the right is Xiao Ruoxue's youthful energy. The two scents intertwined, becoming the most refreshing aromatherapy for him after waking up. Yifan didn't move, but his gaze wandered over the ceiling. Chapter 31: The Golden-Haired Princess Declares War. Project Queen Bee initiated. Qin Ling Yue on the left had already woken up. She resumed her icy queen demeanor, standing straight and looking straight ahead, but the slightly flushed ears and the undisguised shyness in the corners of her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Xiao Ruoxue on the right covered her head with the blanket, her body stiff as a stone, pretending to be asleep. Yifan's inner self crossed his legs. One was used to hold ice, and the other to hold an ostrich. It turns out all the advice I gave last night was wasted. The acting was terrible, points deducted. He deliberately stretched out a big yawn, and in the process of stretching out, his arms very accidentally touched both of their bodies at the same time. The iceberg on the left trembled almost imperceptibly. The ostrich on the right suddenly shrank back under the covers. It's good that there's a response. Yifan lifted the covers with satisfaction and got out of bed barefoot. Knock knock. Lu Ruyan, carrying a tray, knocked on the door and entered. When she saw Qin Ling Yue and Xiao Ruoxue sitting up simultaneously on the bed in the room, her fingers holding the tray tightened instantly, and an indescribable sadness flashed in her usually affectionate eyes. But in an instant, she regained her perfect professional demeanor and smiled. "Master, President Qin, Superintendent Xiao, breakfast is ready." Qin Ling Yue and Xiao Ruoxue got out of bed almost at the same time and rushed to the only bathroom. The two engaged in a silent exchange of glances in front of the giant mirror. Sparks flew through the air. Finally, Qin Ling Yue spoke first with a cold face. "I have to host a global video conference at 9 o'clock. She got there first and occupied the wash basin. Xiao Ruoxue gritted her teeth, turned around and left, leaving behind the words, "I'm going to check the villa's morning security system." With a loud bang, she slammed the door to the master bedroom shut. Yifan sat in the restaurant, leisurely cutting the wagyu beef on his plate, his inner self already laughing hysterically. Why do women make things difficult for each other? Oh, it's for me? Then it's all right. Just then, Sume, wearing black stockings and a short skirt, came running over quickly in her high heels. Her face, which always wore a bewitching smile, was now filled with solemnity. "Master, something terrible has happened." She handed the tablet computer in her hand to Yifan. All major media outlets around the world, including CNN, BBC, and NHK, are urgently broadcasting the same news preview. It comes from the British Empire's royal family. Before Yifan could speak, the huge holographic wall in the living room lit up automatically. All channels were forcibly switched. The image shows the ancient and solemn coat of arms of Buckingham Palace, the British Empire, with a line of striking gold lettering below. A declaration of the century from the royal family. The atmosphere inside the villa froze instantly. Xiao Ruoxue, who had just stormed out, reappeared in the living room at some point, staring intently at the screen. Qin Ling Yue also came downstairs. She had changed into a smart business suit, and her face had regained its icy demeanor that kept people at a distance. All the female assistants, including Lu Ruyan, stopped what they were doing and gathered in the living room, looking tense. The scene changes. A blonde, blue-eyed woman, as beautiful as if she had stepped out of a classical oil painting, appeared in the sight of everyone in the world. She wore a well-tailored, elegant white suit, exuding a refined and graceful aura, like a goddess from mythology. She is Princess Elizabeth, the crown princess of the British Empire. Facing hundreds of cameras around the world, she calmly announced in a pure, elegant voice with an aristocratic air. "I, Elizabeth Windsor, will be making an official visit to the Dragon Kingdom in 3 days as the crown princess of the British Empire." The world's audience thought it was just a routine diplomatic visit. However, Elizabeth changed the subject. Her deep blue eyes, as dark as the ocean, seemed to pierce through the screen, staring intently in a certain direction with a strong sense of purpose. "The sole purpose of this visit is to meet the most precious treasure on this planet, Mr. Yifan." Boom! This statement was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. Inside the villa, all the women held their breath. Elizabeth's voice continued, a confident yet meaningful smile playing on her lips. I will represent my country and my royal family to show him our utmost sincerity and seek the possibility of establishing the deepest relationship with him. The whole world has gone mad. The deepest relationship? Isn't this a marriage proposal? He proposed to the world in his capacity as the crown prince of a country. However, this is not the end. Elizabeth paused, a hint of disdain in her eyes, and slowly added a sentence. I believe that a deity like Mr. Yifan should be associated with an equally noble bloodline. Instead of being surrounded by ordinary women who only know business and violence. This statement, like the most accurate cruise missile, crossed half the globe and hit its target precisely. A woman who only knows business. A woman who only knows violence. Inside the villa, the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Bang! Xiao Ruoxue trembled with rage, slamming her fist hard on the mahogany table and cursing through gritted teeth, that damn blonde. Who does she think she is? Sume and the other female assistants exchanged glances, not daring to breathe. This foreign princess is too arrogant. This is a direct declaration of war against all the women of their dragon kingdom. The global internet was completely paralyzed at that moment. Hashtag princess proposes to Yifan hashtag. Hashtag Qin Lengyue was subtly criticized hashtag. Hashtag business and violence hashtag. Countless entries exploded across all social media platforms in seconds. Women abroad cheered wildly for the princess's bold, direct, and aggressive way of courting. The women of the Dragon Kingdom felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and humiliation. The living room was deathly silent. Only Yifan watched the haughty princess on the screen with great interest, and took a sip of his coffee. The little voice inside me whistled. Interesting, this script is exciting, I like it. Is a world war finally about to break out? He noticed that amidst the chaos and anger, only Qin Lengyue remained silent. She simply stared quietly at the screen at Elizabeth's confident and defiant face. After a brief silence, Qin Lengyue showed no anger. Instead, a chilling smile curved her lips. It's the kind of cold smirk a predator gives when it sees its prey step into a trap. She picked up her personal communicator and dialed an encrypted number. The moment the call connected, she spoke coldly in an unquestionable, queen-like tone. Launch the Queen Bee program. I want to give our princess, who has come from afar, a gift that she will never forget. Chapter 32 Personal Assistant, Qin Lengyue's Counterattack. Qin Lengyue hung up the phone, her high heels clicking silently on the polished marble floor. She walked up to Yifan, her stunningly beautiful face now frozen with an icy expression that had never faded in millennia. She bowed slightly, her posture respectful, but her tone carried an unquestionable professionalism. Master, Princess Elizabeth's visit, ostensibly a gesture of goodwill, is actually a carefully orchestrated diplomatic pressure campaign. Her aim is to use global public opinion to forcibly tie your interests to those of the British royal family. You need a professional team to handle these complex international affairs. Yifan held his coffee, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. The little devil inside him had already moved a small stool, was cracking sunflower seeds, and was watching with great interest. Yo yo yo, here they come, the palace intrigue drama is officially starting. Called an assistant, but really an informant. And filtering harassment, I bet you're trying to filter out all women except you? Qin Lengyue, the way you're so eager to plant your own people is much cuter than when you're pretending to be an ice queen. Seeing that Yifan didn't react, Qin Lengyue assumed he was listening attentively and continued. I have already found a top international affairs expert for you to serve as your chief international affairs assistant. Her voice was cold and steady, revealing no personal emotion. She will filter out all unnecessary disturbances for you and handle every detail of your interactions with Her Highness the Princess perfectly, ensuring your peace and quiet. Yifan finally put down his coffee cup, making a crisp ding sound. He raised his head, deliberately adopting a serious expression, and scrutinized Qin Lengyue. Oh? An expert? How professional are they? What do they look like? Yifan leaned back lazily on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position. I don't want anything too ugly, it will ruin my trip. Qin Lengyue's flawless face twitched almost imperceptibly. She seemed to want to say, is this the time to talk about looks, but ultimately held back. She coldly handed over the tablet computer, on which a resume had already been displayed. This is her information. Anya, a PhD in international relations from Harvard University, is fluent in 8 languages and was once the youngest chief negotiator at the United Nations. Xin Lengyue's voice carried a hint of pride, but she quickly suppressed it, replacing it with a businesslike and assertive tone. Most importantly, she was promoted by me and is absolutely loyal to me. She emphasized the words absolute loyalty, looked sharply at Yi Fan, and continued. Moreover, she is old-fashioned, not good at socializing, and a typical workaholic. I can assure you that she absolutely would not have any improper thoughts about you. Yeah? A playful smile curved Yi Fan's lips as he looked at the tablet. On the screen is a standard ID photo. The woman in the photo is wearing a pair of very ordinary black-rimmed glasses. Her long, jet black hair is neatly coiled at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, full forehead and swan-like, slender neck. Her face was expressionless, her eyes sharp, exuding a cold and intellectual aura that kept strangers at bay. However, even the simplest ID photo and the most rigid black-rimmed glasses could not hide her near-perfect face. Exquisite facial features, a straight and upturned nose, and behind those glasses, a pair of captivating phoenix eyes that seem to be able to bewitch the soul. This is an extremely cold and abstinent woman, yet she can instantly ignite a man's most primal desire to conquer. Yi Fan's inner self was already whistling loudly. Damn it! Xin Lengyue, you call this old-fashioned? You call this poor at socializing? If this gets out, it'll cause a world war. You say you absolutely have no improper thoughts? You're sending a lamb to the slaughter. No, you're sending a top-tier white bone demon directly into my bed. Just then, a seductive figure approached. Su-mei, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the photo on the tablet and began to exclaim in an extremely exaggerated aria. Wow! President! Where did you find such a beautiful and old-fashioned assistant? She swayed her slender waist, deliberately puffed out her chest, and looked at Yi Fan with a resentful gaze. If we let her serve the master personally, wouldn't all of us be out of a job? Su-mei's shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Bang! A muffled thud. Xiao Ruoxue had changed into a tight-fitting combat suit at some point. She walked over with a cold face and undisguised hostility in her eyes as she scanned the photos on the tablet. Handling international affairs? She snorted coldly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. I think it refers to handling bedroom matters? I don't understand diplomacy, but when it comes to close contact security, the kind that's there 24/7, no one is more professional than me. Xiao Ruoxue's words were like igniting a powder keg. The 8 female assistants, who had just been silent because of the fight between Xin Lengyue and Xiao Ruoxue, could no longer contain themselves. Master, my specialty is simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and German. I can accompany you to any diplomatic occasion. Master, I can dance the samba and tango, which can help you get along better with your foreign friends. Master, I am a nutrition expert. I can guarantee your healthy diet abroad. Master, I. The living room was in complete chaos again, with a constant chatter that gave everyone a headache. Yi Fan watched all of this with great interest, his gaze finally settling on Xin Lengyue, whose face was growing increasingly pale. This icy empress probably never imagined that the tool she carefully selected for fire prevention and theft prevention would become the fuse that ignited chaos in the harem. Her face went from ice white to ashen, and then to faintly black. Enough! Yi Fan finally spoke impatiently, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. The entire living room fell silent instantly. All the women held their breath, watching him nervously, awaiting the final verdict. Yi Fan looked at Xin Lengyue's eyes, which were filled with tension and stubbornness, smiled knowingly, and said in a decisive tone. All right, she's the one. Those 4 short words made Xin Lengyue's tense body relax abruptly. She could barely contain the smile on her face, a surge of triumphant joy welling up inside her. However, before she could fully relax, Yi Fan's next words plunged her into an ice cave. But, Yi Fan added slowly, his gaze becoming extremely aggressive as he looked Xin Lengyue up and down. Whether to use it or not, and how to use it, I'll only know after I personally interview it. He stood up from the sofa, walked up to Xin Lengyue, and looked down at her. The two were extremely close. Yi Fan could even smell her cool, refreshing fragrance and, beneath that fragrance, her slightly disordered breathing, caused by nervousness. He addressed Xin Lengyue in a commanding tone, enunciating each word clearly. Have her come over tonight. Come to my bedroom. I want to conduct a comprehensive, in-depth, and private assessment of her professional competence. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with undisguised desire and possessiveness. That look clearly told Xin Lengyue, the eyeliner you sent is very good. Now, she's mine. Xin Lengyue's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at Yi Fan's face, so close to hers, with its wicked smile, she truly understood for the first time what it meant to throw a meat bun to a dog, never to return. Chapter 33 The Imperial Princess kneels, the Iceberg CEO goes berserk. The Dragon Kingdom State Guesthouse features the highest-level Jojo Hall. The dazzling crystal chandelier cascaded down like a galaxy, its light shining on every tense and serious face. The high-ranking diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom, dressed in sharp Zhongshan suits, stood in a row. Opposite them was the delegation from the British Empire, all dressed in suits and ties, their expressions solemn. The air was thick with the suffocating oppression characteristic of official meetings. Yi Fan, dressed in an expensive custom-made suit, was seated in the most central seat in the room and yawned listlessly. The little devil inside him had already given up, rolling his eyes. Damn, these old men are more serious than when we hold our company's annual summary meeting. They all had such serious faces you'd think they were attending a funeral. If I had known it would be this boring, I would have preferred to have Lu Rian read stories to me at home. At least that would have given me a vivid picture. Just as Yi Fan was about to fall asleep, a solemn announcement came from the entrance of the hall. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to the doorway. Elizabeth, dressed in a long, sapphire blue gown studded with countless tiny diamonds, gracefully entered the hall. She wore a small, exquisite crown, her long golden hair styled in an elegant updo, and her long, graceful, snow-white neck resembled that of a proud swan. Her beauty and innate nobility caused all the seasoned dignitaries present to momentarily hold their breath. The foreign minister of the Dragon Kingdom cleared his throat, a standard diplomatic smile on his face, and was about to step forward to greet him. However, Elizabeth didn't even spare him a glance. She walked through the crowd, ignoring all the outstretched hands and humble greetings. Her captivating, deep-sea-like blue eyes remained fixed on the man who was lazily leaning back in the main seat. The atmosphere in the room became strange. The foreign minister's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in mid-air, his smile as stiff as a wax figure. Countless media cameras flashed wildly, capturing this extraordinary scene. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Elizabeth walked steadily and resolutely toward Yi Fan. The high heels clicked on the smooth floor, making a crisp, rhythmic sound that resonated in everyone's hearts with each step. Finally, she stopped 3 steps away from Yi Fan. The next second, a scene that drove the whole world crazy has appeared. Elizabeth, the incomparably noble crown princess of the British Empire, under the live broadcast cameras of media around the world and the gaze of hundreds of dignitaries, clasped her hands together, lifted her skirt, and slowly and reverently performed a perfectly standard royal curtsy to Yi Fan. Her knees bent, her body sank, and her head lowered slightly. This highest form of courtesy, reserved only for a monarch or for the most sacred occasions, was now offered without reservation to a commoner. Snap! 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 The flashes from the cameras instantly created a sea of white. Everyone's gone mad. The reporter's fingers were pressed on the shutter, almost sparking. This kneeling gesture represented more than just Elizabeth's personal submission. It also represents an ancient and proud empire bowing its noble head to Yi Fan and his unique SSS level status. At this moment, Yi Fan's status was infinitely elevated and completely manifested by this earth-shattering kneeling, surpassing all worldly monarchs and powers. Looking at the princess kneeling before him, her beautiful face gazing up at him with undisguised admiration and possessiveness in her eyes, Yi Fan finally understood a little bit of what was going on. He reached out, his movements somewhat flirtatious yet seemingly so natural, and gently lifted her chin. A warm, smooth sensation came from my fingertips. Rise. Yi Fan's voice was lazy and tinged with amusement. Your etiquette is too troublesome. Elizabeth stood up with his help, but instead of moving backward, she pressed herself even closer to him. A rich aroma, carrying the fragrance of roses and red wine, instantly enveloped Yi Fan. She tiptoed slightly and brought her warm, moist lips, adorned with delicate lipstick, close to Yi Fan's ear. Her movements were bold and direct, yet perfectly controlled under the watchful eyes of countless cameras, as if she were sharing a most intimate secret. She spoke softly in English, a language only the two of them could hear, tinged with a hint of heat. This is a public courtesy, Mr. Yi. I would prefer to have the opportunity to learn some more in-depth and Eastern-style private etiquette from you in private. Her breath was fragrant, and the warm air gently brushed against Yi Fan's earlobe, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. Yi Fan could even feel the slight touch of her lips brushing against his skin as she spoke. This is an invitation brimming with suggestive undertones. This blonde bombshell was even more direct and daring than he had imagined. This provocative scene was witnessed by Qin Lingyue, who was accompanying the event as the president of Fengtian Group, who was not far away. She stood in the crowd, holding a glass of champagne, her face still bearing that icy expression. But the knuckles of her fingers, which were holding the wine glass, had turned white from the excessive force. The golden liquid in the glass was swaying slightly with an extremely subtle motion. Those eyes, always as cold as frost, now held a chill that seemed to freeze the very air. Beneath the iceberg lies a volcano about to erupt. After whispering, Elizabeth straightened up, winked playfully at Yifan, then took a step back, resuming her noble and dignified demeanor as a crown princess, as if the bold and fiery enchantress from just moments before was merely a figment of everyone's imagination. Yifan touched his ear with amusement, where the warmth of the princess's breath still seemed to linger. His gaze passed over Elizabeth's tall figure and met precisely in the air with Qin Lengyue's cold gaze not far away. He could clearly see the suppressed anger in her eyes, and the "you're dead" warning in them. Yifan smiled. He knew that Qin Lengyue's queen bee plan had probably now escalated into a king-killing plan. That's interesting. The upcoming state banquet will be more spectacular than any Hollywood blockbuster. Chapter 34. Feed me? No, you watch me eat. Yifan was seated in the most prestigious seat at the long table banquet. He leaned back lazily in his chair, feeling like a top-grade Wagyu beef being roasted over a fire. To his left was Qin Lengyue. Dressed in a black evening gown, with an icy demeanor like an eternal iceberg, she represented the pinnacle of the Chinese business world. To his right was Elizabeth. Wearing a royal blue gown, she was noble and elegant, like a mythical goddess, representing the glory of the British monarchy. Neither woman spoke, but the air was thick with the tension of impending conflict. Yifan's inner voice had already prepared a small stool, crossed his legs, and was watching with great interest. Good heavens, Zhuo Lingchan is going up against Dongfang Bubi. Am I sitting on the referee's seat at the Mount Hua Sword Tournament? The atmosphere is even more tense than when our company was vying for the last year-end bonus spot. The waiter took small, quick steps and gently poured aperitifs for the three of them. As soon as the wine was poured, Elizabeth launched her attack. She raised her wineglass and turned gracefully towards Yifan, her azure eyes filled with laughter, her voice sweet yet carrying an undeniable air of aggression. Mr. Yi, I've heard that you are very interested in equestrianism. Our royal horse farm has some of the most spirited horses in the world. They are of noble lineage, unruly and cannot be ridden by anyone but the best riders. She paused for a moment, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. Would you be interested in taming them yourself? She deliberately emphasized the word tamed, but her eyes seemed to glance at Qin Lengyue across from her unintentionally. The provocation in his eyes was almost undisguised. Yifan's inner voice whistled, here it comes. In the first round, the Golden Lion King strikes first with a horseback archery move, aiming straight for the vitals. Qin Lengyue didn't even lift her eyelids. She slowly put down her knife and fork, gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, her movements as elegant as if she were performing a sacred ritual. Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Elizabeth with a cold gaze. Your Highness is too kind. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like an ice bead falling onto a jade plate, clear and crisp. No matter how spirited a horse is, it is still just a means of transportation. In modern society, we value long-term holding and stable appreciation more. For example, the cooperation between Fengtian Group and Mr. Yi is a deep, exclusive, and legally binding strategic alliance. This is far more valuable than a momentary pleasure. Good heavens! Yifan's inner self was immediately impressed. Brilliant! President Qin's asset restructuring move was brilliant. It directly boosted my net worth from experience to family heirloom level. He listened to their back and forth banter, his heart already bursting with joy. One said I could tame a wild horse, the other said I was a blue chip stock. Are you two just flattering each other here? Or are you treating me as your annual KPI? Yifan deliberately sighed heavily, a look of utter distress on his face, and said softly, sigh, too many choices are a kind of trouble too. This sentence was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil. With a boom, the battle escalated instantly. Elizabeth's smile widened, but a hint of coldness crept into her eyes. Business partnerships always have an end, but the continuation of bloodlines is eternal. Qin Lengyue retorted without backing down, bloodlines need time to settle and be tested, unlike some visits that come and go quickly. The smell of gunpowder in the air was so strong it almost solidified. The Chinese diplomats around him sat upright, eyes downcast, not daring to breathe loudly. This is no state banquet, it's clearly a trap set by the imperial harem. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense, as if the table was about to be overturned at any moment, a waiter carefully brought out a delicate dessert. A serving of tiramisu. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He suddenly interrupted the two women's argument, picked up a small silver spoon, and scooped out a large spoonful of tiramisu with the aroma of cocoa powder and cream. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of the audience, he held up the spoon, his arm gracefully extended. The first target is Elizabeth on the right. Her Highness was slightly taken aback, then a delighted smile bloomed on her face. Her bright blue eyes sparkled, and she subconsciously parted her exquisitely painted red lips, ready to receive this sweetness. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly twisted his wrist. The silver spoon traced a graceful arc in the air before coming to a steady stop in front of Qin Lingyue on the left. A subtle change appeared on the Ice Queen's eternally unchanging face. Her eyes flickered, and her always tightly pursed lips seemed to relax for a moment. However, just when everyone thought he would have to choose between the two options, Yi Fan abruptly withdrew his hand. Under the astonished gazes of the two women, he decisively and cleanly put the spoonful of tiramisu into his mouth. The sweet, slightly bitter, and cool taste melts on the tip of the tongue. It's delicious. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction, then looked innocently at the two completely stunned people, spread his hands, and gave them an apologetic smile. Sorry, it was so delicious, I couldn't resist. He blinked and asked curiously. Where were you guys talking about just now? Puff. Not far away, a young diplomat couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of wine. Under the sharp gaze of his superior, he coughed desperately to cover it up. At this moment, neither the Princess of the British Empire nor the Ice Queen were any match for Yi Fan's clever maneuvering. Their carefully crafted powerful aura was instantly shattered by that sudden bite of tiramisu. On their beautiful faces, only the same shame, anger, and astonishment remained, and their cheeks flushed an unnatural red. After this incident, both of their momentum completely diminished. During the rest of the dinner, they were no longer able to mount any effective verbal attacks. They could only lower their heads and vent their frustration by cutting the food on their plates with their knives and forks, occasionally exchanging silent glances. The banquet finally came to a close in this eerie silence. Everyone left. As Elizabeth shook hands with Yi Fan to say goodbye, she took advantage of everyone's inattention and quickly slipped a folded card into Yi Fan's suit pocket. Her fingers were warm and soft, and she gently scratched Yi Fan's palm. At the same time, Qin Lingyue also used the excuse of reporting on her work to quickly walk to Yi Fan's side. The cold fragrance emanating from her body was now mixed with a barely suppressed anger, making her resemble a volcano about to erupt. She leaned close to Yi Fan's ear and whispered coldly in a voice only the two of them could hear. That new assistant, Anya, has been waiting in your bedroom for 2 hours. She said that if she doesn't see you tonight, she will keep waiting. In her most professional way. Yi Fan had one hand in his pocket, and his fingertips could clearly feel the high-quality card, warm and hard. He could hear Qin Lingyue's chilling threat in his ear. He calmly took out the card and opened it. The top is covered with gold foil, cursive English handwriting, and carries the scent of roses. Tonight at 10 p.m., at Royal Stable No. 3, I'll be wearing your favorite clothes, waiting for you to train me. A smile, a mixture of immense pleasure and deep distress, appeared on Yi Fan's face. Tonight, will you tame a noble golden horse, or interview a top-tier mature woman who was offered to you by an aloof CEO? This is truly a happy problem. Chapter 35 The Princess's Request, Personal Translator. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the master bedroom of the Guadu No. 1 villa. Yi Fan woke up on the 2-meter-wide bed, his fingertips still tinged with the exquisite texture of the royal card from last night, and the warm, soft touch of Princess Elizabeth's fingertips as they brushed against his palm. In his mind, two little figures were having a heated debate. A man dressed in riding attire, brandishing a riding crop, shouted, to the royal stud. Golden-haired steeds. Conquest. Exciting. Another man, dressed in a suit, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and calmly analyzed, stay at home. An aloof, mature woman. An interview. Power. Yi Fan's inner self crossed his legs and pursed his lips. Children make choices, adults, of course. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a low pressure coming from downstairs that could freeze even in the hottest days of summer. Yi Fan put on the silk robe that Lu Ruyan had prepared and slowly walked downstairs. Inside the restaurant, two stunningly beautiful women sat at opposite ends of a long table. On the left, Qin Lingyue, dressed in a bespoke business suit, elegantly sliced a fried egg on a plate, her posture as perfect as a textbook. On the right, Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in a tight-fitting combat suit, was forcefully stabbing a sausage with a fork, as if it were not food but her mortal enemy. The two were at least 5 meters apart, neither looking at the other nor paying attention to the other. The usually gentle and considerate Lu Ruyan could only stand aside, her eyes filled with helplessness and dejection. Yi Fan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. One is for holding ice cubes, and the other is for holding a demon god. This way, we can save on the air conditioning costs for this villa. We were sleeping in the same bed last night, but today it's like we're meeting an enemy. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He casually sat down in the main seat, and Lu Ruyan immediately served him warm milk and freshly baked croissants. Yi Fan picked up his coffee cup, ready to enjoy this interesting mime performance. Sudden boom buzzing. A huge, imposing roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of the villa as it drew nearer. The sound was so loud that even the tableware on the table vibrated slightly. What's going on? Xiao Ruoxue suddenly stood up, her eyes instantly becoming alert, and her hand instinctively reached for her waist. Outside the villa, the security team immediately sprang into action, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. A luxurious convoy of 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms suddenly and abruptly stopped at the villa's gate without any prior notice. The front of each vehicle was adorned with the prominent royal crest of the British Empire. This display of arrogance was made without any attempt at concealment. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the door of the lead carriage was respectfully opened by the attendant. Princess Elizabeth, dressed in an elegant and appropriate white Chanel suit, gracefully stepped out of the car. She wore an impeccable sweet smile and held several ancient books from China with gold embossed covers that looked quite old in her arms. She completely ignored Lu Ruyan, who was trying to approach and ask questions at the door, as well as the heavily armed and tense guards. With a clear objective, she walked straight into the villa's living room. Her high heels clicked crisply on the marble floor, each click feeling like a blow to Qin Lengyue and Xiao Ruoxue's hearts. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Elizabeth walked straight up to Yi Fan, who was drinking coffee, and gave a perfect morning greeting with a slight curtsy. Those bright blue eyes sparkled with undisguised excitement and eagerness. I really can't wait to start our cultural exchange. She gently placed the several ancient books she was holding on the table. The large characters on the covers, such as Huangdi Neijing and Zhouyi Kantanki, made Yi Fan's eye twitch. Her Highness parted her red lips slightly, her voice sweet enough to be cloying. I brought several ancient books on the ancient Chinese wisdom of yin-yang harmony with me, but the content is too profound. I would like to ask you to give me your guidance. Harmony of yin and yang? Yi Fan's inner self burst out laughing. Lady, you can't even be bothered to pretend, can you? You've practically written "I want to sleep with you" all over your face? Before Yi Fan could speak, a cold voice echoed throughout the living room. Your Highness. Qin Lengyue had somehow ended up standing beside Yi Fan, looking down at Elizabeth with a cold, unfeeling gaze. This is the owner's private residence, not a library. Your behavior has seriously interfered with the owner's private life. This is a blatant declaration of sovereignty. However, Elizabeth was not afraid at all. She raised her head, her face still bearing that sweet smile, but a sharp, confrontational glint flashed in her eyes. President Qin, you've misunderstood. Everything I do is to better serve Mr. Yi. She took a step forward, leaning slightly forward, her fragrance irresistible. In order to fully understand the essence of Mr. Yi's thoughts and not miss any of his wise words, I must become his personal translator and follow him around the clock to learn. These words shocked everyone present. Even Su Mei, who was usually so enchanting, gaped, her face filled with disbelief. Xiao Ruoxue was so angry that her chest heaved violently. This golden retriever was too shameless. Elizabeth completely ignored the reactions of the others, her gaze fixed on Qin Lengyue, and she delivered a fatal blow with a smile. This is not just my personal request. It also represents the utmost sincerity of my country, the British Empire, in engaging in the highest level cultural exchange with the Dragon Kingdom. Pretty. Yi Fan's inner self was already applauding. She elevated her personal desires to the level of national diplomacy. If Qin Lengyue refuses, she will be hindering diplomatic relations between the two countries, a label that even the president of Fengtian Group cannot afford to bear. The atmosphere in the living room was frozen solid. All the women's eyes were focused on Yi Fan, awaiting his final judgment. Yi Fan looked at Qin Lengyue's face, which was getting darker and darker, almost turning into ice, and felt that the time was about right. He slowly put down his coffee cup, which clinked against the saucer with a crisp sound. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, he delivered the final decision. Can. Those two words instantly brought a smile to Elizabeth's face, as beautiful and radiant as a blooming rose. Qin Lengyue's body stiffened abruptly, her fingernails digging deeply into her palms. However, Yi Fan hadn't finished speaking. He grinned wickedly, his gaze shifting to Qin Lengyue, whose face was ashen, and added slowly in a playful tone. But since it is such an important international cultural exchange project, it naturally needs a strict and professional person in charge to oversee the entire process. Yi Fan stood up, walked to Qin Lengyue, and announced softly with a hint of wicked smile in a voice that only the two of them could hear. President Qin, from now on, you will serve as the director of this project. His voice was filled with an undeniable air of command. I am responsible for supervising Her Highness's learning progress, assessing the quality of her translations, and ensuring that she does not harass me in any unnecessary way. I hope to see the two of you work closely together for my learning experience. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's radiant smile faltered slightly. Qin Lengyue's icy face froze instantly. She suddenly raised her head and looked into Yi Fan's eyes, which were full of mockery and a desire for control. That overwhelming rage vanished instantly in her eyes, replaced by a chilling, utterly cold calm. Like a silent iceberg about to explode from within. Chapter 36. The princess offers herself? The Empress sends men to kill her. Elizabeth's move-in was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. Although it didn't immediately create a huge wave, the invisible shockwave had already completely disrupted the underwater ecosystem of the entire villa. Her luggage was personally delivered by a royal entourage in sharp uniforms, a sight that left Lu Ruyan speechless. They occupied the largest guest room next to the master bedroom, the one with the best view. Immediately following, under Elizabeth's sweet yet resolute command, the room was quickly royalized. Velvet curtains, hand-woven Persian carpets, and even an oil painting by an unknown artist hanging on the wall. The level of luxury surpassed even that of when Qin Lengyue first came. Every detail silently proclaims, I, Elizabeth, am not a guest, but the second mistress of this place. Yi Fan's inner self shook his head in disbelief. Damn, this isn't a cultural exchange, it's clearly a colonization effort. Look at Ruyan's little face, she looks so wronged, like her crystal has been stolen. In the afternoon, a silent war quietly broke out in the living room. Lu Ruyan was brewing her best de Hong Pao tea for Yi Fan, her movements fluid and graceful, the aroma filling the air, a testament to her authority and pride as a top-tier personal caretaker. Elizabeth, dressed in casual loungewear and barefoot, lazily curled up on the sofa, watching this scene with an innocent smile on her face. Miss Lu, the tea culture of your dragon kingdom is truly captivating. Every movement is imbued with a sense of ritual. She first offered a compliment, then changed the subject, her azure eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, in our country, we prefer to add some milk and sugar cubes to black tea, as that better reflects a man's gentleness. Mr. Yi, would you like to try it? It's here. Yi Fan's inner voice instantly sat up straight, and he even got the melon seeds ready. The ultimate green tea masterclass is now in session. Look at this praise one, belittle one tactic. First, they affirm your professionalism, then use words like gentle to dismantle your defenses. The subtext is, your approach is too old-fashioned. This is what men truly like. Lu Ruyan paused almost imperceptibly in the hand holding the teacup. She raised her eyes, a barely perceptible hint of wariness flashing in her gentle gaze. But before she could speak, Yi Fan preemptively showed an expression of great interest. Oh, that sounds good. He took the tea Lu Ruyan offered, took a sip, then looked at Elizabeth and smiled. Then I'll trouble your highness to let me experience an authentic royal afternoon tea tomorrow. It would be my pleasure to serve you. Elizabeth smiled even more brightly. Meanwhile, the light in Lu Ruyan's eyes dimmed considerably. After dinner, Yi Fan stayed alone in his study, pretending to read, but actually savoring the wonderful tea ceremony performance he had witnessed that day. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and the figure that walked in made Yi Fan's breath catch in his throat for a moment. Elizabeth changed out of her daytime loungewear. She wore a royal blue silk cheongsam tailor-made for her, tightly hugging her incredibly voluptuous curves. The cheongsam had a very high slit, and as she moved, her pair of long, slender, snow-white legs were glimpsed, exuding a deadly allure. Her long, golden curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, paired with fiery red lips and deep blue eyes. The visual impact of this intense collision between Eastern and Western cultures was enough to make any man's blood boil instantly. Yi Fan's inner self was already whistling loudly. My God! A blonde bombshell and a Cheongsam, what a killer combination. This is cultural fusion, and even more so, a nuclear bomb of desire. She's here, she's here. She's coming with her honey trap. Elizabeth, holding the book Joey Kantanki in her hand, walked gracefully to Yifan's side, but did not sit down in the chair opposite him. She chose an extremely daring spot, the armrest of Yifan's large single sofa. Her body pressed tightly against Yifan's shoulder, and a rich rose scent instantly enveloped her. Mr. Yi, I always have trouble pronouncing this word correctly. Could you teach me? She brought the ancient book close to the two of them, leaning forward slightly, her amazingly soft breasts brushing against Yifan's arm, intentionally or unintentionally. This is the same old routine, the same old formula. Yifan's lips curled into a playful smile, and he moved closer to her, his lips almost touching her ear. Elizabeth seemed startled by his approach, her body trembling slightly, but instead of pulling away, she brought her ear even closer, her voice trembling with excitement. Please say it again, so I can get closer to hear. The warm breath sprayed directly onto Yifan's earlobe, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. Yifan's inner self was already laughing hysterically. Teaching pronunciation? You almost gave me a wet kiss. And you said listen closer? Why don't you just sit on my lap and listen? He deliberately slowed down his speech and pronounced the word slowly and deliberately in a magnetic voice. After listening, Elizabeth closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if she were savoring the moment. She pretended to be thinking, tilting her head slightly, and a playful strand of golden curls accidentally slipped down, the end gently brushing against Yifan's cheek and neck, finally landing on his collarbone. That soft, feather-like touch brought waves of indescribable tingling and itching sensations, as if an electric current was shooting from the skin into the heart. Then, she extended her slender index finger and pointed to a page in the book. Is it this word? A discussion about soulmate. Her fingertips, precisely yet accidentally, landed on Yifan's fingers as he pressed the pages of the book. Soft and warm. Yifan could even feel her fingertips gently rubbing against the back of his fingers. After a series of combined punches, the air in the study had become scalding hot and sticky. Elizabeth slowly raised her head, her azure eyes now brimming with undisguised allure and desire. Her voice became husky and sexy, like the most alluring anchor on a midnight radio show. Eastern culture is truly profound. I feel my soul trembling because of your teachings. She licked her bright red lips and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, uttered her final invitation. How can I repay you? It's done. Yifan's inner voice snapped its fingers. He remained outwardly calm, slowly raising his hand and gently lifting Elizabeth's smooth chin with his fingers, feeling the delicate skin. He leaned down, looking at her slightly parted red lips so close to his own, and was about to utter that flirtatious remark that would completely ignite the atmosphere. Just then, the study door was suddenly and abruptly pushed open without warning. There was no knocking. A figure, like a cold front blowing from Siberia, instantly froze all the scalding air in the room. The person who arrived was dressed in a very formal black business suit, with a pair of very ordinary black-rimmed glasses on his face, and his long, jet-black hair was neatly pinned up behind his head. She had a cold demeanor and an expressionless face, like a sophisticated, emotionless robot. Anya. Holding a document in her hand, her eyes, like a high-precision scanner, coldly swept over the erotic scene in the room. The two people, disheveled and in ambiguous positions, Yifan's hand hooking the princess's chin, and the princess's face filled with desire. Finally, her gaze settled on Yifan's face. Under Elizabeth's astonished gaze and Yifan's amused smile, Anya spoke clearly in a formulaic voice devoid of any emotion. Mr. Yifan, I am Anya. President Qin sent me here to give you a report on my professional capabilities. Chapter 37A Three-Way Standoff? Get everything arranged clearly. Anya's appearance was like a high-powered refrigeration machine being instantly activated. The hot, viscous air in the study, filled with the scent of roses and hormones, was sucked out in 3 seconds and then replaced with liquid nitrogen. Elizabeth's stunningly beautiful face, flushed and brimming with desire, froze instantly. Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling around on the sofa. Damn it, I got disconnected at the crucial moment? President Qin, this is quite a move. Sending over an assistant with a one-click calming function? Anya watched the vibrant scene unfold before her with a blank expression. Her gaze remained unwavering, like a high-precision scanner collecting data, coldly sweeping over Elizabeth's sexy cheongsam with its slit reaching her thighs, over her slightly parted red lips in astonishment, and finally, precisely fixing on Yifan's hand that was still holding the princess's chin. The entire process takes no more than 2 seconds. Elizabeth was the first to react. She sat up straight from the sofa armrest almost as if she had been sprung up, a look of embarrassment flashing across her face as if she had been caught in the act. She slowly and deliberately straightened the wrinkles in her cheongsam, trying her best to maintain royal elegance with every movement, but her slightly reddened ears betrayed her inner embarrassment. Yi Fan, on the other hand, showed no embarrassment whatsoever. He slowly withdrew his hand, even rubbing his chin with his fingertips with interest, savoring the delicate touch, before turning his gaze to the uninvited guest. Is this the professional assistant that Qin Lengyue sent? Wearing a stiff black suit, black-rimmed glasses that covered half her face, and her hair neatly styled, she exuded a cold aura that said, "Keep away, strangers, and don't bother acquaintances." This is interesting. Did they find me a female bodyguard or a dean of students? Yi Fan thought to himself. Elizabeth had regained her haughty demeanor. She raised her snow-white chin, cast a disdainful glance at Anya, and spoke with an unquestionable command. "I am having a very important cultural exchange with Mr. Yi. Who let you in? Get out." Anya pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Her voice, like her personality, was devoid of any warmth, as if it had been synthesized by AI. "My job is to filter out all unprofessional and time-wasting communication for Mr. Yi." Unprofessional? A waste of time? Elizabeth was provoked by those two words. Anger ignited in her beautiful blue eyes, and she let out a cold laugh. "You, a lowly assistant, dare to comment on my interactions with Mr. Yi?" Anya's tone remained flat, yet every word was piercing. Serving someone with one's looks is the lowest level of service. President Qin believes that Mr. Ye's time should be used for more valuable purposes. You. Elizabeth's chest heaved violently with anger, her tight-fitting cheongsam billowing out in a breathtaking arc. She was about to lash out, using her royal authority to force this arrogant woman to kneel. Just then. Bang! A loud bang. The expensive solid wood door to the study was kicked open from the outside in an extremely violent manner. Amidst the flying sawdust, Xiao Ruoxue, fully armed, appeared at the doorway. She wore a black, tight-fitting combat suit and tactical boots. Beneath her neat short hair, her eyes were as sharp as a circling eagle. Behind her followed two equally armed and dashing female special police officers, their weapons gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The temperature in the entire room dropped sharply again. If Anya is liquid nitrogen, then Xiao Ruoxue is absolute zero. Ignoring the other two stunned people in the room, she walked straight up to Yi Fan, gave him a perfect salute, and spoke in a loud and urgent voice. "Report. A major security risk has been detected inside the villa. An unidentified foreign national had a dangerous close encounter with the protected individual." Dangerous, close contact? Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. This girl really knows how to find the right words. This official self-deprecation is the most lethal. Elizabeth was furious. "What do you mean by this? I am a princess of the British Empire, and a guest of Mr. Yi. This is illegal intrusion. I will lodge the strongest protest with your Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Xiao Ruoxue didn't even bother to glance at her out of the corner of her eye. She gave a cold, direct order to her subordinates behind her, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Immediately conduct a full security scan of Her Highness. Confiscate all unauthorized study materials she is carrying. Check them for any eavesdropping, tracking, or harmful biological devices." Yes. Two female special police officers immediately stepped forward, carrying professional scanning equipment, and approached Elizabeth without any hesitation. "How dare you?" Elizabeth was both shocked and furious, and she retreated repeatedly. "This isn't a security check, it's a public humiliation." But Xiao Ruoxue completely ignored her shouts. She turned around to face Yi Fan, and the murderous aura on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an almost fanatical loyalty and worry. "Master. For your absolute safety, the villa will be placed on level 1 alert from this moment on. All visitors, including Her Highness, will have their movements, durations, and proximity to you subject to the strictest restrictions." Xiao Ruoxue's ability to act is terrifying. Less than 10 minutes after the order was given, the once luxurious and tranquil Villa No. 1 in the capital city was transformed in an instant. Outside the window, squads of heavily armed guards began their patrols, their movements perfectly synchronized, creating a solemn atmosphere. Infrared scanners and signal jammers were quickly installed in key locations in the living room and hallway. Lu Ruyan and Su Mei, who had just arrived after hearing the news, were so frightened by the scene that they huddled in a corner, their faces pale and trembling. This isn't a home, it's practically a wartime command post. Inside the study, a tripartite balance had already been established. Elizabeth was trembling with anger, constantly contacting the embassy on her cell phone, muttering diplomatic immunity and international incident. Anya stood calmly to the side, silently taking out her phone and sending Qin Lingyue real-time information about the scene. Her face showed no emotion, as if everything in front of her was just data that needed to be recorded. Xiao Ruoxue, on the other hand, stood guard like a door god, keeping a close watch on Yifan and glaring warily at the other two women, as if they were bombs that could explode at any moment. The three women represent three different top-level forces: international imperial power, commercial empires, and state violence. At this moment, in this small study, all pretense of civility has been completely shattered, and chaos has erupted as they fight for control of the same man. Yifan had a headache from their noise. One voice angrily accused in English, another coldly warned in Mandarin, and yet another kept reporting to the master, the threat level is rising. The little voice inside him let out a long yawn. Sigh, even a kindergarten sports meet is more orderly than this. In the end, they all just want to get into my bed. Why bother with all that fancy stuff? He was annoyed. Suddenly, Yifan slammed his hand on the table. Smack! The crisp sound instantly drowned out all the arguing. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The three women stared at him in shock, as if they hadn't expected him to suddenly get angry. It's so noisy. Yifan growled impatiently and stood up from the sofa. Ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, he walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the heavily guarded soldiers pacing back and forth outside, and a smile of extreme annoyance curled at the corner of his mouth. This godforsaken place is unbearable to stay in. After speaking, he turned around, his gaze like a sharp sword, sweeping over the three top beauties in turn. Finally, his gaze settled on Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Didn't you say that your royal horse farm has the most spirited horses? Elizabeth was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Yifan's lips curled back into that playful, all-controlling smile. Very good, I'll go to your horse farm tomorrow. Then, his gaze turned to Anya. Anya, as my new assistant, you will be responsible for arranging all the schedules. I want the highest level of service. Anya adjusted her glasses and calmly replied, yes, sir. Finally, Yifan looked at Xiao Ruoxue with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Xiao Ruoxue, you're in charge of security throughout. Since you feel this place isn't safe, let's find another spot where you can really show off. Xiao Ruoxue's eyes lit up instantly, and she straightened her chest. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. In short, he had arranged everything perfectly for all three women. He turned them all into his followers and moved this war between the three women directly to Elizabeth's home ground, the royal horse stables. Yifan, with his hands in his pockets, looked at their expressions, some surprised, some calm, some excited, and lazily uttered his last sentence. I'd like to see if this horse is truly untamable. You guys are the hardest to manage. Chapter 38: A gift from the genius girl Anya. After returning to Villa No. 1 in the capital, Yifan put the incident at the Royal Horse Ranch behind him. He was wearing the silk bathrobe that Lu Ruyan had prepared, lazily sinking into the huge sofa in the living room, crossing his legs, and leisurely scrolling through voiceover. On his phone screen was a compilation of highlights from yesterday's state banquet and horse farm events, showing him extremely pulling three top women. A male god teaches you how to manage your time. The ultimate dilemma: an aloof CEO, a royal princess, or a violent policewoman. Which would you choose? I've learned this the hard way. Yishin's art of maintaining balance is textbook level. The comments section was filled with enthusiastic worship and memes. Yifan couldn't help but laugh, his inner voice already cracking sunflower seeds. Management my ass. I just wanted to watch the show quietly and have some fun. Who knew you guys were all such good actors? He casually liked a comment that said Brother Yifan is killing me, and was about to continue admiring his masterpiece. Sudden. All the screens in the villa that were playing content, whether it was his phone or the huge 100-inch TV on the wall, went black. The next second, a red pop-up with an urgent news alert abruptly took over everyone's view. Global emergency press conference? Yifan raised an eyebrow. The scene depicts a massive press conference venue. Countless flashes of light illuminate the stage as if it were daytime. A figure that looked excessively petite stood nervously in front of the microphone. She wore an obviously ill-fitting white lab coat, the sleeves so long they covered half her hands, making her look somewhat comical. Her long, black hair was tied in a simple ponytail, and she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses with lenses so thick they could be used as bottoms of wine bottles. The girl's face still had a bit of baby fat and fair skin, but now it was flushed red with nervousness, like a ripe apple. A descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, only 16 years old, a PhD student at MIT with an IQ of 200, Anya. The news headline, in the largest font size, introduced her identity. The little devil in Yifan's mind instantly sat up straight. Wow! A 16-year-old PhD? This setup sounds even more outrageous than that golden retriever. The prodigy on the screen took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all her courage, and stammered as she spoke to the cameras worldwide. I announce, our team, have successfully overcome a major challenge in brain-computer interfaces. And, moreover, they invented this emotion-sensing bracelet. She raised her wrist shakily, revealing a high-tech silver bracelet. It can analyze brainwaves and biomicrocurrents to convert the wearer's emotional fluctuations into visualized data and colors in real time. When she spoke about her field of expertise, her speech became slightly more fluent, but the blush on her face did not diminish at all. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the camera lens, and with all her might, shouted out the words that drove the whole world crazy. The first test of this bracelet must be conducted on the most emotionally complex, most precious individuals in the world. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, and her eyes were filled with fervent adoration. That person is Mr. Yifan. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, the global internet was once again completely paralyzed because of the same name. The news media directly named this invitation the ultimate gift from a genius girl. As Yifan watched the news report about the adorable little girl whose face was so red she looked like she was about to burst into flames, and who wished she could bury her head in her white coat, his inner voice was already laughing so hard he was pounding the ground. Goodness! This track is getting tighter and tighter. Presidents, princesses, and policewomen are one thing, but now even the scientific research community is getting involved? They specifically asked me to do the experiment? Isn't this a new form of academic corruption? This news was like a bombshell, creating a huge wave in the already turbulent inner palace of the capital No. 1 villa. Shi Lengyue reacted the fastest. Almost immediately after the news broadcast, she calmly instructed the public relations team of Fengtian Group by phone, follow up immediately and package this incident as a positive image of Mr. Yifan's concern for and support of the development of cutting-edge human technology, so that the whole world can see Mr. Yi's foresight. Xiao Ruoxue, who was conducting a security patrol in the villa, instantly went into a state of combat readiness. With a serious expression, she reported to Yifan, "Master, this is definitely a new type of technological assassination. This bracelet is very likely equipped with mind control or a miniature bomb. We must take strict precautions." Princess Elizabeth, who had just suffered a setback at the horse farm, snorted dismissively, her face full of disdain. She's just a little girl trying to attract attention. How ridiculous that she thinks she can get Mr. Yi's attention with such childish tricks. Just as the atmosphere in the harem became delicate again, with everyone harboring their own secrets. A uniquely shaped, futuristic silver drone silently flew over the villa and hovered precisely outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. A soft beam of light shone down, creating a 1:1 holographic image on the carpet in front of Yifan. It was that genius girl, Anya. In the video, she appeared even more nervous than in the livestream, her fingers tightly intertwined. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yifan, hello. I am Anya. I swear my bracelet is absolutely safe. It just allows others to better understand your emotions and feel your joys and sorrows. She frantically pulled up a complex blue data stream, trying to explain the working principle of the bracelet to Yifan, but because she was too nervous, her words were incoherent and illogical. Finally, she seemed to give up explaining, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Yifan's image, her face so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Please accept my invitation. I beg you. After saying that, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and the holographic image disappeared without a trace with a snap. Yifan looked at the empty carpet and couldn't help but smile with a playful smirk. This little girl is interesting. Tired of the direct clashes of power, wealth, and beauty, this new challenge from the intellectual crushing track successfully piqued the keen interest of this fun-loving person. He wanted to see what interesting things this genius with an IQ of 200 could do with himself, the only SSS-level male. Go. Yifan immediately made the decision, speaking as casually as if he were going downstairs to buy a bottle of Coke. Why not go? Consider it a free visit to the Science Museum. His decision was the highest directive. The most abundant resources in the entire Dragon Kingdom instantly began to operate wildly around his simple idea. Qin Lengyue immediately arranged a convoy of escort vehicles consisting of globally limited edition luxury cars and invited major media outlets from around the world to film and broadcast the entire process live. The scale of the event was even more extravagant than that of a head of state's overseas visit. Xia Ruoxue then directly mobilized the most elite female special police force in the Dragon Kingdom, Phoenix Blade, claiming that she would conduct a 3-proof level carpet security check on Anya's ARC laboratory, which was touted as the safest in the world. This decision also made the service-oriented harem members in the villa feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. For the first time, Lu Ruyan hesitated as she wiped Yifan's beloved tea set. The 8 female assistants, carefully selected by Yifan XP, looked at the seemingly naive but world-shaking genius girl in the news, and a hint of anxiety appeared in their eyes. They realized that their competitors had expanded from CEOs and princesses to genius girls with cutting-edge technology who could have soulful communication with their husbands. Involution has escalated to a level they cannot comprehend. Half an hour later. Sitting in the top-of-the-line bulletproof car that Qin Lengyue had specially arranged, with an interior space comparable to a small living room, Yifan watched the street scene rushing past the window and the crowds on both sides of the street who had rushed over and were cheering wildly. The little voice in his heart had already moved a small stool, and his face was full of anticipation. One is a genius lowly with an IQ of 200, and the other is me, the ultimate cheat code from another world. I'd like to see whether your cutting-edge technology is better or my witty remarks are more impressive. The convoy traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the ARC laboratory located on the outskirts of the city. This is a huge, hemispherical building made entirely of silver-white alloy, full of science fiction feel. The alloy door alone, which is said to weigh tens of tons, gives people an indestructible sense of oppression. However, just as Yifan's lead car slowly approached the gate, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz. 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 A piercing, highest-level alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire area. The laboratory's heavy alloy door, weighing tens of tons, suddenly started opening and closing wildly and erratically, as if it had gone mad. Clang! 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 The loud metallic clang startled everyone. The Phoenix Blade SWAT officers guarding the area instantly raised their guns, as if facing a formidable enemy. Amidst the chaos, Anya's panicked, tearful voice echoed throughout the laboratory via the loudspeaker system. Ah! No! I didn't mean to. It's not bad. It's just too excited to see you. Chapter 39 IQ 200? I stunned you with just one sentence. The piercing alarm and the frenzied clanging of heavy metal created a chaotic symphony. Amidst the chaos, a petite figure, wearing an outrageously large white lab coat, tumbled and crawled out of the laboratory like a frightened little penguin. Stop! Stop! This is the highest order. As Anya ran, she screamed at the crazed alloy door, her voice trembling with sobs. She tried to rush over and manually shut down the system, but because she was running too fast, her right foot landed precisely on her overly long left trouser leg. Ah! A short, startled cry. Under the relentless force of gravity, this genius girl with an IQ of 200 lost her balance and flew straight towards Yifan, who was standing at the door. Yifan calmly ate sunflower seeds, the little devil in his heart. Here they come, a welcome ceremony of the highest order. He didn't dodge. Just as that petite figure was about to make intimate contact with the hard ground, Yifan calmly stretched out his arms and easily scooped her up. A soft, warm body crashed solidly into his arms. It's very soft. It also has a faint, sweet aroma, like milk candy. Yifan lowered his head, looking at the little girl in his arms whose body was stiff from shock, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He leaned close to her flushed ear and whispered with a chuckle in a voice only the two of them could hear. Dr. Anya, is this the embracing welcome ceremony you invented? It's very novel, I like it very much. The warm breath, accompanied by those magnetic words, was like the subtlest electric current, instantly piercing Anya's cerebral cortex. The body in his arms suddenly stiffened. Anya's brain, the supercomputer capable of easily solving world-class problems, completely crashed at this moment. The screen was blank, with only 3 words scrolling frantically. He hugged me. He hugged me. He hugged me. She could feel the man's strong and powerful chest, smell his fresh and pleasant scent, and hear her own uncontrollable heartbeat, pounding like a drum, making her eardrums buzz. That chubby, pretty face turned from pink to deep red at a visible speed, and finally as red as a ripe tomato, as if it were about to bleed at any moment. She struggled to get up from Yifan's arms, but her body was too weak to exert any strength. After a full half-minute, the prodigy managed to squeeze out a few broken syllables through her teeth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing her almost ripe, Yifan let go of her hand. Annie staggered back 2 steps, barely managing to stand by leaning against the wall. She kept her head down, not daring to look Yifan in the eye. All right, let's take a look at your lab. Yifan walked in first, acting as if nothing had happened. Anya took several deep breaths to force herself to calm down, and followed closely behind, beginning to fulfill her duties as a guide. This is our energy center, using controlled cold nuclear fusion technology. That's my personal workspace. She tried hard to project a professional image, but the tremor in her voice was impossible to hide. To salvage the awkward situation, she decided to showcase one of her proudest inventions. Sir, please look. She pointed to a silver sphere with 6 flexible mechanical arms floating in mid-air, a hint of pride on her face. This is Butler number 1, which can handle 90% of the daily chores in the lab. For example. Anya cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound more steady. Butler number 1, pour a glass of warm water at 82 degrees Celsius and bring it to the master. The instruction has been issued. The robotic arm immediately sprang into action, its movements precise and elegant, taking the cup, filling it with water, and measuring the temperature in one smooth motion. Anya breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she hadn't made a fool of herself again. However, as the robotic arm, carrying the water cup, steadily flew towards Yifan, Anya, due to nervousness, subconsciously added a sentence. Be careful, don't spill it. Because of her trembling, redundant instruction, Butler number 1's logical judgment system seemed to have become disordered. It understands that a complex action of being careful and sprinkling needs to be performed. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, the robotic arm made an elegant sudden stop half a meter away from Yifan, and then flicked its wrist. Splash! A whole glass of warm water traced a perfect parabola and landed precisely on a supercomputer mainframe that was running at high speed next to it. Sizzle, crackle. A series of sparks flew, the main unit emitted a plume of black smoke, and then the lights throughout the laboratory flickered a few times. The air was filled with the burnt smell of electronic components. Anya's face instantly turned from bright red to deathly pale. She was completely stunned, staring blankly at the supercomputer worth hundreds of millions, which contained countless precious experimental data. Her lips trembled, her eyes reddened, and she almost cried on the spot. Yifan's inner self was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. Damn, this is a Waterloo for high technology. Is half of the lab's funding used for research and development, and the other half used to compensate for losses? Seeing Annie AI on the verge of tears, Yifan was not angry at all. Instead, he found it more interesting than any talk show. Seeing that the situation was completely out of control, Anya made a decision in order to save face. She abandoned all hands-on demonstrations and began to use her most powerful weapon, her brain, with an IQ of 200 to forcibly save face. Sir, actually, the core technology of the bracelet is not the hardware, but the theoretical model behind it. As if she had found a lifeline, she suddenly spoke at lightning speed and began to recite her explanation to Yifan. For the first time, we have combined the concept of brain world from M-theory with the quantum entanglement effect, and by constructing an 11-dimensional emotional space, we enable the wearer's brainwaves to interact with the observer's perception at a distance. Its core formula is to quantify the decay rate of the delta coefficient in different dimensions by analyzing the topological structure of the Calabi-Yau manifold. A string of top-level physics terms that would make most people's heads spin just hearing a single word came fluently from her mouth. She attempted to rebuild her image as a genius girl and sway the crowd with this barrage of knowledge. Yifan listened with great interest. He was able to understand all these theories thanks to his superhuman thinking, which had been enhanced after his transmigration, and even felt that some parts were not explained in enough depth. Just as Anya was explaining a key formula and her face finally regained some confidence, Yifan suddenly spoke up, interrupting her. His tone was flat, as if he were saying, "The weather is nice today. The range of values for this delta coefficient is incorrect." Anya's recitation came to an abrupt end. She froze, instinctively retorting, "No. Impossible, this is the result of tens of thousands of simulations." Yifan smiled and continued. You treated it as a constant in three-dimensional space, so you arrived at a fixed range. But. He paused, his gaze becoming deep. In the 11-dimensional space model of superstring theory, it should be a variable whose value changes in real time as the observer's consciousness intervenes. Petrochemicals. Anya was completely petrified. She stood there, stunned, her super brain working at an unprecedented speed. Shock. Suspect. Calculation. Overthrow. Then came terror. A few seconds later, she discovered in horror. Yifan was right. This is a cutting-edge field that no more than 5 scholars worldwide understand, and which she herself has only just begun to grasp. This is the core formula that she spent months deriving. He actually pointed out the most fatal blind spot on his own. Anya's gaze towards Yifan completely changed. If, a minute ago, the way she looked at Yifan was like a fanatic meeting their idol, so now, the way she looks at Yifan is like that of a devout believer who has personally witnessed the creator of the universe, a god. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her lips quivered, and her eyes were filled with twinkling stars. You, how could you? Yifan did not answer. He simply gave her a profound, enigmatic, and compassionate smile. This unknown and incomprehensible power is a deadly poison more potent than any other for a highly intelligent being like Anya. Her faith collapsed completely at that moment, and then was rebuilt with Yifan at its center. In complete worship and awe, Anya seemed to have all her strength drained away, yet also to have been infused with a completely new soul. She turned around, her movements almost religiously devout, and walked to the temperature and pressure-controlled safe in the very center of the laboratory. After fingerprint, iris, and voiceprint verification, the safe slowly opened. With trembling hands, she took out the silver bracelet that embodied all her hard work. Anya took a deep breath, as if clutching her own heart. She walked step by step back to Yifan. Mr. God. Her voice was already trembling with uncontrollable sobs, filled with both grievance and the ecstatic joy of finding her final resting place. Please allow me to put it on you. She raised her large, watery eyes, brimming with tears, and asked cautiously, in an almost pleading tone. May I touch your hand? Chapter 40, The Emotion Bracelet, Heart Rate Off the Charts. The genius girl completely malfunctions. As Anya bowed reverently, the lights in the entire ARC laboratory dimmed instantly. A soft spotlight shone precisely down from the dome, enveloping Yifan and Anya, who stood in the center, creating a sacred and solemn sense of ceremony. Before them, a huge holographic screen silently lit up. On the screen are 2 horizontal baselines, one white and marked Yifan, and the other blue and marked Anya. This is the baseline heart rate data used for calibration and comparison. Through the thick, explosion-proof glass, all the researchers in the laboratory, as well as Qin Lingyue, Elizabeth, Xiaoruoxue, and others who were watching the live broadcast simultaneously via a secret line, held their breath. All eyes are on us. Anya held the silver bracelet in both hands, her face tense, and walked step by step back to Yifan. She was finally about to offer her most precious sacrifice to her god. Yifan's inner voice had already prepared a small stool, a sunflower seed dangling from its mouth, ready to watch the show. Wow, look at this spectacle. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a coronation ceremony. Anya moved closer to Yifan, and a scent mixed with the sweet smell of milk candy and the fragrance of a young girl gently wafted into Yifan's nostrils. She was very close. Yifan could even clearly see her long eyelashes trembling slightly from excessive nervousness, and the fine beads of sweat seeping from the tip of her nose. Her small hands trembled like fallen leaves in the autumn wind as she gripped the buckle of the bracelet, but she couldn't seem to get it to fit Yifan's wrist. Click. It wasn't fastened. The metal plate slid across Yifan's wrist, causing a slightly itchy sensation. Anya's fingers accidentally brushed against the back of his hand. The delicate, warm touch made her body tremble violently, and she froze completely. I'm sorry. She apologized softly, her voice barely audible, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She tried again. This time, her fingertips trembled and touched Yifan's broad palm. That dry, warm touch, like the most intense electric current, instantly coursed through her entire body. Anya felt half of her body go numb, and her mind went blank. She shuddered again and quickly withdrew her hand, as if she had touched something scalding hot. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Yifan felt a surge of mischief. He leisurely stretched out his wrist, watching this genius girl with an IQ of 200, who was embarrassed and at a loss in front of him. This feeling is far more interesting than conquering a commercial empire or subduing a royal princess. He turned his head slightly, brought his lips close to her flushed ear, and whispered in a magnetic voice that only the two of them could hear. "Dr. Anya, your hands are so soft. Are you nervous?" The warm breath, accompanied by the playful teasing, was like the most precise scalpel, instantly cutting through all of Anya's psychological defenses. The next second. Buzz. On the big screen, the blue heart rate line representing Anya, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly changed from a steady straight line into a sharp spike pointing vertically upwards. My heart rate jumped from a normal 75 to 150. Immediately afterwards, the system's real-time sentiment analysis results popped up in large, eye-catching red text in the center of the screen. Status: extremely shy. There is also a line of small, constantly scrolling text annotation next to it. A sharp surge in adrenaline was detected, dopamine began to be secreted in excess, and the activity of the cerebral cortex exceeded the safe threshold. Whoosh! The researchers outside the glass wall collectively gasped in disbelief. What did they see? The genius doctor who usually only reacts to data and formulas and is as cold as ice to any man is actually almost crashing because of a single sentence? Inside the top floor office of Fengtian Group. As Qin Lengyue looked at the data on her screen, her fingers gripping the pen tightened unconsciously. This threat level of Anya needs to be raised again. Meanwhile, inside the number 1 villa in the capital, Elizabeth snorted softly, her azure eyes filled with disdain. Low-level tactics. Xiao Ruoxue frowned and quickly made notes on her tactical tablet. Target Yifan has an extremely strong ability to use persuasive language. Danger level assessment: incalculable. In the laboratory, Anya looked at the publicly executed data on the screen and screamed in embarrassment. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground right now, bury herself in it, and then seal it with concrete. How embarrassing. This is a million times more embarrassing than her getting the formula wrong and burning down a supercomputer. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and her big, watery eyes were instantly filled with a mist of shame and indignation. Looking at her pitiful yet adorable appearance, Yifan's inner comedian completely erupted. He thought it was so much fun. So he went even further, bringing his lips close to her other ear once more. This time, his voice was lower and slower, carrying an irresistible, fatal ambiguity. Take it easy. Your research is very interesting. He paused deliberately, feeling the stiff body of the girl in his arms. Just like you make me. I really want to learn more about it. Boom. If the previous sentence was like a rocket launch, then this sentence is like detonating the entire fuel depot. The data on the holographic screen is absolutely insane. The heart rate line representing Anya broke through the top of the chart, exceeding the maximum limit. The emotion tags on the screen started flashing wildly, as if infected with a virus, switching so fast that they left after images. Panic. Completely at a loss. Pleasure. Overwhelmed with happiness. Warning. Warning. Emotional fluctuations have exceeded the calculable threshold. Warning. The logic processing unit is crashing. Finally, amidst a series of piercing alarm sounds, all the labels on the screen disappeared, leaving only two blood-red, flashing Chinese characters. System crash. At the very same instant the screen display crashed. Click. A soft sound. With her last shred of instinct, Anya finally managed to fasten the silver bracelet onto Yifan's wrist. After completing this action, she felt as if all her strength and soul had been drained away. She raised her head and took one last look at Yifan's handsome face with a mischievous smile, her large, watery eyes filled with tears and shyness. Then, her eyes rolled back, and overwhelmed by extreme shame, unparalleled excitement, and a completely malfunctioning brain, she gracefully and limply fell backward. Yifan was prepared. He stretched out his long arm and steadily pulled the soft, fragrant body into his arms. The girl's body was light and soft, and carried an astonishing heat, like a scorching little heater. Yifan held the unconscious girl in his arms, a mischievous and satisfied smile playing on his lips. He glanced at the holographic screen, which was now completely black. My own white heart rate line remained as steady as if it had been drawn with a ruler. KO. Perfect. Just as Yifan was holding his spoils of war and enjoying the fruits of his victory, the silver bracelet that had just been fastened on his wrist was finally activated. Buzz. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and its surface lit up with a soft white light. The blacked-out holographic screen suddenly lit up again, flickering. This time, there were no complex data charts or fancy emotion labels on the screen. At the center of the entire screen, only one enormous, seemingly imposing golden word appeared. Control. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Control? That's interesting. However, before he could fully savor the meaning of the word, beep, beep, beep. A super alarm, sharper and more urgent than any previous one, suddenly resounded throughout the ARC laboratory without warning. A cold, emotionless synthesized female voice boomed through the broadcast system, echoing in every corner. Warning! Warning! Highest level intrusion detected from the headquarters of Feng Tian Group. President Qin Leng Yue is requesting a forced video call. Chapter 41: The Female Assistant's Troubles, the Bracelet's Side Effects. The piercing alarm stopped abruptly. The holographic screen in the lab, which had just gone black, was abruptly taken over by a forced signal. Qin Leng Yue's face, so cold yet breathtakingly beautiful, filled the entire frame. Her gaze, like two laser beams, pierced through the screen and precisely locked onto Yi Fan and the petite figure who had fainted in his arms. In the background, the enormous golden word control seems to be silently mocking something. Qin Leng Yue's gaze lingered for a fraction of a second on Anya's still flushed face, then swept over Yi Fan's hand, which was wearing a bracelet and steadily supporting the girl's waist. Finally, her gaze returned to Yi Fan's face, and every word seemed to have been pulled from an ice cellar. Yi Fan. Explain this to me. Is this what you call supporting cutting-edge science? The cold voice echoed throughout the laboratory via the broadcast system, causing the air temperature to drop several degrees. Yi Fan's inner self sat with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds, looking on with amusement. Here it comes, the Empress's rounds, the classic segment. That accusatory tone, TSK, it's got the right feel to it. He hadn't even had a chance to say anything suggestive. The silver bracelet on my wrist suddenly buzzed. On the screen, next to Qin Leng Yue's icy, pretty face, a new data window suddenly popped up. Inside the window was something that looked like a car dashboard. A pointer is steadily pointing to the red area on the far right. Above the area, 3 large characters are displayed: extreme pleasure. This scene was not only clearly visible to the people in the laboratory, but was also transmitted in real time to the top floor office of Feng Tian Group and every corner of Guadu No. 1 Villa via encrypted lines. The air instantly became deathly still. Qin Leng Yue stared at the glaring image of extreme pleasure, her fingers gripping the pen so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, at the capital No. 1 Villa, in front of the giant screen in the living room, Lu Ruyan, Su Mei, and the 8 carefully selected female assistants, each with their own unique characteristics, were gathered together, looking dazed. What did they see? They saw the new, seemingly dim-witted genius girl who, after merely engaging in an academic exchange with her master, was teased to the point of fainting on the spot. It caused the owner's damn emotional dashboard to go off the charts. Extreme pleasure? The alluring secretary, Su Mei, with her long legs and black stockings, stared at the screen, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with disbelief. With so many of us serving you in every way imaginable massages, baths, changing clothes, warming the bed at most we can only get the pointer to the satisfactory zone. Her words struck a nerve with everyone. Lu Ruyan's hand, which was wiping the tea set, stopped in mid-air, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The 8 female assistants looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion and anxiety. They are working tirelessly and competitively every day. From tea ceremony and flower arrangement to massage techniques and fashion sense, everything is done to perfection, for fear of any slight flaw that might displease the owner. But what was the result? All their perfect service combined couldn't compare to that little girl's embarrassing fainting on the spot. Why? Why is that? Everyone's brains were racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this cruel reality. Sudden. Su Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, as if her Rin and Du meridians had been opened in an instant. I understand. She clapped her hands, her face showing a mixture of sudden realization and excitement. We were all wrong. Terribly wrong. She looked around at everyone, her voice filled with the excitement of discovering a new continent. What the master likes is not our kind of obedient and flawless service at all. What he likes is unexpected. It's contrast. It's seeing us, who are usually high and mighty, panic and lose our composure in front of him. It's that thrill of conquest. The pleasure of personally ruining us. Boom. Su Mei's fallacies and heresies were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. Pandora's box has been opened. The way all the women looked at each other changed. If before, they were caught in a fierce competition on the track of how to better serve their masters, now, a brand new track, full of excitement and danger, suddenly unfolds before them. How can I more effectively please my owner and make him feel surprised and excited? A bewitching smile had already appeared on Sumei's lips. This track was practically tailor-made for her. She immediately started planning how, when she reported to Yifan the next day, she would definitely wear her thinnest white silk shirt and then accidentally spill scalding hot coffee all over her chest. The 8 female assistants also suddenly understood and began to show their unique abilities. The usually dignified and elegant teacher-type female assistant quietly took out a mahogany ruler from her room, which she used for teaching demonstrations, and gently stroked it. The energetic athletic female assistant has already started planning how to accidentally strain her inner thigh muscles while accompanying her owner for morning exercise tomorrow, and then cry and beg her owner to personally guide her on the correct stretching posture. The housewife-type assistant, who was most skilled at cooking, had a glint in her eye. In her mind, she had already conceived a perfect mini kitchen fire, and how she should wear a revealing apron and frantically rush into her master's arms for help. Only Lu Ruyan. Looking at the screen, at Yifan holding Anya with such a contented expression, she felt an unprecedented and profound sense of crisis. Her public persona is that of a perfect person. It is gentleness, obedience, and understanding. But in this brand new self-destructive competition, her perfection has become her biggest disadvantage. She walked to the full-length mirror and looked at her own gentle, always smiling face. For the first time, a hint of determination and madness flashed in her eyes. When Yifan handed the unconscious Anya over to the laboratory staff, he returned to the villa, satisfied. He keenly sensed that something was amiss. Something is very wrong. The way the women in the villa looked at him had all changed. It's no longer the simple, submissive obedience filled with worship and adoration of the past. Instead, like a group of top female hunters eyeing their prey, their eyes were filled with eager aggression and a certain, malicious light. "Master, you're back." Lu Ruyan was the first to greet her as always, her voice gentle. "Hot water has been prepared for you. Tonight, we have prepared deep-sea volcanic mud from the Mediterranean, paired with Bulgarian rose essential oil, to help you relax your mind and body to the fullest extent." Everything sounded the same as usual. But Yifan felt that there was something else in her smile today. That evening, in the bathroom. Mist rises. Yifan had just taken off his shirt, revealing his well-defined, muscular physique. Lu Ruyan was carrying a bottle of exquisite essential oil and walked over with light, graceful steps. Just as she was about to approach the bathtub. Ah! Her non-slip slippers seemed to suddenly lose their function, and she slipped, letting out a perfectly timed scream as she fell straight towards Yifan's back. Yifan rolled his eyes inwardly. They're here? They've started so soon? He didn't dodge. He let that soft, delicate body crash against his back. The essential oil bottle in her hand just happened to fly out and shatter on the ground. The rich, rose-scented liquid splashed everywhere. Most of it was poured onto Lu Ruyan's gossamer thin silk cheongsam. The soaked fabric clung tightly to her shapely curves, making her already alluring figure appear almost invisible, as if she were not wearing anything at all. Lu Ruyan lay on Yifan's back, raising her pretty face, a mixture of panic, shyness, and a perfectly measured hint of grievance. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yifan lowered his head and glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. On that small emotional dashboard, the pointer representing the level of pleasure, sure enough. It began to tremble excitedly and slightly. Just as Yifan was about to turn around, help up the poor butler with her superb acting skills, and comfort her properly. Buzz. Buzz. His personal cell phone, which was placed to the side, emitted 2 distinct short vibrations. An encrypted text message popped up. The sender was that blonde vixen Elizabeth. "Honey, don't just focus on playing with your new toys and forget about me. My wildest blonde mare is getting impatient in the stable. If you don't come soon, I might have to take care of it myself, okay?" Below the text message was a photo that had just been taken. In the dimly lit stable, a pair of long, snow-white legs clad in black high riding boots were slightly tiptoeing, with the heel of one foot gently and ambiguously touching the cold stirrup. The camera pans upwards from a tricky angle, leaving plenty of room for imagination. The instant the photo loads, the pointer on Yifan's wrist, which had been trembling slightly, seemed to have been injected with nuclear power. With a buzz, a sudden surge, it broke straight through the extreme pleasure red zone, crashed into the top of the dashboard, and entered a brand new restricted area that had never been seen before and was flashing a dangerous red light. Above the penalty area, 4 large, gold-plated characters appeared. Extremely excited. Chapter 42 Anya's Request for Science. The bathroom was filled with steam. Yifan could clearly feel every curve of the delicate body lying on his back. The soaked silk cheongsam had lost its function of concealment, clinging tightly to the skin and outlining breathtaking curves. Lu Ruyan's breathing was deliberately rapid and suppressed, her warm breath brushing against Yifan's earlobe, bringing waves of tingling sensation. With acting skills like this, it would be a waste not to win an Oscar. While complaining internally, Yifan glanced with interest at his phone, which he had casually placed on the shelf. On the screen, the four large, gold-plated characters flashing a dangerous red light. Extreme excitement silently proclaimed a huge misunderstanding. The person at the center of this misunderstanding was adjusting her posture to see the small screen more clearly. The moment she saw those four words, she froze, and then an indescribable surge of joy welled up inside her. It was a success. Su Mei was right. What the master liked was indeed this kind of uncontrollable accident. My own misstep just now actually caused the master's emotional dashboard to soar to an unprecedented peak. She felt her heart racing, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and excitement made her body, already burning with shame, even hotter. Yifan sensed the subtle changes in her body, from stiffness to a barely perceptible relaxation and joy. He instantly understood the thought process of this perfect butler at that moment. He remained calm, a playful smile playing on his lips, and slowly turned around. "Are you all right, Ruyan?" He reached out, not to help her up directly, but to gently brush his fingertips across the damp fabric of her cheongsam, feeling its amazing elasticity and warmth. "The floor is too slippery, be careful next time." His voice was full of concern, but his eyes held a knowing, mocking look. The touch of her fingertips sent a shiver through Lu Ruyan. She quickly lowered her head, her pretty face flushed crimson, her voice barely audible, filled with just the right amount of panic and grievance. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to, I'll go change my clothes right away." After saying that, she fled from the bathroom like a startled fawn, clutching her soaked clothes. But as she turned away, the hint of smugness in her eyes and brows was caught by Yifan. Yifan watched her graceful figure disappear through the doorway, and his smile deepened. "Interesting, this game is getting more and more interesting." Meanwhile, the villa's common rest area. Su Mei and her 8 female assistants each had a tablet in hand, staring intently at the pointer welded to the top of the screen. The moment Lu Ruyan fell, the pointer only jerked slightly. But immediately afterward, as if injected with adrenaline, it broke through the red zone and crashed into that forbidden zone that no one had ever touched before. The entire rest area was deathly silent. "What did I say?" Su Mei suddenly slapped her thigh, breaking the silence. Her face shone with the brilliance of discovering the truth, and her eyes swept over everyone present with burning intensity. "Look! This is the evidence. Lu Ruyan succeeded. Unexpected. Out of control. Disheveled. This is the ultimate code to please the master." Her words were like a thunderclap, waking everyone present. Pandora's box was thus completely opened. The female assistant, who was usually as dignified as a university professor, silently gripped the mahogany ruler in her hand, her eyes flickering, as if she was planning an unexpected incident concerning classroom discipline. That energetic and athletic female assistant has already started using her phone to search for how to get a cramp most naturally during yoga practice and request private instruction. A new round of intense competition, centered around how to mess things up more professionally, has officially begun. In the bathroom, Yifan picked up his phone and lightly traced his fingertip across Elizabeth's suggestive photo. Riding boots, stirrups, long, snow-white legs. This blonde vixen certainly knows how to get a man's attention. Just as he was about to reply with an even more provocative text message, an encrypted, unknown number suddenly called. Yifan raised an eyebrow and answered the phone. "Mr. Yi. Yifan?" On the other end of the phone came a slightly weak, yet fervent, voice of a young girl. "It's Anya." "Oh? Dr. Anya, I thought your processor would need a long reboot." Yifan leaned back in the bathtub and teased lazily. "Sir." Anya completely ignored his joke, her voice rising 8 octaves with excitement. "Your data." Just now, the emotion bracelet detected an emotional peak that was beyond imagination and completely defied current neuroscience theories. A stable peak that lasted for more than 30 seconds in the extreme excitement range. This is impossible. This is a miracle worthy of being recorded in history. Yifan couldn't help but laugh as he listened to her incoherent report. "Really? That's amazing." "Yes. That's why I have to find out why." Anya's tone was unwavering, filled with the stubbornness of a scientist. For science. And for your safety. As if remembering something, she quickly added, "Sir, you don't understand." Such intense emotional fluctuations, without any data monitoring and guidance, could potentially cause irreversible damage to your precious cerebral cortex. This is extremely dangerous. Danger? Yifan's inner voice was laughing so hard it was rolling on the floor. This is clearly the most interesting thing today. Anya spoke faster and faster, and as the topic turned to her area of expertise, her social anxiety disappeared completely. In order to build a complete emotional safety protection algorithm for you, and to further optimize the bracelet's compatibility, I need to collect more comprehensive physiological data from you. Especially data when your body is in a low activity state, such as when you're sleeping. Sleep? Yifan's interest was piqued. Yes. Anya answered decisively, I need to obtain your basal metabolic rate, detailed REM cycle spectrum, baseline skin conductance, and curves showing the changes in respiratory rate and heart rate at different sleep depths. She rattled off a string of technical terms that Yifan couldn't understand, but which sounded very impressive. Finally, she delivered her concluding remarks. The only way to obtain this data is through high-precision, non-invasive, close-range sensors. So, I need to come to your bedroom in person to install these devices, and to ensure the originality and accuracy of the data, I must be present throughout the data collection process. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Yifan didn't speak. He could imagine that the genius girl on the other end of the phone must be even redder than she had been in the lab. He waited a full half-minute before asking slowly in a low, amused voice. So, Dr. Anya, you mean you want to watch me sleep? It's for science. Anya's voice instantly turned into a mosquito's buzz, and all the scientific aura vanished. Of course, for science. Yifan immediately replied solemnly, his tone filled with respect and longing for knowledge. Exploring the unknown truth is the noblest cause for all mankind. I am willing to dedicate myself to science. So, when shall we begin, my esteemed doctor? Ha! Anya seemed surprised that he agreed so readily, and paused for a moment before overjoyed. Right now. I'll bring the equipment right away. We can start tonight. The call ended. Looking at his face in the mirror, which he couldn't suppress as he smiled, Yifan felt great. A skilled butler who was beginning to try his hand at being clumsy. A blonde princess, dressed in riding boots, waiting to be conquered, is far away in the stables. There's also a genius little girl who's about to come to my bedroom with a bunch of high-tech instruments, wanting to observe me sleeping for the sake of science. This world, he murmured, is full of new surprises every day. Chapter 43 Data Collection, Sleep Monitoring. When Yifan came out of the bathroom, he was only wearing a loose silk robe, water droplets slowly sliding down his well-defined abs. He immediately saw Lu Ruyan kneeling on the living room carpet, seemingly focused on arranging the tea set, but her beautiful eyes would occasionally peek through the reflection of the smooth teapot to secretly observe his reaction. Seeing her nervous yet expectant expression, Yifan was overjoyed. These women are really getting better and better at having fun. Before he could even flirt with the skilled butler, the villa's doorbell rang. Lu Ruyan immediately stood up and went to open the door with impeccable poise. Standing outside was a petite figure, none other than Anya. She wore black-rimmed glasses and carried a heavy-looking silver medal case in her arms. Behind her were two female assistants in white sterile gowns with serious expressions, each carrying various equipment cases with flashing blue indicator lights. This entourage doesn't look like they're here for scientific research, it looks more like they're here to dissect aliens. Mr. Yifan. Anya's cheeks flushed instantly upon seeing Yifan, but her tone remained resolute. I brought the equipment. For science. Very good, Yifan nodded to her, the collar of his robe opening wider with his movement. Scientific endeavors cannot be delayed. My bedroom will be your laboratory. Yifan's bedroom was as big as a small helipad. As soon as Anya entered, she immediately got to work, her initial shyness replaced by the meticulousness of a scientist. She directed her two assistants to methodically set up all sorts of oddly shaped instruments throughout the room. Several palm-sized, silent levitating spheres hovered slowly beneath the ceiling, casting invisible optical scanning nets. A miniature spectrometer capable of analyzing respired gases in real time was installed at the head of the bed. Even under the mattress, a thin, biogel pad capable of sensing the slightest pressure changes was laid out. Lu Ruyan, Su Mei, and the others, citing the safety of the master as the reason, stood at a distance from the bedroom door to supervise the work. They watched Anya skillfully operate the high-tech equipment that they couldn't understand at all, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Especially when Anya took out a syringe-like instrument and extracted several skin flake samples from Yifan's pillow, Su Mei's eyes almost shot fire. This little brat, she's playing way too fancy. The installation was completed quickly. The two assistants bowed to Anya, then respectfully left the room and considerately closed the door. In the large bedroom, only Yifan and Anya remained. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became somewhat subtle. "Sir, please lie down on the bed." Anya pushed up her glasses, not daring to look Yifan in the eye, her gaze drifting to the large bed covered with sensors. Yifan smiled, untied his robe, tossed it onto the sofa, and lay down shirtless. He could clearly feel the cool, comfortable sensation of the gel pad beneath him, as if he were lying on a gentle surface of water. Anya looked at his body, which was completely free of excess fat and had perfectly smooth muscle lines. Her breath caught in her throat, and she quickly turned her gaze to the holographic data screen floating in front of her, forcing herself to calm down. On the screen, countless data streams refreshed like a waterfall. Bacheloress heart rate 60, blood pressure 120/80, skin conductance baseline perfect, all the data are the gold standard for human physiology, she murmured to herself, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, completely immersed in the world of science. Yifan closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep. He could hear her slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness, and smell a faint, unique scent emanating from her, like laboratory disinfectant mixed with a young girl's natural fragrance. Time passed second by second. The only sound in the bedroom was the faint hum of the equipment. Suddenly, Anya exclaimed, "Huh? Strange. There's an unusual peak in the alpha rhythm of the brainwaves, but there's no corresponding change in physiological signs. Could it be a sensor malfunction?" She muttered to herself, stood up from the chair, and carefully walked to the bedside. Yifan felt her lean down, getting very close to him. A soft strand of hair gently brushed against his cheek, tickling him. She seemed to be adjusting a sensor on his pillow, her movements as gentle as if she were handling a rare treasure. Because they were so close, her still developing but already quite well-proportioned breasts were almost touching his arm through her thin nightgown. Her unique, clean, and cool scent entered Yifan's nostrils even more clearly. Yifan's inner voice whistled, here it comes, the close-up observation session." Just as Anya was intently watching the sensor readings, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes a crack. "Dr. Anya," he began slowly, in a husky yet magnetic voice heavy with sleep, "are you observing my dream?" "Ah." Anya shuddered in fright, nearly dropping the debugger in her hand. She sat bolt upright like a startled rabbit, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. I didn't. I was calibrating the equipment. For the accuracy of the data," she stammered, unsure of what to do with her hands. Seeing her panicked expression, Yifan's smile deepened. He slowly turned over to face her, then reached out and grabbed her cold little hand. Anya's body stiffened instantly, and her mind went blank. "Don't be nervous," Yifan's voice was like a devil's whisper, with a hint of mockery, "since it's for science, the data, naturally, the more comprehensive the better." He gently stroked Anya's hand with his thumb, feeling her smooth, delicate skin and the pulse throbbing violently beneath her skin from fright. "Look, just this light touch," he said, raising his wrist to show her the screen of the mood bracelet. "My heart rate jumped from 60 to 65. Doctor, can you explain this physiological phenomenon?" Anya's gaze fell blankly on his bracelet, then at her hand that he was holding, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. "Or perhaps..." Yifan's gaze shifted downwards, landing on a small badge on her chest, serving as an environmental monitor. The indicator light on that badge was flashing red light frantically at an insane frequency. Does the PhD student also need to collect their own data to create a control group? Boom! Anya's mind completely exploded. She felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and the once clear data streams on the holographic screen in front of her turned into a jumble of gibberish. Her own heartbeat pounded wildly in her ears like a war drum. Data, device." She stammered, completely losing her ability to speak, and just wanted to disappear into the ground. Yifan was in a great mood as he watched the genius girl being teased to the point of near collapse by his few words, and couldn't help but chuckle. The mood dashboard on his wrist faithfully reflected his current mood. The pointer representing the level of pleasure, after a joyful tremor, suddenly surged upwards and came to a steady stop in the red zone of extreme pleasure. This scene was clearly displayed on the tablet screens of the women craning their necks to peek outside the bedroom door, thanks to the ubiquitous surveillance cameras. At the same time, an expression of sudden realization appeared on their faces. So that's how it can be done. Chapter 44: Qin Leng Yue's Investments, Technology and Jealousy. Outside the bedroom door is the common rest area. The air was deathly still. Lu Ruyan, Sumei, and 8 charming female assistants were intently watching the live monitoring screens on their respective tablets. The screens were split in two. The left side showed the readings from the emotion bracelet on Yifan's wrist, while the right side showed the flashing frequency of the monitoring badge on Anya's chest. As Yifan grabbed Anya's hand and teased her in a devilish whisper, the pointer on the left, representing pleasure, merrily rushed into the red zone of extreme pleasure and stopped there steadily, without moving an inch. On the right, the badge representing Anya's emotional fluctuations had flashed beyond the instrument's limit, turning into a blinding, constantly lit red light, as if it might explode at any moment due to overload. Do you understand now? Sumei was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling with the excitement of discovering a new continent. She turned off the tablet, looked around at the women with different expressions, and said, word by word, what the master enjoys is not the service itself. What he enjoys is seeing us lose control, panic, and fight among ourselves in front of him. She paused, her gaze falling on Lu Ruyan's beautiful but slightly pale face. Sister Ruyan, your previous accidental fall was misguided. You just fell down on your own, you were putting on a show, and the master was just an audience member. But this Anya was pushed down by the master himself. One is a solo performance, the other is a duet. Think about the difference, think about it carefully. These words struck the women like a thunderbolt. Pandora's box has been completely opened. Previously, their logic of involution was how to better please their master. Now, Sumei reveals a higher dimensional version to them: how to please your master by embarrassing others. Lu Ruyan's fingers tightened slightly around the teacup, her knuckles turning white. She finally understood why her carefully orchestrated accident had only resulted in a brief tick of the clock. It turned out that no matter how good her acting was, it was all just a performance for herself. Meanwhile, that seemingly dull and foolish young girl had unintentionally achieved the ultimate goal of pleasing her master. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped her heart. Inside the bedroom, Anya's brain processor had completely crashed, displaying a jumble of gibberish. She could feel Yifan's warm thumb gently caressing the back of her hand. The sensation was terrifyingly clear, each movement like an electric current, sending shivers down her spine. Yifan admired her ripe appearance and was in a great mood, finally letting go of her hand. It seems that Dr. Anya's control group data is fluctuating quite a bit. He lazily withdrew his hand, leaned against the headboard, and said with a double meaning, it's okay, scientific research always encounters bottlenecks. You can adjust it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. Anya's lips trembled as she finally regained a sliver of her ability to speak. She took 2 steps back as if fleeing, and sat back down in her chair, but she dared not look up at Yifan again. She just stared intently at the holographic screen full of gibberish in front of her, as if she wanted to recompile it with her eyes. She felt as if she were not conducting scientific research, but rather undergoing a public execution of her soul. Just then, Sumei's encrypted communication request, through Qin Leng Yue's private line, reached the president's office on the top floor of Fengtian Group. At that moment, Qin Leng Yue had just finished a multinational video conference. She picked up her coffee, looked at the dazzling city lights outside the window, her cool face expressionless. Speak. She pressed the answer button, her voice as cold as ever. Boss, Sumei's voice was low but couldn't hide her excitement. A new variable has appeared at Villa Number 1. Sumei used the most concise and persuasive language to give a full account of Anya's sleep monitoring plan and Yifan's extremely pleasant reaction to it. She especially emphasized the keywords close-up, comprehensive, physiological data, and in the name of science. That Anya is approaching things from an angle we never imagined. She's bypassing all emotions and services, going straight to the science and health level to conduct, well, in-depth analysis of the owner. And, judging from the feedback on the emotion bracelet, the owner is really into it. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Sumei could even hear Qin Leng Yue's steady breathing. She knew that the Ice Queen was operating her brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer, at high speed. A full minute later, Qin Leng Yue's voice rang out again, eerily calm. I see. The call ended. Qin Leng Yue put down her coffee cup, which clinked against the table with a crisp sound. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the financial empire that had been built around her. Anya, technology, data. For the first time, she felt that things were spiraling out of her control. The competitive tactics of Lu Ruyan, Su Mei, and even the blonde Princess Elizabeth were all within her expectations: service, seduction, and coquetry. But this Anya uses the word knowledge. This was a completely new weapon, one she had never encountered before. She couldn't even use conventional business methods to suppress or bribe it. Because for a pure scientist, money and status meant little. Truth and the unknown were what excited them. Yi Fan is the ultimate unknown in this world. Qin Lungyue's gaze was colder than ever before. She couldn't allow any uncontrollable factors to stay by Yi Fan's side for too long. Since we can't suppress her using conventional means, then, let's use capital to completely devour her and turn her into one of our own. She returned to her desk and pressed the internal phone button. Connect to MIT, Dr. Anya's private lab. Top priority. In Yi Fan's bedroom, Anya was still immersed in the afterglow of social death, trying to reboot her brain. Suddenly, her personal terminal on her wrist emitted a high-level communication request alert. Seeing the encrypted header of the caller ID, Fengtian Group CEO's office, Anya's pupils constricted sharply. She hesitated for a moment, then answered the call with trembling hands. A cold, arrogant female voice, carrying an unquestionable authority, came from the terminal. Is this Dr. Anya? I am. Anya swallowed nervously. I am Qin Lungyue. The name Qin Lungyue seemed to carry immense pressure, freezing the air in the bedroom. I have just reviewed your research project on the SSS-level male physiological characteristics and emotional fluctuation model. The Fengtian Group Board of Directors has decided to make a strategic investment of 100 billion Xia Yuan in your laboratory. Boom! Anya's mind went blank for the second time. 100 billion? She thought she was hallucinating. Her small laboratory, which relied entirely on her own bonuses and patent fees to stay afloat, probably had less than 10 million in assets. 100 billion is enough for her to buy the entire MIT. Invest. Yes, Qin's cold voice was devoid of any emotion. The funds will arrive within 10 minutes. But this investment comes with a condition. What conditions? From this moment forward, your laboratory will be upgraded to the Fengtian Ania Joint Advanced Life Science Research Institute. All research projects, data results, and personnel appointments and removals at the institute must be reported to the newly established Project Oversight Committee. And I will personally serve as the sole chairman of this committee. Qin Lungyue's voice was calm and clear, each word like a nail, pinning Anya to the spot. Anya was completely dumbfounded. She finally understood. This isn't an investment, it's a blatant takeover that can't be refused. Qin Lungyue spent 100 billion to buy not her technology, nor her future, but her qualification to study Yi Fan. She will transform from a free researcher into Qin Lungyue's eyes and hand for monitoring Yi Fan. Yi Fan lay in bed and heard the entire phone call clearly. The little devil inside him was laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. Here it comes, the aura of the Empress. The power of money activated. He looked at Anya, who was stunned and seemed to have been struck by lightning, and slowly sat up with a smile that suggested he was enjoying the show. Congratulations, Dr. Anya. He began, you're now the richest scientist in the world. By the way, meet your new boss. At that moment, Su Mei, standing outside the bedroom door, looked at the Fengtian Group's 100 billion yuan investment announcement displayed on her tablet and smiled victoriously. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, felt a chill that was even deeper and more piercing than before. The war in the Shura field has escalated from close-quarters combat to a world-destroying level of capital warfare in an instant. Chapter 45: The Arrival of the Diva, an Excuse for Art. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Guadu No. 1 villa, illuminating the gleaming marble floor. Yi Fan sat at the head of the long dining table, with a dazzling array of breakfast dishes laid out before him, a fusion of Chinese and Western styles, exquisitely presented like works of art. Lu Ruyan stood by his side as always, serving him food and adding warm soy milk to his bowl, every movement impeccable, as if the storm at the capital level the previous night had never happened. But Yi Fan still keenly sensed something different. Today, Lu Ruyan's gentle and submissive charm had faded somewhat, replaced by an almost solemn focus. She no longer stole glances at him out of the corner of her eye, but instead concentrated all her attention on the service itself, as if she wanted to redefine the words "perfect butler" in every detail and engrave them into his very bones. This woman is starting to use her professional skills, Yi Fan thought to himself with a chuckle, slowly sipping his soy milk. He enjoyed this change. Last night, Qin Lungyue's 100 billion yuan investment not only annexed Anya, but also gave all the women in this villa a vivid lesson in escalating the war. They finally realized that simple jealousy and physical fights were just low-level tactics. Just then, Yifan's personal terminal vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from Su Mei, along with a high-priority schedule reminder. Your Majesty, at 10 a.m., please proceed to the exclusive recording studio on the 36th floor of the building. Yifan raised an eyebrow and replied with a message. A recording studio? What, are you sending me to inspect its cleanliness? Su Mei replied to her messages almost instantly, her words conveying a professional, business-like tone, yet also concealing a subtle hint of provocation. National pop diva Ms. Mu Qingcheng will be officially joining Fengtian Group today, establishing her own music studio. Her first project is to create a personalized theme song just for you, the great SSS level man. Ms. Mu specifically requested that you personally provide artistic guidance to ensure that the artwork perfectly interprets your divinity and charm. Artistic direction? Yifan almost burst out laughing. These women were really using up all sorts of industry-specific terms to find excuses to get close to him. First, there was Anya's scientific research, and now Mu Qingcheng's art direction. Before he could reply, the huge holographic TV wall in the living room lit up automatically and switched to a national news channel. A dignified female host is broadcasting a breaking news report in an excited and solemn tone. Breaking news from our station, Ms. Mu Qingcheng, a renowned Chinese artist and national diva, officially announced this morning at 9 a.m. that she has accepted the invitation from Fengtian Group to establish the Qingcheng Music Studio at its headquarters. It is understood that the studio's primary task is to gather top global music producers to create a significant personal theme song for Mr. Yifan, my country's only SSS-level male artist. At the press conference, Ms. Mu Qingcheng stated that being able to dedicate her art to this chosen one is the greatest honor of her life. The news footage switched, and Mu Qingcheng appeared. She stood before countless flashing lights, dressed in a long white gown, her aura ethereal and otherworldly, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. Facing the cameras, her stunningly beautiful face held an almost devout longing. This is not just a song, it is a hymn of praise to the gods in our time. I need to feel him up close and understand him in order to capture that unique divinity. I ask Mr. Yifan to give me this opportunity and provide me with the most rigorous artistic guidance. These words were perfectly crafted, expressing both fervent adoration and packaging the core desire for close contact in a grand and dignified manner, imbued with a sense of artistic sanctity. The news caused an instant global online frenzy. Hashtag Queen of Pop performs for Yifan. Hashtag most expensive theme song in history. Hashtag what does an art director look like? Hashtag. Countless related terms trended on social media, even surpassing the popularity of Fengtian Group's billion-dollar investment yesterday. Countless Mu Qingcheng's fans lamented that their goddess had finally descended to earth, and in the most thorough and humble way possible. Yifan turned off the TV and glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him. This perfect beauty from Jiangnan was bowing her head, her hands clasped in front of her, obscuring her expression. But Yifan could see that her long, slender, white fingers were unconsciously twisting together, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. A sense of crisis. The sense of crisis was even stronger than the one Anya brought last night. Anya's weapon is technology, novel yet ultimately cold, impersonal instruments and data. Kumuching's weapons are art and fame, things that directly touch the soul and emotions. More importantly, Anya was co-opted by Qin Lengyue through capital and became one of their own. Mu Qingcheng, on the other hand, this globally renowned national diva, is herself capital, a massive source of traffic and influence. She didn't come to depend on Qin, she came to participate in this war with her own empire. For the first time, Lu Ruyan felt powerless. Everything she was proficient in, tea ceremony, massage, cooking, meticulous care, seemed so insignificant, so unworthy of being presented in the face of the grand narrative of writing hymns of praise for the gods. Master, Lu Ruyan finally raised her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, carrying a hint of pleading. Are you going to the company this morning? I just stewed some bird's nest, it's good for your health. She tried to keep Yifan by using the method she was best at. Yifan looked at her and smiled. He stood up, walked to Lu Ruyan, and gently lifted her chin with his finger. I'll drink the bird's nest soup, but art can't be neglected. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, don't worry, I'm just going to see if their art is as pleasing to me as your service. The warm breath brushed past her ear, and Lu Ruyan's body instantly went limp, her cheeks flushing red. Yifan patted her cheek, turned and walked towards the dressing room, whistling happily. Su Mei, prepare the car for me. Also, tell the recording studio to adjust the soundproofing to the best setting. I'm afraid that when I'm giving instructions, I'll make too much noise and disturb others. Chapter 46: The Recording Studio, The Allure of a Voice. At 10 a.m., the Dragon's Tear silently slid into the underground private garage of the Fengtian Group. Sume was already waiting at the elevator entrance, her impeccably tailored black business suit perfectly accentuating her stunning curves. Today, she wore frameless glasses, adding a touch of sophistication without diminishing her inherent allure. Your Majesty, the 36th floor has completed the highest standard soundproofing project as instructed. The elevator ascended smoothly, and Sume stood beside Yifan, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for him to hear clearly. The sound-absorbing materials used are specially supplied to national-level concert halls, absolutely guaranteeing that there will be no sound leakage during the artistic guidance process, so as not to affect the work of colleagues on other floors. She emphasized the words artistic director. Yifan glanced at her, his heart leaping with delight. This vixen was always stirring things up, as if she wanted things to get even bigger. He loved this kind of thoughtful secretary who never shied away from a good drama. Professional, Yifan commented succinctly. The elevator doors opened on the 36th floor. The original executive floor had been completely transformed into a professional music space filled with a futuristic and luxurious atmosphere. Thick carpets covered the corridors, abstract artworks adorned the walls, and a faint woody fragrance permeated the air. Sume led Yifan through a corridor and pushed open a heavy soundproof door. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is an enormous, almost unbelievable, recording studio. In the control room, one entire wall is made up of various sophisticated and complex mixing devices, countless faders and knobs gleaming coldly under the lights. And through the massive one-way soundproof glass, one can see the even more spacious recording studio inside. In the very center of the recording studio stood a woman. She wore an elegant white dress, her long, black hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her unadorned face was exquisitely beautiful, exuding an ethereal aura as if she were not of this world. It was none other than the nation's queen of pop, Mu Qingcheng. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Yifan appear, her clear, calm eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Her ethereal, otherworldly demeanor was instantly shattered, replaced by a complex mix of nervousness, admiration, and shyness. Mr. Yifan. Mu Qingcheng strode to the soundproof glass and bowed slightly to Yifan through the thick glass. Her voice, transmitted through the built-in microphone, carried a slight, almost imperceptible tremor as it reached the control room. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Mu. Yifan pulled out an ergonomic leather chair and sat down, his posture relaxed, like a king inspecting his territory. Sume silently walked behind him, gently placed her hands on his shoulders, and began to massage them with light pressure, while signaling to Mu Qingcheng with her eyes that she could begin. This simple action is full of the meaning of asserting sovereignty. A flicker of sadness crossed Mu Qingcheng's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger passion for art. She knew that her only weapon today was her voice and her talent. Mr. Yifan, I apologize for inviting you here, because I've hit a roadblock. Mu Qingcheng took a deep breath and tried to calm her voice. I've already composed the melody for the theme song and written the lyrics, but no matter how many times I try, I can't sing it with the feeling I want, that feeling of mortals looking up to gods, that piety, admiration, and longing. So, I would like to sing it for you a cappella. Please feel it, and then, guide me on what I am missing. Yifan made a pleased gesture. Mu Qingcheng nodded and walked to the standing microphone in the center of the recording studio. She didn't wear headphones, she simply closed her eyes, and the entire space instantly fell silent. The next second, heavenly music rang out. The one who descended from the sea of stars, transforming the mortal realm into a divine realm. There was no background music, no autotune, only her purest and cleanest voice. That voice was ethereal and pure, with a sacred penetrating power, as if it could cleanse one's soul. Sume paused slightly in her movements. She had to admit that this woman was truly a monster in her professional field. That kind of voice had a fatal impact on any man. Yifan was also somewhat surprised. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and listened quietly. Your breath is the law, and all beings bow down and obey. Your gaze is a revelation, a sign of the revival of all things and the melting of ice and snow. I wish to become the dust at your feet, to kiss the path you have walked. I would transform into the moonlight outside your window, just to have you gaze upon me for one night. The lyrics are straightforward and fervent, filled with undisguised adoration and possessiveness. Any man who hears such hymns of praise would feel immense satisfaction. The little devil in Yifan's mind was already laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. Wow, that's impressive. That's skillful and eloquent flattery. It's much better than those female fans who just shout, "My husband is so handsome." The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Mu Qingcheng opened her eyes, looking somewhat nervously at Yifan in the control room. Her chest heaved slightly from the passionate singing she had just received. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her cheeks were flushed with a beautiful blush. "Mr. Yifan, how are you feeling?" The control room was completely silent. Sume stopped the massage and calmly handed Yifan a glass of perfectly warm lemonade, her posture elegant and impeccable. She looked at the diva behind the glass wall, who appeared as nervous as a student awaiting trial, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Art? No, this is the highest level of courtship signal." Yifan took the water glass, took a sip, and didn't answer immediately. He wanted to enjoy the thrill of being the center of attention, with everyone waiting for his decision. A full half-minute passed before Yifan finally spoke, his gaze growing increasingly uneasy. "The song is good, and the voice is beautiful." Mu Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly. But Yifan's tone shifted. He leaned forward, rested his elbows on the control panel, and stared through the glass, directly into Mu Qingqing's eyes. "Indeed, something is missing." "It's missing something, soul," he said, emphasizing each word. "Or rather, it's missing the most genuine connection between God and man." Mu Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. Her worst fears had come true. Her singing was ultimately just a mortal's imitation, failing to touch upon true divinity. "Then, how can I connect?" she asked urgently, her voice tinged with pleading. Yifan smiled but didn't say anything. Just then, Sume, who was behind him, suddenly leaned down, her red lips close to his ear, and whispered in a voice that was just loud enough for the microphone to pick up. "Your Majesty, I feel that Miss Mu's performance lacks a sense of experience. Art originates from life, but it should transcend life. Perhaps Miss Mu needs to get closer to life to find that feeling." Chapter 47 Guidance, the necessity of physical contact. Sume's words, though not loud, were like a precisely thrown pebble, creating violent ripples on the calm surface of the recording studio. User experience? Relevance to daily life? Mu Qingqing's exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson from her cheeks to her ears at a visible speed. She wasn't a naive girl, she instantly understood the explicit implication behind those three words. She looked out the glass window at the man lounging lazily against the back of his chair, his eyes playful, as if he were a god in control of everything. Then she looked at the enchanting secretary behind him, whose words were ambiguous and whose posture was intimate. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. So that's what art direction actually means. In the control room, Yifan watched with great interest the fascinating changes in Mu Qingqing's expression, from astonishment to embarrassment, then to a hint of struggle, and finally to a resolute determination. Wow, isn't this the legendary sacrifice for art? It's described in such a refined and elegant way. Yifan's inner voice was already applauding and cheering. He didn't urge her, but simply picked up the lemon water Sume handed him, took a slow sip, and enjoyed the internal struggle of this national diva. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Mu Qingqing took a deep breath, spoke into the microphone, and her voice, though slightly trembling, came out with perfect clarity. "Mr. Yifan, I don't understand. Could you demonstrate it yourself?" She paused here, as if she had used all her strength to finish what she was saying. The most genuine connection between deities and believers, that intimate gaze, and the body language. After he finished speaking, the entire recording studio became eerily quiet. Behind Yifan, Sume smiled victoriously. She knew that from the moment Mu Qingqing uttered those words, this diva had completely abandoned all her pride and glory, becoming just like the other women in the villa, a competitor craving the master's favor. Yifan put down his water glass and stood up. "Oh? Miss Mu, art requires sacrifice." He looked intently at her through the glass. "Are you sure you're ready?" Mu Qingqing didn't speak, but bit her lower lip tightly and nodded forcefully. In her clear eyes, a flame mixed with shyness, fervor, and desperation burned. "Very good." Yifan pushed back his chair and instructed Sume, "Wait outside." After saying that, he pushed open the heavy soundproof door and walked into the recording studio. Bang! The soundproof door slowly closed, completely isolating the two worlds. Outside, Sume's amused gaze met the cold mixing console. Inside, only Yifan and Mu Qingqing remained, along with the ambiguous atmosphere that was rapidly brewing in the air. The recording studio was spacious, but when Yifan walked in, Mu Qingqing felt the air instantly become thin and scorching, creating an oppressive atmosphere. She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, lowered her head, and dared not look at him. Yifan walked up to her, the two of them only a step apart. He could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her, like gardenias after the rain. Look up at me. Yifan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Mu Qingcheng stiffened and slowly raised her head. The moment her gaze met Yifan's deep eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Your song is about a mortal looking up to a god, Yifan said slowly. But your eyes are wrong. In your eyes, there is only the excitement and nervousness of a fan seeing their idol, not the piety and longing of a believer seeing their faith. Eager? Mu Qingcheng felt her cheeks getting even hotter. Now, readjust your emotions. Yifan's voice seemed to possess a magical power, guiding her thoughts. Forget your status as a superstar, forget that I am Yifan. Now, I am your god, the only light in your life. Your eyes should hold light, fire, and a possessive desire to devour me, but you must suppress it and transform it into the most humble worship. Understand? Mu Qingcheng was so overwhelmed by the scene he described that she could only nod subconsciously. I don't understand. Yifan directly denied her. Your body is too stiff. You are resisting and afraid. A devout believer will try every means to get close to her God, not like you, keeping a safe distance. As he spoke, Yifan took a step forward. With just one step, the distance between them instantly compressed to its limit. Mu Qingcheng could even feel the heat emanating from him and his strong masculine aura enveloping her entirely. She instinctively tried to back away, but found that her legs felt like they were made of lead and she couldn't move them. See, you're trying to hide again. Yifan's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. He reached out and gently pinched her small, delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and look directly at him. The warm touch on her fingertips made Mu Qingcheng's body tense instantly, and a current surged from her chin, spreading throughout her body. Lift your chin. Your God is watching you. Meet his gaze and tell him with your eyes how much you crave his attention, instead of looking away like you are now. Yifan's voice was low and magnetic. Mu Qingcheng was forced to meet his gaze. In those eyes so close to hers, she saw mockery, control, and an undisguised aggression. She felt like a lamb being watched by a lion, trembling from the depths of her soul, yet unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her elegant white dress outlined her breathtaking curves. Yes, that's the feeling. Yifan looked at her increasingly dazed eyes with satisfaction. Breathe, feel my presence. Every heartbeat of yours should be for me. Remember this feeling, engrave it in your body, engrave it in your soul. As he spoke, he slowly leaned down and whispered in her ear. The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over and almost collapse to the ground. Your lyrics say you want to kiss the path I've walked. Yifan's voice, like a devil's whisper, drilled into her ears. That is too far away, too empty, too powerless. True desire is direct and tangible. His lips were almost touching her earlobe. Now, close your eyes and imagine the scene you most desire. Then, sing that feeling out with your voice. Just sing that line, I would become the moon before your window, just to exchange for one night of your gazing. Sing. The last word, gentle yet carrying an irresistible authority. Mu Qingcheng was completely captivated. She closed her eyes, her mind blank, with only the warm breath and the seductive voice in her ear remaining. She opened her mouth and, with all her might, forced the lyric out of her throat. I would transform into the moonlight before your window, just to exchange for one night of your gazing. This time, her voice was no longer ethereal and pure. The voice trembled noticeably, held suppressed gasps, was thick with shyness, and carried an almost overflowing, desperate desire. This is no longer a hymn of praise from believers to the gods. This is a woman's most primal and direct way of seeking pleasure from a man. After the song ended, Mu Qingcheng was completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. She could only stand up by relying on Yifan's hand supporting her chin. Yifan released his grip, took a step back, and created some distance. He looked at the national diva before him, her face flushed, her eyes glazed, like a flower dampened by rain, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This feeling is right. Practice it a few more times by yourself here. After saying that, Yifan turned around, pushed open the soundproof door without looking back, and walked out. In the recording studio, only Mu Qingcheng remained. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold floor, panting heavily, unable to calm her frantic heartbeat for a long time. Chapter 48: Sumei's Counterattack, Personalized Customization. Yifan pushed open the heavy soundproof door, and the bright light in the control room made him squint slightly. Behind him, the door slowly closed, completely isolating the national diva who was slumped on the floor in the recording studio, her eyes glazed over, still breathing heavily. Sume remained standing beside the chair he had just sat in, her posture elegant, as if she had never moved. She didn't look at the situation inside the door, but instead focused her gaze on Yifan's face, her captivating fox-like eyes scanning him up and down. "Your Majesty, it seems today's art direction was a great success." Her voice carried a hint of amusement, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Miss Mu must have rediscovered her long-lost inspiration. A professional, a little guidance and it's all set." Yifan pulled out a chair and sat down, appearing nonchalant, but inwardly he was furiously complaining. "It's set, it's so set, it almost turned on the power." This woman, while congratulating me, her eyes are full of "that's all you've got" provocation. Sume picked up the lemonade on the table and refilled Yifan's glass with a smooth and effortless motion. Artistic creation is, after all, mentally taxing. Especially after such in-depth guidance, both body and mind need timely relaxation. She leaned down, her red lips close to Yifan's ear, her warm breath tickling his ear. "To ensure you get the best treatment after handling this high-intensity work, I've taken the liberty of making a small upgrade to your office." "Oh?" Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Good heavens, is this fairy's radar on 24/7? She barely finished her artistic exchange with the diva before her logistical support kicked in. "This isn't just simple jealousy, it's an arms race. Please come with me." Sume straightened up and gestured for him to follow, her eyes sparkling with confidence. The two took the private elevator back to the top floor, to the Emperor Emeritus's office. Yifan was stunned for a moment when the elevator doors opened. The once spacious but somewhat empty office now has a huge object. The object was placed in the prime spot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Its streamlined shape, covered in fine black leather, and edged with a soft blue breathing light strip, exuded a futuristic feel. It didn't resemble a chair, it was more like a throne, a personal throne belonging to a commander of an interstellar warship. "What is this?" Yifan walked over with interest and reached out to touch the cold metal handrail. Fengtian Group's top biotechnology laboratory, in collaboration with a German industrial design team, spent an entire night creating the Dragon Rest No. 1, a multifunctional care cabin, custom designed just for you. Sume stood to the side, as if introducing a perfect work of art. Her tone was full of pride. "It is Ms. Mu's honor to serve you with her voice." Sume picked up an exquisite tablet and gently swiped her finger across it. "My duty is to ensure that you have the most perfect experience and the best health after enjoying all the services. This is more than just a massage chair." As she manipulated it, the throne began to silently transform. The backrest slowly reclined, and the leg rest rose, creating a perfect zero-gravity angle. Surround sound units rose from both sides of the seat, and a semi-transparent dome descended from the ceiling, enveloping Yifan within it. The inner walls of the dome instantly transformed into a deep starry sky. Soothing alpha wave music filled the air, and a calming sandalwood scent began to permeate the atmosphere. Constant temperature system, motion sensing audio, holographic projection, aromatherapy, these are just its basic functions, anyone can operate them. Sume's voice came through the built-in communication system, clear yet with a hint of seduction. Yifan lay inside, savoring the ultimate luxury, his inner self already dancing with joy. "Great! This thing has more features than my supercar. I won't need to go back to the villa for lunch breaks anymore." "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Sume asked. "It's all right," Yifan replied lazily. He knew that the fairy had gone to such great lengths, it couldn't possibly be something as simple as just letting him take a nap. Sure enough, Sume chuckled and deactivated the dome. She walked to Yifan's side, bent down, and looked down at him, the office lights casting a breathtaking shadow on her. "Your Majesty, what you just ate was merely an appetizer." Her fingers switched to a new interface on the tablet, which was filled with complex diagrams of human meridians and various parameter curves. "The true core of Dragon Rest No. 1 is its personalized customization mode." Her voice was low and full of implications. "It has built-in military-grade bioelectric sensors and neuromuscular pulse massage modules, which can accurately scan the fatigue level of every muscle and nerve in your body." But she changed the subject, lightly tapping a red button on the screen labeled Manual Calibration. "This part of the procedure, because it involves the deepest neural stimulation, cannot run automatically for absolute safety. It requires a professionally trained assistant with the highest authority, which is me, to manually calibrate and operate based on real-time feedback biological data." She raised her eyes, staring intently at Yifan, and licked her red lips. Only in this way can we achieve the deepest and most thorough relaxation effect. Especially after you have had a deep exchange like today, which requires a lot of emotion and energy, it is good to give your body a thorough reset and maintenance. Yifan looked at her. Every word this enchantress uttered was full of traps and hooks. What manual calibration, what deep relaxation, what reset maintenance? Doesn't it all just mean I'm going to personally give you a full body spa treatment? He even specifically pointed out that this happened after he had deep conversations with other women. This isn't a counterattack, it's a blatant declaration of war. She not only wanted to prove that she was more useful than Mu Qingcheng, but also wanted to use this method to personally erasure all the traces left by other women on Yifan. Yifan smiled. He enjoys this kind of competition. He enjoys watching these women at the top of the pyramid, racking their brains and using all sorts of tricks to get him. He beckoned to Su Mei with his finger. Then what are you waiting for? Let's begin your work report. Chapter 49: The Office, the Secretary's Work Report. Upon hearing Yifan's agreement, Su Mei's eyes gleamed with even greater determination. She didn't begin immediately, but instead walked to the office's smart control panel. To ensure the privacy and focus of the work report, we need to adjust the environmental parameters. With a light tap of her fingertips, the heavy curtains slowly closed, completely shutting out the afternoon sunlight. The office lights dimmed, leaving only a ring of pale blue breathing lights around Dragon Rest number 1 and a few warm-toned spotlights on the ceiling, perfectly outlining this area into a separate stage filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Then, she pressed a button, and the glass door of the office made a barely audible sound as it locked completely and became soundproof. After doing all this, Su Mei slowly walked back to Yifan. She took off her well-tailored black suit jacket and casually draped it over the sofa next to her. Underneath the jacket was a tight-fitting silk shirt, deep burgundy, with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a beautifully sculpted, snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. She took off her frameless glasses and casually placed them on the table beside her. Without the lenses to conceal them, her already alluring fox-like eyes now exuded an even more seductive charm, radiating an undisguised aggressive aura. Your Majesty, please lie down. Su Mei's voice was slightly lower than before, with a hint of horse magnetism. Yifan readily lay down in the Dragon Rest number 1 care cabin. The genuine leather felt cool and delicate to the touch, and his body instantly relaxed in zero-gravity mode. Su Mei picked up the tablet, walked to his side, bent down, and showed him the screen. As she moved, a strand of hair fell down, gently brushing against Yifan's cheek, bringing a slight tickle and a delicate fragrance. According to the preliminary scan, the data shows that there is slight fatigue accumulation in your shoulder and neck muscles and erector spiny muscles in your back. She pointed to the orange area of the human body displayed on the screen, especially during the art direction just now. In order to maintain a specific posture, some muscles were abnormally tense. Yifan was secretly delighted. Good heavens, she could even connect this to something like this. This vixen was clearly telling him, other women would only make you tired, only I can make you relax. Therefore, I suggest that today's work report should focus on conducting a deep, manual, neural impulse-level data calibration of these fatigued areas. She put down the tablet, not pressing any buttons, but instead extending her hands. They were exceptionally well-maintained hands, with neatly trimmed nails painted a burgundy that matched her shirt. Your Majesty, I'm about to begin. Her fingertips, slightly cool, gently landed on Yifan's temple. First, it soothes the nerves in the head, which helps you get into a data-receiving state better. With her fingertips, she pressed Yifan's temples and forehead with a unique rhythm, neither too light nor too heavy. Her movements were professional, and the force was just right, instantly making Yifan feel a pleasant tingling sensation spread. Yifan closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Very good, your brainwaves have begun to calm down. Su Mei's voice seemed to come from very close by, carrying a warm breath. Next, the neck and shoulder area, which is the focus of today's report. Her hands slid down Yifan's head to the sides of his neck. The neckline of the nursing capsule was designed to be low, allowing her movements to proceed without hindrance. Her fingers precisely found the Fengqi acupoint at the back of his neck and gently massaged it. Your Majesty, the material of your shirt is too fine, it might affect the accuracy of the bioelectric sensor. There was a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I need to fix it a little. Yifan didn't speak, but he felt a hand deftly unbutton the top 2 buttons of his shirt, then pull the collar open to reveal his strong shoulders and collarbone. The cool air touched my skin, but the next second, it was covered by a pair of warm and soft hands. Now, it's time for manual calibration. Sume's voice was even lower, almost whispering in his ear. The pulse module in the maintenance chamber will release basic bioelectricity, and I need to use my body temperature as a medium to precisely guide these waves into your most fatigued nerve nodes. Yifan could clearly feel her palm press tightly against his skin, a faint, tingling electric current, along with the warmth of her hand, seeping into him. Her fingers moved slowly across his shoulders and trapezius muscles, each press precisely hitting the most sore spots. The feeling was half professional therapy and half extreme teasing. Your reaction here is quite strong. She circled her fingertip on a spot, a hint of amusement in her voice. It seems that today's art direction was indeed very demanding. Yifan thought to himself, you might as well just give me your ID number. Sume seemed to read his mind, chuckled softly, and became even bolder. Her hands slid from his shoulders to his back, but were stopped by his shirt. Your Majesty, the report needs to be in depth so that the data can be accurate. Her voice carried an undeniable tone. Please cooperate. Yifan cooperated by slightly raising his upper body. Sume's fingers deftly pulled the hem of his shirt out of his pants and then lifted it up until his entire back was exposed to the air. She didn't start immediately, but leaned down and brought her lips to his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver down his spine. Your Majesty, the following report may be very in-depth, and the data flow will be substantial. Please, bear with it. After she finished speaking, she placed her warm palm on his broad back. This time, she no longer limited herself to pressing with her fingertips, but used her entire palm, carrying that tingling biocurrent, to slowly push along his spine from top to bottom, inch by inch. Wherever her hand moved, the muscles seemed to awaken, and after the extreme soreness came complete relaxation. Yifan could even feel that each movement of her hand brought a series of subtle shivers. Her movements were slow and ritualistic. It was as if she wasn't giving a massage, but rather measuring a rare work of art with her own body. The office was so quiet that only the faint hum of Dragon Rest No. 1 and the increasingly rapid breathing of the two people could be heard. She stopped when her hand slid down to his waist. Data shows the energy feedback is strongest here. Her voice carried a barely perceptible gasp. It needs intensive maintenance. Her fingers gently circled around his lower back, bringing with them an indescribable itch and heat. That electric sensation seemed to surge down his spine. Yifan's body tensed up. Relax, Your Majesty. Sume noticed his reaction and her voice became even more seductive. If you're too tense, the data will overflow. As she spoke, she moved even closer. Yifan could even feel two soft mounds pressed tightly against his arms through the thin shirt. That vixen. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, Sume slowly straightened up. She straightened Yifan's shirt again, every movement filled with ambiguous meaning. Your Majesty, the retired emperor. She finally leaned down, her arms supporting her on either side of his body, looking down at him with a gaze that shimmered with tears in her eyes and her red lips slightly parted. Today's work report, are you satisfied with it? If you are satisfied with the results of this reset maintenance, Sume can provide you with 24/7 data monitoring and in-depth maintenance at any time. Yifan looked at her face so close to his, at the undisguised desire and possessiveness in her eyes, and smiled. He reached out and pulled her down. With a short gasp from Sume, their lips met tightly. This kiss was filled with aggression and a sense of punishment. After a long while, their lips parted. Sume lay on Yifan's chest, her pretty face flushed, panting heavily, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Yifan stroked her soft, long hair and spoke lazily. Well done. Next time, we can hold a monthly summary meeting. Chapter 50 Lu Ruyan's Worries, Master's Health. Monthly summary meeting? Sume lay on Yifan's firm chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, the blush on her cheeks not yet completely faded. She raised her head, her misty fox-like eyes giving Yifan a reproachful look, but her eyes and brows were full of undisguised spring and satisfaction. This man always manages to say the most heart-pounding things in the most nonchalant tone. She propped herself up and carefully buttoned up Yifan's shirt one button at a time, her movements gentle as if she were handling a rare treasure. The exhilarating report and reward she had just received made her feel like she had completely taken over this territory called the office. Mu Qingchang? Just an actress who only knows how to please people with her singing. She, Sume, is the only one capable of providing the most personalized and in-depth service to the ruler at the pinnacle of power. Your Majesty, your energy should be used on more important things. Sume straightened her slightly disheveled shirt and hair while regaining the professional demeanor of a chief secretary. However, her hoarse voice and the tears in her eyes betrayed her earlier reverie. For example, review Fengtian Group's global strategic plan for the next quarter. No rush. Yifan leaned back lazily in Dragon Rest number 1, enjoying the post-battle languor. Strategic planning is nothing compared to your work report. One sentence almost melted Sumei's heart. Just as she was about to say something more, a soft female voice suddenly came through the office's internal communication system. Secretary Su, Butler Lu Ruyan has arrived at the top-floor elevator entrance with a meal and requests to enter. Lu Ruyan? Sumei's smile froze instantly. She was like a lioness who had just declared her territorial sovereignty, only to discover that another, more threatening beast had silently appeared on the edge of her territory. Why would the person from the villa come to the company? Seeing Sumei's expression change instantly, Yifan was secretly overjoyed. Here it comes, the Empress's airborne strike is here. This vixen was just acting like a victor a moment ago, but now that enemy planes have appeared on the radar, she's immediately on high alert. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Let her in, Sumei replied into the communicator in an impeccable, calm, and professional tone. But her slightly tense jawline and unconsciously straightened back betrayed her nervousness. The office door slid open silently. Lu Ruyan walked in gracefully. She was still wearing that simple, custom-made cheongsam, which accentuated her graceful figure. A warm, spring-like smile graced her face, as if she hadn't stumbled into another woman's battlefield, but rather was taking a stroll in her own backyard. In her hand, she carried an exquisite three-tiered sandalwood food box, carved with intricate auspicious cloud patterns, which looked quite valuable. Secretary Su, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ruyan's gaze first fell on Sumei, and she nodded slightly, her tone so gentle that no one could find fault with her. Then, her gaze turned to Yifan lying in the intensive care unit, and her gentle eyes instantly filled with heartache and concern. Master, she called softly, taking light steps to Yifan's side. You must be exhausted after working at the company for so long. She spoke the word work very softly, yet it struck Sumei's nerves precisely like a needle. Sumei gave a professional smile. Butler Lu is overthinking it. Taking care of the Emperor Emeritus is my duty. The Emperor Emeritus is doing well here, with a top-notch working environment and the most professional logistical support. The implication is, this is my territory, and you, a mere steward, are overstepping your bounds. Yifan watched the scene unfold with great interest, his inner voice already bringing out a stool and some melon seeds. One is a radiant and assertive career woman, the other a gentle and refined classical beauty. Two styles, two extremes. Now, for their own sake, they engage in a silent battle in this small office. Lu Ruyan seemed oblivious to the hostility in Sumei's words. She gently placed the food box on the coffee table beside her and said softly, I naturally trust Secretary Su's professional abilities. However, Master's health is of utmost importance. She opened the first layer of the food box, and a rich yet elegant fragrance instantly filled the entire office. The aroma was complex and mellow, just one whiff was enough to invigorate one's spirits. Master has been overworking at the company lately, and I'm really worried about him, Lu Ruyan said, taking out a small, smooth white jade bowl and ladling out a bowl of clear, amber-colored soup. This is spirit-nourishing and vitality-boosting soup, personally prepared for 12 hours by the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Sister Zhang, using snow lotus from Tianshan Mountain, ginseng from Changbai Mountain, and several secret herbs. She instructed me to make sure Master drinks it while it's hot to properly nourish his body. After all, Lu Ruyan raised her eyes and smiled at Sumei, whose face had turned somewhat pale. It is my duty to take care of my master's diet, daily life, and health. In short, it was returned exactly as it was. Moreover, its lethality has doubled. A master of traditional Chinese medicine. Secret medicine. Simmer for 12 hours. This is no longer a simple food delivery, it's about bringing in another top figure from Yifan's personal service team to launch a devastating attack on Sumei. Sumei's proud German industrial design and biotechnology laboratory suddenly seemed somewhat cold and contrived in the face of words like master of traditional Chinese medicine and snow lotus of Tianshan, which represent health and origin. What Sumei can offer is the ultimate sensory stimulation and desire satisfaction. But what Lu Ruyan brought at this moment was the care from the Empress, which was for your own good and to strengthen the foundation and cultivate vitality. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Really? Yifan smiled as he sat up, looking at Sumei's barely concealed expression, and took the jade bowl from Lu Ruyan. It smells wonderful. Ruyan, you've come just in time. He deliberately emphasized his words. Today's work report contained so much information, and Secretary Su was very dedicated. I do feel a bit, well, it's exhausting. Sumei's face paled for a moment, then returned to normal. She knew that the Emperor Emeritus was trying to balance the situation. But this balance was itself a form of favoritism. Hearing Yifan's words, Lu Ruyan's smile deepened. She watched tenderly as Yifan drank the soup, then took out a plate of thinly sliced, fragrant pieces from the second layer of the food box. Master, this is a century-old ginseng slice. Holding it under your tongue is the best way to replenish your qi. Next was the third layer, containing several crystal-clear pills that looked like black pearls. This is a calming pill made by Sister Jeanne using 99 kinds of rare medicinal herbs. It can help you sleep soundly and not be bothered by worldly affairs in your dreams. With each item Lu Ruyan introduced, Sumei's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Her meticulously prepared Dragon Rest No. 1 care cabin now felt like a cold tin can in the face of this anciently prepared medicinal diet. Yifan was thoroughly enjoying Lu Ruyan's meticulous service, and he was secretly overjoyed. This wasn't just delivering food, it was clearly Lu Ruyan's moment to draw her sword. With the gentlest approach and the most irrefutable reason, she directly stormed into Sumei's core territory and precisely struck at Sumei's weakness. Sumei can make Yifan happy. But Lu Ruyan can make Yifan feel better after he has his pleasure, so that he can have an even better time next time. This logic is impeccable. Butler Lu, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Sumei finally spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. However, the company has strict security regulations, and in principle, outside food is not allowed to enter the Emperor Emeritus's office. Oh? Lu Ruyan blinked, looking completely innocent. But I'm not an outsider. My role is to be the master's personal steward, so these medicinal meals are also considered the master's personal belongings, right? She looked at Yifan and asked softly, Master, what do you say? With a ginseng slice in his mouth, Yifan mumbled, It's mine, it's all mine. Secretary Su, special circumstances require special handling. Sumei took a deep breath, nodded, and said nothing more. She knew that she had lost today's confrontation. She had lost completely. Lu Ruyan packed up the food box but showed no intention of leaving. She walked to the side of Dragon Rest No. 1 and stretched out her slender hand to gently stroke the cool leather surface. This chair looks impressive, but it's just a machine, so cold. How can it compare to the warmth and comfort of human hands? She said meaningfully. Master, it's getting late. Why don't you come back to the villa with me? I've prepared a medicinal bath for you, which will completely relax your mind and body. This means they're going to take the person away directly. Sumei clenched her fist quietly at her side. A war without gunfire officially began in the Emperor Emeritus's office. Chapter 51 Qin Lengyue's Intervention, Itinerary Arrangement. Sumei clenched her fists quietly at her side, her nails almost digging into her palms. Take him back to the villa? To enjoy a medicinal bath? This isn't about relaxing, it's about uprooting the territory she's painstakingly conquered. The air in the office seemed to freeze. On one side was Sumei's undisguised hostility, and on the other was Lu Ruyan's gentle yet unyielding smile. The atmosphere between the two women was terrifyingly tense, creating an invisible power struggle. Yifan sat in the middle, his inner voice already pounding with excitement. He even considered suggesting they arm wrestle to decide who would go downstairs to buy coffee. Just then, the heavy office door, which had isolated the outside world from everything, slid open silently to both sides once again. A cool, aloof figure walked in against the bright light of the corridor outside. The high heels clicked on the floor, making a crisp, rhythmic tap, tap sound. Each click seemed to be on the heartbeats of Sumei and Lu Ruyan. The person who arrived was Qin Lengyue. Today she wore a sharply tailored silver gray suit, her long hair neatly styled in a bun, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like neck. Her face was expressionless, her icy blue eyes calm and still, yet carrying an air of domineering authority. Her gaze swept around the room. It first landed on the sandalwood food box in front of Lu Ruyan and lingered for half a second. Then there was Sumei's face, which, though she tried her best to maintain a professional smile, couldn't hide a hint of panic deep in her eyes. Finally, her gaze fell on Yifan. Seeing his languid appearance, as if saying, I'm so tired, I'm completely drained, a barely perceptible ripple flashed in her icy eyes. It seems that the Emperor Emeritus has a very heavy workload today. Qin Lengyue spoke, her voice not loud, but like an ice bead falling onto a jade plate, clear and penetrating, instantly shattering the tense atmosphere in the office. Sumei and Lu Ruyan fell silent at the same time, like two cats fighting for territory, instantly stunned by the intruding Lion King. President. Sumei was the first to react, bowing her head respectfully. Miss Qin. Lu Ruyan also bowed slightly, her posture impeccable. Qin Lengyue ignored them and walked straight to Yifan. She reached out, not to help him up, but to pick up the small white jade bottle containing the calming pills from the coffee table and glance at it. Zhang Shengshuo's calming pills are mild in nature, but they are still medicine. And every medicine has its side effects. She put down the bottle and commented calmly, the momentary peace gained through medication only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Lu Ruyan's face paled slightly. Qin Lengyue's words directly negated the fundamental logic of her proud healthcare approach. Then, Qin Lengyue glanced at the Dragon Rest No. 1 maintenance cabin next to her. Germany's latest bioelectric pulse technology has a great concept, but its benefits to SSS-level physiques are negligible. She then looked at Su Mei, using such flashy but impractical things to waste the Emperor Emeritus's time, Secretary Su, is a dereliction of duty on your part. Su Mei's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Qin Lengyue's criticisms were incisive and all based on the high ground of doing it for Yifan's own good, leaving her with no room for rebuttal. Yifan whistled in his heart. Wow! Absolutely amazing. This is the true aura of an empress. Her entrance unleashed devastating area of effect damage, instantly wiping out both concubines. Su Mei's tech-driven approach and Lu Ruyan's health-conscious strategy were utterly ineffective against Qin Lengyue's domineering CEO persona. You all think that what he needs is replenishment and repair, Qin Lengyue said, her gaze icy as she looked at the two of them. But you are all wrong. She turned around and looked down at Yifan. For the first time, a complex emotion appeared in her icy blue eyes, like heartache and helplessness. What he needs is space. A space without endless work reports or endless, nourishing medicinal meals. Su Mei and Lu Ruyan lowered their heads even further. Qin Lengyue's words were like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the disguise called care behind all their actions, revealing the true nature of possession and involution within. Your Majesty, Qin Lengyue's voice finally softened a little as she said to Yifan, your world shouldn't be confined to this building or that villa. As the supreme leader of the Fengtian group, you need to see for yourself just how vast your empire truly is. Yifan blinked and asked cooperatively, what do you mean? Qin Lengyu took a document from her folder and handed it to him. I've arranged a global tour for you. Her tone left no room for argument, as if she were announcing an established fact. Starting tomorrow, for a period of 1 month, you will travel aboard the upgraded tiers of the Divine Dragon to tour the Phoenix Sky Group's core assets across 5 continents, including the lithography machine factory in the British Empire, a private bank in Switzerland, a mining group in Australia, and our future technology lab at MIT. A global tour? Su Mei and Lu Ruyan looked up at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. While they were still fighting tooth and nail over the question of who will serve you tonight, Qin Lengyue directly overturned the chessboard, intending to take the most important piece on the board to a place where they couldn't see it. What a devastating blow. This is too sudden, Su Mei managed to say. The Emperor Emeritus's security arrangements. Captain Xiao Ruoshua will personally lead the team and be responsible for security throughout the entire process, Qin Lengyue interrupted her directly. What about the master's diet and daily life? Lu Ruyan also became anxious. Your job is at the villa, not on the plane. Qin gave her a cold look. I have selected 8 substitutes for you from among the world's Michelin 3-star chefs. They will take turns to be in charge of the Emperor Emeritus's meals during his tours. Lu Ruyan was completely speechless. Qin Lengyue's arrangements were flawless and watertight. With the most irrefutable reason of work and the best logistical support, she completely deprived the two of them of any possibility of getting close to Yifan in the coming month. But Yifan wanted to act a little longer. Qin Lengyue extended an index finger and gently pressed it against his lips. The movement was gentle, yet it carried an unyielding air. You have no buts. She leaned down and whispered in Yifan's ear, if you don't leave, they're going to start fighting in your office. You like watching the show, but I don't. Her breath was warm, carrying a hint of cool orchid fragrance, which made Yifan's ears itch a little. Yifan smiled. He knew that Qin Lengyue had seen through everything. This woman not only controlled the business empire, but also precisely controlled the balance of the harem. Well, the president's arrangements are always so impeccable. Yifan shrugged. Qin Lengyue straightened up, her face returning to its usual icy queen expression. She walked to Yifan's side and naturally reached out to straighten his collar, which Su Mei had slightly disheveled. The gesture was intimate yet possessive, like a wife packing for her husband who was about to embark on a long journey. Today, you need to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's schedule. After saying that, she grabbed Yifan's wrist and pulled him out of Dragon Rest number 1. Come with me. She pulled Yifan along and walked straight out of the office, without glancing at Su Mei and Lu Ruyan once more. That was a complete disregard. The office door slowly closed behind them. Inside the door stood 2 women, completely stunned. Su Mei's beautiful face was filled with resentment and defeat. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked down at the food box she had brought, her eyes slightly red. Everything they meticulously planned, their competition, their victories and defeats, all seemed so laughable in the face of Qin Lengyue's absolute power. Chapter 52 Parade, the Supercar Upgrade. When Yifan woke up from the incredibly soft bed, the morning light was already faintly visible outside the window. This is not the number 1 villa in the capital, but the top floor of the Fengtian Group headquarters, a private lounge that has never been open to the public and belongs only to Qin Lengyue. The air still lingered with the cool fragrance of orchids emanating from her. Last night, after rescuing him from that tense office, she brought him straight here. Without saying much, she simply told him to get a good night's sleep. Yifan stretched, feeling completely refreshed. Qin Lengyue's move of cutting off the fuel supply was indeed brilliant. She not only instantly quelled the internal conflict between Su Mei and Lu Ruyan, but also used an irresistible global tour to legitimately and temporarily pull him away from that sweet vortex. Escaping the hellish battlefield sounds like going on vacation, Yifan muttered to himself, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. I wonder if this counts as taking a mobile hellish battlefield on vacation. After washing up and changing into a casual outfit personally chosen by Qin Lengyue, Yifan pushed open the door and went out. Outside the door, Qin Lengyue had been waiting for a long time. Standing beside her were Xiao Ruoxue, who looked serious and was wearing a black tactical uniform, and a stunningly beautiful blonde with blue eyes, wearing a well-fitting suit and exuding a noble air, Princess Elizabeth of the British Empire. Good morning, Your Majesty. Upon seeing Yifan, Elizabeth immediately stepped forward, curtsied slightly, her posture elegant, and her voice carrying just the right amount of respect. I am Elizabeth Windsor, your specially appointed international affairs advisor for this tour. Yifan was secretly pleased. Qin Lengyue really knew how to make the most of things, turning this princess who came to ask for marriage into a temporary worker. Captain Xiao, I'm entrusting this security work entirely to you. Qin Lengyue nodded to Xiao Ruoxue. Mission accomplished. Xiao Ruoxue stood at attention and saluted, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if enemies lurked in the air. In her gaze towards Yifan, besides vigilance, there was also a barely perceptible, possessive protectiveness. Qin Lengyue announced the list of accompanying personnel, and as Yifan had expected, Xiao Ruoxue and Elizabeth were among them. However, Lu Ruyan was not on the list. Almost the instant the words fell, Lu Ruyan, who had been standing quietly not far away with a thermos food container in her hand, trembled slightly. Her gentle eyes, which always held a smile, dimmed instantly, filled with tears. She didn't say anything, but silently lowered her head. Her pitiful appearance, full of grievance and not daring to argue, broke people's hearts. Yifan observed all of this and sighed inwardly. Qin Lengyue was making an example of someone to thoroughly establish her status as the official wife. But seeing a beauty shed tears was ultimately not a pleasant experience. Ahem. Yifan cleared his throat and said lazily, touring is for work, not for suffering. The food made by those Michelin chefs is all fancy, nothing compares to the taste of home. He looked at Qin Lengyue and said in a matter-of-fact tone, let Ruyan come with us. I'm used to her soup and the bed she makes. I can't sleep without her. These words were spoken very naturally, with a hint of spoiled willfulness, yet they directly pointed out Lu Ruyan's irreplaceable nature. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, looking at Yifan in disbelief, her eyes instantly turning from tears into overwhelming emotion and surprise. Qin Lengyue stared quietly at Yifan with her icy blue eyes. After a few seconds, she seemed to sigh helplessly, as if indulging a mischievous younger brother. All right. She turned to Lu Ruyan, her tone regaining its CEO-like coolness. Lu Ruyan, effective immediately, you are appointed as the chief life officer for this tour, fully responsible for the Emperor Emeritus's daily life. Don't disappoint me. Yes. Miss Qin. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruyan's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, like the sun after a rain. She bowed repeatedly to Qin Lengyue and Yifan, her joy overflowing. An invisible confrontation was settled with a single, casual remark from Yifan. On the rooftop helipad of the Fengtian Group, the Tears of the Divine Dragon, with its sleek lines and resembling an obsidian sculpture, sat quietly. A beautiful, intelligent-looking technician in a white lab coat was waiting by the car. Your Majesty, based on your simple wishes and Dr. Anya's latest research findings, we have made some minor upgrades to the tiers of the Divine Dragon. The beautiful technician spoke, then lightly tapped the terminal on her wrist. Buzz. With a soft sound, the supercar that had made such a strong presence vanished into thin air. The quantum optical camouflage system, the technician explained, can theoretically evade all currently known optical and radar detection. Of course, its primary function is to allow you to quietly go anywhere when you don't want to be disturbed. Yifan raised an eyebrow, like, going to the university town to eat at a roadside stall? The technician smiled and nodded, absolutely. In addition, she said, fiddling with the terminal again, we have integrated Dr. Anya's spacefolding technology and equipped it with a short-range space jump engine. Leap? Yes, it can perform space jumps up to 5,000 kilometers in a single jump. For example, it only takes one jump from here to the British Empire, which takes about 5 minutes, the technician explained. Of course, the energy consumption is huge, and each jump requires at least 3 hours of energy replenishment and cooling. This is mainly to deal with emergencies and ensure your absolute safety and travel efficiency. Invisibility, plus teleportation. Yifan thought to himself, now I can really do whatever I want. After bidding farewell to Qin Lengyue, who came to see him off, and Su Mei, who looked unwilling, Yifan boarded the dragon's tier with his 3 accompanying persons. The car doors closed, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. The interior was far more spacious than it appeared, resembling the luxurious cabin of a small private jet. It boasted leather sofas, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, and a holographic audio-visual system, everything one could need. As soon as Xiao Ruoxue got into the car, she went into work mode. She took out a tablet computer from her equipment, which displayed real-time environmental monitoring and various data streams around the vehicle in 360 degrees. She looked very focused. Elizabeth gracefully took a bottle of vintage royal champagne from the wine cabinet, poured a glass for Yifan, and softly introduced the customs and culture of the British Empire and the highlights of the visit, trying to draw Yifan's attention to international affairs. Lu Ruyan had silently changed Yifan into more comfortable slippers, served him a cup of calming herbal tea at the perfect temperature, and thoughtfully placed a soft cushion behind him. Master, would you like me to massage your neck and shoulders? Long journeys can be tiring. Your Highness, the welcoming banquet is prepared according to the highest royal standards. I believe you will enjoy the authentic British cuisine. Report. External airspace is safe, energy system is fully charged, ready to jump at any time. 3 different voices, 3 different services, intertwined in the small carriage. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, holding a glass of champagne in one hand and a cup of herbal tea in the other, his heart filled with peace. Who says this isn't a vacation? Watching 3 top beauties secretly vie for your attention is more pleasing to the eye than any scenery. Initiate the jump. Yifan issued the first command. Yes. He felt the car vibrate slightly. The scenery outside the window remained unchanged, but a strange sense of weightlessness enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had been gently lifted from the real world and immersed in an invisible warm current. 5 minutes later, Elizabeth's gentle voice rang out. Your Majesty, we have arrived in the airspace of the British Empire. The royal welcoming procession is waiting ahead. Yifan opened his eyes and saw several fighter jets painted with the royal insignia escorting him from a short distance through the porthole. We've arrived at the first stop of our global tour. Chapter 53. The Sun Never Sets, The Princess's Ball. The tiers of the dragon landed smoothly on the most private royal helipad at Buckingham Palace. The car door swung open, and a wave of exotic air, carrying the scent of damp grass, rushed in. Yifan stepped out of the car onto a soft, deep red carpet that stretched from the side of the car to the entrance of a magnificent, classical palace in the distance. 2 rows of royal guards, dressed in scarlet uniforms and wearing tall bearskin hats, stood motionless like statues on either side of the red carpet. In the distance, the royal family's stewards and a group of ministers were already bowing in anticipation. The spectacle was even more extravagant than welcoming alien envoys in a movie. TSK, such a grand spectacle, anyone who didn't know better would think the queen was about to remarry, Yifan muttered to himself. Elizabeth gracefully lifted her skirt and walked to Yifan's side, her face radiating the confidence and glow of returning to her home turf. Your Majesty, welcome to my home. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable pride. Xiao Ruoxue followed closely behind, her black tactical uniform standing out starkly against the classical luxury surroundings. Her sharp gaze swept over every guard and every window, her right hand never leaving the equipment at her waist, her entire being like a taut bowstring. Lu Ruyan followed quietly at the back, carrying a small leather suitcase filled with various emergency supplies for Yi Fan. She curiously looked around at the exotic buildings, but her attention was mostly focused on Yi Fan's back. Walking through the long corridor, Yi Fan saw the walls covered with portraits of monarchs from various dynasties, each one priceless. He felt less like a visitor and more like someone who had stumbled into a heavily guarded museum. Those boring oil paintings are no match for hanging a few of my portraits that would definitely increase the value of this palace several times over. As he walked, he felt a pang of regret for the royal family's poor taste in art. Tonight's ball will be held in the most prestigious Golden Hall of Buckingham Palace. As Yi Fan stepped into the hall, led by Elizabeth, the melodious symphony abruptly stopped. The gazes of hundreds of top nobles, politicians, and tycoons from the British Empire and even across Europe instantly focused on him, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. It was a complex look in his eyes, a mixture of awe, curiosity, fervor, and envy. Yi Fan could even clearly hear a bejeweled old duke in the corner, who, due to excessive excitement, gasped and coughed, only to choke on his own dentures. He was already used to this, and just lazily scanned the whole scene, as if he were inspecting the vegetable garden in his own backyard. Elizabeth was undoubtedly the center of attention tonight. She had changed into a custom-made starry blue evening gown, the skirt adorned with countless tiny diamonds, making her appear as if she were wearing the entire Milky Way under the crystal chandelier. Her long golden hair was styled into an elegant updo, revealing her smooth neck and delicate collarbones, making her breathtakingly beautiful. However, at this moment, all the brilliance of this most dazzling jewel of the empire shines only for the man beside her. She ignored the king and queen who were raising their glasses to her from a short distance away, as well as the burning gazes of the European princes, and took Yi Fan's hand directly, leading him to the center of the dance floor. "Your Majesty, would you do me the honor of dancing with me for the first time tonight?" She tilted her head slightly, her azure eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. "Of course." Yi Fan smiled, naturally putting one arm around Elizabeth's slender waist and interlocking his fingers with her soft, boneless hand with the other. As the waltz music resumed, the two glided onto the dance floor. Elizabeth's body was very supple even through the thin silk dress. Yi Fan could clearly feel the amazing elasticity and firmness of her waist. She exuded a unique fragrance of rose and vanilla, which wafted into his nostrils and stirred his heart. Her dance steps were elegant and skillful. Every spin, every close approach, was perfectly timed. The diamond-encrusted skirt swayed gently with her movements, like rippling blue waves. Everyone in the hall held their breath, staring at the perfect couple in the center of the dance floor. At the edge of the dance floor, Xiao Ruoxua's brows furrowed even more. She crossed her arms, her gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed intently on the intertwined figures of Yi Fan and Elizabeth. She could see Elizabeth's cheek pressed against Yi Fan's chest, the blush on it appearing to her more dangerous than any assassin's blade. Meanwhile, in the dining area on the other side, Lu Ruyan was carefully selecting food for Yi Fan. Her head was lowered, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in her eyes. She saw Yi Fan with his arm around the princess's waist, saw them dancing cheek to cheek, and silently took a piece of cake that looked overly sweet from the plate prepared for Yi Fan. On the dance floor, with an elegant spin, Elizabeth was almost pressed against Yi Fan's chest. She brought her lips to Yi Fan's ear, her warm breath tickling his ear. "Do you see my father?" she said in a barely audible voice. "He must be regretting it now, for spanking me when I was a child because I broke his favorite pocket watch." Yi Fan was taken aback, then almost burst out laughing. He could imagine the king of the British Empire, who was currently restless because of a small matter from decades ago, fearing that he would be displeased if he found out. "Don't worry, I'm very magnanimous," Yi Fan whispered in her ear, his lips almost touching her delicate earlobe. "However, if you want me to help you get revenge, I don't mind." Elizabeth's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed even more. She leaned closer, her voice carrying a hint of sly laughter. "That man in the purple dress with his hair slicked back is the French Minister of Finance. She said at the dinner last night that men from China might not be as attractive as the legends say." Yi Fan followed her gaze and saw that the female minister was pretending to be calm while drinking champagne, but her trembling fingers betrayed her inner fear. "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. "Then after the ball, please invite her to my room for me. I'd like to have an in-depth discussion with her about the topic of attraction." Elizabeth chuckled, her full breasts rising and falling gently with her laughter, rubbing tightly against Yi Fan's chest. The feeling of openly discussing how to deal with a foreign minister in front of hundreds of nobles gave her an unprecedented thrill and a sense of power. There's another secret. Her voice grew deeper, carrying a hint of seduction. The diamonds on this dress are all real, a total of 3,344. Each one represents the royal family's respect for you. But. She paused, then looked up. Her azure eyes were so close, shimmering with a captivating light that seemed to draw one's soul in. However, its zipper is in a very hidden place on the back. Only I, besides my own designer, know where it is. And, with just a gentle pull, the entire dress will. She didn't say anything more, but her suggestive eyes and the alluring blush on her face said it all. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Conquest, that is the ultimate conquest. It wasn't about making her kneel down, or about making her submit. It was about making this incomparably noble imperial princess willingly whisper in his ear, in the most seductive language, how to quickly remove the magnificent robe that symbolized supreme glory from her body. The song ended. The two stopped in the center of the dance floor. Thunderous applause erupted around them and lasted for a long time. Elizabeth was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, and she looked into Yi Fan's eyes, which were filled with undisguised infatuation and adoration. She didn't let go of Yi Fan's hand. Instead, she pulled him through the crowd and towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the hall that led to the terrace. Your Majesty, she turned around and smiled at Yi Fan, a smile that seemed to dim the entire golden hall in that instant. The ball was too noisy. I'll show you something a night view that belongs only to you. Chapter 54 The Tech Capital, Anya's Future. Elizabeth's description of a night view that belongs only to you was far more exaggerated than Yi Fan had imagined. Standing on the highest terrace of Buckingham Palace, with a gentle snap of her fingers, the city lights of London, from the London Eye on the Thames to the skyscrapers of the City of London, all changed color in an instant. Countless points of light converged, slowly outlining two enormous letters against the deep blue night sky. YF. The entire city has become a love letter written to Yi Fan alone. Xiao Ruoxue and Lu Ruyan behind them were both stunned. Lu Ruyan was simply shocked, while Xiao Ruoxue's brows furrowed even more. She whispered into the communication channel, what level of authority is needed to control city lights of this scale? Assess the security risks immediately. How extravagant. Yi Fan took a sip of the champagne Elizabeth handed him, complaining, but inwardly he had to admit that this extreme display of power was indeed very satisfying. It can light up for you every night, if you like, Elizabeth said, snuggling close to him, her voice sweet and self-satisfied. Having experienced the pinnacle of royal privileges enjoyed by the British Empire, Yi Fan found himself somewhat weary. He waved his hand, losing interest in the stale luxury of this monarchy, and instead thought of the other extreme, the genius girl who could make high technology work in countless ways. Next stop, Yi Fan ordered into the air, to Anya's laboratory. The AI of Tears of the Dragon immediately responded, command received. Destination, Switzerland, Cradle Base. Planning space jump path. Elizabeth's smile faltered slightly. Xiao Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief to her. Any controllable technological base was safer than this filthy old palace. Lu Ruyan immediately began to consider Dr. Anya's taste preferences in order to prepare meals for her mistress. With a single spatial jump, 5 minutes later, the Tear of the Dragon hovered above a secluded valley covered in snow deep in the Alps. Below, what appeared to be a naturally formed glacier silently slid apart to the sides as the vehicle identification signal was emitted, revealing a bottomless, futuristic vertical passage. The vehicle descended smoothly, finally stopping in an unbelievably vast, pure white space. It didn't resemble a laboratory, it was more like the living room of some deity taking a nap. The dome simulated soft natural light, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of disinfectant mixed with unidentified flowers. A petite figure stumbled and ran from a distance. Anya was wearing an ill-fitting white lab coat, her blonde hair tied into 2 loose ponytails, and her face still had a bit of machine oil on it. When she saw Yi Fan, her eyes lit up like a supernova explosion, and she tripped and almost fell flat on her face, but luckily a nimble mechanical arm caught her. Mr. Yi Fan. She ran up to him, so nervous that she could barely speak, her face flushed red. Welcome to the cradle. Everything here is not quite ready yet. Looking at the enormous super base behind her, with its countless robotic arms and holographic projections working in an orderly manner, and then at her adorable, bewildered expression, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Not ready? I think it's fine. At least it's cleaner than some of those old-fashioned palaces. Anya's eyes lit up even more at the compliment. She eagerly tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, leading him towards the core area of the base. I've prepared some little trinkets for you, hoping to make your journey more comfortable. They came to a room with only a simple metal platform in the center. This is the everything simulator, Anya explained, scratching her head somewhat sheepishly. It can perfectly replicate the molecular structure of any substance based on memory information and quantum scanning. For example, food. Yifan's mind stirred, and he remembered Lu Ruyan's braised pork that haunted his dreams. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who was looking at him with a gentle smile. I want to eat the braised pork that Ruyan makes, Yifan said. Okay. Anya immediately started working on the control panel, a soft blue light sweeping across Yifan's temples. Reading your shallow memory data building taste model. A few seconds later, a flash of light appeared on the metal platform, and a bowl of steaming, fragrant braised pork appeared out of thin air. Its color, aroma, and even the slightly trembling fat were exactly the same as the one Lu Ruyan had made herself. Yifan picked up the chopsticks beside him, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. It melts in your mouth, rich but not greasy, and the familiar sauce, with a hint of sweetness and the taste of home, bursts on your tongue. Exactly the same. He looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. Lu Ruyan was also stunned. She stepped forward, looking at the bowl of meat with a complex expression. There was pride in having her skills recognized by top technology, but also a sense of crisis that her area of expertise might be easily replaced. How is it, master? She asked softly, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness that she herself was unaware of. Yifan put down his chopsticks and said to Anya with a smile, the taste is right. But it doesn't feel right. Anya was taken aback, huh? The data model is perfect. Because it wasn't fed to me by Ruyan herself. Yifan leaned back lazily in his chair and opened his mouth towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's face flushed bright red instantly, but she still shyly and sweetly picked up a piece of meat and carefully fed it to Yifan. Yifan chewed contentedly, saying indistinctly, that's right now. Anya watched this scene, nodded as if she understood, and quickly made a note on her terminal. Memo: emotional added value cannot be simulated by data being served is the key parameter. Elizabeth watched from the side, a thoughtful glint in her azure eyes. For the first time, she realized that these women from the Dragon Kingdom, their competitive methods and ways of thinking, were completely different from those of European nobles. Next, Anya demonstrated her environment simulation room. She excitedly explained that it could perfectly recreate any scene in her database. She first loaded a magnificent scene, the bridge of a starship, with a dazzling starry sky outside the window. Xiao Ruoxue immediately asked warily, can this simulate a vacuum and weightlessness environment? Are there any safety precautions? Anya shook her head. Currently, only visual and auditory simulations are supported. However, she seemed to have clicked the wrong button, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. The vast universe disappeared, replaced by a pink bedroom filled with girlish fantasies. Giant hearts were pasted on the walls, virtual bubbles floated on the ceiling, and in the center of the room was a princess bed with lace trim. On the bed were two dolls, one that looked exactly like Anya herself, and the other was none other than Yifan. The air froze instantly. Ah! Anya let out a short scream, her face turning bright red as she frantically switched scenes. The scene changed back to the Starship Bridge, but everyone knew what they had just seen. Ahem, Yifan cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh. This scene is quite uniquely designed. It has a lot of childlike charm. Anya wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Her head was practically buried in her chest. Finally, Anya showcased her masterpiece, the Guardian system. At her command, the entire base seemed to come alive. Billions of tiny nanobots appeared in the air, like living stardust, swirling and dancing around Yifan before finally coalescing into a semi-transparent golden shield that enveloped him. Guardians can withstand attacks from conventional kinetic weapons and most energy weapons. Anya's voice regained a hint of confidence. They can also infiltrate, repair, and assemble any object. Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward and reached out to touch the shield, but a powerful repulsive force repelled her hand. Her expression was grave. The response speed is very fast. Who has control? The highest authority always rests with Mr. Yifan, Anya said earnestly. It is bound to your biosignal, and no one but you can control it. As she spoke, she made the nanobots fly to Yifan's side and conjure up a cool-looking sci-fi pistol for him out of thin air. Yifan played with the cold metal object in his hand, feeling its almost magical power. He had only one thought in his mind: if this thing were used to play games, wouldn't it be a physical cheat? After showing off her toys, Anya led Yifan to the top floor of the base. Here, there was a huge glass dome that overlooked the entire operation of the cradle base. Countless data streams intertwine in the air, while countless robotic arms bustle below. This is the most cutting-edge technological mecca on the planet, a source of power capable of reshaping the world's landscape. Anya stood beside Yifan, looking up at him. Her pure eyes were no longer filled with the nervousness and shyness of before, but with an almost transparent, unreserved worship and devotion. "Mr. Yifan," she said softly, her voice echoing clearly in the empty space, "whether it's the All Things Simulator or the Guardian, including all the inventions in this space." She paused, then, with all her might, uttered the words that moved everyone present. "Their sole purpose is to make your life more comfortable, safer, and more carefree. All my wisdom is for you." Chapter 55 Experiments, Gene Optimization. Anya's words, "all my wisdom is for you," were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. A hint of seriousness flashed in Elizabeth's azure eyes. For the first time, she regarded this seemingly harmless genius girl as a formidable opponent. This kind of selfless and unreserved dedication was more terrifying than any power struggle or wealth. Xiao Ruoxue's brows furrowed into a deep frown. In her view, a genius who was out of control and possessed such terrifying power was the biggest security threat in itself, and the singular target of this power made the danger of this threat increase exponentially. Only Lu Ruyan remained gentle, but her gaze towards Anya held a hint of wariness that she herself was unaware of. "Well said, very spirited." Yifan lazily clapped his hands, breaking the eerie silence. "So, my goddess of wisdom, do you have any new toys?" When Yifan teased her, Anya instantly snapped out of her sacred state of devotion and reverted to the shy, flustered girl she once was. There's one more." As if she had remembered something important, her face flushed red, and she grabbed Yifan's sleeve and ran towards another area of the base. "It's a health protection plan tailored just for you." The group followed her into a pure white medical laboratory. There was no superfluous decoration, only a futuristic, silver-white medical bed in the center of the room, and various sophisticated instruments suspended around it. The entire space was filled with a cold and sacred atmosphere. "This is the Gene Sequence Stabilization and Optimization Program." Anya stood beside the medical bed, her expression once again becoming incredibly focused, like a priest about to perform a sacred ritual. "Mr. Yifan, your body structure is perfect, a miracle that surpasses current biological theories. But all matter is susceptible to entropy increase. My program is not intended to alter your genes, but rather to strengthen each of your gene chains through high-frequency quantum resonance, eliminating the most minute potential flaws, and ensuring that your body is always in absolute peak condition." Before Yifan could speak, Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward and stood between him and the medical bed. "Has the safety of this program been verified? How many cases are there in the clinical trials? Has the impact on SSS-level physique been simulated?" She asked a series of questions, professional and sharp, her eyes fixed on Anya as if scrutinizing a dangerous terrorist. Anya shrank back in fear of this imposing manner, but when it came to her professional field, she mustered her courage again. "There is no clinical data because there is only one sample in the world worth developing this program for." She looked directly at Xiao Ruoxue and said, "Word by word, all simulation results point to 100% safety. The highest authority is with me, and I will never allow Mr. Yifan to suffer the slightest harm." Yifan watched the standoff between the two women with great interest. One represented absolute order and security, while the other represented cutting-edge technology and dedication. He patted Xiao Ruoxue on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then walked straight to the medical bed and lay down casually. "Come on, Dr. Anya, begin your performance." He waved his hand at the ceiling. "Let me see just how excellent my genes really are. Please take off your shirt." Anya's voice was barely audible, her cheeks already flushed as if they were burning. In another observation room, Elizabeth, Xiao Ruoxue, and Lu Ruyan were watching everything in the laboratory through a one-way observation window. This is utter nonsense. To conduct this level of biological experiment without absolute safety guarantees. Xiao Ruoxue crossed her arms and paced back and forth in the room in anger. "Don't be nervous, Officer Xiao." Elizabeth held a glass of red wine, a playful smile on her lips. "Don't you think this is interesting? The head of a country, a security system, a royal heir, and a top-notch butler, the three of us are here, like voyeurs, watching our master undergo a physical examination by a genius girl." Lu Ruyan didn't speak, but silently watched Yifan take off his shirt on the screen, revealing his well-defined and flawless physique. Her heart beat faster for no reason. In the laboratory, Yifan had already taken off his shirt, revealing his bronze skin and well-proportioned, smooth muscle lines. His physique wasn't that of an exaggerated bodybuilder, but rather a perfectly proportioned body full of power and beauty, every inch of his muscles seemingly meticulously calculated and sculpted. Anya took a deep breath and forced herself into work mode. She picked up a silver instrument shaped like a pen, its tip shimmering with soft blue light. I'm about to begin, it might be a little chilly. She bent down and gently placed the cold instrument probe on Yifan's chest. A cool sensation instantly washed over him, causing Yifan's muscles to involuntarily contract. A faint blue trail of light remained where the probe had passed before disappearing completely. Anya was completely focused, her eyes glued to the virtual data stream projected beside the instrument, unconsciously muttering to herself. Pectoralis major muscle fiber density, perfect. Cardiac cell activity, super S grade. Data normal. She moved the instrument, tracing its path from his chest, across his well-defined 8-pack abs, and down to his taut V-line. Her movements were light and slow, as if she were not conducting a scientific test, but rather tracing the most perfect work of art with her fingertips. Yifan could clearly feel the cold metal probe slowly gliding across his warm skin. He could even smell Anya's faint, unique scent, a mixture of disinfectant and the fragrance of a young girl. Because she needed to measure the data from her side waist, Anya had to get even closer. Her golden ponytail cascaded down, and a few strands of hair brushed against Yifan's cheek, causing a slight tickle. Her breathing was a little rapid, and her warm breath sprayed onto Yifan's abdomen, making him feel more stimulated than the coldness of the instrument. Doctor, Yifan suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a lazy laugh, your hands are trembling. Anya's body stiffened abruptly, her cheeks instantly turning red to her ears. No. It's just normal feedback from quantum resonance, she stubbornly protested, but her trembling fingertips betrayed her. Yifan suppressed a laugh. The way this little genius was so serious about doing scientific research was just too adorable. Oh, really? He deliberately bent his arm, showing off his biceps. Would the quantum resonance be stronger in this area then? Anya's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the bulging muscles. She felt her brain was about to crash, and she could only mechanically move the instruments and continue her work. Biceps brachii, muscle cell explosive power coefficient, cannot be estimated, exceeding the instrument's upper limit. Latissimus dorsi muscle, nerve conduction velocity, also exceeds the upper limit. The ability of cells to repair themselves. Good heavens! Anya kept uttering various technical terms and exclamations of surprise. In the observation room, Xiao Ruoxue and Elizabeth listened with grave expressions. They knew better than anyone what these data meant. Lu Ruyan couldn't understand at all. She only saw Anya's hands wandering all over her master's body in an intimate manner, which made her feel inexplicably choked up. Finally, the last test was completed. Please turn over. Anya's voice was already trembling with tears. She felt like she was about to be overwhelmed by this massive and perfect stream of data. Yifan obediently turned over, revealing his perfect back to her. Anya blushed and began inserting the probe from his cervical vertebrae, tracing it down his spine. The cool touch made Yifan squint his eyes in comfort. Doctor, your skills are quite good. You can come to my villa and work part-time as a masseur. I'm conducting serious scientific research. Anya retorted in shame and indignation, but her movements unconsciously became even gentler. As the probe slid across the two sexy dimples on his waist, Anya's hand trembled involuntarily once again. Beep. With a soft click, all the tests were finally completed. The instrument automatically retracted, and a huge holographic projection appeared in mid-air, displaying Yifan's complete 3D human body model and densely packed analytical data. Anya stared blankly at the final report, at the very bottom of which was a line of bright red concluding remarks. Analysis conclusion: this organism is in a perfect state. There is no room for improvement. Recommendation: maintain the status quo and do not disturb. See? I told you I'm healthy. Yifan smiled as he sat up and put his clothes back on. Anya did not respond. She simply raised her head, her pure eyes gazing intently at Yifan, devoid of both the rigor of a scientist and the shyness of a young girl, filled only with a primal and pure worship and infatuation. She opened her mouth, and with all her might, whispered a sentence that sent a shiver down the spines of the three people in the observation room. You yourself are the optimal final result. Chapter 56: Xiao Ruoxue's Jealousy, Security Drill. Anya's almost divine revelation made the air in the laboratory thick and sticky, like gel. Before Yifan could even savor the pure dedication of this top genius, the door to the observation room was suddenly pushed open by a tremendous force. Bang! A loud bang shattered the silence. Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in a full black combat uniform, rushed in. She was no longer wearing her crisp police superintendent uniform, but a close-fitting special operations gear filled with tactical pockets and composite armor. Her long, black hair was tied high in a neat ponytail, and the expression on her face, which always carried a hint of heroism, was now as cold as the wind on the Alps. Behind her, Elizabeth and Lu Ruyan followed. Elizabeth, holding a wineglass, leaned against the doorframe with great interest, as if watching the opening act of a captivating play. Lu Ruyan quickly walked to Yifan's side, her eyes filled with concern, immediately checking if her mistress was all right. "Officer Xiao, what are you doing?" Yifan asked deliberately, looking at her outfit. "Are you planning to attack someone's base?" Xiao Ruoxue ignored Yifan's teasing and her gaze, like two scalpels, shot straight at Anya. "Dr. Anya, I am hereby formally informing you as the Chief Executive Officer of the Supreme Security Regulations for National Treasure-level personnel. Due to the unauthorized experiment you just conducted, which poses a significant security risk, it is possible that Mr. Yifan's biometric signals could be intercepted or simulated by external forces. I must immediately conduct the highest-level anti-infiltration security exercise for Mr. Yifan and this region." This long string of technical terms was delivered with righteous indignation and forceful conviction. Anya was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but when she heard the other party questioning her expertise, she immediately puffed out her chest and retorted defiantly, "Impossible. The cradle's security system is physically isolated. My experiment was conducted entirely within a quantum encrypted channel. It's absolutely safe. My duty is not to believe any verbal absolutes," Xiao Ruoxue replied coldly, while taking out a black, scanner-like device from her tactical pouch. "Now, please step back and do not interfere with my official duties." After saying that, she didn't give Anya a chance to argue again and turned to face Yifan. "Mr. Yifan, please cooperate with my examination." Although her tone was pleading, her actions left no room for argument. Yifan was secretly overjoyed, but he pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. "All right, Officer Xiao, please go ahead. I hope your service is more comfortable than Dr. Anya's." "This isn't a service. This is a security procedure." Xiao Ruoxue was almost speechless by his words, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she immediately regained her cold expression. She activated the scanner in her hand, and a red grid-like beam of light shot out from the device, enveloping Yifan. "Biometric code verification in progress. Confirm identity, Yifan. Scanning for any abnormal energy attachments on the body surface. None. Near-field signal shielding in progress. Shielding complete." As Xiao Ruoxue reported the procedures, she approached Yifan. Wearing black tactical gloves, she began a close-up check of Yifan. Her movements were completely different from Anya's cautious, scientifically exploratory touches. Xiao Ruoxue's technique was professional, decisive, and carried an undeniable force. Her hand first rested on his shoulder, squeezing it firmly, as if checking his skeletal structure. Then, her fingers slid down his arm, examining each joint. Yifan could clearly feel the pressure of her fingertips and the warmth of her palm through the thin combat glove. The arm muscles are normal, and there are no implants. Then, her hand moved to his chest, as if checking his ribs, but her fingers intentionally or unintentionally traced his well-defined pectoral muscles. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Officer Xiao, are you sure you're not taking advantage of me?" Xiao Ruoxue froze, her hands pausing for half a second. She raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes glaring at him fiercely, and lowered her voice, saying in a volume only the two of them could hear, "Shut up. Be serious." Yifan was itching to try and provoke that person. Anya, seeing this, could no longer hold back. Seeing Xiao Ruoxue's hands abusing Yifan, she immediately started operating her control panel. Alert! Unidentified armed personnel have been detected making forced physical contact with a key target. Activate the Guardian system and intervene to isolate the area. As soon as he finished speaking, countless nanobots in the air instantly converged, forming a semi-transparent golden shield between Yifan and Xiao Ruoxue, forcefully pushing Xiao Ruoxue's hand away. "Ania!" Xiao Ruoxue shouted angrily. "I was just carrying out the base's security plan." Anya retorted without backing down. "My system has determined that your actions constitute harassment of Mr. Yifan." Outside the observation room, Elizabeth gently swirled the red wine in her glass, a playful smile curving her lips. She whispered to Lu Ruyan beside her, "See that? Miss Ruyan. One uses technology, the other uses force. The way you Chinese women express possessiveness is truly direct." Lu Ruyan ignored her teasing and just looked at Yifan in the arena with concern, afraid that their fight would hurt their master. In the laboratory, Xiao Ruoxue stared at the energy shield, her eyes narrowing. She pulled a uniquely shaped energy pistol from a holster on her thigh. I repeat, deactivate the system immediately. Otherwise, I will consider this violent resistance to law enforcement. The highest authority of the Guardian belongs solely to Mr. Yifan. Anya refused to budge an inch. All right, Yifan quickly intervened to smooth things over, seeing that things were about to escalate. Everyone, stop for a moment. Anya, remove the shields. Officer Xiao, you can continue your security drill. Yifan gave the order, and although Anya was reluctant, she obediently let the nanobots disperse. Xiao Ruoxue snorted coldly and put away her pistol, but her anger only intensified. She decided to use her expertise to completely overwhelm this arrogant little girl. The last check is a close-quarters combat stress test. She stared at Yifan and said, word by word, I need to confirm your physical reaction when you were suddenly taken hostage at close range. After saying that, she took a step forward and pressed her body close to Yifan in an instant. With one hand, she grabbed his wrist with lightning speed, and with the other hand, she pressed down on the back of his neck. With a standard grappling move, she pinned Yifan half against the wall behind him. The entire movement was executed in one smooth motion, full of power and beauty. Yifan's back was pressed against the cold wall, while in front of him was Xiao Ruoxue's hot and supple body. Because of the height difference, her face was almost buried in the crook of his neck. He could clearly smell the fresh scent of shampoo in her hair, as well as the faint, unique smell of sweat and gunpowder on her body. Her breathing was a little rapid, and her warm breath sprayed against his neck, bringing waves of tingling and itchy sensation. Report target heart rate stable. Xiao Ruoxue's voice was a little unsteady. She tried to maintain her professionalism, but the close physical contact made her mind go blank. Officer Xiao, Yifan's lips were almost touching her ear as he asked softly in a magnetic voice, your heartbeat seems to be faster than mine. Boom! Xiao Ruoxue's cheeks instantly flushed red, like a police light, and her body trembled violently. As if she had been electrocuted, she released Yifan, took several steps back, and forced herself to remain calm as she straightened her combat uniform. Ahem. The exercise is over, she said, not daring to look at Yifan again, and turned to walk quickly out of the laboratory, her back view showing a hint of panicked escape. Anya watched the scene with a smug look on her face, like a kitten that had won a fight. Yifan leaned against the wall, touched his still burning neck, and had only one thought in his mind. This is hardly a security drill, it's clearly a display of uniforms and perks. Moreover, it's buy one get one free, plus a limited edition featuring a genius girl being jealous. These days are getting more and more unpredictable. Chapter 57 Lu Ruyan's Healing, Oriental SPA. Xiao Ruoxue rushed out like a storm, her back view filled with rage and shame. The atmosphere in the laboratory became somewhat awkward for a moment. Anya, like a victorious cat, puffed out her chest, chin slightly raised, her golden ponytail swaying triumphantly behind her. Elizabeth, on the other hand, leaned leisurely against the doorframe, gently swirling the wineglass in her hand, her azure eyes full of amused amusement. Only Lu Ruyan's gaze never left Yifan from beginning to end. She moved with light, graceful steps, stepping over the instruments and scattered equipment on the ground, and walked straight to Yifan. She did not participate in the earlier dispute, nor did she comment on Anya's achievements or Xiao Ruoxue's exercise. She simply reached out her fair hand and gently straightened Yifan's slightly disheveled collar, her movements as gentle as willow catkins brushing against a spring breeze. Master, you've worked hard. Her voice was gentle and soothing, instantly dispelling the lingering gunpowder smell in the air. Yifan leaned against the wall, feeling the still burning sensation on his neck, and lazily replied, not bad. Consider it a full body checkup, plus a bonus action scene. No matter how precise the technology is, it is still cold. There was a hint of heartache in Lu Ruyan's eyes. No matter how tight the protection is, it will inevitably bring tension. What your body needs is complete relaxation and healing. Before Yifan could reply, she bowed slightly and offered her suggestion. After returning to the hotel, please allow Ruyan to prepare an Eastern-style SPA for you to wash away the dust and hustle and bustle of your journey. Oh? An Eastern-style spa? Elizabeth walked over, a wineglass twirling elegantly between her fingers. It sounds exotic. But when it comes to relaxation, what could be better than a glass of fine wine from a top Burgundy estate? Spiritual pleasure is the ultimate enjoyment. She is promoting the Western-style luxury she represents. Anya immediately chimed in, not to be outdone. From a neuroscience perspective, alcohol suppresses the central nervous system. That's not relaxation, it's paralysis. And so-called massage is less than 30% effective at relaxing deep muscle groups. My newly designed deep sleep field can use infrasound resonance to bring the brain into the deepest theta wave sleep state within 5 minutes, which is the most efficient way to recover. She represents the pinnacle of future technology. In an instant, 3 completely different service concepts began to clash in the small laboratory. One advocates luxury and taste, another values efficiency and data, and the third upholds tradition and warmth. Faced with the challenge from 2 top women, Lu Ruyan remained completely calm. She simply raised her eyes, looked quietly at Yifan, and softly spoke in her unique, soothing tone. What the master's body needs is the warmth of care, not cold data and alcohol. In short, the difference is obvious. Yifan was secretly overjoyed. He understood these women all too well. They weren't arguing about who was right or wrong, but rather who could gain his approval. He cleared his throat and made his final decision. Ania's force field sounds very hypnotic, and Elizabeth's red wine is also very tempting. However, I do want to experience what Ruyan called heartfelt intention today. A soft, bright light instantly shone in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Back in the presidential suite located in the city center, Lu Ruyan immediately began her preparations. She didn't let any of the hotel staff get involved. She had personally scrubbed the huge round bathtub in the suite clean and filled it with hot water at just the right temperature. From an exquisite wooden box she carried with her, she took out several differently colored aromatherapy oil blocks and put them into the water. In a short while, the unique aroma of sandalwood, agarwood, and jasmine, blended with wisps of white steam, filled the entire bathroom. It was a scent that brought peace and tranquility to the depths of one's soul. Elizabeth and Anya followed them in, one leaning against the door and the other standing in the corner, clearly in an observation and learning posture. Yifan took off his clothes and, with Lu Ruyan's help, slowly stepped into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped my entire body, and every pore opened up instantly. The fatigue from the journey and the intense tension from before were greatly relieved in that moment. Lu Ruyan knelt by the bathtub, took a soft loofah, dipped it in her special herbal-scented soap, and began to wipe Yifan's back. Her movements were gentle yet contained a unique rhythm. The force varied, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes circling, sometimes pushing and stroking, precisely taking care of every inch of his back muscles and every acupoint. Yifan comfortably closed his eyes and rested his head on the soft pillow in the bathtub. He could clearly feel Lu Ruyan's warm fingertips tracing across his broad back muscles through the loofah, bringing waves of tingling pleasure. "Princess Elizabeth," Lu Ruyan said softly while attentively serving, but her words were directed at the onlookers. "The taste you speak of is based on the scarcity of material things, but the hostess' status transcends any material possessions. He himself is the definition of taste." Elizabeth's azure eyes flickered, but she did not refute. Lu Ruyan then turned to Anya. "Dr. Anya, the efficiency you pursue is the cold law of technology. But people have emotions, and the healing process itself is a kind of enjoyment. If even the enjoyment of the process has to be measured by efficiency, then life will lose a lot of its fun." Anya lowered her head, looking at the data terminal in her hand, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Ruyan stopped talking and focused on her work. She changed to a softer towel and began to wash Yifan's arms and chest. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his firm abdominal muscles, causing Yifan's body to tremble slightly. "Master, is the water temperature all right?" she asked softly, her breath sweet as orchids. "Very good." Yifan's voice carried a hint of laziness. "I just have a slight suspicion that you may have secretly gone to study some ancient martial arts massage techniques." Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. "This is the way of service passed down through generations of the Lu family, serving only the most esteemed master." Her fingers continued downwards, reaching his legs. From his strong thighs to his smooth calves, every inch received the most meticulous care. Throughout the process, her expression was devout and focused, as if she were handling a rare treasure. Elizabeth watched the scene, her wineglass already set down without her noticing. She had to admit that this exquisite, dedicated service, originating from the East, possessed a magic that surpassed any concept of luxury she understood. It conquered not just the appetite, but human instinct. Anya quickly recorded on her terminal. When the subjects received manual physical services, their heart rate steadily decreased, and their dopamine levels showed a stable upward curve. Conclusion: intention as a variable may have a higher weighting on the organism's comfort than expected. A new emotional interaction model needs to be established. After an unknown amount of time, just as Yifan felt he was about to fall asleep in this ultimate comfort, Lu Ruyan's service finally came to an end. She helped Yifan up, wrapped him in a warm, sun-kissed towel that she had prepared beforehand, and carefully dried every drop of water. Yifan exuded a fresh, clean scent, like grass after the rain, and his body and mind were in a state of unprecedented relaxation. He leaned back on the sofa in the rest area, and Lu Ruyan brought him another cup of warm calming tea. Yi Fan took a sip and looked at the classical and gentle Jiangnan woman in front of him. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, her cheeks were slightly flushed from the heat of the bathroom, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and joy. He had only one thought in his mind: this global tour was worth it. And this simple and unpretentious enjoyment should come to an end. It's time to go back to China and see that aloof CEO I've started to miss. I wonder what big move she's planning this time. Chapter 58. Returning home, Qin Lingyue's waiting. The global tour concluded with a visit to Lu Ruyan's exquisitely healing Eastern spa. Yi Fan lay on the large bed in the tiers of the Divine Dragon private jet, a bed big enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. Feeling the soft, top-quality velvet mattress beneath him, he felt completely calm. He even missed the moderately firm gaming chair in the #1 villa in the capital. The journey is wonderful, but the feeling of going home seems to be even more anticipated. The plane entered the stratosphere and flew as smoothly as if it were still. Lu Ruyan knelt by the bed, using a small silver knife to peel a bright red apple into a rabbit with outstretched wings, her movements elegant and focused. On a sofa not far away, Elizabeth held a glass of champagne, her legs crossed, her gaze shifting with interest between Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan, a faint smile playing on her lips. Xiao Ruoxue stood straight by the porthole like a statue. Her black combat uniform made her stand out from the luxurious surroundings. Her eyes warily scanned the unchanging sea of clouds outside the window, as if enemy planes might emerge from the clouds at any moment. "Master, please enjoy." Lu Ruyan handed the peeled apple rabbit to Yi Fan's mouth. Yi Fan opened his mouth and took a bite, the sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Looking at the 3 stunningly beautiful women with such contrasting styles, he couldn't help but think to himself, a classical, sweet-talking servant, a royal princess always ready for diplomatic negotiations, and a female war goddess always prepared to draw her gun and engage in fierce combat. This lineup, anyone who didn't know better would think they were the monarch of some interstellar empire, on an imperial tour with their civil and military officials. "Officer Xiao, relax," Yi Fan said lazily. "We're currently 10,000 meters above the ground. The only things that could pose a threat to us are probably the thunder god and the lightning goddess." Xiao Ruoxue glanced back at him without saying a word, but her tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly. Speaking of which, Yi Fan turned to Elizabeth. "Once we return to China, your job as your personal translator won't be as important. What are your plans?" Elizabeth took an elegant sip of champagne, a sly glint in her blue eyes. "Who says it's unimportant? Mr. Yi Fan, I've discovered that I'm very interested in ancient Chinese poetry, especially those chapters describing love. I'm afraid I'll need you to personally interpret their deeper meaning for me." Well, here comes another one that refuses to leave. Yi Fan knew perfectly well what was going on, but he didn't say anything. What he enjoyed was this feeling of everyone revolving around him, each with their own ulterior motives, yet forced to please him. After several hours of flight, the roar of the aircraft engines gradually subsided. The tiers of the Divine Dragon landed smoothly at the private military airport in the capital. Security was extremely high. The tarmac was deserted, with only ground crew standing by in the distance. A hatch slowly opened, and a gust of dry air, carrying the chill of early winter, rushed in. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, he saw the figure standing alone at the end of the red carpet, waiting. Qin Lingyue. Today, instead of her signature queen-like CEO suit, she wore a well-tailored off-white cashmere coat. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her face was free of makeup. Her cool and beautiful features seemed to radiate a soft glow under the slightly gloomy sky. She stood there quietly, without any attendants or bodyguards behind her, yet it was as if she had 1,000 troops standing behind her, and she controlled the entire atmosphere of the airport. Elizabeth, Xiao Ruoxue, and Lu Ruyan followed Yi Fan out of the cabin. The moment they saw Qin Lingyue, the 3 women stopped in their tracks, each with a different expression. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with the scrutiny of a worthy opponent. Xiao Ruoxue subconsciously stood up straighter, her eyes carrying a hint of barely perceptible vigilance and competition. Lu Ruyan was the most respectful, bowing her head slightly and stepping back half a step behind Yi Fan, completely giving up her home turf. Yi Fan smiled, took a step, and walked straight towards Qin Lingyue. "What? Such a grand procession, and you're the only one who came to pick me up?" Yi Fan walked up to her, his tone slightly teasing. Qin Lingyue's cool gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds, as if to confirm his well-being. Then, she took a small step forward and took the initiative to straighten Yi Fan's collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. This intimate gesture caused Elizabeth's gaze to narrow slightly from a distance. "Welcome home." Xin Lengyue's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable sense of belonging. Missed me? Yi Fan lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and asked deliberately. Xin Lengyue's ears turned a faint pink at a visible speed, but she quickly regained her composure, only glancing at him indifferently, her eyes seeming to say, "You know the answer already." She didn't answer the question, but turned her head and glanced at the three women following behind her. The gaze wasn't sharp, but it carried a natural sense of oppression. "You three must be tired from your journey," she said politely but distantly. "The car is ready, and we will take you back to the villa to rest first. This is a declaration from the lady of the house." After saying that, she naturally took Yi Fan's arm and turned to walk towards the world's only extended version of Phoenix Sky Vermilion Bird parked to the side. "Wait a minute," Yi Fan deliberately stopped and looked back. "I haven't finished handing over my work to my security supervisor, housekeeper, and international affairs assistant yet." Xin Lengyue paused, turned to look at him, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her clear, cold eyes, along with an almost imperceptible hint of indulgence. "No need to explain," she said. "When we get back to the villa, I have a surprise for you." "Surprise?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "A surprise that will make you safer and more comfortable," Xin Lengyue said succinctly, without much explanation, and pulled him forward. Yi Fan was half dragged, half pulled into the back seat of the Phoenix Heaven Vermilion Bird. The car door closed, completely shutting out the three complicated gazes from outside. The car was spacious, and the air was filled with Xin Lengyue's unique, cool orchid fragrance. The vehicle started smoothly. Yi Fan leaned back in his leather chair, looking at the nominal official wife beside him. She sat upright, staring straight ahead, her profile as perfect as a marble sculpture, but her slightly reddened earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. A surprise that would make him feel safer and more comfortable? Yi Fan was secretly pleased. Based on his understanding of Xin Lengyue, this woman's surprise most likely meant that a new and even grander battleground was about to begin. Well, this simple, unadorned, and boring life will finally have some more fun. Chapter 59: The Saintess Descends the Mountain, the Guardian of Ancient Martial Arts. Inside Phoenix Heaven Vermilion Bird, it was so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. The cool fragrance of orchids in the air was Xin Lengyue's unique scent, but at this moment, because she was so close, it became particularly invasive. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair, glancing sideways at the aloof CEO beside him. She sat ramrod straight, her eyes fixed straight ahead, as if she were attending a multi-billion-dollar business negotiation, rather than picking up her nominal husband to take him home. "So, what exactly is the surprise?" Yi Fan broke the silence, his tone laced with a lazy teasing. "Is it that you acquired another game company for me, or that you finally decided to wear that black silk-made outfit I saw in your closet last time?" Xin Lengyue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, her perfect profile tensing for a moment. She didn't turn around, but simply uttered a cold, single sound from her nose, "Boring." But the blush that had crept onto her earlobes betrayed her true feelings. "It's about your safety." She took a deep breath, her tone regaining its usual calm and authority. "Your global tour, although the itinerary is confidential, has still attracted a lot of attention. Some potential, destabilizing factors are beginning to emerge. I need to ensure that your safety is absolutely and without any hindrance." As she spoke, the hand holding Yi Fan's arm unconsciously tightened slightly. Yi Fan understood. This woman, if she missed him, she should just say so. Why did she have to go through all this trouble, using safety as an excuse? However, he also enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by her clumsy attempts to show concern. "Oh? There's a security issue that Officer Shao can't handle?" Yi Fan teased her deliberately. "Could it be that this surprise is you personally acting as my bodyguard, the kind where you hold me while I sleep at night?" Xin Lengyue finally couldn't hold back and turned to glare at him. Her cold eyes held a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and helplessness, instantly bringing her stunningly beautiful face to life. "You'll see when we get there." She said this and then fell silent, reverting to her aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Yi Fan shrugged, his heart brimming with joy. He was eagerly anticipating what new tricks this empress, who controlled the world's largest conglomerate, would come up with to defend her official status. The vehicle smoothly entered the Guadu No. 1 Villa District. When the familiar, massive bronze gate, engraved with a phoenix totem, came into view, Yi Fan keenly sensed something unusual. "It's too quiet." In the past, when he returned, even without a welcoming line, his 8 female assistants, who would stop at nothing to win his favor, would always appear at the door. But today, the large courtyard was deserted. The car came to a stop in front of the main building. The door opened, and Lu Ruyan stood quietly at the bottom of the steps, still wearing that classic and elegant cheongsam, her figure graceful. But her expression today was no longer the gentle and serene one she usually was. Instead, it carried an unprecedented solemnity. "Master, President Qin." She bowed respectfully, but her eyes subconsciously glanced towards the living room. Qin Lengyue noticed Lu Ruyan's unusual behavior and frowned slightly. "What happened?" "We have a guest at home." Lu Ruyan's voice was a little hoarse. "A guest?" Qin Lengyue was somewhat surprised. Who could enter this villa, whose security level was comparable to that of a head of state's residence, without her permission? Yi Fan's curiosity was also piqued. He and Qin Lengyue walked into the living room side by side, and then they both stopped in their tracks. In the center of the living room, near the huge floor-to-ceiling window, stood a woman quietly. She wore a pristine white, antique-style long dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze. Her long, ink-black hair was tied back with a simple wooden hairpin, and she wore no jewelry. On her feet were a pair of finely stitched cloth shoes. In this villa filled with modern luxury, her presence seemed out of place, yet strangely harmonious, as if she were meant to stand there, detached from the world. Beside her leaned a long sword still in its sheath. The sheath was simple and undecorated, yet it exuded a sharp and piercing aura. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the French windows, casting a golden outline on her figure, making her look like an immortal, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting depicting a fantasy world. Hearing footsteps, the woman slowly turned around. A stunningly beautiful face came into view. Her beauty was different from Qin Lengyue's aloof and domineering nature, and also different from Lu Ruyan's gentle and charming beauty. Instead, it was a pure, ethereal beauty, as clear as crystal, untouched by worldly concerns. Her eyes were calm, like an ancient well, without a ripple, except when she saw Yi Fan, a slight ripple appeared in them. She completely ignored Qin Lengyue's imposing aura and fixed her gaze directly on Yi Fan. Then, she took a step forward, clasped her hands in front of her, and bowed deeply to Yi Fan, her movements as perfect as a textbook. Shangguan Wan'er, from the reclusive Shangguan family, has come to pay homage to the Chosen One, in accordance with the teachings of her ancestors. Her voice was clear and crisp, like jade striking each other, yet it carried an ancient charm that seemed disconnected from modern society. "From this day forward, Wan'er will be your protector, never leaving your side, and safeguarding your well-being in this world." Chosen One? Protector of the way? Yi Fan's mind went blank for a moment, then he was overwhelmed by a huge sense of novelty and excitement. Good heavens! What kind of new script is this? Being the only male SSS-level character wasn't enough, now I've been upgraded to Chosen One? And I even got a fairy-like woman in ancient costume as my bodyguard? This treatment is outrageous. Before he could even speak, Qin Lengyue beside him had already reacted. She took half a step forward, subtly shielding Yi Fan behind her, like a lioness guarding her prey, scrutinizing the uninvited guest with icy eyes. The Chosen One? The Protector? Qin Lengyue's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze into ice. "Miss, I think you've come to the wrong place. This is a private residence, not a filming location for some period drama. Butler Lu, call the police." "No need." Shangguan Wan'er slowly straightened up, her gaze still fixed on Yi Fan, as if Qin Lengyue was just a wisp of air. "The person I am looking for has an aura that is in harmony with heaven and earth and resonates with the laws of nature. He is the only one of his kind in the world. I will not mistake him." She paused, then added, "Also, your police are useless against me." His words revealed absolute confidence and the purest understanding of his own abilities. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Fan's inner tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments spirit, was already burning fiercely. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A modern business tycoon versus a reclusive ancient martial arts saint. One emphasizes law and order, the other emphasizes destiny and power. One is my nominal wife, and the other claims to be my protector. Before Qin Lengyue could even unpack the surprise she had prepared, an even bigger surprise had already landed at her home. The expression on her face was even more unpleasant than the stock price of Fengtian Group plummeting to its daily limit. On the very first day back home from this global tour, the intensity of the chaotic situation was brought to its highest level. This simple, unpretentious, and monotonous life never disappoints. Chapter 60. The safety of the Chosen One will be protected by me. Call the police. Qin Lengyue's voice was devoid of any warmth, as if she were merely issuing a mundane command. These two words were her instinct as a predator at the top of the pyramid in modern society, her ultimate tool for resolving all trouble. Lu Ruyan's fingers, gripping the phone, turned slightly white. She didn't move, only looking at Yifan with a troubled expression. She knew very well that the woman in white before her was definitely not someone the police could handle. No need to waste your energy. Shangguan Wanner's voice remained calm and composed. She didn't even glance at Qin Lengyue, her gaze fixed solely on Yifan. The secular order has no jurisdiction over those outside of it. The calmness in those words is more impactful than any arrogant provocation. Just as tensions were rising, a sharp, urgent screech of brakes sounded outside the villa. The next second, the living room door was suddenly pushed open, and a lithe figure in black rushed in with a gust of cold wind. It's Xiao Ruoxue. She had clearly come straight from the airport, without even changing out of her combat uniform. When she saw the woman in ancient costume standing in the center of the living room, sword in hand, her combat instincts honed over years of training made her tense instantly, her right hand instinctively reaching for the holster at her waist. Who are you? Xiao Ruoxue shouted sharply, her sharp gaze fixed on Shangguan Wanner and the ancient longsword beside her. Put down your weapon. Now. As one of the nation's top security personnel, her duty was to eliminate all potential threats to Yifan. A stranger of unknown origin openly carrying a controlled knife was undoubtedly a top-level alarm. Shangguan Wanner finally took her gaze away from Yifan. She glanced indifferently at Xiao Ruoxue, who was fully armed and on high alert, as if she were looking at a noisy sparrow. You can't protect him. Shangguan Wanner's assessment was simple and direct, devoid of any emotion. These words, however, were like a needle, piercing Xiao Ruoxue's vitals. Protecting Yifan was her highest mission, her pride as the youngest policewoman in the Dragon Kingdom, and a manifestation of her deep-seated, unknown possessiveness. Now, this pride and mission were completely negated by some ancient person who appeared out of nowhere. Whether I'm qualified or not is not for you to decide. Xiao Ruoxue's temper flared instantly. She took a step forward, forming a subtle pincer movement with Qin Lengyue. My duty is to ensure Mr. Yifan's absolute safety. Now, I order you to leave here immediately. I will protect the safety of the chosen one. Shangguan Wanner shook her head, her tone tinged with pity. The danger you see is just the tip of the iceberg. And you don't even have the ability to protect the iceberg. You. Xiao Ruoxue's chest heaved with anger. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to draw her gun. Words are meaningless. I'd like to see what right you have to say such things. The atmosphere in the living room froze at freezing point. Qin Lengyue's face was so cold it could frost off. Her meticulously planned homecoming surprise, her attempt to reclaim her dominance, had been completely turned into a mess. Lu Ruyan quietly retreated to the side, watching the situation unfold with worry. At the center of this storm, Yifan, the only male protagonist, did something that no one expected. He strolled over to the most comfortable single sofa in the living room, plopped down, and adjusted the cushions to strike the perfect pose for watching a show. Ruyan, do you have any melon seeds or peanuts? If not, brewing a pot of good tea will also be fine. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then understood, turned around and quickly walked towards the tea room. Yifan's leisurely attitude only added fuel to the fire. Qin Lengyue glared at him fiercely, while Xiao Ruoxue was even more furious, but at this moment all her attention was focused on Shangguan Wanner. Since you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Ruoxue shouted, refusing to waste any more words. She moved. As a combat champion, her movements were as fast as lightning. With a swift lunge, her left hand transformed into an eagle claw, aiming straight for Shangguan Wanner's right shoulder where she held the sword, while her right hand slashed at her wrist. This was a standard set of grappling and disarming techniques, fast, accurate, and ruthless, which ordinary experts simply couldn't react to. Yifan's eyes lit up. Not bad, this skill level is much better than the action stars on TV. However, Shangguan Wanner's reaction exceeded the expectations of everyone present except Yifan. Faced with Xiao Ruoxue's thunderous attack, she didn't even move her feet. Only when Xiao Ruoxue's hand was about to touch her clothes did she make a move. She didn't block or dodge, she simply raised her left hand and extended one finger. A fair, slender index finger, as white as a scallion. The finger, with a seemingly slow but actually extremely fast trajectory, lightly touched Xiao Ruoxue's attacking wrist. There was no sound of collision, no impact. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Xiao Ruoxue's powerful grappling technique, capable of shattering stone tablets, froze in mid-air, 3 inches from Shangguan Wanner's body. Shangguan Wanner's entire body stiffened, her face contorted with disbelief. She could feel a soft yet irresistible force emanating from Xiao Ruoxue's fingertips, instantly coursing through her entire arm, leaving half her body numb and limp, utterly powerless. What kind of kung fu is this? Xiao Ruoxue's mind went blank. Her fighting skills, which she was so proud of, were like the antics of a 3-year-old child in front of her opponent, utterly vulnerable. Your moves are full of killing intent, but lack a solid foundation. Shangguan Wana withdrew her finger, still looking calm. They might be enough to deal with ordinary people, but if you want to use them to protect the chosen one of destiny, it's nothing short of a fool's dream. After saying that, she stopped looking at Xiao Ruoxue and turned to look outside the villa, her gaze seemingly piercing through the walls. From this day forward, I am the protector of the way. Any villain who harbors ill intentions towards my master, whether from the secular world or from the shadows, will be eliminated by me. You, just do your duty. These words were spoken to both Xiao Ruoxue and Qin Lingyue. A declaration, a blatant declaration. Xiao Ruoxue stood frozen in place, her face alternating between pale and flushed, a mixture of frustration at being crushed and resentful anger. Qin Lingyue's fist clenched silently in the pocket of her cashmere coat. For the first time, she felt that things were slipping out of her control. The wealth, power, and law she relied on all seemed like a joke in front of this woman named Shangguan Wana. Lu Ruyan carried over the freshly brewed De Hong Pao tea and carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of Yifan. Yifan picked up the teacup, blew on it to cool it down, and took a leisurely sip. Good tea. He looked at Qin Lingyue, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and asked with a grin, "What, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" "It really is quite surprising, I was almost overjoyed. Is my security team going to upgrade from the medieval era of cold weapons to the fantasy era of immortal cultivation?" One sentence almost made Qin Lingyue lose her composure. That damn man. His house is about to be raided, and he still has the nerve to make sarcastic remarks. The intensity of the battleground skyrocketed to hell level on the very first day back home. Yifan sipped his tea, with only one thought in his mind. This simple, unpretentious, and monotonous life is truly something that can't disappoint you even for a single day. Chapter 61 Untouched by Human Nature. Qin Lingyue's stunningly beautiful face, capable of shaking global stock markets, was now as cold as a Siberian blizzard. Her meticulously prepared surprise, intended to assert her dominance, had now turned into a shock. Meanwhile, the instigator was leisurely sipping tea, as if this historic Empress versus unexpected surprise drama was nothing more than an after-dinner entertainment. Butler Lu. Qin Lingyue's voice broke the stagnant air, but her gaze was like two icicles, piercing straight at Yifan. "Arrange the best guest room for this. Miss Shangguan." This was her final line, and a declaration of her rights as the hostess. The guest room implied that the other party was a guest, an outsider. Lu Ruyan bowed slightly, about to agree. "No need." Shangguan Wana spoke again, her voice clear and melodious, yet leaving no room for argument. A protector must always keep the chosen one within 3 feet of him. Especially at night, when yin and yang alternate, the energy is most chaotic, and it is also the time when villains are most likely to attack. "I need to protect the master in his bedroom." A guardian in the bedroom? These 4 words exploded like a depth charge in the living room. Xiao Ruoxue's pupils contracted sharply, and the veins on her hand, pressed against the holster, bulged. This was no longer a security issue, this was blatant provocation. Lu Ruyan's hand holding the tea tray trembled slightly, and the tea almost spilled. Qin Lingyue's breath hitched for half a second. Her prized business acumen and financial empire seemed utterly powerless before the words "bedroom protector." This person didn't play by the rules of modern society, they went straight to the point, demanding entry into the bedroom. "No way!" Qin Lingyue and Xiao Ruoxue shouted almost in unison. "This is against the rules." Xiao Ruoxue gritted her teeth. Mr. Yifan's bedroom is a top-level private space, and no one is allowed to enter without permission. "Private residences have their own rules," Qin Lingyue said, her voice laced with suppressed anger. "Miss Shangguan, please have some self-respect." Shangguan Wana frowned slightly, seemingly unable to comprehend their intense reaction. In her view, protecting the chosen one was of paramount importance. What were mere worldly customs and etiquette worth mentioning? "Rules are meant to protect the weak," she said calmly, looking at Qin Lingyue. "And I am here to make the rules." The smell of gunpowder in the living room was so strong it could be set on fire. Yifan finally put down his teacup, slowly stood up, and stretched. All right, stop arguing." He walked between the 3 women, acting like a peacemaker. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. It's just a matter of where we sleep tonight, nothing serious. He first patted Xiao Ruoxue on the shoulder and said earnestly, Officer Xiao, I trust your professional competence. But as you've seen, this fairy wander's scope of expertise may exceed your jurisdiction. In the future, we may still have to rely on her to deal with aliens and such. Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback by his banter, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she snorted and turned her head away. Yi Fan then turned to Qin Lengyue with a grin, President Qin, don't be so angry. Look at you, you've been frowning since you got back, and you're even getting crow's feet. Fairy Wander was just trying to be kind, for my safety. Besides, with more people protecting me, you can sleep more soundly at night, right? Qin Lengyue gave him a cold glare, her eyes clearly saying, I can't sleep peacefully with her around. Finally, Yi Fan walked up to Shangguan Wander. He circled the otherworldly saintess, his gaze unabashedly taking in her exquisite figure before finally settling on her stunningly beautiful face. You're Fairy Wander, right? Yi Fan leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said in a volume only the two of them could hear, protecting the Tao is your duty, I understand. However, we need to clarify some basic rules of modern society first. A hint of doubt flashed in Shangguan Wander's eyes, terms and conditions? Yes, the terms. Yi Fan nodded seriously. First of all, 24-hour close protection, which is considered extreme overtime and is not allowed by labor law. I am a considerate person to my subordinates, so you must rest at night. Shangguan Wander frowned, protectors do not need to rest. That won't do. You're a human, not a machine. Yi Fan waved his hand and continued, secondly, and most importantly, what you mean by bedroom protector is that you want to sleep in the same bed as me? The moment the words sleeping in the same bed were uttered, a ripple finally appeared on Shangguan Wander's face, which had been as calm as an ancient well. A faint blush crept onto the tips of her ears. If the guards need it, then it is not impossible. Her words were slightly hesitant, but her eyes remained firm. Yi Fan chuckled, the curve of his lips becoming increasingly amused. Fairy, is this sleep you're talking about serious? He leaned closer, his warm breath almost brushing against her face. In my world, when a man and a woman are alone in a room, especially in bed, things usually happen, things that are more exhausting than cultivation. Are you sure your strength can withstand it? Shangguan Wander was completely dumbfounded. Having spent her childhood in seclusion in the mountains, immersed in classical texts, she had never heard such blatant vulgar language. What did she mean by something that consumes more energy and spirit? Was it some kind of profound martial art requiring intense concentration? Seeing her innocent yet bewildered expression, Yi Fan's mischievous sense of pleasure was greatly satisfied. He cleared his throat, resumed his serious demeanor, and announced to everyone, all right, I've made my decision. For my absolute safety, and to respect Fairy Wander's dedication, she will be in my room tonight to protect me. Upon hearing this, Qin Lengyue and Xiao Ruoxue's faces turned deathly pale. However, Yi Fan changed the subject, considering the differences between men and women, and in order not to disturb the fairy's cultivation, the fairy can sleep on the ground. There happens to be an open space next to my bed with a good view, which will make it easier for you to deal with any emergencies. As for me, I will reluctantly accept your protection on the bed. After saying that, he patted Shangguan Wander on the shoulder with an expression that said, I am such a reasonable and good employer. Although Shangguan Wander found the arrangement of sleeping on the ground a bit strange, she nodded in agreement as long as she could stay by her master's side. Although Qin Lengyue and Xiao Ruoxue were so angry they were almost internally injured, this outcome was the limit they could accept compared to sleeping in the same bed. It was late at night. After taking a shower, Yi Fan, wearing a silk bathrobe, lazily lay on the large bed in the master bedroom, big enough for 7 or 8 people to roll onto. The main light in the room was off, with only a dim bedside lamp on. At Shangguan Wander's insistence, the ancient longsword was placed beside Yi Fan's pillow, with the elegant name of Man and Sword as one, ready to be drawn at any time. Our protector was sitting cross-legged on the soft Persian rug beside the bed, her eyes slightly closed, her palms facing upwards, in a meditative state. She had changed out of her white dress and put on the plain cotton and linen pajamas that Lu Ruyan had prepared for her. The loose-fitting clothes could not conceal her beautiful figure. Yi Fan lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand, admiring the spectacular sight with great interest. Hey, fairy! He broke the silence with his voice. Shangguan Wander opened her eyes, her gaze still clear in the dim light. What are your orders, master? Don't your legs go numb after meditating like this all night? Those who cultivate themselves are already used to it. Oh. Yi Fan nodded. Then, if I talk in my sleep or snore at night, won't that affect your cultivation? Shang Wanwaner's lips seemed to twitch slightly. No. That's good. Yi Fan turned over to face her. Speaking of which, does your job as a protector have KPIs? For example, how many demons do you have to kill in a year, or how many years do you have to protect me unharmed before you can get a promotion and a raise? Shang Wanwaner. She found that she couldn't keep up with the way this chosen one was thinking at all. Seeing that she didn't speak, Yi Fan continued to tease her. Also, does your job include meals and accommodation, and does it pay for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Is there paid annual leave? Do you get benefits during holidays, like mooncakes and zonzi? A barrage of modern workplace jargon left Shang Wanwaner completely bewildered. For the first time, a clear look of confusion and bewilderment appeared on her beautiful face. Wanner doesn't understand, she answered honestly. It's okay if you don't understand, you can learn slowly later. Yi Fan smiled, his voice carrying a hint of seduction. Now, as your master, I'm going to give you your first formal order. Please speak, master. Shang Wanwaner immediately sat up straight. The order is? Yi Fan deliberately dragged out his words, you're too far away from me. If an assassin were to crawl out from under the bed, you wouldn't have time to react. So, sit a little closer to the bed. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwaner had no doubts and immediately moved to sit down next to the edge of the bed. Under the dim light, the delicate fragrance of her body, mixed with the fresh scent of soap after her bath, wafted into Yi Fan's nostrils. Yi Fan could even see her long eyelashes and her cherry lips that were slightly pursed due to nervousness. That's much better. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his voice even further, with a fatal magnetism. Now, execute the second command. Give me your hand. Shang Wanwaner's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Chapter 62 Lu Ruyan's Worldly Teachings. Give me your hand. Yi Fan's voice seemed to possess an irresistible magic in the quiet bedroom. Shang Wanwaner's body stiffened. Since she could remember, apart from her master performing a ritual to cleanse her marrow and refine her meridians, no man had ever touched her hand. The protective texts also never recorded any specific sex method of handoff. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her mind torn between conflicting thoughts. Reason told her it was improper. But deep within her, the absolute attraction stemming from being the chosen one prevented her from even considering resisting. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended her right hand. A warm, large hand reached out and enveloped her slightly cool, soft hand. The touch was delicate and soft, yet one could clearly feel the calluses on her palm and fingertips from years of sword practice. Yi Fan pulled her hand under the light, examining it with great seriousness, and even placed 2 fingers on her fair wrist. Not bad. He commented seriously, your breathing is deep and steady, your pulse is strong, and your internal energy flows like a rushing river. It seems you do have some skill. However, he changed the subject, gently stroking her hand as he spoke, his gaze becoming playful. It's just that your skin is too delicate. What a pity if you get into a fight and hurt such a beautiful hand. Shang Wanwaner's cheeks flushed instantly, the blush spreading from her face all the way down her snow-white neck. She tried to pull her hand away, but it was held even tighter. The warmth from the other person's palm felt like a flame, making her heart tremble. Is this also part of the guard duty? Why is it never mentioned in the ancient texts? Alright, that concludes the first lesson of tonight's pre-job training. Seeing that she was almost fully accustomed to it, Yi Fan finally let go of her hand and lazily lay back down. Well done, fairy. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Shang Wanwaner felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly withdrew her hand and hid it in her wide sleeve, her fingertips still slightly hot. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Fan again, and sat down cross-legged again. However, her once calm heart could no longer find peace. The next morning, before dawn, her biological clock woke Shang Wanwaner up on time. She glanced at Yi Fan, who was sleeping soundly in bed, and quietly got up to wash up as usual. Then, she fell into confusion. There was no copper basin, no well, not even a water vat in this room. Following the faint sound of water, she entered the strange space known as the bathroom. She gazed at the white throne that glowed automatically and whose lid would open automatically when she approached, lost in thought. Its peculiar shape suggested it might be some kind of magical artifact that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She then turned her gaze to the huge glass partition, which was filled with silver pipes and strange switches. She tentatively reached out and gently turned one of them. Whoosh! A powerful jet of hot water gushed out from a lotus-shaped metal object above her head, instantly drenching her completely. Ah! Even though Shangguan Wan'er was calm and composed, she was startled by this sudden change and instinctively cried out. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Lu Ruyan walked in carrying a set of neatly folded clothes. Every day at this time, she would prepare the clothes Yifan needed to change into that day. When she saw Shangguan Wan'er standing helplessly under the shower in the bathroom, soaking wet, her hair clinging to her cheeks, she was also stunned. "Miss Shangguan, what's wrong?" Shangguan Wan'er's beautiful face was filled with embarrassment. This was the first time she had felt so disheveled since she came down the mountain. Lu Ruyan reacted immediately. She quickly stepped forward, skillfully turned off the shower, picked up a clean bath towel from the side, and draped it over Shangguan Wan'er's shoulders. "Master is still resting, let's go out first." Lu Ruyan's voice was as gentle as ever, with a calming power. She led Shangguan Wan'er to the dressing room, a huge space comparable to a luxury goods showroom, which shocked Shangguan Wan'er once again. Looking at the saintess before her, who was powerful but acted like a blank sheet of paper in her daily life, Lu Ruyan suddenly had a plan in mind. Both President Qin and Officer Xiao viewed Miss Shangguan as the most direct threat and adopted a strategy of confrontation and exclusion. However, Lu Ruyan had a different idea. As the mistress and head housekeeper of this villa, her primary responsibility was to ensure the comfort and harmony of the owners' lives. A protector who knows nothing about modern society will only bring endless trouble and chaos to the master's life. Rather than rejecting her, it's better to educate her, let her integrate into this place, and let her understand the rules here. "Miss Shangguan, your clothes are wet. Please change into something." Lu Ruyan took out a loose and comfortable white cotton and linen loungewear from the wardrobe. "Thank you," Shangguan Wan'er said softly, taking the clothes. "If you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me." Lu Ruyan smiled, her smile gentle and warm, making people unconsciously lower their guard. "Master likes a quiet and orderly life. Since you are his protector, you should also learn to adapt to this environment so that you can better serve Master, right?" The words "serving the Master" struck a chord with Shangguan Wan'er. She nodded, "You're right. But everything here is completely different from the world I know." "It's okay, I'll teach you." Lu Ruyan's teaching started from the very basics. She first showed Shangguan Wan'er the various modern facilities in the villa. This is called a smart toilet. It's not a magical artifact for cultivation, it's, well, for convenience. This is a shower head, used for showering. This side has hot water, and this side has cold water. This is a hair dryer that can quickly dry your hair to prevent you from catching a cold. Shangguan Wan'er listened attentively and learned like a curious child, occasionally asking questions that made Lu Ruyan chuckle. "This thing can actually generate wind out of thin air. Could it be that it contains a wind-based magic array? Sister Ruyan, why does this mirror glow when someone gets close?" Lu Ruyan patiently answered all her questions, and even personally dried her long, flowing hair. Next, it was time to get dressed. Lu Ruyan opened one of the wardrobes, which was filled with all kinds of women's clothing. "These are your everyday loungewear in the villa, prioritizing comfort. These are what you wear when you go out with your master. You need to look presentable. And these are the dresses I wear to banquets." Shangguan Wan'er looked at the jeans, dresses, and tank tops, and fell into deep thought again. Pointing to a pair of ripped jeans, she asked, puzzled, "Why is this garment ripped? Is the material bad?" Lu Ruyan smiled gently, "That's called fashion. However, I think the master would prefer to see you in a dress." Finally, Lu Ruyan handed a brand new cell phone to Shangguan Wan'er. "What is this?" Shangguan Wan'er asked, looking at the smooth black jade. "It's called a cell phone. You can think of it as a combination of a long-distance communication device and a comprehensive encyclopedia," Lu Ruyan explained, guiding her step by step on how to turn it on and unlock it. When the screen lit up and Lu Ruyan opened a video call, Shangguan Wan'er was so shocked when her gentle, smiling face appeared on the screen that she took a half step back. This is a soul-capturing technique?" "No," Lu Ruyan explained patiently, "this is called a video call, which allows you to talk face-to-face with someone thousands of miles away." In just one morning, Shangguan Wan'er's worldview was repeatedly refreshed. She learned how to use a toilet, how to use a hairdryer, how to distinguish between a t-shirt and a shirt, and she also learned that a mobile phone can not only show people, but also play music and watch a kind of dynamic picture book called TV series. Her attitude towards Lu Ruyan changed from initial wariness to complete trust and closeness. "Sister Ruyan, you know so much," Shangguan Wan'er exclaimed sincerely. Making the owner comfortable in this villa is my only responsibility. Lu Ruyan smiled and straightened the collar of the white dress she had just changed into. Now, you are one of us too. In the afternoon, Yifan woke up naturally, yawning as he went downstairs. Then, he saw what was happening in the living room. Lu Ruyan was sitting on the sofa, and beside her sat a stunningly beautiful woman in a simple white dress. The woman's long, black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate collarbone. She had lost the aloofness of the previous night, but gained a touch of the purity and charm of a girl next door. She was looking down, her pale fingers clumsily tapping on the phone screen, muttering to herself. Scan this QR code to add the owner's WeChat? Hearing footsteps, Shangguan Wanner looked up, saw Yifan, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up, preparing to bow respectfully. Yifan waved his hand, walked up to her with interest, glanced at her, and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyan, a smile of approval appearing on his lips. Not bad, Ruyan. He laughed. In just one morning, you've successfully transformed my guardian fairy into a modern urban beauty. This efficiency truly makes you my capable wife. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan blushed and lowered her head humbly, saying, It's all because Sister Wanner is naturally beautiful and learns so quickly. Sister Wanner? Yifan raised an eyebrow, looking at the still somewhat reserved Shangguan Wanner. Not bad, even the way you address her has been upgraded. It seems that my harem is steadily moving towards a harmonious and progressive future. His words were flippant, yet they caused a slight flutter in the hearts of both women. Looking at Yifan's familiar, slightly mischievous smile, Shangguan Wanner felt, for some reason, even more nervous in front of him than she had been in ancient costume the night before, despite wearing modern clothes. Chapter 63 The Saintess's Service, Ancient Martial Arts Massage. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, watching the scene before him, a smile never fading from his lips. Lu Ruyan gently explained how to use the phone to Shangguan Wanner, while this otherworldly saintly woman was tapping the screen with the seriousness of someone studying ancient classics, muttering to herself. Not bad, Ruyan. Yifan said lazily, his voice full of praise. In just one morning, you've successfully transformed my guardian fairy into a modern urban beauty. This efficiency truly makes you my capable assistant. In one sentence, he praised two people. A charming blush rose on Lu Ruyan's face, and she lowered her head humbly. It's all because Sister Wanner is naturally beautiful and learns so quickly. Sister Wanner? Yifan raised an eyebrow, looking at the still somewhat reserved Shangguan Wanner. Not bad, even the way you address her has been upgraded. It seems that my harem is steadily moving towards a harmonious and progressive future. His words were flippant, yet they caused a slight flutter in the hearts of both women. Shangguan Wanner looked up at Yifan's familiar, slightly mischievous smile. For some reason, she felt even more nervous in front of him, dressed in modern clothes, than she had been in ancient attire the night before. She put down her phone, stood up, and bowed respectfully to Yifan. Master, thanks to Sister Ruyan's guidance, Wanner has come to know the wonders of life in this world. To express my gratitude and to repay your kindness in taking me in, Wanner is willing to use our sect's secret techniques to regulate your qi and blood and relax your muscles and tendons. Oh? Yifan became interested. A secret technique of our sect? It sounds very powerful. How exactly does it work? A hint of pride appeared on Shangguan Wanner's face. This is a secret technique of my Shangguan family. It allows one to use their own internal energy to probe into another's meridians, find blockages, and clear their acupoints. It can dispel fatigue and strengthen the body. Master has been traveling a lot recently, so your body must be somewhat depleted, which is exactly what you need to regulate. Yifan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Internal energy massage? That sounds way more exciting than Thai massage or essential oil spa. Alright, he readily agreed, a hopeful smile spreading across his face. Then I'll have to trouble you, Fairy Wanner. Where will it be held? What preparations do you need me to make? A serious look appeared on Shangguan Wanner's beautiful face. This method requires a quiet place, and in order for the internal energy to reach the skin and meridians directly, the master needs to remove his upper body clothing and lie face down on the bed. Remove upper body clothing? Lie face down? Yifan's eyes instantly changed, filled with a strong interest in and a spirit of exploration of ancient martial arts culture. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan blushed slightly, but her heart tightened. She had spent the whole morning teaching Shangguan Wanner modern common sense. How could she have forgotten the principle of men and women not touching each other? No, perhaps this concept simply didn't exist in this saint's mind. Then let's go upstairs to the bedroom, it's the quietest there. Yifan cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound like that of an upright gentleman who was purely concerned about his health. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Yifan's enthusiastic appearance and Shangguan Wan'er's serious expression that said, "I will perform holy healing for my master," she finally sighed and silently retreated to the side. She shouldn't interfere in her master's affairs. In the master bedroom, the luxurious carpet absorbed all the noise. Yifan quite consciously took off his silk shirt, revealing his smooth-lined, well-proportioned upper body. After transmigrating, this body had been strengthened to an inhuman level by the laws of this world. It had not an ounce of excess fat, every inch of muscle was full of explosive power, and his skin was as smooth as jade. He casually lay down on the large bed that could sleep 7 or 8 people, buried his face in the soft pillows, and left only a vague instruction, "Fairy, I'm ready, begin your performance." Looking at his bare back, his broad shoulders, firm waist, and smooth muscle lines gleamed with a healthy glow under the light. Even though her heart was as still as an ancient well, she couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in her ears. She took a deep breath, cleared her mind of distractions, and silently recited the Guardian's Code. She knelt by the bed and gently placed her soft, boneless hands, yet containing astonishing strength, on Yifan's back. Upon touching it, she felt a warm and solid texture, as if it possessed a peculiar magic that made her fingertips tremble slightly. "Master, Wan'er is about to begin," she whispered a reminder. A pure and gentle internal energy slowly flowed from her palm, like a trickle, seeping into Yifan's skin. Yifan let out a comfortable hum. The feeling was incredible. Unlike any massage, the internal energy seemed to have a life of its own, precisely finding every muscle group in his body that was slightly stiff from fatigue, and then gently relaxing them. Shangguan Wan'er's technique was extremely professional. Her 10 fingers pressed, rubbed, tapped, and pushed on his back, each movement carrying a unique rhythm. It was as if her fingertips had eyes, always able to find the most crucial acupoints. "Fairy, your hand skills are quite impressive." Yifan's voice carried a hint of lazy magnetism. "The strength is just right, not too much or too little. Your internal energy is so warm, it feels like you're carrying a hand warmer." "What is a hand warmer?" Shangguan Wan'er asked curiously as she focused on performing the procedure. "It's a kind of gadget that can generate heat to keep you warm," Yifan said, enjoying it with his eyes closed. "It's about the same size as your little hands." Shangguan Wan'er's face turned even redder, but she dared not stop what she was doing. As her inner strength deepened, she frowned slightly. "Master, there is a slight blockage of qi and blood near your Jianjing acupoint, which should be caused by excessive thinking. Wan'er needs to use a strong hand to clear it for you. Come on, I can handle it." The next second, Yifan experienced what professionalism meant. Shangguan Wan'er put 2 fingers together, channeled her inner strength into them, and precisely placed them on his Jianjing acupoint. Then, she swiftly slashed downwards along the meridian. Hiss! A tingling, electric-like sensation instantly coursed through Yifan's body, almost making him cry out. The feeling was a mixture of pain and indescribable pleasure, making every pore on his body open up. "How are you feeling?" "Awesome. So awesome." Yifan didn't hold back his praise. "Fairy, if you opened a shop with your skills, all the high-end clubs in Beijing would go out of business." Shangguan Wan'er was a little embarrassed by his praise, but she felt a great sense of accomplishment upon hearing the word shuang, meaning awesome, satisfying. To better exert her strength, she adjusted her posture, her body unconsciously leaning forward. Her long, smooth, black hair fell down, a few strands playfully brushing against Yifan's ear, bringing a tingling sensation. Her unique, cool, and refreshing body fragrance, like that of a pine tree after a snowfall, mixed with the delicate floral scent of the shower gel that Lu Ruyan had chosen for her, subtly entered Yifan's nostrils. Yifan could even feel her breathing, which had become somewhat rapid due to her focus, and her warm breath brushing against his neck. "This is no massage, it's an ultimate sensory feast." "Master, the Shinshu acupoints on both sides of your waist are also somewhat weak. I need to strengthen your foundation and nourish your vital energy." Shangguan Wan'er's voice carried a hint of solemnity. To locate the acupoints more accurately, she had to lean forward even more, her shapely figure almost pressed against Yifan's back. She reached out her hands, found the acupoints on Yifan's waist, and slowly channeled her inner energy into them. That spot was too sensitive. The moment her soft fingertips pressed against it, Yifan's body stiffened abruptly. "Fairy, are you sure this is a proper massage?" Yifan asked sullenly. "Of course." Shangguan Wan'er, puzzled, explained earnestly, "The Shinshu acupoint is an important point on the bladder meridian of foot Taiyang, which is related to the fundamental nature of men. Opening this acupoint for you can make you vigorous and full of energy. Dragon and Tiger Vigor. Yi Fan internally complained, "Fairy, you're such a straightforward person." To achieve the best effect, Shangguan Wanner's movements became increasingly meticulous. Her fingers roamed over his waist, along his spine, and even along the meridians. Later, she was even able to channel her power from top to bottom through the entire Du Meridian. Even through the thin layer of her pajamas, Yi Fan could clearly feel the softness and amazing elasticity of her body. He could even imagine what this aloof saintess looked like at that moment, and what a focused yet innocent expression she wore on her otherworldly face. This contrast provides a stimulation far exceeding that of the massage itself. Master, the final step is to open up the Ren and Du Meridians, which must be done from the front. Shangguan Wanner's voice came, carrying a hint of excitement at the imminent success. Front? Yes, front. The Ren meridian originates in the lower abdomen. I need to place my palm on your dantian and guide the internal energy to circulate throughout your body. Yi Fan lay down, adopting a take what you want look. Come on, for the sake of dragon essence and tiger strength. Shangguan Wanner glared at him shyly, but still reached out her hand. The moment that soft, warm, and slightly sweaty little hand gently touched his lower abdomen, Yi Fan felt a surge of heat explode from the point of contact, instantly engulfing his entire body. He let out a long, comfortable sigh, feeling as if he were floating on clouds. This protector was well worth the trip. After an unknown amount of time, Shangguan Wanner finally slowly finished her practice and exhaled a long breath. Yi Fan, on the other hand, felt better than ever before. His body was filled with explosive power, and his mind was crystal clear. He sat up, looked at the saintess in front of him who was exhausted but had a look on her face that said, "I have completed my sacred mission," smiled, and reached out to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead with his thumb. "You've worked hard, Fairy Wanner." His voice was deep and gentle. "As a reward, I'll allow you to sleep in the bed tonight." Shangguan Wanner's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Chapter 64 Qin Lengyue's Worries, the Threat of Ancient Martial Arts. The top floor of Fengtian Group, the president's office. Qin Lengyue hung up the phone with an icy expression. The call was from Xiao Ruoxue, whose report stirred up intense waves in her usually calm heart for the first time. With just one finger, the top youth fighting champion of the Dragon Kingdom was rendered helpless. The secular order has no jurisdiction over those outside of it. Xiao Ruoxue's words, repeated over the phone, were like a needle, precisely piercing the most sensitive spot in Qin Lengyue's heart. The secular order is her most prized weapon. She is the woman at the top of this order, able to use wealth, power, and rules to bring everything under her control. Whether it's the alluring Sumei, the powerful Elizabeth, or the millions of fans Mu Qincheng, they all exist within this order, and Qin Lengyue has countless ways to deal with them. But this Shangguan Wanner comes from outside the established order. Qin Lengyue walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city she held in the palm of her hand. In the past, this overlooking view gave her an unparalleled sense of control, but today, she felt an unprecedented anxiety. She accessed the surveillance footage from Villa No. 1 in the capital city. In the scene, Yi Fan is lounging on a deck chair in the garden, while a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress is feeding him a cup of tea in small sips. It was Shangguan Wanner. Meanwhile, her wise wife Lu Ruyan stood respectfully to the side, holding a parasol for the two of them. The scene was so harmonious it was almost blinding. In less than a day, that woman had already integrated into Yi Fan's life, and even showed a tendency to replace Lu Ruyan as his personal attendant. Qin Lengyue knew very well that Shangguan Wanner posed a far greater threat than any of the women before her. She wasn't after money or fame, her purpose was terrifyingly pure, it was Yi Fan himself. Her protector philosophy meant that she could legally and legitimately stay by Yi Fan's side 24/7, even sharing a room with him. What's even more terrifying is that she possesses power beyond the comprehension of modern society. This means that if she wanted to do something to Yi Fan, whether good or bad, Qin Lengyue's security system, which she was so proud of, might not be able to stop her at all. No. Absolutely not. Yi Fan was hers, Qin Lengyue's only anchor in this world, the only light in her cold life. She would never allow any uncontrollable factors to appear by his side. Using force to drive her away? Qin Lengyue immediately rejected the idea. Judging from Yi Fan's blissful expression in the surveillance footage, he clearly liked this new protector. Forcibly removing her would only push him further away. So, there's only one way left. If you can't eliminate her, then assimilate her. Use her most proficient order to firmly bind this person outside the order to you. Qi Yue pressed the intercom button. Su Mei, prepare the car, go to capital number 1. Half an hour later, a black Fengtian Juke silently glided into the villa area. When Qi Yue got out of the car, the 3 people in the garden also noticed her. Yi Fan remained lying still, only smiling and waving at her. Lu Ruyan bowed respectfully. President Qin. Shang Wanwaner merely observed the powerful and stunningly beautiful official wife with curiosity. After Lu Ruyan's explanation, she already knew that the woman before her was her master's nominal married partner. Qin Yue ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Yi Fan, her gaze falling on his radiant face. It seems you've been having a good time these past few days. Her voice was unreadable. It's all right. Yi Fan chuckled. The main thing is that the security work is done well, so I feel at ease. Qin Yue didn't respond to his words, but instead turned her gaze to Shang Wanwaner. Her eyes were calm and sharp, as if she were examining a priceless work of art. Miss Shangguan, she said, her voice cold and clear. President Qin. Shang Wanwaner nodded slightly, mimicking Lu Ruyan's manner, though her posture was somewhat stiff. I've heard about what happened to you, Qin Yue said bluntly. I also know about your abilities. I admire your loyalty in wanting to protect Yi Fan. These words surprised Shang Wanwaner. She had thought that this official wife would be as hostile to her as Officer Xiao had been yesterday. However, Qin Yue changed the subject. You alone are far from enough. Shang Wanwaner's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. With just my sword, I am more than capable of protecting my master. Is that so? Qin Yue's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The dangers of modern society are not just swords. Commercial attacks, media assaults, financial storms, hacker intrusions, which of these invisible swords can you withstand? Shang Wanwaner fell silent. She had just learned these words from Lu Ruyan yesterday, but she still only vaguely understood them. Protecting Yi Fan requires a systematic and comprehensive system. And I can provide you with that system. Qin Yue's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. She took out a beautifully crafted employment certificate from her bag. On behalf of the chairman of Fengtian Group, I hereby formally appoint you, Ms. Shang Wanwaner, as the chief advisor of the newly established Special Affairs Security Advisory Group of Fengtian Group. She paused for a moment, then presented the specific conditions. Annual salary, 100 million Xia Yuan after tax. The group will provide you with a dedicated logistics team, intelligence analysis team, and legal support team. You will have the highest authority to mobilize the group's security forces at any time. Any action you take globally will receive the full support of the Fengtian Group. You have only one mission, Qin Yue said, looking at her and enunciating each word clearly. Use all your abilities and cooperate with my system to ensure Yi Fan's absolute safety, whether it comes from within the order or from outside the order. The whole garden fell silent. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Yue in shock. She hadn't expected President Qin to respond in this way. Shang Wanwaner was completely dumbfounded. An annual salary of 100 million? What does that even mean? Lu Ruyan said a meat bun only costs 2 yuan. How many meat buns could 100 million buy? She looked at the employment contract, then at Qin Yue, and finally turned to Yi Fan for help. Yi Fan finally sat up. He took the letter of appointment, looked at it seriously, and then smiled as he explained to Shang Wanwaner, President Qin means to promote you and give you a raise, provide you with staff and a car, and transform you from a lone wolf into a general with a formal position and logistical support. From now on, when you go out to fight, to protect me, it won't be a personal act anymore, but an act on behalf of the company. If you damage any plants, the company will reimburse you. Understand? Shang Wanwaner nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. But, protecting my master is my destiny, I don't need these things. Yes, of course you need it. Yi Fan interrupted her. Look, you don't even know how to use mobile payment yet. If you want to drink a cup of milk tea in the future, I'll have to pay for it for you. How inconvenient is that? With a salary, you can buy it yourself. Buy whatever you want, as much as you want. Milk tea. Shang Wanwaner's eyes lit up when she thought of the sweet, richly milky drink that Lu Ruyan had given her yesterday. Yes, milk tea, pretty dresses, and, meat buns in all flavors, Yi Fan coaxed gently. Qin Yue watched coldly from the side, without saying a word. She knew that Yi Fan was more adept at dealing with these ancient people than she was. Ultimately, in Shang Wanwaner's mind, this chief consultant contract with an annual salary of 100 million was simplified into a welfare agreement that can better protect the master and can have unlimited refills of milk tea. She solemnly accepted the letter of appointment. Okay, I promise you. Qin Lingyue looked at her, a hint of satisfaction at having the whole situation flashing deep in her cold eyes. Very well, even though a tiger is fierce, as long as you put a collar on her and feed her delicious food, she will still be a caged pet. And the one holding the collar is always Qin Lingyue. She walked over to Yifan, sat down naturally, leaned slightly against him, and said to Shang Wanwaner in a domineering manner, "From now on, report directly to me on work matters. As for Yifan's daily life, it will still be the responsibility of Butler Lu." In short, it clearly defines the rights, responsibilities, and boundaries. The job is yours, but life is ours. Lu Ruyan glanced gratefully at President Qin, straightening her back a little. Although Shang Wanwaner didn't quite understand the intricate scheme, she got it and nodded. Yifan looked at the possessive, icy queen beside him and was secretly overjoyed. Chapter 65: The Twins Return, School and the Saintess. The highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom, Xingtung University. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and the campus was filled with youthful energy. But in one of the luxurious private lounges, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Bai Ji slammed her phone down on the table, her pretty face full of indignation. This is outrageous. This is simply going too far. Bai Wei, who was next to her, was quietly drinking her juice, but her slightly furrowed brows revealed her inner turmoil. On the phone screen was a secretly taken photo. The background of the photo was the garden of Villa No. 1 in the capital city. Yifan was lying on a deck chair, and a woman in a white dress with an ethereal aura was gently feeding him tea. This photo was obtained at great expense by their spies planted around the villa area. "Sister, keep your voice down," Bai Wei said softly, putting down her cup. "I wasn't speaking softly." Bai Ji bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "We worked so hard, with kidnapping and a ladies' contest, to earn a first date right, and we still haven't gotten our wish. And what happened? A vixen just fell into our house out of nowhere. And she's a cosplayer. She doesn't look like she is cosplaying." Bai Wei stared at Shang Wanwaner's ethereal beauty in the photo and analyzed calmly, "Her eyes and posture are not acting. I don't care if she's acting or it's real." Bai Ji put her hands on her hips. "Brother Yifan is ours. Are we really inferior to some ancient person who popped up from some remote mountain village, the twin beauties of our Qingtun University?" Since the last ladies' showdown, although they had won the right to date, Yifan had been busy with his global tours and various affairs, and they hadn't been able to find an opportunity. The two could only wait longingly at school, passing the time by reading news about Yifan every day. Now, with the holiday just around the corner, they were preparing to launch a holiday offensive against Yifan when a surprise guest appeared out of nowhere. How could they tolerate this? "Come on. Wei Wei, let's go meet her." Bai Ji grabbed her sister's hand. "I want to see just how powerful this fairy sister really is." Bai Wei did not resist and silently stood up with her sister. When it comes to defending her brother Yifan, the two sisters are always on the same side. When the pink, custom-made Bentley sped into the Guadu No. 1 villa, Yifan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, receiving crash course in modern culture from Shang Wanwaner. The so-called tutoring involved Shang Wanwaner holding a tablet, watching a historical drama with a high rating of 9.8 with a serious expression, while constantly asking questions. "Master, why did this person drink the wine even though he knew it was poisoned? He could have easily used his internal energy to expel the poison. Because, well, it's necessary for the plot." "What is the plot? Is it a law stronger than the heavenly Tao?" Just when Yifan was getting a headache from all the questions, his savior arrived. "Brother Yifan!" With a clear and lively shout, Bai Ji rushed in like a gust of wind, followed by the quiet Bai Wei. They spotted Shang Wanwaner on the sofa immediately. Today, at Lu Ruyan's suggestion, Shang Wanwaner changed into a light blue cotton dress, and her long hair was tied up with a simple hairpin, making her look even more elegant and refined. "Wow!" Bai Ji circled around Shang Wanwaner, exclaiming in an exaggerated manner, "Sister, where did you buy this hanfu? The material is nice, it looks quite high-end. But your hairstyle is too old-fashioned, the princess cut or big waves are in style now." Shang Wanwaner raised her head and looked at the two chattering girls in front of her, dressed in cool short skirts and exuding youthful vitality, her eyes filled with doubt. "Who are you?" "We're your sisters." Bai Ji sat down next to Shang Wanwaner as if they were old friends and put her arm around her shoulder. My name is Bai Ji and her name is Bai Wei. From now on, we're all family, so let us get along well. Bai Wei obediently sat down next to Yifan and asked softly, Brother Yifan, who is she? Her name is Shangguan Waner, my new bodyguard, Yifan introduced with a smile. Bodyguard? Bai Ji's eyes darted around, and she leaned close to Shangguan Waner's ear, whispering, Sister, being a bodyguard has no future. Look how beautiful you are, I'll introduce you to a company, give you a makeover, and I guarantee you'll be a big star, even more popular than that Mu Qingcheng. Shangguan Waner was somewhat at a loss after her actions, and could only turn to Yifan for help. Yifan, always eager for a good show, cleared his throat and said to the twins, You've come at the perfect time. Waner just came from a very far place and doesn't know much about our current life. As outstanding young women of the new era, you two have an obligation to help her quickly integrate into society. No problem. We've got it covered. Bai Ji patted her chest and assured them. Thus began a unique cultural exchange. Bai Ji snatched the tablet from Shangguan Waner's hand, turned off the dull political drama, and opened a currently popular idol talent show. Look, sister. This is what young people should be watching. This young man is so handsome, I love his eye makeup. Looking at the heavily made-up man dancing energetically on the screen, Shangguan Waner frowned and commented, This man's lower body is unstable, his breath is weak, and his movements are flashy but powerless. If he were on the battlefield, he wouldn't last a day. Bai Ji. Bai Wei whispered, Sister, they're not responsible for going to the battlefield, they're only responsible for being handsome. Undeterred, Bai Ji opened another short video app and came across a funny and cute pet video. Sister, look at this. Isn't it cute? Ah, this cat is so silly. Shangguan Waner looked at the cat in the video that was chasing its own tail in circles, thought about it carefully, and said, This cat must be under some kind of illusion or mental impairment. It's not funny, but rather pitiful. Bai Ji. Next, Bai Ji showed her a series of modern spiritual nourishment such as internet memes, emojis, and parody videos, but without exception, they all became boring under Shangguan Waner's serious, earnest, and logical analysis. What does YYDS mean? Is it an abbreviation for some kind of talisman? Why say stealing bamboo shoots? There are plenty of bamboo shoots on the mountain, more than you can take. How can you say stealing them? Why is this person opening their mouth so wide? Could they be practicing some kind of lion's roar technique? Bai Ji felt like she was about to collapse. She felt like she wasn't explaining science to an ancient person, but rather being interrogated by a scholar. Finally, she pulled out her trump card, the game. Sister, let's play a game of Honor of Kings. You'll definitely like it. It has Guan Yu and Li Bai, who are both from your hometown. With Yifan's help, Shangguan Waner finally managed to clumsily control her character and enter the game. Bai Ji chose her best archer, ready to show off her skills in front of the ancient people. However, after the game started, Shangguan Waner looked at the little figure on the screen and fell into deep thought again. Why would this man charge into the enemy lines alone? This is a cardinal sin in military strategy. Why not divide your forces to the left and right to outflank their rear? Our formation is in disarray. We should retreat immediately, regroup, and not linger in battle. She muttered something to herself, but her fingers remained motionless. Bai Ji jumped up and down anxiously, shouting, Sister! Move! Run! Someone's hitting you from behind. No rush, Shangguan Waner said calmly. The enemy assassins have already revealed their whereabouts. I will use myself as bait here, and you can flank them from behind through the bushes and cut off their back row. This is a plan to lure the enemy in. Bai Ji stared dumbfounded at the screen, at the hero who stood still and was beaten to death, and at Shangguan Waner's face that seemed to say everything is under control. She felt like she wasn't mentoring a novice, but rather listening to a general who only knew theory and was commanding a war that was destined to be lost. The game ended in a crushing defeat. Bai Ji finally gave up. She collapsed on the sofa, feeling utterly hopeless. Yifan laughed until his stomach hurt. He walked over to Shangguan Waner, took her hand, and comforted her, It's okay, everyone's like this the first time they play. Look, you're so knowledgeable about military strategy, you'll definitely become the #1 commander in the national server in the future. Bai Wei looked at Yifan holding Shangguan Waner's hand, her eyes darkening. She suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Sister Waner, can you dance? Bai Ji's eyes lit up. That's right. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing, aren't these the standard skills for women in ancient times? She might not understand modern things, but surely she knew them in ancient times. Shang Wanwaner thought for a moment and nodded. I know some sword dance. That's great. Bai Ji immediately perked up. Give us a performance. Shang Wanwaner looked at Yi Fan, and seeing him nod, she got up and walked to the open space in the center of the living room. She didn't take the sword instead, she casually pulled out the wooden hairpin that held her hair and held it in her hand. The next moment, her demeanor suddenly changed. If she was just a girl next door full of curiosity about modern society, now she is a reclusive sword immortal under the moon. With a slight movement, she twirled the wooden hairpin in her hand into a sword flower, and her entire being danced like a butterfly in flight across the living room. Her movements were sometimes light and graceful, like a gentle breeze rustling willows. At other times, they were sharp and fierce, whistling through the air. Her long blue dress billowed with her movements, like a blooming lotus flower. There was no music, but every movement she made seemed to be in step with the rhythm of nature. The twin sisters were completely stunned. Their proud school anniversary dance looked like kindergarten calisthenics compared to this sword dance. After finishing her dance, Shang Wanwaner put away her hairpin and stood still, her breathing slightly calm, and there wasn't even a trace of sweat on her forehead. Looking at the dumbfounded twins and the admiring Yi Fan, she asked seriously, how does this compare to that bamboo shoot snatching? The living room was deathly silent. Chapter 66 The Auction of the Century, Target Yi Fan. The living room was deathly silent, with only the heavy breathing of the twin sisters remaining. Bai Ji and Bai Wei's worldviews were shattered, reshaped, and then ground into dust in just a few minutes by Shang Wanwaner's sword dance. Their proud talents and youthful vitality seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of this sword dance, which seemed to have stepped out of a painting and contained the principles of Tao and reason. Bai Ji opened her mouth, wanting to say something to save face, such as, "Sister, you danced so well, it's just not quite in line with modern aesthetics," but the words wouldn't come out. Any comment would seem like a desecration in the face of such ultimate beauty and power. How does this compare to that bamboo shoot stealing? Shang Wanwaner put away the wooden hairpin, retied her long hair, and asked earnestly. There was no boasting in her clear eyes, only pure curiosity, as if she were asking an academic question. Ahem. Yi Fan finally couldn't help but clear his throat, breaking the awkward silence. He walked up to the twin sisters and gave each of them a tap on the head. Are you convinced yet? Let me show you what a dimensional reduction attack looks like. Stop watching those trainees with weak auras every day, and learn from your sister Wanner what true strength and beauty really means. Bai Ji covered her head, her face flushed red, half from embarrassment, half from anger, but mostly from a sense of helpless defeat. Bai Wei, on the other hand, lowered her head, silently fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Just then, the villa's door was pushed open again. Xin Lengyue walked in, wearing high heels, followed by Su Mei carrying a briefcase. As soon as she entered, she sensed the eerie atmosphere in the living room. What's wrong? You look like a defeated rooster. Xin Lengyue glanced at the dejected twins on the sofa, her voice cold. It's nothing, Mr. Qin, Yi Fan greeted him with a smile. Just a friendly cultural exchange between young people. Xin Lengyue didn't press further, she had more important business to attend to today. She walked straight to Yi Fan, handed him her phone, and the screen displayed a luxuriously designed webpage. What is this? A new luxury goods website? Yi Fan asked curiously as he took it. The Pandora's Box Century Charity Auction, Xin Lengyue explained calmly, is jointly initiated by the world's top 100 female entrepreneurs, royalty, and tycoon leaders. All proceeds from the auction will be donated in your name to the Global Men's Health and Rights Protection Foundation. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing, do men in this world, besides me, even have health and rights issues? They're probably all overnourished. He scrolled down the page and saw the list of auction items. Lot 1, Dragon's Roar. A Buddha jumps over the wall dish prepared by a Michelin 3-star female chef. Starting bid, 10 million xia yuan. Lot 2, 1 hour afternoon tea. You will have the opportunity to spend 1 hour with Mr. Yi Fan at a location designated by him. Starting bid, 50 million xia yuan. Item 3, Heavenly Voice. You will receive a 30-second exclusive voice recording personally recorded by Mr. Yi Fan. Starting bid, 80 million xia yuan. Lot 4, a game of chess under the stars. Players can choose to play a game of chess with Mr. Yi Fan. Starting bid, 100 million xia yuan. Yi Fan's eyes twitched. Were these women crazy? Spending tens or hundreds of millions to have a meal and play a game of chess with me? There are so many other things they could do with that money. He felt like he wasn't a person anymore, but a luxury item with a price tag, something for others to admire. Isn't this a bit too much? Yifan clicked his tongue. Exaggeration? Xin Lingyue glanced at him, her eyes seeming to say, "You have no idea of your own worth. This is just to warm up. The real show is at the end." As soon as she finished speaking, the auction officially began. The holographic projection in the center of the living room lit up, and an elegant and intellectual female auctioneer appeared on the screen, announcing the rules in a magnetic voice. Yifan was seated in the main seat of the sofa by Qin Lingyue. Lu Ruyan immediately served him cut fruit. Shangguan Wan'er stood curiously behind him, studying the glowing figure. The twin sisters, having temporarily forgotten their earlier frustration, nervously crowded around. Sume stood behind Qin Lingyue, opened her tablet, and began monitoring the movements of the global capital markets in real time. The scene made Yifan feel like an emperor reviewing memorials, surrounded by a group of concubines, each with their own agenda. The auction went on to a fever pitch as soon as it began. Dragon's Roar, 10 million. The Countess of the British Empire bids 15 million. The Middle Eastern Oil Queen bids 30 million. 30 million? Okay, the heiress of the first conglomerate in Japan bids 50 million. The speed at which the price skyrocketed left Yifan speechless. He had eaten Lu Ruyan's Buddha jumps over the wall before, and it was indeed delicious, but 50 million a bowl? This wasn't Buddha jumps over the wall, it was gold. The subsequent afternoon tea time and exclusive voice messages sparked a frenzy of bidding among the world's wealthiest women. Prices quickly surpassed the 500 million and then 1 billion mark. Yifan stared at the astronomical figures scrolling across the screen, completely stunned. He began to seriously consider whether recording 100 voice messages a day and selling them would allow him to quickly surpass Qin Lingyue in wealth. "Sister, look, it's Princess Elizabeth." Bai Shi suddenly pointed to a bidder's name flashing across the screen. As expected, Crown Princess Elizabeth of the British Empire aggressively bid 1.5 billion British dollars for Chess Under the Stars. Her bid carried an unquestionable royal air, seemingly determined to win. However, the emergence of another name soon brought Elizabeth's momentum to an abrupt halt. Fengtian Group, 2 billion. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly. Everyone knew that behind the Fengtian Group was Qin Lingyue. Elizabeth remained silent for a moment, and ultimately did not make another bid. Qin Lingyue withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, as if she had only done something insignificant. But Su Mei, who was beside her, noticed that her boss's hand, resting on her knees, tightened slightly at the knuckles. Yifan glanced at Qin Lingyue beside him, inwardly amused. This woman's possessiveness was ridiculously strong. She wouldn't even give someone the time it takes to play a game of chess. He was about to make a joke when the auctioneer's voice rang out again, this time filled with excitement and reverence. "Ladies, what follows is the most anticipated auction item of the night and of this century." On the holographic projection, all the lights were focused on a line of golden text. The final item, the only supper. The successful bidder will have the exclusive right to a private dinner with Mr. Yifan. The time and place will be entirely determined by the successful bidder. This auction item has no reserve price and no upper limit. The moment the words fell, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Everyone understood that this was more than just a dinner. It was a symbol of status, a supreme honor that placed her above all other women in the world. Whoever could capture this dinner would be declaring to the world that she was the woman closest to this one and only SSS-level man in the world. After a brief silence came a volcanic eruption of madness. 50 billion. 8 billion. 10 billion. The first female chair of the Federal Reserve has offered 10 billion. The tech queen from Silicon Valley, worth 15 billion. 200 billion. Prices skyrocketed in a way that completely defied economic principles. Yifan felt as if he were looking at a war budget report for a world war, not an auction. Qin Lingyue didn't rush to make a move. Like a calm hunter, she waited for all her opponents to reveal their hand. Her gaze swept across the screen, analyzing each heavyweight competitor. Elizabeth, the Middle Eastern oil queen, the Wall Street tycoon, behind each name lies immense wealth and overwhelming power. Prices quickly broke through the 50 billion mark, and the growth rate began to slow down, leaving only a few top giants still testing each other. "President Qin, shall we make a move?" Su Mei asked in a low voice. Qin stared coldly at the screen, about to speak. Just then, a name that no one expected appeared on the bidding platform in a shocking way. That's not a number. Instead, it's a single line of text. National diva Mu Qingcheng has made an offer to Qingcheng Entertainment Group and all its assets. The auctioneer stared at the words for a good 10 seconds before reading out the bid in a dreamlike, trembling voice. Ms. Mu Qingcheng, make an offer for her entire entertainment empire. The entire room fell silent. All the frantically scrolling numbers instantly came to a standstill. In the living room, the twin sisters gaped, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Although Shangguan Waner didn't understand what an entertainment empire represented, she could sense the terrifying weight of that offer from the reactions of those around her. Yi Fan was also stunned. He knew that Mu Qingcheng was his biggest fan, but he didn't expect her to be this fanatical. Qingcheng Entertainment is the largest entertainment conglomerate in China and even Asia, with a market value exceeding 100 billion yuan, virtually monopolizing the entire industry's upstream and downstream sectors. More importantly, this is a business empire that Mu Qingcheng built from scratch. From the ground up, it is everything to her. He used everything he had just to get a dinner. This is not an auction. This is a sacrifice. For the first time, all the coldness and composure vanished from Qin Lengyue's face. Her pupils constricted sharply as she stared at the resolute words on the screen. She lost. It wasn't a matter of financial resources. Fengtian Group's size far surpasses that of Qingcheng Entertainment. She lost because she couldn't risk everything like Mu Qingcheng. What she had to protect wasn't just her and Yi Fan's future, but also the order of the entire Fengtian Group. Mu Qingcheng, like a fanatical believer, unhesitatingly sacrificed everything she had to her god. At this moment, all money and power pale in comparison to this pure and passionate love. Chapter 67: The Queen's Desperate Gamble. The auctioneer's voice was projected holographically to every corner of the world that was watching the event. The cracking in his voice due to extreme shock became the most authentic footnote to this earth-shattering gamble. Ms. Mu Qingcheng, make an offer for her entire entertainment empire. The world was silenced at that moment. Whether it was the Wall Street Queen fiercely bidding or the Middle Eastern royal family sitting calmly on the sidelines, all participants were collectively speechless in the face of this earth-shattering offer. Money is just a number to them. They can spend billions or even trillions for this glory, to get closer to that man. But no one can be like Mu Qingcheng, who gently placed her life's work, all her value, on the other side of the scale like an insignificant object. This goes beyond the realm of business, and even beyond the realm of competition. This is a declaration, a most passionate love letter written with life and career. The atmosphere in the living room of Villa No. 1 in the capital city was frozen solid. For the first time, sisters Bai Ji and Bai Wei truly experienced the cruelty and madness of the adult world. Their previous ladylike duel over a date right seemed childish and laughable in the face of Mu Qingcheng's sacrificial gamble. A strange chill ran through Lu Ruyan's heart, along with a trace of admiration. She knew she could give everything for Yi Fan, including her life, but she had never imagined that loving someone could be so resolute, so without leaving any way out. Shangguan Waner frowned. She didn't understand the value of the entertainment empire, but she could read Qin Lengyue's expression. For the first time, she saw a crack in the face of that woman who always seemed to be in complete control and was as cold as ice. It was like a seemingly indestructible iceberg, with a tiny but fatal fissure appearing at its very core. Yi Fan leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a complex and indescribable emotion. His internal tu chao, a form of online commentary or criticism system, also froze for once at this moment. A madman, a complete madman, he muttered to himself. He'd seen too many women go crazy for him, but he'd never imagined anyone would express it this way. It felt absurd, shocking, and even a heavy pressure. Was a meal really worth a lifetime? Everyone's eyes were instinctively drawn to Qin Lengyue. She is Yi Fan's nominal spouse, the woman closest to him in this world. Now, a challenger is launching an attack on her position in the most extreme way. How will she respond? Will she follow suit, betting a portion of the Fengtian Group? Or will she give up? Qin Lengyue slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows under the light. No one knows what kind of intense internal struggle is taking place in her brain, which is as sophisticated as a supercomputer. Call? No. That would be exactly what Mu Qingcheng wanted. She didn't want dinner, she wanted to use this method to etch her name into Yi Fan's heart, and before the whole world. If Qin Lengyue called, regardless of win or loss, Mu Qingcheng would have achieved her goal. Giving up? Even less likely. That would be tantamount to admitting that Qin Lengyue's resolve and courage were inferior to those of an actress. Her fingers tapped lightly on her knees, so fast they almost blurred. Sume stood behind her, barely daring to breathe. She knew her boss was making an extremely important decision. A few seconds later, Qin Lengyue opened her eyes. All the turmoil in those cold eyes had subsided, returning to their deep, still depths. Instead of looking at the auction screen, she picked up her personal phone and dialed a number. "It's me." Her voice was frighteningly calm. "Initiate Project Phoenix. Target, alluring entertainment. I want to see the complete acquisition plan before sunrise tomorrow." The person on the other end of the phone seemed stunned by the instruction and hesitated for a moment. "President Qin Lengyue's voice was completely flat. I said, now, immediately, right now. At any cost." After hanging up the phone, she casually tossed it onto the coffee table with a soft thud. Then, she turned her head to look at Yifan, a faint yet alluring smile curving her lips. "It's just a meal. If she wants to treat, let her treat." Her voice was soft, yet it was like a reassuring pill, instantly putting the frozen air in the living room back into motion. However, she changed the subject, her gaze sweeping over all the women present before finally settling on Yifan's face. "After this meal, she and her Qingqing entertainment will all belong to our family. In short, it's all calm and collected. However, it contains a domineering and scheming nature that is even more terrifying than Mu Qingqing's earth-shattering gamble." Mu Qingcheng was gambling, using everything she had to gamble on a chance to get close to Yifan. Qin Lengyue, however, doesn't make choices. What she wants is to take the gamblers and their bets for herself. "You wanted to trade your empire for a meal? Fine, I'll grant your wish. But after this meal, your empire belongs to me, and your people will have to obey me." This is the real deal, a dimensional reduction attack. Bai Ji and Bai Wei were dumbfounded. They felt their minds couldn't process it. So this was the true nature of the war between top women, a bloodless battle where a vast business empire could change hands in the blink of an eye. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Lengyue with eyes full of admiration. In her heart, this was the only woman who was worthy of standing beside her master. Yifan looked at Qin Lengyue and couldn't help but whistle. "President Qin, so commanding," he exclaimed sincerely. He admired Mu Qingqing's madness, but he appreciated Qin Lengyue's methods even more. This woman always managed to pull a situation out of control back under her command. The outcome of the auction was no longer in doubt. After Mu Qingqing's sacrificial bid, no one else followed suit. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but rather that money lost its meaning in the face of such determination. With a trembling voice, the auctioneer brought down the decisive hammer. "The only dinner is a deal. Congratulations, Ms. Mu Qingcheng." The global internet was in an uproar at that moment. Hashtag "a single meal from a diva can be breathtaking." Hashtag "the most expensive dinner in history." Hashtag Mu Qingcheng gambles her entire life for Yifan. Hashtag Countless keywords instantly surged to the top of the trending search lists, and servers crashed one after another. All media outlets were reporting on this insane event, worthy of being recorded in history, with the most exaggerated headlines. Countless women lamented on social media, driven mad with jealousy yet also feeling a helpless sense of admiration for Mu Qingqing's resolute love. At the heart of the incident, Yifan's phone vibrated slightly. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Mr. Yifan, I apologize for bothering you. I am Mu Qingcheng. Are you free tomorrow evening? I want to sing you a song." The text message, humble yet tinged with a cautious anticipation, contrasted sharply with her audacious display of power at the auction, creating a chilling effect. Before Yifan could reply, Qin Lengyue had already taken his phone and quickly tapped the screen a few times with her slender fingers, replying for him. Time and place. 4 words, cold, concise, and full of the majesty of the Empress. The other party replied quickly. "Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. My home, the top floor of Hentang Palace 1. I look forward to your visit." Qin Lengyue looked at the address, snorted coldly, and handed the phone back to Yifan. "Go ahead." She looked at Yifan, a complex emotion flashing deep in her eyes. "However, I'm reminding you that the legal and financial teams from Fengtian Group will be moving into Qingqing Entertainment first thing tomorrow morning. Legally speaking, tomorrow night, you'll be visiting my family's business and meeting my family's employees." Yifan couldn't help but laugh at her arrogant look, which seemed to say, even though I'm letting you go, don't forget who's in charge. He leaned close to Qin Lengyue's ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm just going to listen to a little music. I'll be right back. Tonight, I'll still choose you. Qin Lengyue's perpetually icy face instantly flushed with a captivating blush. She tried to push Yi Fan away as if electrocuted, but he grabbed her waist. Tonight, I'm going to give you a good punishment, you jealous empress. Chapter 68 Dinner, The Only Listener. The following evening, as the city lights began to illuminate the night, a black dragon's tail silently glided into the underground parking garage of the Cloud Palace like a ghost. This was the most exclusive private residential area in the Dragon Kingdom, where only the extremely wealthy and powerful could live. The penthouse duplex in Building 1 was the King of Kings, belonging to only one person, Mu Qingcheng. Yi Fan got out of the car, wearing a well-fitting casual suit. It wasn't overly formal, but it showed off his perfect body proportions. He didn't bring anyone, including Lu Ruyan. This was his dinner with Mu Qingcheng, and also a sign of respect for her all-or-nothing decision. A private elevator takes you directly to the top floor, and the door opens immediately. In the entryway, Mu Qingcheng stood quietly waiting. She wasn't wearing those glamorous gowns from the stage, nor did she have her usual pure and innocent makeup. She simply wore an elegant off-white long dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her face lightly made up, looking like a girl next door waiting for her sweetheart to return home. Upon seeing Yi Fan, her eyes instantly lit up with a complex light, a mixture of joy, nervousness, shyness, and admiration. The national diva who captivated audiences on stage, at this moment, didn't even have the courage to look Yi Fan directly in the eye. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi Fan, you've arrived. Her voice was strained, completely lacking her usual composure. Just call me Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and walked into the entryway. Quick, please come in. Mu Qingcheng hurriedly stepped aside, almost tripping because of her haste. Yi Fan reached out and helped her up. His palm touched her slender arm, and he could clearly feel the heat of her skin and the slight trembling of her body. Be careful. Thank you. Mu Qingcheng's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly. The contrast was too great. Yesterday she was a high-stakes gambler who dared to trade the entire empire for a single meal, and today she'd become a shy little girl who couldn't even speak properly. He looked around, surveying this legendary house of the goddess. The entire top-floor duplex is decorated in an extremely minimalist style, with black, white, and gray as the main colors, exuding a sense of sophistication. However, in stark contrast to this cool style, traces of him are omnipresent throughout the room. On the living room wall hangs a huge artwork, a screenshot from his viral video on Douyin TikTok. The bookshelves aren't filled with books, but rather with news clippings and magazines about him. Even a crystal ornament on the coffee table is sculpted with his profile. This place doesn't feel like a home, it's more like a temple built for him. Mu Qingcheng was the most devout believer in this temple. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Mu Qingcheng noticed Yi Fan's gaze, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said in a voice barely audible, It's great, Yi Fan interrupted her. I like it very much. A simple compliment made Mu Qingcheng raise her head instantly, her eyes sparkling as if starlight were shining. All her unease and awkwardness vanished. Dinner was served on an open-air terrace overlooking the dazzling night view of the entire capital. The table was set with exquisite candlesticks and a sumptuous spread of dishes, all of which appeared to have been prepared by her own hands. I didn't know what flavors you liked, so I made a little bit of everything, Mu Qingcheng said somewhat embarrassedly. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Mu Qingcheng mostly kept her head down, eating in small bites, occasionally mustering the courage to look up at Yi Fan, only to quickly look away like a startled deer. Yi Fan remained silent, simply enjoying the delicious food and the night view, as well as the extreme contrast of the top goddess in front of him. The meal ended in a quiet yet ambiguous atmosphere. After cleaning up the dishes, Mu Qingcheng took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. Yi Fan. I want to sing a song for you. She led Yi Fan to the other side of the living room. There, a pure white grand piano stood. She sat at the piano, her slender fingers gently touching the black and white keys, and her entire demeanor underwent a wondrous transformation. Shyness and nervousness faded, replaced by the focused and serene presence of an artist. I've been writing this song for a long time. She looked at Yi Fan, her eyes gentle yet burning with passion. It doesn't have a name yet. Because I've been waiting for its owner to name it. The melodious piano prelude began, flowing gently into the room like moonlight. Immediately afterwards, her ethereal and clear voice softly rang out. The first time I saw you in the crowd, the world went silent. Your smile, your figure, are etched in my heart, becoming the only scenery I have ever seen. I'm like a moth drawn to the light, knowing I'll get burned, yet unable to resist. I would give anything to get close to you, even if it's just for a second. The lyrics are simple and straightforward, yet filled with the most sincere emotions. There are no fancy words, no complicated techniques, only the purest admiration and humble plea of a young girl's heart. Her singing voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, a true reflection of her feelings at that moment. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Mu Qingqing's fingers were still on the piano keys. She raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and quietly looked at Yifan, waiting for his judgment. The only sound in the room was the intertwined breathing of the two people. The song is very nice, Yifan finally spoke, breaking the silence, but the emotions are still a little lacking. Mu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then the light in her eyes dimmed, tinged with a hint of grievance and confusion. What's missing? You sing about love, longing, and moths drawn to a flame. Yifan stood up, walked step by step to her, and looked down at her. But in your singing, there is only imagination, not experience. He reached out and gently lifted Mu Qingqing's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. You sing burning, but have you ever experienced the feeling of being engulfed by flames? You sing get closer, but do you know what it feels like to be truly at zero distance? His voice was deep and magnetic, like the whisper of a devil, each word striking Mu Qingqing's heart and making her tremble. I don't know. Mu Qingqing's voice trembled, her eyes unfocused. Art comes from life. Yifan's lips curled into a wicked smile. I can give you some artistic guidance. Mu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. She knew what this meant, and it was exactly what she longed for deep down. I do. She closed her eyes, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. Yifan smiled. He leaned down, his warm breath brushing against Mu Qingqing's ear, his voice full of seduction. Very good. So, the first lesson, eyes. He said softly, what should the eyes of an admirer look like? Look at me and tell me all the emotions in your song through your eyes. Mu Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, trying to meet Yifan's gaze. In her eyes, there was nervousness, shyness, longing, admiration, countless emotions intertwined, like a chaotic nebula. Not enough. Yifan shook his head. It's too scattered. You need to focus. You need to make sure that you can only see me in your eyes. His fingers gently caressed her cheek, sliding down to her lips, feeling their softness and amazing elasticity. Lesson 2, breathing. His voice lowered. Imagine you are about to get what you've been dreaming of. Your breath should be rapid, hot, and have a sweet, cloying aroma. As he spoke, Mu Qingqing's breathing indeed became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her off-white dress outlined her breathtaking curves. Yifan's gaze deepened. He could feel that the woman beneath him was completely under his control. The last lesson, his voice was hoarse, filled with the tension of desire, and also the most important lesson, touch. He gave her no time to react, lowered his head, and precisely kissed those slightly parted, luscious red lips that he had just touched. Mu Qingqing let out a suppressed sob, her mind going completely blank for a moment. She had imagined this scene countless times, but when Yifan actually kissed her, she realized that all her imagination seemed so barren. Yifan is domineering, forceful, and full of irresistible aggression. Yifan showed her what burning and devouring meant through his actions. Yifan only loosened his grip slightly when Mu Qingqing felt like she was suffocating, her body went limp, and she collapsed into his arms. Yifan smiled with satisfaction as he looked at her completely conquered expression. He lowered his head, leaned close to her ear again, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Now, have you found the inspiration you're looking for? Chapter 69 Guidance, The Depth of Acting. In Mu Qingqing's mind, it was as if billions of stars exploded at the same time, turning into a magnificent yet blank Milky Way. Inspiration? She has no inspiration left. Her entire world was completely turned upside down by Yifan's kiss. It wasn't a fleeting touch, nor the fake contact seen in movies and TV shows. It was a scalding, real invasion driven by absolute possessiveness. His breath, his scent, every detail of him transformed into the strongest electrical signal, instantly shattering all her psychological defenses. Her pride in her rationality, and the image of a pure and innocent girl that she had carefully cultivated over the years, crumbled at this moment, shattering into pieces so bad that not even a single intact rubble could be found. Her voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were unfocused, like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for 3 days and 3 nights and finally saw an oasis, filled with the satisfaction of exhaustion and an infinite longing for water. Yifan found her appearance amusing. This national diva, dazzling on stage, was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper in private, easily swayed by the slightest provocation. However, he did not give up. It seems you found your footing. Yifan's fingers remained on her chin, his fingertips gently caressing her smooth, delicate skin, feeling its astonishing heat. But a kiss is just the beginning. A truly great performance requires a complete context and sustained emotional investment. He supported her soft, boneless waist, helping her stand up from the piano bench so she could lean completely into his arms. Now, let us practice a scene. Yifan's voice was deep and commanding. The scene is simple: a lover reunited after a long separation. You've just finished your world tour and come home to find me, whom you've been longing for. Your only line is, "I've missed you so much." Mu Qingqing's brain was still malfunctioning, and she could only nod subconsciously. Very good. Yifan was satisfied with her compliance. Now, let's build up the emotions. He deliberately spoke each word slowly, like a director patiently guiding his audience. Imagine that you fall asleep thinking of my face in countless nights, in hotels all over the world. Every love song you sing is for me. Everything you do is to finish your work as soon as possible and come back to me. His words were like a spell, easily stirring up the deepest, most genuine emotions within Mu Qingqing's heart. Yes, everything he said is true. Her eyes began to change. The dazed look gradually faded, replaced by a deep, almost overflowing longing and love. Look at me, Yifan commanded. Mu Qingqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, as if they held 1,000 unspoken words. Not enough. Yifan shook his head, a playful smile curving his lips. Whereas the joy of reunion? Whereas the excitement? You look like a pitiful little thing about to be abandoned. What I want is the ecstasy of something lost and found again. As he spoke, he hugged her even tighter, pressing her entire body against his so that they could feel each other's heartbeats. Your body needs to respond to me. Embrace me with all your might, let me feel your needs, your desires. Mu Qingqing seemed to be awakened. Trembling, she stretched out her arms and tightly wrapped them around Yifan's waist. She buried her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his pleasant scent, as if she wanted to melt her whole being into his body. Very good, that acid Yifan's voice, like a devil's whisper, rang in her ear. Now, say your lines. I miss you so much. Her voice was heavy with nasal tones and a hint of suppressed sobs. It was no longer the ethereal, clear voice of a pop diva, but rather the most sincere confession of an ordinary girl. You got the emotion right, Yifan praised, then changed the subject, but your body language is still too stiff. What should a kiss after a long separation be like? It shouldn't be the kind of kiss I was teaching you just gave you, but a two-way interaction filled with longing, passion, and possessiveness. He lowered his head slightly, his nose almost touching hers. You take the initiative. These 3 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Mu Qingqing's mind. She took the initiative? She blushes even when she makes eye contact with men, and now she's being asked to take the initiative to kiss the man who has her head in the sand? She instinctively wanted to back away, but Yifan held her firmly in his arms, unable to move. What? Did your inspiration just vanish again? Yifan's tone was slightly teasing. Or is your so-called willingness to give everything just empty talk? These words stung Mu Qingqing. She can be criticized for her poor acting skills, or for her poor singing, but she absolutely cannot tolerate any questioning of her love for Yifan. A surge of courage, seemingly from nowhere, instantly filled her entire being. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with a resolute and madness that seemed ready to go all out. The next second, she tiptoed and clumsily but forcefully pressed her red lips against it. This can no longer be called a kiss. It was more like a chaotic, instinctive act of gnawing. Like a drowning person grabbing onto the only piece of driftwood, she used all her strength to try to draw oxygen from it, to prove her existence. Yifan was taken aback at first, but was then completely ignited by her awkward yet passionate response. Piano, sofa, carpet. Every corner of the living room became their stage for honing their acting skills. After an unknown amount of time, when everything had calmed down, Mu Qingqing collapsed weakly into Yifan's arms. Now. Yifan stroked her sweat-dampened hair, his voice hoarse as he asked in her ear, have you decided on a name for this song? With her last bit of strength, Mu Qingqing nuzzled against his chest and whispered 2 words in a dreamlike voice. Oracle. Chapter 70 Sumei's Crisis, Workplace Status. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the gaps in the blinds onto the gleaming marble floor of the Fengtian Group's top floor, the entire financial and entertainment circles of the Dragon Kingdom were completely detonated by a bombshell. Fengtian Group announced at 4 a.m. that it had completed the full acquisition of Qingcheng Entertainment. The news caused a global uproar. Everyone was still immersed in the epic gamble of the previous night, reveling in Mu Qingcheng's madness and ruthlessness. No one expected that just a few hours later, the stakes at the table, along with the biggest gambler, would be taken by an even more terrifying player. Sumei sat in front of her vanity in her studio apartment, looking at the overwhelming news on her tablet, the expensive lipstick in her hand lingering on her lips. There was no surprise on her face, because she knew better than anyone else that this was Qin Lengyue's style. When it moves, it is with overwhelming force, giving its opponent no chance to breathe. She had only 2 words to say about President Qin's methods: admiration. But after the initial admiration, an unprecedented sense of crisis, like a cold tide, instantly spread from the soles of my feet to my limbs and bones. Mu Qingcheng is no longer the unattainable national diva who exists only on a screen. From today onwards, she will be an asset of the Fengtian Group and Yi Fan's rightful subordinate. A woman who was willing to trade an entire empire for a single dinner, a woman who had reached the pinnacle of her profession and possessed countless accolades, has now lowered all her pride and entered this game in an almost sacrificial manner. For the first time, Sumei felt a real threat. She has always had a very clear understanding of her own position. In front of Qin Lengyue, the icy queen, she neither competed nor fought for anything, playing the role of a capable and sensible fairy secretary. With meticulous workplace service and just the right amount of flirtatious teasing, she occupied a special place in Yi Fan's heart. In stark contrast to Lu Ruyan, a classically gentle and refined housekeeper, she leverages her modern, fiery, and bold qualities. Compared to outsiders like Xiao Ruoxue and the twin school beauties, she has a significant advantage in the workplace. Like a shrewd hunter, she carved out a safe territory for herself in the complex jungle of the imperial harem, navigating it with ease. The appearance of Mu Qingcheng disrupted this balance. In terms of sacrifice, who can compare to her extravagant gambles? In terms of talent, who can write songs for Yi Fan and engage in so-called artistic exchanges like her? Sumei's fingers, with their exquisitely painted nails, unconsciously tightened, almost snapping the lipstick in half. Her proud workplace allure seemed somewhat cheap in the face of Mu Qingcheng's soulmate-like offensive. Bite. The phone beeped. It was a work briefing for the day sent by Qin Lengyue's assistant. One of the points, highlighted in bold red font, reads, "At 10 a.m., Chairman Yi will receive a preliminary report on the handover of Qingcheng Entertainment." Sumei's heart sank. So fast. President Qin is asserting his sovereignty to everyone and creating a legitimate opportunity for Mu Qingcheng to contact Yi Fan. No, this can't go on. She had to do something to solidify her position and remind Yi Fan who the most indispensable and worth every penny woman was by his side. She slammed the lipstick heavily on the table, stood up, and walked to the wardrobe. Today, instead of choosing those figure-hugging skirt suits that accentuate her curves, she opted for a high-quality white silk shirt and a pair of well-tailored high-waisted black trousers. She had unbuttoned 3 buttons on her shirt, revealing just the right amount of her delicate collarbone and a hint of cleavage. Her trousers perfectly accentuated her shapely hips and long, slender legs. Professional, capable, and exuding a deadly sexiness. This is her home turf. At 9:30 a.m., Yi Fan walked into his Emperor Emeritus office, yawning. Last night's art direction was quite exhausting, and even with his superhuman physique, he felt a bit tired. He had just lain down on the sofa, ready to take a nap, when there was a knock on the office door. Enter. Sumei, wearing 10-centimeter high heels and carrying a cup of hand-drip coffee, gracefully walked in. "Good morning, Mr. Yi. Your Blue Mountain coffee is 100% Kopi Luwak, hand-ground, and the water temperature is precisely 92 degrees Celsius." Her voice was as sweet as ever, with just the right amount of respect. "Just leave it there." Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. Sumei placed the coffee on the coffee table, but did not leave immediately. She stood beside the sofa, looking down at Yi Fan, her beautiful legs appearing even straighter and longer in her trousers. "Chairman Yi, did you rest well last night?" she asked casually. "It's all right. Dedicating myself to art is a bit tiring," Yi Fan replied casually. Dedicated to art. These words were like a needle, piercing Sumei's heart. The smile on her face remained unchanged, but the warmth in her eyes had dropped slightly. "I heard that you are scheduled to hear a handover report from Qingcheng Entertainment this morning?" Yes, it was arranged by Longyu. Yes, President Qin is truly farsighted. Sumei's tone carried a hint of sourness. Trading an entertainment empire for a diva as your employee, what a bargain! From now on, you won't need to go to concerts to listen to songs, you can have her perform for you privately in her office anytime. Yifan finally opened his eyes and looked at her with great interest. What's wrong? You sound a little jealous? How could that be? Sumei immediately switched back to her charming smile. She bent down and approached Yifan, a scent mixed with coffee and expensive perfume wafting towards him. I'm just happy for Chairman Yi. However, I'm also worried about myself. What are you worried about? I was thinking, with Mu Tianho's talent, her singing and dancing skills, and her willingness to spend lavishly for you, it seems like I, as her little secretary, have no core competitiveness. Her voice carried a hint of grievance and coquettishness. Chairman Yi, do you think I should also consider improving my added value? Yifan looked at her bewitching face, which seemed to say, come and get me, and chuckled. This woman, as expected, couldn't sit still any longer. Oh? So how do you plan to improve? He asked deliberately. Sumei did not answer directly, but slowly straightened up, her gaze sweeping over Yifan before finally settling on his face. Her gaze was no longer the superficial seduction she usually displayed, but rather a deeper, more evaluative scrutiny. I feel that my value has been severely underestimated. She walked behind the desk, picked up her tablet, and then walked back to Yifan. Chairman Yi, I have prepared a new proposal regarding my salary and job description. She handed the tablet to Yifan, which contained a beautifully designed PowerPoint presentation with the title, On the Value Reassessment and Performance Incentive Plan for Chief Secretary Sumei. Yifan raised an eyebrow but didn't answer. Read it to me. Sumei's red lips curved into a confident smile. Okay, Chairman Yi. She cleared her throat and began to speak slowly, in a professional tone as if she were giving a report at a board meeting. According to the proposal, I request that my position be changed from Chief Secretary to Chief Personal Assistant and CEO. As for compensation, I am not requesting cash, but rather, stock options from Fengtian Group. The most important point is about redefining performance appraisal standards (KPIs). She paused, leaned down, looked directly into Yifan's eyes, and said, word by word. My core KPI will no longer be how many documents you signed, or how much the group's stock price rose. It will be your satisfaction. To achieve this KPI, I will provide you with 24/7, all-round, and comprehensive personalized service. Her gaze was tangible, filled with aggression. Now, I need to show you, my only evaluator, the business skills improvement I've made in order to achieve this KPI. After saying that, she casually tossed the tablet onto the sofa and then, in front of Yifan, slowly reached out and began to unbutton the silk shirt on her chest. 1, 2. The air in the office suddenly became hot and dangerous. Chapter 71 The Office, the Secretary's Paycheck Request. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, watching the vibrant scene unfold before him with great interest. He had seen countless women vying for his favor, but Sumei was the first to combine workplace manipulation and physical seduction so seamlessly, and even package it as a performance appraisal plan. I have to say, this woman is a genius. She is very clear about her strengths, and without hesitation, she presents them to herself in the most direct and impactful way. Her movements as she unbuttoned her clothes were slow and ritualistic. Her slender, fair fingers created a striking visual contrast with her white silk shirt. As the third button was undone, the shirt opened to the sides, revealing a black, lace-trimmed bra underneath, and the breathtaking fullness tightly wrapped within. Under the light, her snow-white skin seemed to glow with an alluring luster. Sumei's face showed no shyness, only an almost devout focus, as if she were not performing a sexual act, but a strategic report of utmost importance concerning the company's future. Mr. Yi, as your chief personal assistant, my primary responsibility is to ensure that you are always in the best possible physical and mental condition. As she spoke, she gracefully knelt on the carpet, tilted her head back, and looked at Yifan with a gaze that was a mixture of submission and defiance. Traditional secretarial services, such as serving tea and water and arranging schedules, can no longer meet your unique needs as an SSS level man. These basic services are of too low value and are too easily replaceable. The core of my value revaluation plan lies in providing highly exclusive and irreplaceable emotional value and physiological value. She reached out and gently placed her hand on the back of Yifan's hand, which was resting on the sofa armrest. Her fingertips were icy cold and trembled almost imperceptibly. First, emotional value. I will be your most loyal listener and most ardent admirer. Any decision you make will receive my strongest support. Any emotion you feel will be addressed in the most timely manner. Her fingers began to slowly travel upwards along the back of Yifan's hand, across his wrist, and down to his forearm. In order to better manage my emotions, I specifically learned the Swedish royal massage technique. As she spoke, she came up behind Yifan, placed her hands on his temples, and began to knead them with moderate pressure. You see, like this. When you feel tired, I can effectively relieve your mental stress in 5 minutes. Her breath, deliberately sprayed on Yifan's earlobe, was warm, moist, and carried her unique fragrance. Yifan closed his eyes, internally ranting and raving. Good heavens, this isn't a massage, it's practically setting a fire. Swedish royal technique, huh? More like Tokyo royal technique. Not bad. Yifan praised casually. Continue your report. Yes, Chairman Yi. Sume was clearly even more excited after receiving affirmation. She also became bolder. She moved from behind Yifan to in front of him, and then did something that surprised even Yifan. She didn't sit opposite him or next to him, but instead knelt between his legs, her hands resting naturally on his knees. This gesture is full of strong implications and a sense of dominance. The second, and most crucial, aspect is the in-depth development of physiological value. Her voice was lowered, with a hint of husky sexiness. Last night's artistic direction made me realize that my service is still at a relatively superficial level. If Mu Tianhou can use inspiration as a starting point, I can naturally use performance as a stepping stone. She looked up, her eyes fixed intently on Yifan. Chairman Yi, you are the company's core asset, and your energy is directly related to the future of the entire Fengtian group. My job is to maximize the development, utilization, and supplement of your energy. In order to prove that I possess this core business capability, I now need to give you a comprehensive and in-depth capability demonstration. I need you to conduct a stress test on me. Seeing her so accommodating, Yifan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sume, you really are a vixen. He reached out, pinched her chin, and forced her to lift her head. Since this is a stress test, what will be the consequences if your performance doesn't meet my expectations? A flicker of panic crossed Sume's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by an even stronger desire and determination. If I cannot satisfy Chairman Yi, I am willing to give up all my stock options and accept any punishment from the company, including being completely formatted. She licked her dry lips, her voice trembling with excitement. Very good. Yifan released his hand, leaned back on the sofa, spread his arms, and struck a regal pose. Then, your demonstration can begin. Yes, ma'am. I don't know how much time passed. When everything calmed down, Su Meishan was drenched in sweat. Assistant Su, he said lazily, your ability demonstration was excellent. I've decided to approve your salary increase request. A tired yet radiant smile appeared on Su Mei's face. Thank you for your affirmation, Chairman Yi. However, Yifan changed the subject. In return, I require that your core service be available on call at any time, and continuously undergo technical iteration and optimization. It is my honor. Su Mei's voice was full of willingness. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. Qin Lengyue's perpetually icy pretty face appeared at the doorway. Her gaze immediately locked onto the lewd scene on the sofa. Su Mei, almost naked, lying on top of Yifan, and Yifan, looking relaxed and disheveled. The air in the office seemed to freeze at -273°C in that instant. Qin Lengyue's eyes quickly shifted from initial shock to overwhelming rage, and finally returned to a deathly cold silence. She didn't say anything, she just watched them quietly. But Su Mei felt as if she were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast, and the blood in her body was about to freeze. It's over. That was the only thought in her mind. She was caught red-handed by the big boss during a performance review. Chapter 72 Qin Lengyue's Strategy, Acquiring an Entertainment Empire. The air in the office seemed to freeze at -273°C in that instant. Qin Lengyue's gaze was like two icy scalpels, precisely dissecting the appalling scene before her. She didn't scream, didn't curse, and didn't even change the rhythm of her breathing. But it was precisely this extreme calmness that created the most terrifying pressure. Su Mei felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly, making even its beating a luxury. The meticulously prepared value reassessment plan in her mind, along with her brilliant arguments about emotional value and physiological value, had now become a pile of pale, laughable scraps of paper. It's over. In the face of absolute power, any attempt to improve one's business skills through opportunistic means seems utterly presumptuous. She was caught red-handed by the chairman, who actually had the final say, when she was giving an in-depth report to the only evaluator. Sume stood frozen in place, even forgetting to cover her almost completely exposed body with her clothes. Her mind went blank. The only thing she could feel was the bone-chilling coldness emanating from Qin Lingyue's icy gaze. However, Yi Fan, as the other protagonist at the center of the storm, reacted quite differently. He remained lounging lazily on the sofa, even adjusting to a more comfortable position. He gazed at the imminent eruption of the volcano by the door, then glanced at his fairy secretary, who sat stiff as a statue. He felt nothing, and even a slight urge to laugh. Wow, the level of this chaotic situation has suddenly jumped from a palace intrigue drama about vying for favor to an urban ethical drama about catching someone cheating in bed. Stimulate. Far from feeling embarrassed at being caught, he watched with great interest the silent confrontation between the two top women. One was burning with rage, exuding an aura of dominance. The other was terrified and on the verge of collapse. The scene was more dramatic than any movie. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Finally, Qin Lingyue made a move. She strode forward, her high heels clicking crisply and deadly on the marble floor, each click like a blow to Sume's heart. She didn't look at Yi Fan, but walked straight up to Sume and looked down at her. "Straighten your clothes, Secretary Su." Qin Lingyue's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable command, piercing Sume's ears like an ice pick. Sume snapped out of her daze, jolting awake. She scrambled off Yi Fan, frantically pulling at the silk shirt she had unbuttoned herself, trying to cover her exposed skin. Her face flushed and paled, completely devoid of color. Her usual alluring charm was now nothing but a disheveled mess. At 10 a.m. sharp, I need to see the follow-up implementation plan for the acquisition of Qingcheng Entertainment on your desk. Qin Lingyue continued in that cold tone. The plan requires, but is not limited to, asset inventory, personnel placement, and all work plans for Ms. Mu Qingcheng as an artist under Fengtian Group for the next 3 years. I need to see the data, the details, and the results. If you can't do that. She paused, her gaze finally shifting from Sume to the tablet computer lying on the sofa, which displayed the title of a PowerPoint presentation, a reassessment of the value of Chief Secretary Sume and a performance incentive plan. Your revaluation ends here. This statement is more insidious than any direct dismissal or insult. It completely negated Sume's ability demonstration that she had just risked everything for, devaluing her prized core competence to nothing. It told her that all of Sume's value, whether in the workplace or in terms of physical assets, was defined by Qin Lingyue. If I want you to have value, you have it. If I don't, you are nothing. Sume swayed, almost losing her balance. She bit her lip tightly, trembling with immense humiliation and fear, but unable to utter a single word. Yes. President Qin. She used all her strength to squeeze out these 3 words from her throat, her voice so hoarse it didn't sound like her own. She dared not look at Yi Fan again. She picked up the tablet computer from the ground and, like a defeated soldier, lowered her head and fled in panic from the office that had taken her from heaven to hell. As the office door was gently closed, only Yi Fan and Qin Lingyue remained in the room. The freezing point in the air seems to have dropped a few points. Yi Fan calmly straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, picked up the cup of coffee on the coffee table that had gone slightly cold, and took a sip. "What's wrong, Mr. Qin?" he asked knowingly. "Why are you so angry so early in the morning? Who made you upset?" Qin Lingyue slowly turned around, and a crack finally appeared on her icy, beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly red, and her gaze no longer held the absolute authority she displayed when facing her subordinates, but rather a deep-seated grievance and a hint of barely perceptible vulnerability. She just stared at Yi Fan without saying a word. Yi Fan couldn't stand that kind of look from women. He put down his coffee cup and waved to her. "Come over." Qin Lingyue hesitated for a moment, but still walked to the sofa. Yi Fan pulled her close, causing her to fall into his lap. Qin Lingyue's body instantly stiffened, and she instinctively tried to struggle. "Don't move." Yi Fan tightened his arms, holding her firmly in place. "If you move again, I'll do the performance evaluation that Sume didn't finish on you right here." This lewd threat unexpectedly stopped Qin Lingyue from struggling. Her face flushed red, but her body went limp, and she obediently leaned against Yi Fan's chest. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Should she scold him? She couldn't bear to. Should she question him? She felt she had no right to do so. After all, she was only a nominal spouse. "Are you jealous?" Yifan lowered his head and whispered in her ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, making her shrink back sensitively. No, Qin Lengyue denied stubbornly, but her increasingly red ears betrayed her true thoughts. Still saying no? Yifan chuckled, gently tugging at a strand of her hair with his finger. Your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. You're the one with the monkey's butt. Qin Lengyue was both embarrassed and angry, and couldn't help but punch him in the chest, but the force was soft and weak, more like a coquettish act. Yifan grabbed her little fist and kissed it. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. His voice softened. She's just a secretary. If she's tired from work, let her get a massage to relax. Is it really necessary for you to react like this? Upon hearing the word massage, Qin Lengyue immediately recalled the grotesque scene from earlier, and her blush deepened. Was that really a massage? Did they really massage someone while kneeling between their legs? She felt incredibly wronged, yet she couldn't refute it. Because she knew that in this world, everything Yifan did was justified. Her jealousy and anger were seen as her immature behavior. Seeing her angry but unable to speak out, Yifan chuckled inwardly. This ice queen only showed this girlish side of herself in front of him. Alright, stop overthinking. Yifan patted her back, as if soothing a ruffled cat. You did a great job acquiring Qingcheng Entertainment. You've cut off her lifeline, turning Mu Qingcheng from a potential love rival into my subordinate, ensuring she can only play within my rules from now on. Brilliant. Hearing Yifan's praise, Qin Lengyue's mood improved considerably. He had seen right through her little scheme, and far from feeling embarrassed, she felt a secret joy at having found a kindred spirit. I just don't want you to be fooled by some people with ulterior motives who use so-called art as an excuse, she whispered in her defense. I know. Yifan kissed her smooth forehead. So, to reward our shrewd CEO Qin, and to prevent me, this core asset, from being overused by some employees with inadequate business skills again. He paused deliberately, looked into Qin Lengyue's eyes, and said slowly, I've decided to approve one of the proposals you mentioned before. Qin Lengyue was taken aback. What plan? Let us organize a team-building event for the group's senior management. A meaningful smile appeared on Yifan's lips. As for the location, let us choose a private hot spring resort with beautiful scenery, seclusion, and convenient centralized management. What do you think? Qin Lengyue's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood what Yifan meant. This isn't approving her plan, it's clearly telling her I know exactly what you're thinking. You want to keep everyone under surveillance? Fine. I'm giving you that chance. This is tacit approval, and even more so, indulgence. Okay. Qin Lengyue agreed almost immediately, afraid that he would change his mind. She raised her head, and her icy eyes regained their brilliance, filled with the confidence to control everything. She wanted everyone, especially the newcomers, to see clearly. Who is the only mistress of this harem? Chapter 73 Team Building, Iceberg's Proposal. Qin Lengyue's efficiency in handling affairs is astonishingly high. Or rather, her execution ability would instantly reach new heights in anything related to Yifan. At 10:30 a.m., when Su Mei, with red eyes, placed a thick, nearly perfect follow-up implementation plan for the acquisition of Qingcheng Entertainment on Qin Lengyue's desk, another official document personally signed by Qin Lengyue had already been sent to the email addresses and private terminals of every relevant person through encrypted channels. Notice on organizing a closed-door hot spring resort team building activity for the core senior executives and specially appointed consultants of Fengtian Group. The wording of the notice was official and rigorous. To strengthen the cohesion of the group's core team, alleviate the mental and physical stress of core members, and better safeguard the group's future development, at the suggestion of Mr. Yifan, the group's former leader, and with the approval of Ms. Qin Lengyue, chairman, it has been decided to organize a 3-day senior management team building activity this weekend. Location, Jingyue Lake Private Hot Spring Resort. Participants, core senior executives and specially appointed consultants of the group. See attached list for details. Important notes, this event will be conducted under a completely closed management system, designed to ensure that all participants are completely isolated from external interference and achieve deep relaxation. During the event, all external communication will be strictly restricted. All itineraries will be arranged by the chairman's office. This notice, like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, stirred up huge waves in Yifan's harem. Villa number 1 in the capital. Lu Ruyan was kneeling on the tatami mat in the tea room, using an expensive set of purple clay teaware to brew Yifan the newly arrived Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea. Her movements were elegant and focused, as if everything outside was irrelevant to her. When the smart bracelet on her wrist vibrated slightly and displayed the title of the notification, her hand paused almost imperceptibly. High-level team building? Hot spring resort? Lu Ruyan's face still wore the gentle and obedient expression, but in her heart, a high-level alarm instantly went off. As Yifan's personal caregiver, her advantages lie in daily routines and personal attention. The villa is her domain. Here, she can rightfully provide Yifan with comprehensive private care, including bathing, changing, and massage, keeping other women out. However, once she leaves the villa and goes to an unfamiliar environment, her home field advantage will be greatly diminished. What's more, it's a hot spring. The thought of Yifan being surrounded by a group of scantily clad women in such a place, and that her prized back scrubbing service might be taken away by others, filled Lu Ruyan with a strong sense of crisis. No. She had to do something. She calmly opened the attachment and carefully read through the personnel list. Xin Lengyue, Sumei, Princess Elizabeth, Officer Xiao Ruoxue, Miss Shangguan Wanner, even the 8 customized female assistants who had just joined the company and whose faces she hadn't quite memorized were on the list. This is an absolute harem family bucket. Lu Ruyan's gaze finally fell on the last sentence of the precautions section. During the event, all meals and accommodations will be provided by the resort's top-notch service team. A gentle yet firm smile curved her lips. She immediately dialed the resort's general manager's number and spoke in an authoritative, top-tier manager's tone. I am Mr. Yifan's personal steward. Regarding the team-building activities this weekend, I have a few requirements. First, all of Mr. Yi's meals must be prepared by me personally. I will send you the ingredient list later. Second, all washing, bathing, and massage services in Mr. Yi's master suite must be handled by me alone. Your top-tier team is not needed. Third, inside a highly confidential Special Operations Command Center at the Dragon Kingdom Garrison Command, Xiao Ruoxue had just finished an internal meeting regarding the upgrading of the daily security level for Yifan, a national treasure level SSS-rank male. The core issue of the meeting was how to regain control of security after Shangguan Wanner and Princess Elizabeth, 2 unstable factors, moved into the villa. Report. Team Leader Xiao, we have received a top priority encrypted email from Fengtian Group, a technician shouted. Xiao Ruoxue frowned and took the tablet. After she finished reading the notice, her bright and spirited face instantly turned extremely serious. Nonsense. She slammed her hand on the table. Completely closed off management? Restricting external communications? Placing Mr. Yifan in an unfamiliar environment with opaque security information is extremely irresponsible towards national security. The surrounding team members exchanged glances, not daring to utter a sound. They all understood that the national security that Captain Xiao spoke of was essentially equivalent to Yifan's safety. Xin Lengyue, what exactly is she planning? A hint of wariness flashed in Xiao Ruoxue's eyes. She didn't believe this was just a simple team-building activity. Based on her understanding of Xin Lengyue, this woman was definitely playing a much bigger game. Immediately contact the security chief of Jingyue Lake Resort. Xiao Ruoxue decisively ordered. Inform them that this weekend, the 1st Special Operations Detachment of the Dragon Kingdom Garrison Command will be stationed at the resort for a 3-day anti-terrorism security exercise. Captain Xiao, we don't have this exercise plan. The adjutant next to him whispered. I said yes, so it is. Xiao Ruoxue glared at him. Also, draft an application for me. I want to be the on-site commander and provide full-time, close protection for Mr. Yifan. The reason should be to prevent potential extreme security risks arising from business competition. She has to go. She had to keep an eye on it herself. She would never allow Yifan's safety, especially his physical safety, to be threatened by any other woman within her jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the British Empire's embassy in China. Princess Elizabeth was elegantly sipping a cup of black tea, listening to the foreign secretary's phone call about the royal family of her motherland urging her to return home as soon as possible for a marriage alliance. My dear Minister, I reiterate, my current focus is on assisting Mr. Yifan in handling international affairs, a matter of paramount importance concerning the future of our British Empire for the next century. As for the marriage alliance, she glanced at the team-building notice she had just received, a charming smile blooming on her beautiful blonde, blue-eyed face. I have found the most suitable candidate. Please tell my father that he will soon receive a marriage proposal from the East that will delight him. After hanging up the phone, she immediately instructed her assistant, contact Jingyue Lake Resort right away and tell them that I want to reserve a temporary office for international affairs next to Mr. Yifan's suite. Also, prepare several bikinis of different styles for me. the kind that can perfectly show off the hot figures of Western women. The residence of a reclusive family. Shangguan Wanner, who had just been taught how to use a smartphone by Lu Ruyan, looked at the notification on the screen and a hint of confusion appeared on her usually cool face. Team building? Hot springs? Is this some new spiritual practice? She murmured to herself. She clicked on the attachment and saw the long list of women, and then saw the words fully enclosed. This ancient martial arts saintess, who seemed detached from worldly affairs, seemed to vaguely understand something. Humph, a bunch of vixens, actually trying to take this opportunity to collectively drain the life force of the chosen one. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Master was right, the women down the mountain are tigers. It seems that my path of protecting the Tao is long and arduous. She stood up, drew her sword, and twirled it in the air. On this journey, I will stay by your side at all times and vanquish every demon and monster that dares to approach our Lord. Meanwhile, in the office of the retired emperor of the Fengtian group, Yi Fan was enjoying Qin Lengyue's awkward yet earnest compensatory massage service. He closed his eyes and listened as Qin Lengyue reported to him in her cool voice the notification she had just sent out, as well as the reaction she expected from the various women. Lu Ruyan will definitely find a way to take over your daily life. Xiao Ruoxue will use security as a pretext to forcibly intervene. Elizabeth will seize the opportunity to showcase her international strengths. Sume she must be working like crazy right now, trying to prove her worth. Yi Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Impressive, Mr. Qin. This isn't just a simple ice queen anymore, this is Neo Horo Lengyue. She can even anticipate her opponent's predictions. You've firmly secured your position as the mistress of the harem. He opened his eyes and looked at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his, slightly flushed with nervousness. Suddenly, he felt that being caught in bed with someone once in a while might not be such a bad thing. At the very least, this can greatly motivate the Empress to take charge. Well done. Yi Fan grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms again, and rolled over to press her down on the soft sofa. Now that everything is arranged, before we set off. His voice carried a hint of husky laughter. Shouldn't we discuss the priority you, as the hostess, should enjoy regarding this team-building event? Looking into his deep eyes that seemed to devour everything, Qin Lengyue closed her eyes shyly, her long eyelashes trembling like startled butterflies. Chapter 74 Gathering, each with their own thoughts. On Saturday morning, a spectacular scene unfolded in front of the Guadu No. 1 villa, enough to make any paparazzi or financial reporter faint on the spot. A black, ultra-luxury custom-made RV, resembling a land-based palace, sat quietly at the entrance. This vehicle, codenamed Tiangong 1, was created over 3 years by the top automotive design studio under the Fengtian Group. It is a one-of-a-kind vehicle, its value immeasurable. The body uses some undisclosed special alloy, exhibiting a deep matte black that seems to absorb all light under the sun. At this moment, a steady stream of top-tier beauties are stepping off the villa or arriving in private cars and boarding the Tiangong 1 spacecraft. Leading the charge was naturally Qin Lengyue. Today, she had traded her usual business queen suit for a well-tailored white casual outfit, appearing less sharp and more gentle. However, her icy aura and her close proximity to Yi Fan silently declared her unshakable dominance. Following closely behind was Sume. She looked somewhat haggard today, with faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that the follow-up execution plan had taken a heavy toll on her. Dressed in a conservative gray tracksuit, with a professional, respectful smile, she held a tablet in her hand, following closely behind Qin Lengyue like a truly dutiful secretary. Only occasionally would her gaze involuntarily drift towards Yi Fan, her eyes filled with complex emotions: fear, resentment, and a hint of unspoken bitterness. Yi Fan mentally scored her performance: good acting skills, pitiful and endearing, plus 10 points. But the costume was poor, burying her greatest strength, minus 20 points. Next was Lu Ruyan. She was still dressed in an elegant cheongsam, as if no modern casual wear could match her classical temperament. She carried no luggage, because she had already used special channels to have everything Yi Fan needed, from clothes to food, from tea sets to massage oil, shipped to the resort in advance. She simply followed quietly on Yi Fan's other side, like a shadow, her gaze always gently fixed on her master. Mr. Yi, we have prepared the first brew of pre-rain Longjing tea for you in the car this morning, as well as crab roast soup dumplings that I made myself. They are at the perfect temperature. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone at the car door to hear clearly. Qin Lengyue's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Just then, an SUV bearing the insignia of the garrison command roared up and screeched to a halt beside the RV. The door opened, and Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in a black combat uniform and looking dashing, jumped out. Wait! She strode forward and blocked the car door, her sharp eyes scanning the inside and outside of the RV. According to Article 17 of the Regulations on the Safety of Travel for National Treasure Level Personnel, I must conduct a comprehensive safety inspection of the vehicle before it enters a closed vehicle. As she spoke, she tried to rush into the car. Officer Xiao, Ji Leng Yue's cold voice rang out. This car was designed under my father's personal supervision. Its security system is connected to the highest defense network of the Fengtian Group and the military's satellites. Its security may be even higher than that of your command center. The implication was that you, a policeman, shouldn't try to teach others what you're capable of. Xiao Ruoxue's pretty face froze. Of course she knew how powerful this car was. This was just an excuse for her to force her way in and seize a good position. Ahem, just routine. She coughed lightly, then turned her gaze to Yifan, her expression immediately softening. Mr. Yifan, for your safety, I request to sit within 1 meter of you for the entire journey. Before Yifan could speak, another clear, cold sound, like jade stones striking each other, came from the side. Protecting the Lord is my duty, I need not trouble others with it. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shang Wanwaner standing there gracefully. She was still dressed in ancient white clothes, carrying that simple long sword on her back. Her otherworldly temperament seemed out of place in this modern scene, yet strangely blended in with it. She looked at Xiao Ruoxue with a hint of hostility in her eyes. In her view, this woman in the strange black bodysuit was her #1 rival for the identity of protector. Xiao Ruoxue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing this ancient person who had appeared out of nowhere. She could sense a faint yet extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. Miss, security work is a scientific and rigorous systematic project, and it cannot be accomplished by brute force alone. Xiao Ruoxue's tone carried the superiority of a professional. I don't understand. Shang Wanwaner shook her head honestly. I only know that anyone who wants to harm the Lord must first step over my dead body. Just as the 2 bodyguards were about to start fighting, a Rolls-Royce with diplomatic license plates slowly pulled up. The door opened, and Princess Elizabeth, dressed in an elegant Chanel suit, stepped gracefully out. Good morning, everyone. Her face wore an impeccable royal smile, her gaze sweeping over the opposing crowd and landing on Yifan. My dear Yi, you look to be in good spirits. I've already confirmed with the resort that the private hot spring they prepared for you is drawn from a volcanic geothermal spring more than 3,000 meters below the surface, rich in more than 20 kinds of trace elements that are beneficial to the skin and body, perfectly meeting the treatment standards of our European royal family. In one sentence, she not only demonstrated her international perspective and highlighted the unusual relationship between her and Yifan, but also subtly expressed her disdain for the low-level argument between Xiao Ruoxue and Shang Wanwaner. Yifan mentally applauded her. Good heavens, this is a true master of tea ceremony. Killing without a trace. All right, stop standing at the door, get in the car. Yifan yawned and put an end to this chaotic situation that was about to spiral out of control. There are plenty of seats in the car, please make yourselves at home. After saying that, he took the lead and got into the RV. Upon entering the vehicle, everyone was stunned by what they saw. This wasn't just a motorhome, it was practically a mobile penthouse. A spacious living room, comfortable leather sofas, a huge wraparound screen, and even a small bar and bookshelves. Yifan sat down unceremoniously on the single sofa in the very center, which resembled a dragon throne. The women almost immediately surrounded him, starting a new round of competition for his position. Qin Lingyue sat down to his left as a matter of course. Lu Ruyan silently walked behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Xiao Ruoxue and Shang Wanwaner glared at each other, then stood on either side of the key passageway leading to the driver's cab and the rear bedroom, like 2 guardian deities. Elizabeth sat gracefully on the sofa opposite Yifan, a position that allowed her to maintain eye contact with him at any time. Sume hesitated for a moment, then finally chose a spot not far from Qin Lingyue, but where she could still see Yifan. She opened her tablet and started working. The 8 customized female assistants automatically split into several small groups and occupied slightly more distant positions. Although they did not dare to come up directly, all 8 pairs of beautiful eyes were fixed on Yifan with great enthusiasm. A female assistant from the sports department began wiping her tennis racket. A wife-like female assistant begins to organize the lunchboxes she brought. A female assistant, who resembled a teacher, took out a copy of The Republic, seemingly ready to discuss philosophy with Yifan at any time. For a moment, an undercurrent of tension surged within the small carriage, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and harmonious. Yifan leaned back comfortably on the sofa, enjoying Lu Ruyan's perfectly timed massage, smelling the mixed scents of more than a dozen high-end perfumes in the air, and looking at the group of top beauties in front of him, each with their own unique charm. He felt a sense of comfort. Sure, this isn't a team-building trip, it's more like an ancient emperor taking his concubines on an inspection tour. On the left is an aloof CEO, on the right a classic butler, in front is a royal princess, behind are a policewoman and a martial arts saintess, and beside them is a trembling fairy secretary and a group of female assistants who are always on standby. This simple, unadorned daily life is so damn boring. He closed his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, preparing to take a short nap. Just then, a female assistant dressed in an elegant nurse's uniform approached with a glass of warm water and said gently, "Mr. Yi, you seem a little tired. I've prepared a vitamin B complex tablet for you, which can effectively relieve fatigue. Would you like me to feed it to you?" Her eyes were filled with expectation and a hint of barely perceptible provocation. Instantly, all the women in the car focused their attention on her and the small pill in her hand. The air grew tense once again. Chapter 75 Hot Springs, The Temptation of Getting Wet. The air seemed to freeze. The small, white vitamin B complex tablet was held in mid-air by the slender fingers of the sophisticated nurse's assistant. Her eyes, like those of a believer awaiting a king's favor, were filled with fervent longing. "Do you need me to feed you?" This gentle question was like a fuse, instantly igniting the already tense powder keg inside the carriage. Xin Lengyue stopped massaging her shoulders, and the temperature inside the car seemed to drop several degrees. She didn't look at the female assistant, her gaze remained fixed on Yifan's face, but the chill in her eyes was enough to make any senior executive of Fengtian Group shudder. Su Mei, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions as she looked at the nurse assistant. There was jealousy, disdain, but more than anything, there was a kind of anger that said, "How dare you beat me to it?" She herself had just been reprimanded by Qin Lengyue because of the compensatory massage incident and was in a period of dormancy. She didn't expect that so soon a newcomer would dare to challenge the authority of the main wife. Xiao Ruoshue's brows furrowed, and her professional instincts made her blurt out, "Stop. Pills with unknown ingredients cannot be given to Mr. Yifan. Give them to me, I need to conduct toxicology testing." She wasn't joking, she was genuinely preparing to pull out the rapid testing kit she carried with her. In her eyes, anything that tried to get into Yifan's mouth posed a potential safety risk. These are concentrated Tian Yuan Dan tablets specially supplied by the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. The production process of each tablet is traceable and safe. The nurse assistant responded neither humbly nor arrogantly, even reciting a string of complex production batch numbers, clearly having come prepared. She looked at Xiao Ruoshue, "Officer Xiao, your professionalism is admirable, but please don't question my professional competence." Shang Wanwaner didn't understand anything about vitamins or production batch numbers. But she could sense the atmosphere. She could feel that this woman in the strange white short skirt was trying to get close to her master in a way she didn't understand. She gripped the hilt of her sword, a flash of cold killing intent passing through her. "Take your hand away from my master." "Oh?" A soft chuckle broke the silence. Princess Elizabeth gracefully crossed her legs, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. She watched the scene with interest, remarking with the air of someone commenting on a work of art, "The service spirit of the East is truly eye-opening. However, there are many ways to supplement vitamins, such as through the freshest fruits and vegetables. I've already had the resort prepare kiwis flown in from New Zealand and blood oranges from Spain. Their vitamin C content is far higher than these industrially synthesized products, and their taste is more natural." In short, he both extricated himself from the predicament and subtly belittled the professional services of the female nurses as cheap industrial products, while also showing off his own high-end resources. Yifan was secretly laughing his head off. Good heavens, we've only been gone a few minutes and the first big show has already begun. From personal butler to icy CEO, from dashing policewoman to ancient martial arts saintess, to foreign princess and ambitious custom-made female assistant, this lineup is more exciting than any palace drama. He lazily opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat bewildered female nurse. He didn't take the pill, but instead reached out and gently squeezed her wrist, which was trembling slightly with nervousness. The female assistant froze, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. "Your hands seem a little cold." Yifan's voice carried a lazy smile as his fingertips gently caressed the inside of the female assistant's smooth wrist. "Are you too nervous? Relax, it's just a team-building activity." His movements were gentle, and his words were warm, but to the other women in the car, they were nothing short of blatant flirting and affirmation. Qin Lengyue's gaze grew even colder. Xiao Ruoxue's breathing quickened. Lu Ruyan unconsciously increased the pressure on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan then released her hand and smiled at the nurse assistant. No need for the pills. I prefer the natural method that Her Highness mentioned. However, your professionalism is commendable. What's your name? Reporting to Chairman Yi, my name is Lin Wei, an intelligent and protective assistant. The female assistant's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Wei, yes, I've got it. Yifan nodded, then closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. But everyone in the car knew that something had changed. The name Lin Wei had successfully left a deep mark on Yifan's heart, and also on the hearts of all his competitors. The rest of the journey was spent in this eerie calm amidst the undercurrents. 2 hours later, Tiangong 1 slowly entered the Jingyue Lake Private Hot Spring Resort. This place is less a resort and more a royal garden hidden amidst mountains and water. Pavilions, terraces, bridges, and flowing streams, every step reveals a new vista, exuding ultimate luxury and elegance. This was a private sanatorium built by Qin Lengyue's father specifically for himself, and it has never been open to the public. As everyone disembarked, the resort manager, a still attractive and beautiful woman who had been waiting there, led a group of female waitresses in uniform and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Welcome Mr. Yi, welcome Chairman Yi. Qin Lengyue ignored them and said to Yifan, the room is ready. It's the best Tianqin Pavilion, which occupies an entire mountain and has a hot spring pool directly fed by a spring. Her subtext was clear, this is also my home turf. As the group entered Tianqin Pavilion, they were once again awestruck by its opulence. It was essentially a separate palace, complete with bedrooms, studies, a media room, and a gym. But the most striking feature was the enormous, mist-shrouded open-air hot spring pool in the center of the courtyard. The pool was carved from a single, massive piece of black jade, its edges polished smooth and rounded. The water was crystal clear, with bubbles constantly rising from the bottom, and the rising steam enveloped the entire courtyard, making it feel like a fairyland. A small bar was set up beside the pool, already stocked with ice buckets, red wine, and various fruits. Mr. Yi, you must be tired from your long journey. Why don't you relax in the hot springs first? Lu Ruyan had changed into a lighter silk dress at some point and was carrying a tray with a bathrobe and towel on it. Yifan naturally wouldn't refuse. As he changed into his bathrobe, stepped into the hot spring pool, and felt the perfectly warm water enveloping his entire body, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. This is life. He leaned against the smooth, black jade pool wall and closed his eyes. Soon, a soft sound of water was heard. He opened his eyes and saw that Lu Ruyan had already entered the pool. She was wearing an extremely conservative silk swimsuit, similar to the undergarments of ancient ladies. The wet fabric clung tightly to her exquisite body, outlining breathtaking curves. The combination of her classical shyness and underwater allure was more impactful than any bikini. Mr. Yi, is the water temperature just right? Let me give you a back rub. Lu Ruyan knelt in the shallow water behind Yifan, her soft knees touching his lower back. She picked up a soft loofah, dipped it in special plant essential oil, and then began to gently massage his back with a highly professional yet gentle touch. Her fingers were long and warm, each stroke felt like a faint electric current, sending shivers down Yifan's spine. Her warm breath, mingled with her unique, delicate jasmine scent, gently brushed against the back of his ear. Ruyan, your skills are getting better and better. Yifan closed his eyes, enjoying the exquisite service. It is my honor to serve you, sir. Her voice sounded especially alluring in the rising steam. Her movements became bolder, her fingers slowly tracing down his spine, exploring every inch of his muscles, the pressure varying as if she were playing a rare musical instrument. Just then, another sound of water was heard. Princess Elizabeth also entered the hot springs. She wore a fiery red bikini that perfectly showcased her fair skin and stunning figure, exuding a Western style, unabashed sexiness and flamboyance. She gracefully walked up to Yifan, holding a glass of red wine, and handed him the glass. My dear Yi, while you're soaking in the hot spring, have a glass of 82 Romanicanti. It'll help with your blood circulation. A sly smile played in her blue eyes as she glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was attentively serving Yifan behind him, as if to say, this kind of low-level physical labor is not befitting my status. Yifan smiled, took the wineglass, and took a sip. Not far away by the pool, Qin Lengyue stood quietly, wearing a pure white one-piece swimsuit with a thin veil over it. She didn't go into the water, but coldly observed everything in the pool. She was like a high and mighty empress, overseeing her concubines on how to please their common monarch. Her gaze was icy. But when Yifan's eyes met hers, she unconsciously looked away, a barely perceptible blush rising on her cheeks. Yifan smiled. He enjoyed the gentle back massage from the classical beauty with one hand, and savored the top-quality red wine offered by the foreign princess with the other. Not far away, an icy empress was standing guard for him out of jealousy. The allure of being wet, the thrill of power, the exhilaration of conquest. This team-building activity was fantastic. Chapter 76 Pool Games, Punishment and Reward. As the steam from the hot spring gradually dissipated, the atmosphere in the courtyard became increasingly subtle with the arrival of more people. Sume changed into a black two-piece swimsuit, which perfectly accentuated her proud long legs and slender waist. Unlike Lu Ruyan, she didn't approach him, nor did she fawn over him like Elizabeth. Instead, she found a spot not too far from Yifan and quietly soaked in the water, her eyes filled with resentment, like a Persian cat neglected by its owner. The 8 female assistants, each with their own unique style, entered the water one after another. Their swimsuits were all different, each vying for attention. The athletic one wore a professional competition swimsuit and was warming up by the pool. The wife type 1 chose a cute swimsuit with ruffles and was carrying a plate of cut fruit. The teacher type 1 wore waterproof frameless glasses, her intellectual aura undiminished. In an instant, the entire Moyu hot spring pool was filled with boundless spring colors and subtle fragrances. Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguan Waner, on the other hand, became 2 outliers. Xiao Ruoxue refused to change into her swimsuit, citing the need to maintain a combat-ready state during her duty. She stood by the pool in her black, tight-fitting combat suit, her gaze sweeping around like a hawk, as if this were not a hot spring, but a battlefield fraught with danger. Shangguan Waner, on the other hand, scoffed at the idea of swimsuits being indecent, deeming them offensive. She also chose to stand by the pool, sword in hand, her expression solemn, flanking Xiao Ruoxue like 2 imposing guardian deities. Yifan looked at the pool full of beautiful women and the 2 unsightly bodyguards by the poolside, and couldn't help but laugh. He felt that this scene, which was both harmonious and contradictory, sensual and slightly comical, was something he could never tire of watching. Isn't it a bit boring to just soak like this? Finally, Princess Elizabeth, who loved a lively atmosphere, spoke first. She swirled the wine in her glass, her azure eyes sweeping over every woman present, a playful smile playing on her lips. How about we play a game? The suggestion was immediately met with a positive response from the group of young female assistants. Okay. What game should we play? The sporty girl with pigtails asked excitedly. Xin Lingyue didn't speak, but merely glanced at Elizabeth, which was tantamount to tacit approval. As long as Yifan was happy and the situation was under control, she didn't mind having a few more entertainment activities. Yifan also became interested. He leaned against the pool wall and asked lazily, "Oh? Does your highness have any good suggestions?" Elizabeth gracefully brushed her wet, golden hair aside and smiled. It's simple and classic. We'll split into 2 teams and play a water volleyball match. Yi, you'll be the referee. Every member of the losing team will have to accept a punishment designated by the winner. Of course, this punishment will ultimately be carried out by our referee. Her gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Qin Lingyue with a hint of provocation. The game rules, seemingly fair, are actually full of scheming. They cleverly transform individual combat into team battles, both stimulating competition and creating opportunities for close contact with Yifan through the punishment aspect. Winning allows one to legitimately embarrass their opponents and watch them make a fool of themselves in front of Yifan. Losing means receiving punishment personally executed by Yifan. In a sense, isn't that a reward in itself? I have no objection. Sume was the first to speak up. She needed an opportunity to break the deadlock. Lu Ruyan smiled gently. It's all up to Mr. Yi. Yifan looked at the group of women, each with their own agenda, and understood perfectly. He waved his hand and said, "Granted." However, the rules need to be changed. All eyes were on him. Grouping is too much trouble. Yifan pointed to a small artificial hill in the center of the hot spring pool. Let us play an individual game. I'll throw this. He picked up a champagne cork from the bar, behind that artificial hill. You all start from the starting point, and whoever is the first to get the cork and hand it to me is the sole winner. He paused, then gave a mischievous smile. As for the losers, everyone except the winner is a loser. Each of you must accept a punishment proposed by the winner, which I will carry out. If the winner can't think of enough punishments, then I will add them. This rule is simple and brutal, instantly raising the level of involution to the extreme. What started as a team competition has become a Hunger Games where everyone except one winner is punished. The women's eyes changed. If they had just been watching with a hint of detachment or a sense of wishful thinking, now, a fierce competitive spirit ignited in everyone's eyes. No one wanted to be one of the majority of losers, and everyone wanted to be the sole winner, the one who could control the fate of others. To be fair, Yifan's gaze swept over Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguan Waner by the pool. The two bodyguards must also participate. They are not allowed to use internal energy or abilities beyond that of ordinary people. They must rely solely on their swimming skills. Xiao Ruoxue's cheek twitched. She had only intended to be an observer, but unexpectedly, she had been dragged into the mess. However, she couldn't refuse Yifan's orders. She glanced at Shangguan Waner, who was equally astonished beside her, took off her combat jacket, revealing a black, tight-fitting vest underneath. The smooth muscle lines and astonishing proportions drew several suppressed gasps. Shangguan Waner was even more conflicted. She glanced at her elaborate ancient costume, then at the pool water, a troubled expression on her face. "If Miss Waner finds it inconvenient," Lu Ruyan said, handing over a swimsuit that had been prepared beforehand, which was also conservative in style but easy to move in, "I have a spare one here." Ultimately, under Yifan's commanding gaze, the two strongest fighters had no choice but to join this erotic game. When Shangguan Waner, wearing that unfamiliar swimsuit and blushing, stepped into the water, Yifan felt like his nose was about to bleed. The humiliation and contrast of that ethereal, otherworldly saint being forced to wear modern swimwear was like a nuclear bomb in terms of visual impact. "All right, everyone, stand at the starting line." Yifan cleared his throat, stood by the pool, and raised the cork in his hand high. In an instant, a dozen stunningly beautiful women lined up in the hot spring pool, assuming ready positions. Xin Lingyue's expression was aloof, but her eyes were focused. Elizabeth cracked her knuckles, a triumphant smile on her face. Sume lowered her body, and Yifan's mouth went dry at the sight of her perfect curves. Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguan Waner, one with sharp eyes and the other with a restrained aura, treated this game as a real duel. The other female assistants were also eager to try their hand at it. Preparation. Yifan drew out his words, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, of being an emperor with everyone fighting for him. He suddenly threw the cork far away. Start. Splash. 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 With a command given, more than a dozen graceful figures shot off like arrows, instantly slicing through the calm water and creating large splashes of white spray, all swimming toward the same goal. A war between punishment and reward has officially begun. The battle became intense from the very beginning. The female assistant from the sports department, true to her professional background, started the fastest, moving like a mermaid and instantly taking the lead. But Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguan Waner followed closely behind. Although their superpowers were restricted, their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Their swimming frequency and strength were astonishing, and they quickly stood out from the crowd, forming the first tier with the female athletes. Elizabeth and Sue may belong to the second tier. They are skilled and graceful, clearly also experts in this field. The most surprising one was Qin Lingyue. She usually seemed quiet and aloof, but her swimming skills were surprisingly good. Although she wasn't very strong, her endurance was excellent, and she steadily kept up behind, maintaining her own pace. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, neither competed nor fought, but swam slowly with an elegant posture, as if winning or losing was not important to her. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and on the shimmering surface of the pool, long legs and jade arms intertwined, creating a vivid and charming 100 beauties playing in the water scene. Yifan was thoroughly enjoying the sight, and he even had the leisure to rate everyone's swimming style. The focus of the competition quickly shifted to Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguan Waner. The two women were almost neck and neck, neither giving an inch. Xiao Ruoxue used standard freestyle, her movements clean, crisp, and highly efficient. Shangguan Waner, on the other hand, seemed to have incorporated some ancient martial arts technique into her swimming. Her body's rise and fall in the water possessed a strange rhythm, and her speed was in no way slower than Xiao Ruoxue's. The two were locked in a struggle in the water, and the splashes of water that would accidentally rise up when they paddled would always land precisely on each other's faces. Just as they were about to catch up with the leading female athlete, a sudden change occurred. Shangguan Waner seemed unaccustomed to her swimsuit. During a breath, one of the shoulder straps suddenly slipped down, revealing a large expanse of her fair, white shoulder and delicate collarbone. She gasped in surprise and instinctively reached out to pull it back up, but her movement faltered, and she immediately slowed down. Xiao Ruoxue seized the opportunity, exerted her strength, and instantly overtook her, as well as the female assistant in front, and was the first to rush towards the artificial mountain. Damn it! Shangguan Waner was both ashamed and anxious. She quickly adjusted her shoulder strap and tried her best to catch up, but she was already a step too late. Xiao Ruoxue walked around the artificial hill and immediately spotted the cork floating on the water. Delighted, she reached out to grab it. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the cork, a red figure suddenly sprang out from underwater and snatched the cork in its hand. It's Elizabeth. It turns out that the princess never intended to compete with them in speed from the beginning. Instead, she used the artificial hill as cover and swam underwater to take a shortcut. I'm sorry, Officer Xiao. Elizabeth emerged from the water, her wet golden hair plastered to her face like a lotus rising from the water. She proudly shook the cork in her hand. In Europe, we call this a tactic. Xiao Ruoxue was stunned. She never expected that after giving it her all, she would be outmaneuvered by someone else in this way. When Princess Elizabeth, like a proud queen, handed the cork to Yi Fan, the entire hot spring pool fell silent. My dear Yi, I won. She smiled, her azure eyes gleaming with victory. Now, can I designate the punishments for these losers? Yi Fan looked at Xiao Ruoxue, who was filled with resentment, and then at the other dejected women, and laughed even more heartily. He nodded. Of course, the only winner is Your Highness Princess Elizabeth. Please begin your performance. Chapter 77 Punishment, Xiao Ruoxue's Shyness. Elizabeth's gaze, like that of a queen surveying her domain, slowly swept over each of the losers present. Her gaze lingered on Su Mei for a second, and Su Mei bit her lip in resentment. Her gaze lingered on Xin Lengyue for 2 seconds. Xin Lengyue remained expressionless, but a hint of coldness appeared deep in her eyes. Finally, her gaze fell on Xiao Ruoxue, who had just narrowly missed victory and was now filled with regret. Let us start with Officer Xiao. Elizabeth's voice carried a hint of elegant teasing. I've always been curious about Officer Xiao's profession. The youngest police beauty in China, a boxing champion, it sounds like it gives me a sense of security. She turned to Yi Fan and winked. Dear referee, my first punishment request is Officer Xiao, please demonstrate for us how you would use the closest and safest method to protect an important target like Mr. Yi from the front and subdue the thugs if attacked from the front. This punishment is absolutely vicious, tailor-made for you. It perfectly exploited Xiao Ruoxue's professional identity, making it impossible for her to refuse. At the same time, the words most intimate and safest were full of endless room for imagination, turning what should have been a serious defense drill into an ambiguous performance that attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed red instantly. She would rather Elizabeth punish her by making her do 100 push-ups here than accept this public execution like punishment. This doesn't comply with security regulations, she stammered in protest. Live fire drills require specialized venues and simulated enemies. The space here is quite spacious. Elizabeth smiled, then pointed to Yi Fan. As for the hypothetical enemy, how about we have our Mr. Yi play the roles of unarmed, important target in need of protection, and that reckless thug, what do you say? Now, Xiao Ruoxue had no way out. All eyes were on Yi Fan, awaiting his judgment. This punishment is very creative, I approve it. Yi Fan cleared his throat and said seriously, but he was already overjoyed inside. He stood up from the pond, walked to the open space in the center of the courtyard, and waved to Xiao Ruoxue, who was still a little shy. Come on, Officer Xiao. Let me see your professional skills. Don't go easy on me just because I'm an important target. Xiao Ruoxue took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She shook the water droplets off her short hair and walked steadily to Yi Fan. Her professional dignity compels her to take it seriously. Mr. Yi, please stand still. I will be playing the role of the thug and will charge at you from the front. You don't need to do anything. Xiao Ruoxue tried her best to remain professional, but her slightly trembling voice betrayed her nervousness. Understood. Yi Fan nodded, with an encouraging smile on his face. The women in the pool all held their breath, watching the spectacle unfold before them without blinking. Xiao Ruoxue took a few steps back, her eyes instantly sharpening. She let out a low growl, mimicking the aura of a thug, and charged fiercely towards Yi Fan. Just as she was about to bump into Yi Fan, following the script, played the role of a startled ordinary person, leaning back slightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruoxue's body moved like a ghost, cutting between Yi Fan and the air thug at an incredible angle. Her left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Yi Fan's waist and pulling him forcefully into her arms. At the same time, she turned her body and used her strong back to completely shield Yi Fan. The entire movement was fluid and graceful, full of power and beauty. Yi Fan felt a tremendous force pull him over, and he crashed solidly into a warm and elastic embrace. His nose was instantly filled with a healthy scent unique to Xiao Ruoxue, a mixture of sweat and sunshine. Through her thin, tight-fitting vest, he could clearly feel the taut lines of her back muscles and the frighteningly fast heartbeat. First step, move and protect the target. Xiao Ruoxue's voice came from above his head, with a hint of rapid breathing. Well protected, very well. Yifan buried his face in her shoulder and said in a muffled voice, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. This distance is too close. He was so close that he could feel the warmth of her skin and smell the fragrance of her hair. Xiao Ruoxue seemed to realize how ambiguous the position was, her cheeks turning bright red. She quickly released Yifan, trying to create some distance. Don't move. Yifan suddenly said, I think I twisted my ankle. What? Xiao Ruoxue was startled and quickly looked down, instinctively pressing her body closer to Yifan to support him. Where? Is it serious? It was when you pulled me just now, you were too strong. Yifan frowned, looking painful, while putting most of his weight on her. Elizabeth's lips twitched slightly by the pool. She hadn't expected Yifan to suddenly add to the scene. Qin Lingyue's brows furrowed even more. Shang Wanwaner looked suspicious, that's not right. The Lord's breathing is steady and his lower body is strong. How could he twist his ankle so easily? Unfortunately, her words were drowned out by a soft cough from Lu Ruyan. Officer Xiao, please continue your demonstration, Yifan urged, leaning against Xiao Ruoxue. After protecting the target, what's next? How do you subdue the thugs? Xiao Ruoxue was completely flustered at this moment. Yifan's warm breath sprayed on her neck, making her weak all over. She no longer had the mind to think about subduing the thugs. Uniform. Her mind went blank. Is it like this? Yifan's voice rang in her ear, tinged with a seductive smile. As he spoke, he slowly slid his hand down from her shoulder and grasped the hand that had been around his waist. Use a grappling technique to lock the opponent's wrist, and then Yifan guided her hand, gesturing on the air thug's body, but his other hand was restlessly caressing her tight waist. Joint lock, yes, like that, then use your knee to press against the opponent's abdomen. Every word of his teaching was accompanied by an unintentional yet perfectly timed physical contact. His fingers would accidentally brush against the edge of her vest, touching her smooth skin. With each exertion of force, his body would embed itself even deeper into her embrace. Xiao Ruoxue felt like she was about to burst into flames. Her proud fighting skills and calm mind became worthless under Yifan's personal guidance. She could only be like a puppet on a string, at Yifan's mercy, her body stiff and her heart pounding like a drum. Officer Xiao, your heart is beating so fast. Yifan's lips were almost touching her earlobe as he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, is it because it's too intense, or because of me? Boom! It was as if a firework had exploded in Xiao Ruoxue's mind. She shoved Yifan away abruptly, staggered back 2 steps, her face flushed, and lowered her head, not daring to even look at Yifan. The demonstration is over. She managed to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth, using all her strength. Really? Yifan's smile widened as he looked at her adorably shy expression. But I still don't understand. How about, we do it again? No. No need. Xiao Ruoxue refused without thinking and turned to run back to the pool. Stop. Yifan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Xiao Ruoxue's steps seemed to be nailed to the spot, stopping in place. Yifan walked slowly to her, reached out his hand, and gently lifted her face, which she was too ashamed to show to others. If you lose, you have to accept the punishment. His thumb gently stroked her burning cheek. The demonstration just now was just an appetizer. Now, the real punishment is about to begin. He looked into her evasive yet moist eyes, slowly lowered his head, and whispered in her ear with the utmost tenderness and a husky voice. Come to my room tonight. I have a lot of security issues that I need you, a professional officer, to provide, in-depth, one-on-one, comprehensive, answers to. Chapter 78 Night Talk, The Princess's True Feelings. Yifan's seemingly casual yet incredibly weighty word punishment exploded like a depth charge in Xiao Ruoxue's heart. Her body stiffened, her mind going blank for a moment. Those eyes, always sharp as an eagle's, were now filled with panic and helplessness, like a fawn cornered by a hunter at its den. Yifan's hoarse yet magnetic voice still echoed in her ears deep, one-on-one, all around. Each word was like a feather, gently scratching her most sensitive nerves, making her blush from her ears to her neck. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Refuse? What reason could she possibly have to refuse? This was the winner's punishment, the referee's verdict. Accept? What did that mean? She dared not think about it too deeply. The women in the pool exchanged various glances. Elizabeth wore a victorious smile, very pleased with her assistance. Sumei's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy, but more so with amusement at the prospect of a good show. Xin Lengyue's expression grew even colder, her fingers gripping the jade stone by the pool's edge with a slight tightening. Yifan enjoyed watching Xiao Ruoshue's adorable, almost tearful expression, and felt quite pleased. He didn't press her further, but simply patted her shoulder and laughed. "All right, just kidding. Look how scared you were. But a loss is a loss, and the punishment will continue." He turned to Elizabeth, who had a smug look on her face. "Your Highness, who is the next target?" Elizabeth's gaze shifted between Xin Lengyue and Su Mei for a moment, and finally, she chose a safer and more interesting target. "That one, please." She raised her slender finger and pointed to the female assistant, who had been trying to keep a low profile since the beginning and was dressed in an intellectual teacher-style swimsuit. "I heard she has a master's degree in education and is best at guiding. My punishment is to have her use the most professional early childhood education methods to teach our Mr. Ye, well, an old proverb from the British Empire. How about that? This is yet another punishment brimming with morbid humor. To treat an adult male, especially a supreme being like Yifan, like a child and teach him is inherently a humiliating act with stark contrast. And the process of teaching inevitably involves close, patient, and hands-on interaction." The teacher-like female assistant blushed as well, but she was much calmer than Xiao Ruoshue. She adjusted the non-existent glasses on her nose, walked up to Yifan, and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Yi, please forgive me." Yifan didn't mind at all. He was happy to cooperate with the performance. He even cooperated by showing an innocent look, like a curious child looking at his female assistant. "Teacher, what are you going to teach me?" That one word, teacher, made the female assistant's body go limp. She took a deep breath and began her teaching in an extremely gentle tone, even a bit like coaxing a child. "Mr. Yi, please repeat after me. Love is not a matter of counting the days. It's making the days count." It's too long, I can't remember it." Yifan deliberately acted coy and shook his head. "It's okay, we'll take it one word at a time." The female assistant's patience was astonishing. She leaned closer to Yifan, her warm breath brushing against his face. "Come on, watch my lips, love, love." She was incredibly close, her full lips parting to utter soft, warm sounds. Yifan could even smell the faint scent of books emanating from her, mingling with the damp heat of the hot spring, creating a unique allure. To give Yifan a better view, her upper body was almost pressed against his. From an outsider's perspective, this hardly looked like a lesson, it was clearly a lover's intimate embrace. Su Mei, watching from the side, gritted her teeth in disbelief. This kind of teaching, which seemed proper but was actually full of physical contact, was far more sophisticated than her straightforward teasing. Under Princess Elizabeth's direction, the game turned into a punishment feast filled with ambiguity and laughter. Aside from the sole winner, Elizabeth, almost every woman was punished by Yifan under various pretexts. Some were required to feed fruit intimately, others were ordered to perform talents, and still others, like Shangguan Waner, were forced by Yifan to recite a line from a highly embarrassing online novel in her cool, aloof voice, turning her perpetually icy saintly face into a ripe apple. The hot spring party, which left everyone exhausted mainly mentally as night fell and the moon hung high in the sky, finally came to an end. The women dispersed, each with their own thoughts, and returned to their rooms to rest. Soon, only Yifan remained in the large courtyard. Instead of rushing back to his room, he grabbed a bottle of chilled beer and went alone to the open-air balcony on the second floor of the villa. The cool evening breeze dispelled the heat and the effects of the alcohol. He leaned against the railing, gazing down at the brightly lit city below, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. I heard soft footsteps behind me. Yifan didn't turn around, but simply asked, "What, Officer Xiao, you've come to me so soon to answer security questions?" The newcomer didn't speak, but simply walked to his side and, mimicking his gesture, placed his arm on the railing. An elegant fragrance, a blend of roses and red wine, wafted into Yifan's nostrils. "It's Elizabeth." She changed out of her swimsuit and into a silk robe, her long golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Gone was the cunning of the game and the pride of a victor. Her azure eyes held a complex emotion as she gazed silently at the distant night sky. "Thank you for earlier," Elizabeth suddenly said, her voice very soft. "Thank me for what?" Yifan took a sip of beer. Thank me for cooperating with you and bullying them one by one? Elizabeth shook her head, then turned to look earnestly into Yifan's eyes. Thank you for not refusing when I made those unreasonable demands. You're the winner, that's your right, Yifan shrugged. No, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Elizabeth's eyes were clear. From the moment I decided to come to China, to forcibly moving into your villa, and up to today I'd been using my status and privileges to do some very outrageous things. But you have never really stopped me. Yifan laughed. Stop you? Why would I stop you? I find it very interesting. His candor startled Elizabeth for a moment, then she laughed, a laugh tinged with helplessness and relief. Interesting, yes, in your eyes, I, the Crown Prince of the British Empire, am perhaps just a spoiled, eccentric theatrical actor. I didn't say that. But that's the truth. Elizabeth's smile faded, and her tone became serious and sincere. Yi, I'm not here to play games or to fight over a girl. I'm here to confess to you. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a tremendous decision. My initial purpose in coming to the Dragon Kingdom was indeed a marriage alliance. This is the responsibility of our royal family, and also my destiny as the Crown Prince. We need the support of the Dragon Kingdom, and we need your genes as an SSS-level male, to consolidate our declining position. All of this is just a cold political transaction. Yifan listened quietly without interrupting her. He understood these things perfectly well. But after meeting you, everything changed. A strange light appeared in Elizabeth's eyes. I saw a world completely different from what I had known for the past 20 years. Here, Miss Qin can run the world's #1 conglomerate, Officer Xiao can use his power to protect justice, and Miss Lu can bring the art of service to its ultimate level. Each of them lives so authentically and with such passion. And she gazed at Yifan. You clearly possess the most supreme power in this world, yet you live like the purest observer. You enjoy everything, yet you never abuse it. You toy with us, yet you protect the dignity of each of us at crucial moments. You are like a mirror, reflecting the most real and most ridiculous desires of all of us. Your Highness, that's too high a compliment. I'm just a comedian, Yifan thought to himself. This flattery almost made him think he was some kind of philosophy guru. No, you are not. Elizabeth shook her head firmly. I received the best elite education from a young age. I can tell the difference between pretense and reality. Yi, you are the freest soul I have ever met. Her voice lowered, trembling slightly. So, I made a decision. She suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Yifan, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. She looked up, and her azure eyes, under the moonlight, were like the purest sapphires, reflecting Yifan's image. I have already submitted my application to my father through secret channels. Her voice was soft, but incredibly clear. I will voluntarily relinquish my status as Crown Prince, as well as all royal titles and privileges. Yifan's pupils contracted slightly. Giving up the title of Crown Prince? This is no small matter. It's tantamount to giving up the future of an empire. Are you crazy? He couldn't help but say. No, I'm more lucid than ever before. A beautiful smile bloomed on Elizabeth's face, a smile that carried the resolute determination of burning one's bridges and the joy of rushing toward a new life. My destiny should not be to spend my life in a cold palace, bound by a political agreement. I want to stay here. She reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, pressing her body softly against him. Stay, become one of the countless scenes around you. Even if it's just the one you find interesting. Warm, wine-scented lips gently pressed against Yifan's lips. This kiss was devoid of lust or provocation. It was merely a declaration that a princess was willing to relinquish the entire world in pursuit of the freedom and truth she yearned for. After a long while, their lips parted. Elizabeth leaned against Yifan's chest and murmured softly, So, Yi, would you take a down on her luck princess who has nothing but beauty and aristocratic manners? Yifan looked down at the woman in his arms. Her eyes gleamed with a desperate, all-or-nothing light. He could feel her body trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but excitement. He suddenly felt that this fun was getting bigger and bigger. He reached out and embraced her slender waist, pulling her closer. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a playful tone. Take me in? Of course. But my villa doesn't keep idle people. Starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of telling me bedtime stories, Your Highness. Chapter 79 Qin Leng Yue's Exclusivity. When Yifan returned to the hallway where his bedroom was located, bathed in moonlight and carrying a faint scent of roses, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. It's too quiet. It was eerily quiet. The corridor lights were dimly lit, and the expensive handmade carpet absorbed all the sound. However, an invisible, tense atmosphere permeated the air, like a string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Then, he saw the scene that could be called a world-famous painting. At the door of his bedroom, Qin Lengyue stood silently like an ice sculpture. She had changed into a black silk nightgown, which made her already snow-white skin appear even more cold and beautiful. She didn't look at anyone, but stared expressionlessly at the tightly closed door, as if guarding her own territory. To her left, Lu Ruyan held a purple clay tray with a steaming bowl of dessert on it. She was dressed in simple cotton and linen loungewear, her face still bearing that gentle, watery smile, but that smile lacked its usual composure and held a hint of barely perceptible determination. She stood there quietly, tray in hand, as if she could stand there forever. On the other side of the corridor, Sumei leaned casually against the wall. She had changed into a more daring lace slip dress, her voluptuous figure faintly visible in the soft light. She fiddled with her phone, but her eyes kept glancing at Qin Lengyue out of the corner of her eye, her gaze filled with disdain and provocation, like a cat ready to pounce at any moment. In the shadows further away, Xiao Ruoshue's figure seemed somewhat out of place. She was still wearing her black, tight-fitting combat suit, her arms crossed, her brows furrowed. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Yifan and the bedroom door, her face filled with inner turmoil. Clearly, Yifan's earlier punishment of coming to my room to answer security questions had plunged her into an internal struggle. To come or not to come, that was the question. What made Yifan both amused and exasperated was Shang Wanwaner. This ancient martial arts saintess was currently sitting cross-legged on a carpet not far away, her eyes slightly closed, her sword resting horizontally on her lap, seemingly in deep meditation. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes and the occasional glances she gave in completely betrayed her inner turmoil. She was muttering to herself, the ancestral teachings say that those who protect the Tao should never leave the chosen one's side, to guard against villains. As for the 8 female assistants, they wisely stayed at the far end of the corridor, divided into several small groups, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy, yet they dared not take a step forward. Yifan understood instantly. What are they doing? Are they queuing up to be favored? He was internally raging with frustration, but his face remained impassive. He cleared his throat and strode forward. As he drew closer, that taut string was plucked. "Mr. Yi, you're back." Lu Ruyan was the first to greet him. She handed him the tray and said in a gentle voice, "You've been entertaining all night, you must be tired. I've made some snow frog and lotus seed soup to soothe your nerves and replenish your energy. Have a bowl before you rest." Her movements were natural. She tried to bypass Qin Lengyue and directly welcome Yifan into the room. "No need," Qin Lengyue finally spoke, her voice as cold as ice. "His diet is taken care of by a professional nutritionist. Butler Lu, it's past your working hours now, you can go and rest." She slightly shifted her body to the side, subtly blocking Lu Ruyan's path. Lu Ruyan's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "Mr. Qin is right. However, this was prepared privately for Mr. Yi and is not part of the scope of work." "Oh?" Qin Lengyue raised an eyebrow. "So, you want to use your personal status to inquire about Yifan's nightlife? In short, the conflict is laid bare." "Oh dear, President Qin, don't be so harsh." Sumei swayed over, her strong perfume instantly overpowering Lu Ruyan's light dessert scent. "Caring for the boss is our duty as subordinates. I happen to have an urgent document here regarding the acquisition of Fengtian Group's overseas assets, which needs His Majesty's immediate review and signature. This is serious business, you know." As she spoke, she shook the thin folder in her hand, her fox-like eyes staring intently at Yifan, full of blatant innuendo. "Secretary Su." Qin Lengyue turned her gaze to her, her eyes suddenly turning cold. "I remember I approved your leave this afternoon. Now, disappear from here immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind extending your leave indefinitely. This is the imposing presence of the head of the world's largest conglomerate. Without a single vulgar word, it is filled with absolute power, the power to decide life and death." Sumei's face paled slightly, but she still puffed out her chest defiantly. "President Qin, this is a personal vendetta. I am Mr. Yi's personal secretary, and I am only responsible to him." "Very good." Qin Lengyue nodded, took out her phone, and seemed to be preparing to call the Human Resources Department directly. Just then, Xiao Ruoshue, who had been silent all along, walked over. She stood next to Yi Fan and said with a serious expression, "Mr. Yi, according to security regulations, your bedroom needs to undergo a comprehensive inspection to prevent eavesdropping and hidden cameras. This is my responsibility." She finally found a perfect, irrefutable reason for herself. Yi Fan looked at the three women in front of him. One was using the guise of life, one was using the pretense of work, and one was carrying the banner of safety, and he almost burst out laughing. "Make way, everyone." Qin Lengyue's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. She stopped arguing with them and walked straight forward, taking Yi Fan's arm. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan, Sumei, Xiao Ruoxue, and even Sheng Wanwan meditating in the distance, before finally announcing, word by word, "I am Yi Fan's nominal spouse." The words nominal marriage partner were like a royal decree, instantly suppressing the entire scene. This is an identity recorded in the national database, recognized by global laws, and possessing the highest priority. Before this identity, even a personal butler, a private secretary, a police beauty, or a martial arts saint all appear so pale and powerless. Lu Ruyan's smile vanished. She silently carried the tray and stepped aside. Sumei bit her lip, stamped her foot in frustration, and turned to leave. Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed and paled in turns, but she ultimately gave a somewhat awkward bow and silently retreated into the shadows. Shang Wanwaner also opened her eyes, watching Qin Lengyue holding Yi Fan's hand. Her gaze was complex, but she ultimately closed her eyes again, though the word petty scoundrel she murmured seemed clearer. Qin Lengyue declared her sovereignty in the simplest and most direct way. She didn't glance at the losers again, but simply took Yi Fan's arm, opened the bedroom door with her fingerprint, and pulled him inside. With a bang, the heavy door slowly closed in front of everyone, shutting out all the resentful, jealous, and prying eyes. Inside the door lies another world. Qin Lengyue released Yi Fan's hand, turned her back to him, and remained silent. Only a dim bedside lamp was on in the room, and her figure appeared somewhat thin and lonely in the light. "Are you angry?" Yi Fan stepped forward from behind and asked tentatively. Qin Lengyue did not answer, but her shoulders twitched slightly. Yi Fan walked around to her and discovered that the icy queen who had just been dominating the outside world with her imposing presence now had red eyes and a single, glistening tear in the corner of her eye. Yi Fan's heart softened at her pitiful yet stubborn expression. "What's wrong? Who dares to bully our President Qin?" He reached out his hand, wanting to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Smack! Qin Lengyue slapped his hand away, raised her head, and for the first time, her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with undisguised anger and accusation. "Yi Fan, do you find this very amusing?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Doesn't it give you a sense of accomplishment to watch us fight like a bunch of fools over you?" Yi Fan was stunned. "You were all lovey-dovey with that blonde princess outside, and then you came back and started messing with that policewoman. What do you take us for? Your toys?" She became more and more agitated as she spoke, her chest heaving violently. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen Qin Lengyue so distraught. She was no longer the aloof, icy empress, but an ordinary woman who had been hurt by the one she loved, capable of crying and making a scene. He didn't argue, he just watched her vent her anger. "I am your nominal spouse, right?" Qin Lengyue stepped forward, staring intently at him, tears finally streaming down her face. "But what is the point of this identity other than helping you shoo away those flies at times like this? In your heart, what difference is there between me and them?" After she finished speaking, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and her body swayed. Yi Fan pulled her into his arms. This time, she didn't resist, she simply buried her face in his chest and sobbed silently. "There is a difference." Yi Fan held her soft body, inhaling the cool fragrance of her hair, and said softly, "The difference is significant." He lifted her chin, making her look into his eyes, and said, word by word, "They are them. And you are you. Qin Lengyue's crying stopped abruptly, and she stared at him blankly. "They want my time, my affection, my resources. But you," Yi Fan's thumb gently stroked her smooth cheek, feeling the hot tear tracks on her cheek, "what you want is me as a person." Qin Lengyue's heart was struck hard by those words. Yes, what she wanted was never just the emperor's favor or the status of a nominal spouse. What she wanted was Yi Fan's heart. Seeing her tearful and pitiful appearance, Yi Fan's sense of reason snapped. He let out a low growl, then suddenly scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the large Simmons bed. "Since you care so much about the identity of a nominal spouse," he gently placed her on the bed, then leaned over her, placing his hands on either side of her body, completely enveloping her in his shadow. "Then tonight, I'll let you experience for yourself what this identity really means." He lowered his head, giving her no chance to speak, and silenced all her grievances and accusations with an aggressive and possessive kiss. Tonight, the iceberg is destined to melt for him alone. Chapter 80 Family Intervention, The Pressure on the Twins. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the huge French windows and onto the bedroom carpet, Yifan opened his eyes. Qi Lengyue beside him was still asleep. She nestled lazily in Yifan's arms like a cat. In her sleep, she had completely shed her usual cold facade. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a satisfied smile lingered on her lips. The flush from the previous night's passion still lingered on her exquisite face, making her exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Yifan lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Qin Lengyue seemed to sense it, unconsciously snuggling closer to him and letting out a satisfied murmur. Last night's exclusivity brought about a qualitative change in their relationship. Qin Lengyue was no longer just the high and mighty nominal spouse. She used the most primal and direct way to prove to Yifan, and to herself, that she was unique in his heart. Yifan was enjoying this rare moment of tenderness and tranquility when a jarring cell phone ringtone sounded. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Bai Ji calling. Yifan glanced at Qin Lengyue, who was still fast asleep, carefully pulled his arm out, and tiptoed to the balcony before answering the phone. "Hey! It's so early in the morning, disturbing my sweet dreams, school beauty," Yifan said lazily. But on the other end of the phone, Bai Ji's usual lively and cheerful voice was nowhere to be heard. "Brother Yi. Brother Yifan." Bai Ji's voice was trembling with tears, sounding full of grievance and helplessness. Do you have time now? My sister and I want to see you." Yifan frowned. Bai Ji was always fearless, so for her to speak in this tone, something serious must have happened. "What's wrong? Tell me slowly, don't cry." He softened his tone. "It's hard to explain over the phone. We were right outside your villa. Butler Lu said you haven't gotten up yet and 1 let us in," Bai Ji sobbed. Yifan paused for a moment, then walked to the balcony and looked down. Sure enough, Bai Ji and Bai Wei were anxiously waiting at the villa's entrance. In the morning sunlight, both girls' faces were etched with anxiety and exhaustion, and Bai Wei's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. "Okay, I'll be right down." After hanging up the phone, Yifan quickly washed up and changed his clothes. He glanced back at Qin Lengyue, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, smiled, left a note on her bedside table, and then went downstairs. In the villa's living room, Yifan met the twin sisters. Lu Ruyan had already invited them in and prepared hot milk and desserts for them, but neither of them touched them. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Yifan asked, sitting on the sofa opposite them. Bai Ji glanced at her younger sister, who was silently twisting the hem of her clothes beside her, bit her lip, and finally spoke. "Brother Yifan, it's our family." "Your family? Whom?" Bai Ji nodded, her face showing an irritation and anger that was beyond her years. "Ever since your SSS level status was made public, especially after you and President Qin made a nominal marriage arrangement, our family has completely gone mad." The family Bai Ji referred to was the Bai Group behind them. A top-tier second-rate business family in China, they had always longed to join the truly elite. Yifan's appearance undoubtedly presented them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "At first, they just wanted us to spend more time with you and build a good relationship," Bai Ji said with a wry smile. "But recently, with the arrival of Princess Elizabeth, and after the news of what happened at the hot spring resort last night got out, they couldn't sit still anymore." Yifan roughly guessed what had happened. These powerful families were far more well-informed than ordinary people imagined. The scandalous scene at the hot spring resort last night had probably become an open secret among the upper class. "They said that the competition around you is too fierce." Bai Ji's voice lowered. "There are business queens like President Qin, imperial princesses like Elizabeth, and representatives of national power like Officer Xia. My sister and I have no advantages at all except for our youth and a little bit of beauty." Bai Wei, standing next to her, trembled even more violently. "So?" Yifan asked calmly, "What do they want you to do?" Bai Ji's face flushed red, seemingly ashamed to speak. "They gave us a death order. They told us to do whatever it takes to establish a real relationship with you as soon as possible." "A real relationship?" Yifan repeated the word with amusement. "It's just," Bai Ji took a deep breath, as if she were going all out, "it's just getting pregnant with your child. They said that only in this way can our Bai family gain a slight advantage in this inheritance war. They even invited the top obstetricians and gynecologists and genetic experts in the country to develop a detailed pregnancy preparation plan for us, even calculated the ovulation period." After saying that, Bai Ji could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Wei, standing next to her, buried her face in her knees and let out suppressed sobs. Yi Fan fell silent. A sense of absurdity washed over him. He knew the world was crazy, but he hadn't imagined it could be this crazy. How long had he been an adult? These women and their families were already planning something like a war for succession? He looked at the two girls in front of him, who were crying their eyes out. They were only 18 years old, an age when they should be enjoying their youth and being carefree. But now they were being used as tools in the family's struggle for interests and forced to bear such heavy pressure. We don't want this. Bai Ji wiped away her tears, choking back sobs. We love you, brother Yifan, we really do. From the first time we saw you at school, we fell in love with you. We're willing to do anything for you, but we don't want our feelings to become a cold, hard transaction. We don't want our child to just be a bargaining chip to consolidate our family's position. We don't want to become tools for reproduction. Bai Wei, who had been silent all along, also raised her head, looked at Yifan with teary eyes, and spoke out her greatest fear. Looking at their helpless and pitiful appearance, Yifan sighed. He stood up from the sofa, walked over to them, and squatted down. Okay, stop crying. He reached out and gently wiped away their tears, one in each hand. The girls were taken aback by his sudden act of tenderness and forgot to cry. It's nothing, why are you crying like this? Yifan looked at them with a relaxed smile. I thought the sky had fallen. But what about the family? Bai Ji said anxiously. Is your family very powerful? Yifan asked. The Bai group in China, it's considered it has a certain status, Bai Ji said softly. How does it compare to the Fengtian group? Bai Ji was stunned, and subconsciously shook her head. Compared to the behemoth that was Fengtian group, the Bai group wasn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. That settles it. Yifan smiled, stood up, sat back down on the sofa, and then beckoned to the two sisters, come here. The two sisters exchanged a glance, hesitated, stood up, and sat down next to Yifan, one on each side, close to him. Yifan stretched out his arms and pulled both girls into his embrace at the same time. Listen, he said, letting them lean on his shoulder. His voice was soft, but it carried a reassuring strength. From now on, you don't need to worry about the Bai group or your crazy family anymore. You only need to remember one thing. What is it? The two sisters asked in unison. You are my people, Yifan's people. His voice carried an undeniable air of dominance. Neither your family nor anyone else can force you to do anything you don't want to do. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Feeling the strong heartbeats in their ears and the warmth emanating from their bodies, the sisters finally felt relieved after a night of anxiety. All their worries, fears, and grievances seemed to vanish in that moment. As for preparing for pregnancy, Yifan looked down at the two upturned, tear-streaked faces in his arms and said with a mischievous smile, that depends on whether I agree or not, and on how well you two behave. Are you ready to be mothers, being so eager to have my baby? One sentence made the two sisters blush again. Who's in a hurry? Bai Ji retorted stubbornly, but buried her head even deeper into Yifan's arms. Bai Wei was too shy to look at him, and only gave a soft a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yifan, with women on both sides, was enjoying double the youth and beauty, but in his heart he was making plans. It seems it's time to teach these self-important families a lesson. They still don't seem to understand who the sole rule-maker is in this game. Chapter 81 Anya's Proposal, Optimal Genes. Yifan was in a good mood after comforting the twin sisters. Embracing two soft, fragrant young bodies in his arms, feeling their transformation from fear and anxiety to security and dependence, this feeling is even better than earning billions. He liked this feeling. It's not simply about possession, but about becoming the only haven and support for these once arrogant women when they are at their most vulnerable and helpless. Alright, it's getting light. Are you two planning to stay here until dark, or go back to school? Yifan patted them on the back. Bai Ji lifted her head from his arms, her little face flushed, but her eyes had regained their sparkle. I don't want to go back. Those people from the family are definitely still watching us, it's so annoying. Brother Yifan, can we skip class today? We can just stay here with you. Bai Wei, who was next to him, also looked up at him with a timid yet expectant look in her eyes, and whispered in agreement, What could Yifan say when he saw their pitiful looks? Alright, then stay. Perfect timing, aren't we going to the hot spring resort for team building this weekend? You guys can come along too. Really? Bai Ji's eyes lit up instantly. That's great. Thank you, brother Yifan. She excitedly gave Yifan a quick kiss on the cheek. Seeing this, Bai Wei blushed even more. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered up her courage and quickly leaned in, leaving a warm touch on Yi Fan's other cheek. Then she immediately shrank back like a startled rabbit. Yi Fan laughed inwardly. This feeling was great. He called Lu Ruyan and asked her to arrange 2 empty rooms for the 2 sisters to rest. In his view, this was just a trivial incident. He didn't even think about how to teach the Bai family a lesson, because in his eyes, an existence of the Bai family's level was like a pebble on the roadside. He would kick it when he was happy, and when he was unhappy, he wouldn't even bother to look at it. However, he underestimated the speed at which information traveled within this harem, and how stimulating the term war for the air was to the other women. At 10 a.m., in the study of Villa Number 1, Wadu. An unprecedented emergency meeting initiated by informal members is underway. The atmosphere around the huge circular conference table was as serious as if the UN Security Council were discussing the end of the world. The main seat was empty. That was Yi Fan's seat. Qinling US sat to the left of the main seat. She had just returned from the hot spring resort and still carried a trace of fatigue, but her eyes remained as cold as ever. The tenderness of last night had brought her possessiveness towards Yi Fan to its peak. Any potential threat that dared to covet her position as the official wife and the mother of the first heir would be regarded as her number one enemy. Elizabeth sat opposite her. This fallen princess, who had just relinquished her title as crown princess, wore a languid smile. She held a cup of black tea, observing everyone present with keen interest. To her, this was also a battle concerning whether she could remain by Yi Fan's side for long. Xiao Ruoxue sat a little further away, her brows furrowed. She had no interest in this kind of harem intrigue, but the word heir involved the continuation of the bloodline of SSS-level men, which was a top-level issue from the perspective of national security, and she could not avoid getting involved. Shangguan Wan'er sat cross-legged on a futon, her eyes closed as if she were detached from the situation. But the slightly tense jawline betrayed her inner turmoil. Lu Ruyan and Su Mei stood like 2 competent secretaries behind Qinling Yue, one on the left and one on the right, with different expressions. The initiator of this meeting, the genius girl Anya, is standing in front of a huge holographic screen at the conference table. Today she was wearing a white lab coat, black-rimmed glasses, and her long blonde hair was tied in a neat ponytail. Her youthful face was filled with a seriousness and focus that belied her age. Everyone, Anya cleared her throat, her youthful voice echoing in the quiet study, I've gathered you all here to discuss a very serious and urgent scientific issue, the optimal inheritance plan for Mr. Ye's SSS-level genes. One sentence was enough to change the expression on the faces of all the women present. This morning, you've all probably heard about the Bai sisters situation. Anya bluntly brought up the topic. This marks the beginning of an irrational, blind, and inefficient fertility race surrounding Mr. Ye's offspring. Her choice of words, filled with the coldness and precision of a scientist, sounded particularly jarring to others. This kind of reproduction method, which is purely based on emotion and randomness, is a huge waste and irresponsible act against Mr. Ye's precious genes. Anya's tone rose a few decibels, her eyes flashing with fanaticism. The genes of an SSS-level male are a treasure for all mankind. We have a responsibility and an obligation to ensure, in the most scientific and rigorous way, that his first-generation offspring can inherit and optimize these genes to the greatest extent possible, thereby ushering in a new era for the future of mankind. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qinling Yue's lips. Dr. Anya, so you mean that we are all just providing the culture dishes for the eggs, and you are the scientist who decides which culture dish is more suitable? From a biological perspective, you can understand it this way. Anya met Qinling Yue's gaze without flinching. Of course, I prefer to call it the mother. Absurd! Elizabeth slammed down her teacup, making a crisp sound. The birth of a child is the crystallization of love and affection, a sacred ritual. Not the cold, hard data and formulas in your laboratory. You are desecrating life. Emotions are unquantifiable variables that can bring huge uncertainties to experiments. Anya pushed up her glasses. And sacredness is a meaningless adjective in the face of science. Xiao Ruoxue finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, Anya, you're conducting human experiments. It's unethical. Ethics are a framework that exists to protect the stability of ordinary human society. But Mr. Yi is not an ordinary human being. Anya's gaze swept over everyone present. His very existence transcends all existing ethics and regulations. Serving him is the highest form of ethics. Shangguan Wan'er opened her eyes, her clear, cold voice ringing out, the Tao follows nature. The bloodline of the chosen one is governed by the Tao itself. How could your mortal technology possibly peek into or interfere with it? The way of heaven? Anya laughed, a laugh tinged with pity, the kind of laugh a higher dimensional being would give a lower dimensional being. In my view, what you call the way of heaven is nothing more than a series of complex cosmic laws and probabilistic models that have not yet been fully deciphered. Give me enough time and computing power, and I can even create a god. The entire study had been turned into a battlefield. On one side is the traditional camp, represented by Qin Lengyue, Elizabeth, Xiao Ruoxue, and Shangguan Wan'er. They opposed this cold-blooded approach that instrumentalizes reproduction, whether based on emotion, tradition, duty, or faith. On the other side is Anya's science camp, all by herself. She activated the holographic screen, which instantly displayed countless complex and dizzying gene sequence maps and data models. This is the harem number 1 genetic database that I created overnight, Anya said, pointing to the screen and beginning her explanation. Ms. Qin Lengyue, chairwoman of Fengtian Group. According to public information and preliminary analysis, your genetic advantages lie in leadership, decision-making ability, and intelligence, which are dominant genes. There is a 73.4% probability that you and Mr. Yi will have offspring with extremely high management talent and business acumen. However, the disadvantage is that your genes carry a recessive segment of low emotional resonance, which may affect the emotional development of your offspring. Qin Lengyue's face turned completely black. Ms. Elizabeth Windsor, former Crown Princess of the British Empire. Your genetic advantages lie in artistic talent, social skills, and appearance, possessing an optimized gene pool inherited from centuries of royal lineage. If you were to marry Mr. Yi, your offspring would reach the pinnacle of human appearance and would most likely become geniuses in the fields of art or diplomacy. The disadvantage is that there is a risk of hereditary cardiovascular disease in your bloodline, with a probability of approximately 12.8%. Elizabeth's smile froze on her face. Officer Xiao Ruoxue, your genetic advantages lie in physical fitness, reaction speed, and combat instinct, making you a perfect warrior. If you marry Mr. Yi, your offspring will possess superhuman physique and athletic ability. The downside is that within 3 generations of your family, 6 members have suffered from varying degrees of paranoid personality disorder. Xiao Ruoxue's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Miss Shangguan or Anya's gaze turned to the saintess. Due to the lack of your genetic sample, I can only speculate through external observation. Your genetic advantages lie in physical coordination and energy metabolism efficiency, and there may be some unknown special gene expression that you call internal strength. Disadvantages unknown. You are the research sample that interests me the most. Shangguan Wan'er gripped the sword hilt, her killing intent radiating. Ignoring the crowd's anger, Anya spread her hands and concluded, "See? Each of you has strengths and fatal weaknesses. No single combination can guarantee the birth of the most perfect offspring. Therefore, I propose that we launch the optimal gene screening program." Her eyes gleamed with a mad and persistent light. The first step is to collect genetic samples from everyone present, as well as from all the women who may enter Mr. Ye's harem in the future. The second step is to utilize the biotechnology resources of my laboratory in Fengtian Group to conduct comprehensive gene sequencing and data analysis. The third step is to use in vitro fertilization and gene editing technology to eliminate all undesirable genes and perfectly integrate everyone's advantageous genes to create the theoretically most perfect fertilized egg. The fourth step is to select the most suitable mother for implantation, thus giving birth to the first perfect baby in human history. I call this plan the Pango Project. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone was stunned speechless by Anya's shocking remarks. This is beyond insanity. This is playing God. Just as tensions were running high and a conflict seemed imminent, the study door was pushed open. Yi Fan walked in yawning. He glanced at the strange scene in the room, then looked at the complex genetic map on the screen, and a curious expression appeared on his face. "Hey, chatting? What are you talking about that's so lively? Let me see, is this my genome map? Not bad, this double helix structure, it's drawn pretty cool." He walked up to the screen and pointed with great interest to his own segment of the gene sequence, as if admiring a work of art. Then, he turned around, looked at the group of women with different expressions, and gave them a pure and innocent smile. "That Pangu project you guys were talking about earlier sounded quite interesting. So, what's the conclusion? Whose genes are most compatible with mine?" Chapter 82: The Saintess's Mission, The Responsibility of Offspring. Yi Fan's appearance was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. That relaxed and carefree attitude, as if it were none of his business, instantly turned the tense atmosphere into something incredibly awkward and ridiculous. The women were all stunned. They were arguing heatedly about his offspring, almost to the point of a full-blown fight, but the man himself acted as if nothing had happened and came over to ask, who was the best match? A fleeting hint of panic crossed Anya's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the rationality of a scientist. She adjusted her glasses and attempted to answer in a professional tone, Mr. Yi, according to the current preliminary data model from a purely gene optimization perspective, there is no single best match. The optimal solution is through gene editing, fusing multiple. Stop. Yi Fan waved his hand, interrupting her. Speak like a human being. Anya choked for a moment. Looking into Yi Fan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she suddenly felt that her proud scientific theories seemed somewhat pale in front of him. To put it simply, she changed her approach. If you combine President Qin's intelligence, Princess Elizabeth's appearance, Officer Zhao's physical abilities, and Miss Shangguan Wanner's special constitution, and then have a mother like Butler Lu, who is emotionally stable and physically healthy, conceive the child, you could theoretically produce the most perfect offspring. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt at least 4 murderous gazes coming from all directions. Qin Lengyue stared at her coldly, as if she were looking at a dead person. Elizabeth still smiled, but there was no warmth left in that smile. Xiao Ruoxue's knuckles turned white from clenching them. Shangguan Wanner's sword had already been drawn an inch from its sheath, emitting a clear and melodious dragon's roar. After listening, Yi Fan stroked his chin and made a look of sudden realization. Oh, I see. You mean, use these girls as materials and then find a factory to assemble them? This metaphor, though crude, is exceptionally accurate. With a soft p't, Sume, who had been standing at the back trying to keep a low profile, couldn't help but laugh. She quickly realized the inappropriateness of the situation and hurriedly covered her mouth, but her shoulders were still shaking. Anya's face flushed red for the first time. Mr. Yi, this is not assembly. This is the sublimation of life. This is a leap in evolution. She argued excitedly. All right, I know. Yi Fan waved his hand impatiently. Your plan is very creative and insightful, I admire it. However, I have a question. May I ask you something? This Pango project requires my cooperation, right? Yi Fan asked. Of course. You are the core of the core. We need you to provide the most original and highest quality. Anya stopped mid-sentence. Yi Fan looked at her with a smile. What do you want to offer? Anya's face turned red from her ears to her neck. Despite being a 16-year-old girl with an IQ of 200 and a mind full of genes and data, discussing this substantial issue in front of so many people still left her speechless with shame. Look, Yi Fan shrugged, you can't even say what you're going to offer, and you're still talking about the Pango project? The theory is great, but the reality is harsh, Dr. Anya. He walked to the head of the table, sat down with an air of authority, and looked around at the group of women who were looking disheveled by Anya's theories. Let me announce the result of this matter. All eyes immediately turned to him. First, he held up a finger. Pango project sounds impressive, but the process is too complicated and troublesome. I hate trouble, so I reject it. Anya swayed, her face filled with disappointment and resentment. Secondly, Yi Fan raised a second finger, about the issue of children. This is my private matter. When to have them, with whom, and how many are all up to me. No one else, whether it's a family, a conglomerate, or even a country, has the right to interfere. His tone was calm, but the undeniable domineering air in his words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Third, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over each woman present, his face regaining its cynical smile. Although the plan was rejected, I still think the concept of competition is excellent. Competition drives progress. You ladies, it's not impossible for me to agree to have children with you. The women's breathing quickened. Then it'll depend on your own abilities. Yi Fan smiled like a fox who had just stolen some cream. Whoever can make me happy, whoever can satisfy me, whoever can make me feel I can't live without you, has the best chance. Understand? These words completely dragged Anya's cold scientific theories back to the most primitive and direct level of palace intrigue. It's no longer a competition of whose genes are superior, but a competition of who can better please Yi Fan, the only king. A renewed fighting spirit rekindled in Qin Lengyue's eyes. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief, and a confident smile returned to her lips. Although Xiao Ruoxue's expression was still somewhat uncomfortable, her tense body relaxed. Only Anya was still immersed in the huge blow of having her scientific ideals denied, and was completely disheartened. All right, the meeting's over. Everyone, go home. Go do whatever you were doing. Yifan waved his hand, as if shooing away a swarm of flies. I need some peace and quiet. The women left the study one by one, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, plotting their new strategies. The large study was soon left with only Yifan and Shangguan Wanner, who sat cross-legged in the corner as if in a meditative state. Yifan ignored her, simply closing his eyes and enjoying the rare tranquility. After a while, a light footstep sound came from behind. Shangguan Wanner walked up to him. My lord. Her voice was as cold as ever, but it seemed to carry an unusual solemnity. Yifan opened his eyes and looked at her. Shangguan Wanner didn't speak, but instead made a move that Yifan didn't expect. She stepped back, straightened her clothes, and then knelt down before Yifan, performing an extremely ancient and solemn salute. What are you doing? It's not a holiday today, is it? Yifan was a little confused by her sudden outburst. My lord, Shangguan Wanner raised her head, her clear, deep eyes staring at him with utmost seriousness. I have come today to apologize to you and to explain my mission. Apologize? What crime have you committed? As a protector of the Tao, Wanner has neglected the matter of the Lord's bloodline inheritance, and has watched as villains have used unorthodox methods to try to seize the bloodline of destiny. This is a dereliction of duty. Yifan almost burst out laughing. So, in your eyes, Anya is just a petty person and a heretical person? Stand up and speak, Yifan said. Wait until Wanner finishes speaking. Shangguan Wanner stubbornly remained kneeling. Before Wanner descended the mountain, my master gave me instructions. My Shangguan lineage has been guarding the chosen one of destiny for generations, and our duties are twofold. Firstly, it protects the master from all kinds of magic and leaves him without any hindrance. Secondly, she paused, seemingly finding it difficult to say, but finally said it, to help the Lord to have offspring and continue the mandate of heaven. To expand and grow? Yifan raised an eyebrow. Your master is thinking quite far ahead. Master once said that the chosen one is the one favored by the heavens and earth, and the preciousness of his bloodline far surpasses all divine weapons, treasures, and elixirs in the world. Shangguan Wanner's expression was as if she were reciting sacred scriptures. To continue the bloodline of the chosen one is not only to continue the family, but also to leave a spark of fortune for this world. This is the highest mission of the protector and the greatest glory. Listening to her rambling theories, Yifan felt as if he were not in a modern city, but on the set of a fantasy movie. However, he had to admit that this argument sounded much better than Anya's genetic theory. So, he asked with great interest, how exactly are you going to carry out your mission? A faint blush finally crept onto Shangguan Wanner's cheeks. She took a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage. The holy maiden of my Shangguan lineage has a special physique. She has cultivated the mysterious Maiden Heart Sutra since childhood and contains the purest, mysterious Yin Qi within her body. If she can combine with the Lord's heavenly Yang Qi, it will not only stabilize the Lord's foundation, but also give birth to a Tao embryo that is unique throughout the ages. Her voice grew softer and softer, but every word was clearly audible to Yifan. Therefore, Wanner begs your majesty to allow Wanner to fulfill the duty of a protector. She raised her head, and her ethereal, saintly face was filled with shyness, determination, and an almost devout spirit of dedication. Wanner, I am willing to serve your majesty in bed. Boom! Yifan felt his brain buzzing from the explosion of those last two words. To serve in bed? Oh my god! What era are we living in? Do people still use such classical yet provocative vocabulary? He looked at Shangguan Wanner kneeling on the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet her eyes resolute, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This woman is completely different from Qin Leng Yue and Elizabeth. Others who want his offspring are driven by complex motives, including interests, emotions, and possessiveness. Shangguan Wanner, on the other hand, seemed to be driven entirely by a deep-seated sense of responsibility and mission. In her view, bearing his child was not for the sake of winning his favor or for personal gain, but rather to fulfill a sacred task. This pure, unadulterated dedication brings a unique and intense sense of stimulation. About serving the emperor in bed. Yifan cleared his throat, wanting to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. Looking at Shangguan Wanner's submissive appearance, he suddenly felt like teasing her. Is the process complicated? Does it require bathing, burning incense, and fasting for 3 days? Or are there any special postures or incantations? Shangguan Wanner was taken aback by his improper question, and her pretty face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. My lord, she cried out, both ashamed and anxious, her voice tinged with anger. Just kidding, just kidding. Yi Fan laughed heartily. He stood up, walked to Shang Wanwaner, reached out and pulled her up from the ground. I've received your mission. He squeezed her small, cold hand, which was trembling with nervousness, and whispered in her ear in an ambiguous tone, however, this is a technical job. Are you familiar with the procedure, my holy maiden? Should I give you some pre-job training first? Just then, there was a gentle knock on the study door. Lu Ruyan's gentle, soothing voice came from outside the door. Mr. Yi, it's lunchtime. I noticed you've been working hard all morning, so I specially prepared some soup for you. Would you like me to bring it in now? Chapter 83 Preparing for Pregnancy, Lu Ruyan's Medicinal Diet. Lu Ruyan's voice, like a timely spring rain, extinguished the enchanting yet sweltering air in the study. Like a startled rabbit, Shang Wanwaner abruptly pulled her hand away from Yi Fan's, staggered back 2 steps, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Yi Fan again. Her stunningly beautiful face was now as red as the sunset, and the tips of her ears were so translucent that they seemed to bleed at the slightest touch. Yi Fan felt a pang of regret. He was just a hair's breadth away from witnessing the pure and innocent saintess completely break down. Come in, he called to the door. The door was gently pushed open, and Lu Ruyan walked in with elegant steps, carrying an exquisite sandalwood tray. Today she wore a moonwhite, modernized cheongsam with a neckline that opened just right, revealing a section of her fair and delicate neck. The cheongsam's cut perfectly outlined her mature and full-figured curves, and as she walked, her long legs were faintly visible beneath the hem of the skirt. Every step she took was graceful and charming, full of the unique gentleness and allure of an Eastern woman. Her gaze first fell on Yi Fan, gentle as water, and then she glanced at Shang Wanwaner, who was at a loss beside her, seemingly unintentionally, and noticed her abnormally red cheeks. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but her smile grew even gentler and warmer. Mr. Yi, this is my 10-ingredient tonic soup, which I've simmered over a low flame for 3 hours. She placed the tray on the desk in front of Yi Fan and lifted the lid of the soup bowl. A rich, domineering, yet strangely non-irritating aroma of herbs instantly filled the entire study. In the soup bowl, the soup was golden and thick, with a few bright red goji berries and dark-dried longan floating on top, and the shadows of precious medicinal materials such as deer antler, seahorse, and cordyceps could be vaguely seen. Just smelling this scent, Yi Fan felt as if a warm current was slowly rising within his body. Good heavens! Yi Fan was inwardly astonished. This wasn't just a super-nutritional tonic, it was practically a super-nutritional nuclear bomb. Anya's Pango project has just been rejected, and Shang Wanwaner's bedroom service mission is still going through the process. However, Lu Ruyan, the seemingly unassuming housekeeper, has already fired the first shot in the pregnancy war in the most direct and radical way. No fluff, let's get straight to the point and arm the male lead to the teeth. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ruyan, are you trying to keep me awake at night? Yi Fan said jokingly, looking at the bowl of soup. Sir, you flatter me. Lu Ruyan picked up the white jade spoon and gently stirred the soup, explaining softly, Sir, you are of noble birth and busy with countless affairs every day, which takes a toll on your mind and spirit. This soup is intended to strengthen your foundation, nourish your blood and chi, and keep you energetic and healthy forever. As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful of soup, carefully blew on it, and then brought it to Yi Fan's lips. Sir, please use it. The temperature is just right. Her eyes were filled with expectation and tenderness, as if she were feeding someone not just a spoonful of soup, but her whole heart. Yi Fan glanced at Shang Wanwaner, who was still in shock beside him, and then at Lu Ruyan, who was smiling sweetly in front of him. He was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and took the spoonful of soup into his mouth. The rich broth melted in my mouth, instantly transforming into a warm current that slid down my throat and into my stomach, then spread rapidly throughout my body. The feeling was 100 times more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. It tastes good. Yi Fan nodded, giving it high praise. Receiving the praise, Lu Ruyan smiled broadly, then scooped up another spoonful and brought it to his lips again. She fed him spoonful by spoonful, her movements gentle and focused. Her body drew ever closer without him realizing it. Her mature, full breasts, through the soft cheongsam, were almost touching Yi Fan's arm. The unique scent emanating from her, a blend of jasmine and feminine fragrance, seeped into Yi Fan's nostrils, more intoxicating than the medicinal herbs in the soup. Standing to the side, Shang Wanwaner looked at the intimate scene of master's benevolence and servant's filial piety before her and felt like an extra person. Watching Lu Ruyan's natural and skillful feeding movements, and seeing Yi Fan's relaxed and contented expression, a strange, bittersweet feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. She discovered that although she was determined to serve the emperor in bed, she was like a child who knew nothing when it came to the profound art of pleasing the Lord. Lu Ruyan was undoubtedly a master in this field. "Sir, you seem to have a bit too much liver fire lately." Lu Ruyan fed him soup while gently massaging Yifan's temples with her soft fingertips. "It must be because you have too many worries. Let me massage you to clear your meridians, and you'll feel much better." Her fingers, with just the right amount of pressure, slowly circled around the acupoints on Yifan's head. Yifan closed his eyes comfortably. Lu Ruyan's fingers gradually slid from his temples to behind his ears, and then to his firm neck. Her movements became increasingly bold, her fingertips lightly brushing against the sensitive area around his Adam's apple, causing him to involuntarily tense up. "Sir, your body is truly robust." Lu Ruyan's voice was extremely low, with a hint of husky allure, as she spoke in his ear. "However, it seems that your qi and blood are all concentrated in places where they shouldn't be. If this continues, the stagnation and blockage will harm your health." Yifan opened his eyes and met her pair of watery, alluring eyes that seemed to stretch out like silk. "Oh? Then what do you think, Steward Lu?" he asked with amusement. "The one who tied the knot must untie it." Lu Ruyan's fingertips slid down his neck, across his collarbone, and landed on his firm chest, gently circling. This pent-up anger naturally needs some channeling. With her other hand, she picked up the soup bowl, fed the last mouthful of soup to Yifan, and then placed the bowl back on the tray. Immediately afterwards, she made a move that left Shangguan Wanner, who was standing next to her, dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan actually walked around the desk and gracefully sat on Yifan's lap. "Sir." She breathed softly, her warm breath brushing against Yifan's face. "How about I, Ruyan, clear your throat for you?" Shangguan Wanner's mind went completely blank. Although she was ignorant about matters between men and women, she knew what the scene before her meant. In broad daylight, in the study, how dare this woman? Shame, anger, curiosity, countless complex emotions intertwined in her heart, making her forget to react for a moment. She just stood there blankly, like a puppet. Feeling the warm, soft body in his arms and Lu Ruyan's bold hints, Yifan could no longer suppress the fire within him ignited by the medicinal soup. "All right." His voice was hoarse with desire. "I'd like to see how you, Steward Lu, plan to drain things." He lowered his head, giving her no further chance to speak. The buttons on the cheongsam were unbuttoned one by one. The moon-white silk faded away. A mature, voluptuous, and fatally alluring perfect body was displayed before him without reservation. Lu Ruyan's cheeks were flushed with emotion, but her eyes remained clear, filled with love and devotion for Yifan. She was like the finest warm jade, using her own body heat to melt and soothe the pent-up anger within him. Every move she made was filled with the spirit of providing the best service. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting long, swaying shadows on the floor from the two intertwined bodies. Standing to the side, Shangguan Wanner went from initial shock and shame to curiosity and confusion, and finally, her cheeks became burning hot without her realizing it. As she listened to the chilling sounds and watched the breathtaking scenes, the door to a completely new world, one she had never experienced before, was slowly opening before her. Turn out to be. So this is what the so-called serving the emperor in bed is all about. So this is what fulfilling one's duties is like, intense yet desirable spiritual practice. Her breathing, without her realizing it, also became rapid. Chapter 84: The Twins' Attempt, The Temptation of Youth. The air in the study was still hot and dry. Lu Ruyan left satisfied, and before leaving, she carefully tidied Yifan's disheveled clothes. Her affectionate peach blossom eyes seemed to be savoring the moment, or perhaps making an appointment for the next guidance. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and savored the comfortable and languid feeling after his body had been completely relieved. He had to admit that Lu Ruyan had reached a state of perfection in the art of service. She was a true master. Her thoughtfulness, her dedication, and her attitude of regarding pleasing men as the highest honor could make any man deeply entangled and unable to extricate himself. For another observer, this vibrant and engaging teaching practice class was nothing short of a worldview reshaping experience. Shangguan Wanner remained rooted to the spot, her ethereal, otherworldly face displaying a complex array of expressions. From initial shock, to shame and indignation, then confusion, it finally settled into a nuanced look of curiosity and contemplation. Her brain was working at high speed, trying to process the amount of information she had just received, far exceeding the sum of her knowledge over the past decade. It turns out that the so-called serving the emperor in bed is not just about lying down and sleeping together. It turns out that the so-called harmony of yin and yang is such an intense, direct, and primitive way of cultivation. It turns out that the procedures and postures that the Lord spoke of were actually real. Watching Yifan's languid and carefree demeanor as he exhaled smoke, and recalling Lu Ruyan's passionate yet blissful expression earlier, a question she had never considered before surfaced in her mind for the first time. Can this kind of spiritual practice really solidify one's foundation and nurture the embryo of the Tao? Or is it an extreme, addictive pleasure in itself? Have you seen enough? Yifan's voice drifted over, interrupting her thoughts. Shang Wanwaner's body trembled violently, like a child caught red-handed doing something wrong, her cheeks instantly turning red again. I didn't, she retorted, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Yifan. You can keep watching if you haven't had enough, it's free. Yifan smiled and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. However, you might have to wait for the next one. So, Wanner, what are your thoughts after watching? Has it given you any new inspiration for your protector career? You shameless. Shangwan Wanner was both ashamed and angry. She felt that her Tao heart had developed countless cracks in just 1 hour. This man was simply a born demon, always able to say the most unsettling things in the most improper tone. I call this edutainment. Yifan stood up, stretched, and his bones crackled with a series of popping sounds, exuding an explosive sense of power. Alright, the theory lesson is over, and you've observed the practical lesson. Now, it's up to you to understand it yourself. Whenever you figure it out and want to practice it yourself, come find me anytime. I'm your mentor, available 24/7. Having said that, he ignored the saintess who was about to ascend to heaven and walked out of the study in a cheerful mood. He needed to take a shower and then check on the poor twins he'd temporarily taken in. Having just dealt with the mature beauty's troubles, it was time to soothe the teenage girl's emotions as well. However, when Yifan pushed open the door to the guest room prepared for Bai Ji and Bai Wei, the scene before him made him swallow back all the words of comfort he had prepared. There was no crying or anxiety in the room. Yes, it was a battlefield in complete disarray. The bed, carpet, and sofa were littered with all sorts of clothes. There were their own youthful and beautiful school uniforms, t-shirts, and pleated skirts, but more often, there were gear with extremely bold and sexy styles that they could never own. Black lace camisole, burgundy silk nightgown, and even a few bodycon mini skirts and tight shirts that were clearly designed for a career woman like Su Mei. The sisters Bai Ji and Bai Wei were standing in front of a huge dressing mirror, frantically performing some kind of mysterious transformation ritual. Sis, isn't this too revealing? Bai Wei asked, tugging at a tight-fitting tank top with a deep V-neck, her pretty face flushed and her voice barely audible. The outfit accentuated her budding curves, but the overly revealing neckline made her feel extremely uncomfortable. We have to show some skin. Bai Ji gritted her teeth, struggling with a pair of black stilettos that were at least 10 centimeters high. She was clearly unaccustomed to these torture devices, her ankles wobbling precariously, as if she might fall at any moment. Didn't you hear what Brother Yifan said? He told us to rely on our own abilities. What do President Qin and the others rely on? Isn't it just the allure of mature women? We can't pretend to be innocent anymore, we have to go for the sexy route. But, we don't know how. Bai Wei looked at the unfamiliar self in the mirror, feeling unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. If I don't know how, I'll learn. Bai Ji encouraged herself. She rummaged through a pile of cosmetics and pulled out a bright red lipstick. Looking in the mirror, she clumsily applied it to her lips. Because of her lack of skill, the lipstick went over the lines, making her look less sexy and more like a child who had just eaten chili peppers. Look, doesn't this give me more presence? Bai Ji turned around, trying to strike a seductive S-curve pose that she had learned from movies. However, because the high heels were so difficult to manage, she swayed, cried out in surprise, and was about to fall. Yifan reacted quickly, stepping forward and pulling her firmly into his arms. Hey, what are you doing? Cosplay? Yifan looked down at the little girl in his arms with her comical makeup and daring clothes, and almost burst out laughing. Brother Yi! Brother Yifan! Bai Ji exclaimed in surprise, feeling both ashamed and anxious. She quickly broke free from his embrace and hid behind her younger sister, Bai Wei. Bai Wei was also startled, and subconsciously covered her snow-white chest with her hands, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Yifan's gaze swept around the room. He understood instantly. These clothes and cosmetics are clearly not their own. Judging by the style, they're probably sponsored by Su Mei or her 8 female assistants. These women talk about fair competition, but they're really up to no good behind the scenes. They're trying to prematurely mature these two innocent little rabbits into cunning temptresses so they can participate in the palace intrigue. Who taught you to dress like this? Yifan looked at their adorable expressions of wanting to seduce them yet being incredibly shy, and felt both annoyed and amused. It's Sister Sume, Baiji whispered. She said that men all like this kind of thing. She also said that if you want to win Brother Yifan's heart, you have to win your. She couldn't continue speaking halfway through her sentence. What are you grabbing at me for? Yifan deliberately pressed stomach and legs. Bai Wei's voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz. Yifan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Sume, that vixen, really knows how to corrupt children. All right, stop messing around. Yifan walked up to them, reached out, and gently wiped away the smeared lipstick from Baiji's lips with his fingertip. With your petite figures, you dare to try and go for a sexy look? You're trying to draw a tiger but ending up with a dog, you know? His movements were very gentle, and the warm touch of his fingertips made Baiji's body tremble slightly, and her heart beat faster. Then, what should we do? Baiji said dejectedly. We have nothing but youth. In terms of figure, we can't compare to Sister Sume in terms of temperament, we can't compare to President Qin in terms of gentleness, we can't compare to Butler Lu, we. Who said you have nothing? Yifan interrupted her. He took a step back, sat back on the sofa, and then beckoned to the two sisters with his finger. Your greatest asset is yourselves. He looked at the two girls, his gaze turning serious. It's the unique youthfulness of your age, the awkwardness, the shyness, and that pure affection that doesn't need any pretense. Do you understand? The two sisters nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. You'll never win if you just copy others. But if you're yourself, you'll be unique. Yifan patiently guided her, like a philosophical mentor leading lost sheep. But how can you rely on your own abilities if you just do what you're good at? Baiji was still unwilling to give up. Well. Yifan's face revealed a mischievous smile. I can teach you. You'll teach us? The sisters' eyes lit up at the same time. Yes. Yifan nodded. I can teach you how to maximize your assets. How to do the most alluring things with the purest of intentions. He patted his thighs on both sides. Come on, sit down. The first practical lesson is about to begin. The two sisters exchanged a glance, both seeing hesitation and shyness in each other's eyes. But remembering Yifan's words and their formidable competitors, they finally mustered their courage. Baiji gritted her teeth, took the first step, and carefully sat sideways on Yifan's left leg. Bai Wei blushed and followed him over, sitting awkwardly on his right leg. Two equally soft and fragrant bodies pressed against him, one on each side. Even through their inappropriately sexy clothes, Yifan could clearly feel the softness and tightness of their bodies, and the rapid beating of their hearts, as if they were about to burst out of their chests. The first lesson, Yifan stretched out his arms and held the two girls firmly in his embrace. His voice was low and had a seductive charm, is called accidental touch. He guided Baiji's hand to his chest. For example, when you're talking to me, your hands can inadvertently rest here. Can you feel my heartbeat? Then, look into my eyes, and your bodies can unconsciously lean forward, like this. As he spoke, he gently pulled Baiji's body into his arms. Baiji's heart pounded even faster. She could clearly feel the warmth from Yifan's hand and the strong heartbeat from his chest. Her mind went blank, and she could only instinctively follow Yifan's instructions. And you, Wei Wei. Yifan then turned to Bai Wei on the other side. Your strengths are your shyness and quietness. So, you can try a different approach. He took Bai Wei's soft, boneless hand and placed it on his cheek. For example, when I feel tired, you can gently stroke my face like this, without saying anything, just look at me with the look of your deepest concern. Bai Wei's fingertips touched Yifan's warm skin, and she felt a slight tremor, as if she had been electrocuted. She looked up and met Yifan's deep, smiling eyes, feeling as if she were melting into that gentle gaze. Very good, that's it. Yifan was very satisfied with their performance. Look, isn't this much better than you wearing those messy clothes? The two sisters were too embarrassed to speak and could only bury their heads low. Of course, this is just the beginning. Yifan's lips curled into a deeper smile, and his hands began to wander restlessly over the two girls' bodies. To advance, you'll need more in-depth, one-on-one, tutoring. His hands slowly slid from their backs to their slender waists, feeling the unique firmness and elasticity of the young girls. For example, how to use your voices to whisper in my ear something that only the three of us can understand. His lips were almost touching by Ji's earlobe, his warm breath making her weak all over. For example, how can you use your bodies to be the most comfortable pillow for me when I'm resting? With his other hand, he pulled Bai Wei even tighter into his embrace, pressing her cheek against his chest. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. The sisters' minds had completely stopped thinking they were like two little rabbits being toyed with by a hunter, completely at Yifan's mercy. Their bodies trembled slightly with shame and a strange excitement, their skin flushing an alluring pink. Just as Yifan was preparing to conduct more in-depth tutoring, there was an unfortunate knock on the guest room door. "Mr. Yi, are you inside?" From outside the door came Lu Ruyan's voice, which was always so gentle yet always appeared at crucial moments. "President Qin has woken up and is looking for you." Yifan paused, and the two sisters in his arms, as if granted a pardon, quickly broke free and hurriedly straightened their disheveled clothes. Yifan sighed helplessly. It seems that having a large harem isn't necessarily a good thing. Even finding a quiet place to give new employees pre-job training requires constant vigilance against being checked up on. He stood up, looked at the two disheveled, flushed girls in front of him, and smiled. That concludes today's practical lesson. He walked up to them, placed one in each hand, and gently kissed them on the forehead. Remember what I taught you. Next time, I'll check your homework. After saying that, he opened the door and left leisurely under Lu Ruyan's meaningful gaze. Only Bai Ji and Bai Wei, the two sisters, were left, slumped on the sofa, panting heavily, still savoring the first lesson that had made their hearts race and their faces flush. Chapter 85 Yifan's Helplessness, A Simple Wish. Qin Leng Yue did indeed wake up. When Yifan returned to the master bedroom, she was leaning against the headboard, wearing a soft silk robe and holding a steaming cup of coffee. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow on her and adding a touch of languor and gentleness to her usually aloof and beautiful face. After last night's thorough nourishment, this iceberg seemed to have melted quite a bit. The way she looked at Yifan was no longer simply scrutinizing and cold, but rather held a hint of reproach and affection that only intimate lovers share. "Where did you go?" She took a sip of coffee, her voice slightly hoarse from just waking up, which sounded exceptionally sexy. "I went to give pre-job training to the new employees," Yifan answered honestly, then plopped down on the edge of the bed, picked up a pastry that Lu Ruyan had prepared from the bedside table, and stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Leng Yue paused, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing. "Pre-job training? The Bai sisters?" Yifan mumbled in response. "What kind of training was provided?" "We trained them on how to better leverage their strengths, stand out in the fierce competition within the harem, and ultimately realize their grand ideal of bearing my children," Yifan said earnestly. "But..." Qin Leng Yue almost spat out her coffee. She glared at Yifan, both amused and annoyed. "Can't you be serious for once?" "I'm being very serious," Yifan said, shrugging. "Isn't this the succession war you're most worried about? As the only strategic resource, I have to assess and guide the contestants, right? Otherwise, how can I guarantee the quality of the final winner?" Qin Leng Yue was speechless at his twisted logic. She put down her coffee cup, got off the bed, walked behind Yifan, and began to massage his temples with her slender hands. Her movements, unlike Lu Ruyan's, were full of skill and provocation, carrying a hint of awkwardness, but the force was just right, full of genuine care. "Don't ruin them." Qin Leng Yue's voice came from above his head, tinged with helplessness. "They're still just children. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yifan closed his eyes comfortably. "I just feel that life is a little too lively." His sentiment came from the bottom of his heart. "I haven't been in this world for very long, all things considered." At first, he thought his life script was a wealthy son-in-law who wields power over the world when awake and rests on the lap of a beautiful woman when drunk. As a result, with the continuous expansion of his harem, he found that his life was accelerating wildly in a direction he could not control. In the morning, I had just gotten out of the official wife's bed when I had to deal with the troublesome matter of the twin school beauties being forced by their families to borrow sperm to have children. In the morning, a group of top women from different countries, fields, and camps nearly came to blows in his study over how to combine the genes of his future child. Anya's Pangu project, Shangguan Wanner's bedtime mission, Lu Ruyan's perfect tonic nuclear bomb, one wave subsides only for another to rise. Now, he had only gone to instruct the twin sisters, and Qin Leng Yue immediately received word of it. He felt less like an emperor with a harem and more like the director and sole male lead of a large-scale reality show. His daily work involved handling conflicts between different female guests, arranging their scenes, and occasionally personally engaging in various intimate interactions with them to ensure high ratings. I'm mentally exhausted. I'm really exhausted. What, even our Emperor Emeritus has troubles? Qin Lengyue seemed to sense the change in his emotions, and her movements became even gentler. I wouldn't call it troublesome, it's just that it feels a bit magical. Yi Fan sighed. Sometimes I wonder if I saved the galaxy in my past life to be living this kind of life in this one. You didn't save the galaxy, Qin Lengyue's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible laughter. You created the galaxy. In this world, an SSS-level male is the creator god. Actually, I don't have any grand ambitions. Yi Fan opened his eyes, looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, and said quietly, I don't want to be a business tycoon, nor do I want to be a world leader. I don't want to promote human evolution, nor do I want to achieve any genetic leaps. So what do you want to do? Qin Lingtian asked curiously. Yi Fan remained silent for a moment, then gave an answer that surprised Qin Lengyue. I just want to be able to sleep until I naturally wake up every day, and when I wake up, there are beautiful women next to me and delicious food on the table. When I want to play games, there are people to play with me. When I want to watch a movie, there are people to hand me popcorn. When I'm bored, I can watch you women fighting over me to pass the time. Occasionally, when I feel like it, I can do some pre-job training to spice up my life. He paused for a moment, then concluded, my wish is actually very simple. It's just to quietly enjoy life as a good-for-nothing. Qin Lengyue remained silent after listening. Looking at Yi Fan's handsome profile, which carried a hint of languor and helplessness, she suddenly felt a surge of intense heartache. Yes. He clearly possesses the power to change the world, yet he only wants to live the simplest of lives. These women claim to love and respect him, and are willing to give everything for him. But in reality, each of them is imposing their own desires, their family's expectations, and the interests of the country on him. They elevated him to a pedestal, forgetting that he was first and foremost a human being, someone who gets tired and wants to slack off. I'm sorry, Qin Lengyue suddenly said. Yi Fan turned around to look at her, somewhat surprised. We seem to be too selfish. Qin Lengyue's voice was very soft. We only think about what we can get from you, but rarely ask you what you really want. Yi Fan laughed. Oh, when did our President Qin learn to reflect? Qin Lengyue ignored his teasing. She walked around to him, squatted down, looked up, and looked into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Yi Fan, I promise you. Her eyes were firm and clear. From today onwards, I will help you. I will help you avoid unnecessary troubles and refuse things you don't want. I will let you be a useless person in peace. She paused, a beautiful blush rising to her face, and her voice lowered. Of course, it's a piece of trash that belongs only to me. Looking at her domineering yet affectionate demeanor, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and pinched her smooth cheek. You've got a high level of awareness, Mr. Qin. As a reward for you, I've decided. Decided what? I've decided to give you an in-depth, one-on-one training session tonight on how to better serve your useless husband. Qin Lengyue's face instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head shyly, but softly murmured in a voice barely audible. Yi Fan laughed heartily, pulled her up from the ground, and hugged her tightly. Perhaps, this kind of life, though magical and mentally exhausting, is not bad at all. Just then, his phone rang again. Yi Fan picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar international number. He frowned and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone came an old, dignified English speaker with a heavy British accent. Are you Mr. Yi Fan? I am Charles Elizabeth's father. Chapter 86 Qin Lengyue's Declaration, the Only Rightful Wife. Charles, King of the British Empire. This name, like a boulder, was thrown into Yi Fan's heart, which had just calmed down, stirring up huge waves. Yi Fan glanced at Qin Lengyue, who was also looking surprised, in his arms, and replied calmly into the phone in fluent, pure London accent, Your Majesty, good day. May I ask what brings you here personally? King Charles on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised by Yi Fan's fluent English, which even carried a hint of aristocratic accent that he himself didn't possess. He paused for a moment before continuing in his authoritative yet slightly weary tone, Mr. Yi, I won't beat around the bush. I'm calling about my daughter, Elizabeth. Her Highness is doing well, Yi Fan said. She is very happy here with me. Happy? King Charles's voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. For the sake of so-called happiness, she gave up her surname, her title, her country, and her birthright responsibilities. She made our entire Windsor family, the entire British Empire, a laughingstock of the world. And you call that happiness? Your Majesty, I think you've misunderstood something. Yi Fan's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. All of Elizabeth's decisions stemmed from her own will. I never forced her. She is free. Freedom? King Charles sneered. Mr. Yi, we are all adults, so let us not waste time with these high-sounding words. I know what your status means, and I know how irresistible you are to women. Elizabeth, she is just one of your countless spoils, isn't she? If you insist on interpreting it that way, that's fine too, Yi Fan said without denying it. This frankness, ironically, left King Charles speechless. His prepared tirade of moral condemnation, responsibility, and national honor proved utterly powerless in the face of Yi Fan's shameless attitude of "I did it, what can you do about it?" Mr. Yi. King Charles's tone turned heavy. I beg you as a father, not as a king. Release Elizabeth and bring her back. She is our family's only hope and the last vestige of the Empire's honor. I will grant you any request, no matter the conditions. Wealth, lands, even art treasures that our royal collection has held for centuries, just name your price. Yi Fan fell silent. He could hear the pleading and despair in King Charles's voice. A monarch who once ruled half the world was now humbly begging a foreign youth for the sake of his daughter. This in itself was surreal enough. Your Majesty, there is no need for conditions, Yi Fan finally spoke. I can consider your request. However, I have a question. Please speak. Back then, you sent Elizabeth to the Dragon Kingdom hoping she would marry me and bring benefits to your empire, didn't you? Yi Fan asked. Now, although she has given up her status as crown princess, she remains by my side. In a sense, haven't you already achieved your goal? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, King Charles finally let out a long, helpless sigh. It's different, Mr. Yi, completely different. His voice seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. What we want is an equal political marriage based on national interests. It's a princess of the British Empire marrying a supreme SSS-level man from the Dragon Kingdom. It's a respectable deal that can bring us honor and real benefits. And now? His voice was filled with deep bitterness. Now, the whole world knows that our princess, like a fanatical starstruck fan, abandoned everything just to stay by your side and become one of your many women. This is not a marriage of convenience, this is a sacrifice. What we gained was not honor, but humiliation. Yi Fan understood. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of saving face. What the old king wanted was for his daughter to marry in a grand and glorious way, bringing benefits to the empire. Not to be forced to cling to him like a maid, causing the entire royal family to lose face. I understand. Yi Fan nodded. Then, Your Majesty, what if I told you that not only would I not let Elizabeth go back, but I would also make her my woman, and in a way that is even closer than a marriage, binding her to me forever? King Charles's breathing quickened instantly. What do you mean by this? What I mean is, Yi Fan's lips curled into a playful smile, I plan to have her pregnant with my child. A child with Windsor family blood and my SSS-level genes. A child, who might one day inherit both the throne of the British Empire and a portion of the Phoenix Sky Group's assets. What do you think of this outcome compared to an empty political marriage? Boom! This proposal, like a nuclear bomb, exploded in King Charles's mind. He was completely stunned. He had considered countless possibilities, but this was the one he had never thought of. Yi Fan actually offered to have Elizabeth bear his child? This is no longer just humiliation. This is an immense blessing. A royal descendant possessing SSS-level genes. What does this mean? It means the Windsor family bloodline will receive an epic-level optimization. It means the British Empire will have a future directly bound to the laws of the world. What is face? What is humiliation? They are utterly insignificant in the face of a future with limitless possibilities. You're telling the truth? King Charles's voice trembled with extreme excitement. Of course, Yi Fan said calmly. However, Your Majesty, you should know that the women who want to bear my children could stretch all the way to the Thames. Whether Elizabeth gets this opportunity depends on her own performance and your sincerity. A blatant implication. King Charles was an extremely astute man, and he instantly understood Yi Fan's meaning. I understand. I completely understand. he said excitedly. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. From today onwards, the British Empire's royal family will be your most steadfast ally. We will provide you with the highest level of support for any of your affairs in Europe. Regarding Elizabeth, no, regarding our future little prince or princess, the royal family will immediately establish a top-level childcare committee to provide all necessary support, including but not limited to, converting a part of Buckingham Palace into a childcare center. Yifan listened to the king's incoherent rambling on the other end of the phone and chuckled inwardly. Done. He not only resolved a potential international dispute without bloodshed, but also subdued an old empire, and added a very significant international track contestant to his harem selection plan. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After hanging up the phone, Yifan looked at Qin Lengyue, who had a stunned expression, and shrugged. See, another problem solved. Qin Lengyue looked at him with an incredibly complicated expression. This man always manages to solve all problems in the most unbelievable yet most effective way. He was like a chess player, and the whole world was his chessboard. Everyone, whether a business empress or an imperial monarch, was merely a pawn in his hands, dancing to his whims. Are you really prepared to have Elizabeth have your child? Qin Lengyue's voice carried a hint of bitterness that she herself was unaware of. It's just a possibility. Yifan pulled her back into his arms and whispered in her ear. I said, it's all about skill. Whether she can win or not is still uncertain. Qin Lengyue didn't speak, but buried her head even deeper into his arms. She suddenly realized how insignificant her previous declarations of being the official wife and her so-called exclusivity seemed in the face of Yifan's vast starry sky. She wasn't facing just 1 or 2 competitors. It's not just women all over the world. This war was far more massive and difficult than she had imagined. Yifan. She suddenly raised her head and looked at him with utmost seriousness. I am your nominal marriage partner, am I? She asked, enunciating each word clearly, her beautiful phoenix eyes burning with an unprecedented flame. Yes. This identity is recognized by the laws of the world and has the highest priority, right? That's right. All right then. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, as if she had made a momentous decision. She took the initiative and kissed Yifan's lips with overwhelming force. This kiss was no longer the shyness and compliance of last night, but was full of aggression and possessiveness. After a long while, their lips parted. Qin Lengyue was panting, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Ania's Panga project is absurd, but she is right about one thing. What? My genes give me a clear advantage in leadership, decision-making, and intelligence. She looked directly into Yifan's eyes and declared in an unquestionable, queen-like tone. Therefore, your first child must, and can only, be mine. Only the combination of our genes can create the most perfect, unique, and qualified heir to inherit all of this. For this goal, a captivating blush rose on her cheeks, but her tone remained domineering. From today onwards, you must stay here every night. Until I get pregnant. This is Qin Lengyue's declaration. She, as the official wife, fired the first shot in this global succession war. It was also her most powerful defense of her unique identity. Chapter 87 Influence, Yifan's outfit. Qin Lengyue's domineering yet shy declaration of her status as the rightful wife left Yifan's heart unsettled for a long time. He loved this feeling, loved how this phoenix, so proud and aloof in front of others, revealed her softest and most genuine side in his arms. Until you get pregnant? He pinched Qin Lengyue's chin and repeated with a wicked smile, President Qin, you're trying to drain me dry. I'm an SSS-level protected animal, you're abusing a national treasure, you're breaking the law. I am your nominal spouse, and I have the right to mate first, which is also protected by the laws of the world, Qin Lengyue retorted without backing down, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. The two lingered in the master bedroom for a long time before Yifan finally got up from the large bed he loved. He felt he needed some time alone to process the information overload of the day. He went into the huge walk-in closet, intending to change into some comfortable clothes and take a walk in the villa's back garden, which was as beautiful as a park. The walk-in closet was filled with the latest menswear from the world's top luxury brands, from suits to casual wear, a dazzling array of styles. These were all prepared for him by Qin Lengyue and Lu Ruyan. Any one piece would be enough to drive fashion magazine editors wild. But Yifan wasn't in the mood to shop today. He casually brushed aside the expensive clothes and his gaze fell on an inconspicuous clothes rack in the corner. Hanging on it were a few plain, unadorned plain-colored t-shirts. These were loungewear sets that Lu Ruyan bought for him from an online store of the affordable domestic brand Yunmian when he first transmigrated, because she noticed he wasn't used to wearing designer brands. 3 sets cost 100 yuan, and the main selling point was comfort and breathability. Yifan casually picked up a plain white t-shirt. The t-shirt had a simple cut, without any fancy patterns or logos. It was just a basic crew neck style. He took off his silk bathrobe, put on the t-shirt, and paired it with loose linen trousers. The familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the mirror brought him a sense of relief. Stripped of all added identities and accolades, this was his true self, a clean-cut, approachable boy next door. Of course, he was the Pro Max version, with his physique and looks enhanced to the limits of human potential. He stepped out of the villa and into the back garden. The afternoon sun was just right, warm but not scorching. He took a deep breath, savoring the fragrance of grass and flowers in the air, and his whole being relaxed. He strolled slowly along the cobblestone path, enjoying this rare tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, on the balcony of an annex building not far away, one of the 8 customized female assistants, the girl designated as an artistic photographer, was holding a Leica camera, the lens subtly pointed at him. The girl's name was Lin Shi. She had a pure and innocent appearance, with a scholarly air about her. As she looked at the scene on the camera, her breath caught in her throat. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him. His pure white t-shirt, stretched taut by his strong chest and broad shoulders, accentuated his perfectly sculpted inverted triangle physique. The languid, contented expression on his face blended seamlessly with the tranquil natural scenery, creating a captivating picture. Lin Shi felt her heart pounding. She had seen Yifan's regal bearing in top-quality handmade suits and his sensuality in luxurious bathrobes, but she had never seen Yifan so clean and pure. It is a charm that needs no embellishment from any luxury items. Its mere existence is enough to make everything else pale in comparison. With trembling fingers, she pressed the shutter. Click. A perfect photograph was born. Driven by intense admiration and a desire to share, Lin Shi made a decision that she later both thanked and feared. She posted the photo on her secondary Douyin account, along with an impulsive caption. Stealing a second from the gods. It turns out, true light doesn't need fancy clothes to illuminate it. She had only intended to share her excitement within her own private circle. But she completely underestimated the terrifying power that the word God possessed in today's world. The moment the photo was released was like a spark igniting nuclear fusion. In just 3 seconds, TikTok's servers experienced the darkest moment of their lives. Hundreds of millions of users, as if summoned by some mysterious force, flooded into this little-known account from all corners of the world. The number of likes, comments, and shares exploded exponentially at a speed that exceeded the programmer's imagination. Warning! Warning! Abnormal traffic. Server CPU usage at 100%. Memory overflow. It's no use. The backend has crashed. All the data is burning. Quickly! Activate the highest level of emergency plan. Connect all the backup servers prepared for the star concert. At the headquarters of Douyin TikTok, brightly lit and filled with the sounds of wailing and howling, their technical director, a middle-aged woman with a receding hairline, stared at the traffic curve on the screen, now a red alert line. Her legs gave way, and she slumped into her chair. She knew that a miracle for Douyin and a disaster for her had simultaneously struck. On the internet, the world has completely erupted in excitement. That photo was spread like wildfire across every social media platform and onto everyone's phone screen. My God! Is that Lord Yifan? He looks so handsome in that white t-shirt. This is a real male god. Clean-cut, sunny, and full of youthful charm. 1,000,000 times more handsome than those slick-haired celebrities. I declare this white t-shirt to be the item of the year. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The point isn't the t-shirt, it's the person wearing it. I bet even if Lord Yifan wore a burlap sack, he could still lead a world trend. Upstairs, you've insulted the sack. How could a sack be worthy of Lord Yifan? The next stage of widespread public discussion is the nationwide doxing. Faced with the powerful force of women, no secrets remain. In less than 5 minutes, the brand, model, and purchase link of this t-shirt were all revealed. Yunmian flagship store, classic pure cotton crew neck t-shirts, 3 for 99 yuan with free shipping. When the result came out, everyone fell silent. Then came an even more frenzied outburst. The official flagship store of Yunmian, a small domestic brand that operates in a remote corner of the country and sells itself on the basis of high quality and low price, suddenly received tens of millions of access requests. The female shop manager, who was chatting casually with the customer service representative, saw the number of visitors in the back end skyrocket from 3 digits to 8 digits in an instant and thought it was a system bug. She restarted her computer 3 times until the shop's inventory, which had gone from 500,000 items to 0 in just 10 seconds, disappeared. The 2 bright red characters "sold out" stung her eyes. The next second, her phone started vibrating wildly, as if it were about to explode. Countless calls came in, consumers begging her to restock, financial tycoons waving checks to invest in her, and brokers asking in trembling voices if she wanted to go public. The female store manager's mind went blank, her vision went black, and she blissfully fainted. The impact of this event goes far beyond that. The fashion industry has experienced an unprecedented upheaval. Countless top brands that make a living selling logos and luxury saw their stock prices plummet. Fashion critics and magazine editors around the world rewrote their columns overnight. Anna Wintour, editor-in-chief of Vogue and a fashion icon, wrote in her column, "Yifan, with a t-shirt worth 33 yuan, heralded the arrival of the post-luxury era." He told us that when a person's charm reaches its peak, brands become meaningless. He was not defined by fashion, he defined fashion. Karl Lagerfeld, the fashion icon of Paris, went so far as to remove all his fancy designs at his own fashion show, replacing them with a series of minimalist white t-shirts, and announcing that this was his tribute to the Eastern deity. Yifan, in a way he never expected, single-handedly revolutionized the global fashion industry. At that moment, he was completely unaware of this. He just felt there were a lot of mosquitoes in the garden today, buzzing around, and it was a bit annoying. Until Lu Ruyan, holding her phone and wearing high heels, ran up to him in a flustered manner. "Sir, something terrible has happened." Yifan stared in disbelief at her expression of utter despair, then at the photo of himself on her phone screen and the string of 999 plus comments below it. "Isn't that me? The photo turned out all right. What's wrong?" Lu Ruyan was on the verge of tears. "Sir, the brand of the t-shirt you're wearing, the chairman of Yunmian, a female entrepreneur in her 40s, is kneeling at the gate of our villa right now, holding a share transfer agreement in her arms, saying that she wants to transfer 51% of the company's shares to you free of charge, just asking you to be their lifelong spokesperson. She won't get up until she sees you." Yifan looked down at his plain white t-shirt and tugged at it. He frowned, looking disgusted, and complained to Lu Ruyan, "This dress? The quality is terrible. The collar deformed after just one wash, and the armpits are a bit tight. I was thinking of using it to wipe my car next time. And this is what you expect me to endorse?" This casual remark about Versailles was clearly transmitted to the president's office at the top of the Fengtian group through Lu Ruyan's cell phone, which she had forgotten to hang up and which was still connected with Qin Lengyue. As Qin Lengyue listened to Yifan's helpless and disdainful complaints over the phone, and then looked at the news on the screen in front of her about Yunmian stock price surging 3,000% in 1 minute and triggering more than a dozen circuit breakers, she fell into deep thought. For the first time, she realized that her previous plans regarding the war for succession seemed to be somewhat narrow-minded. Controlling this man's body and time is certainly important. But how to manage and utilize his terrifying influence, which is enough to overturn the world order, is a more important and more thorny issue. She picked up the internal phone, her voice clear and decisive. "Sume, pass the word. Immediately establish the Mr. Yifan's personal brand image management department, which I will personally oversee. The first task is to take full control of Mr. Yifan's daily attire, starting tomorrow. All clothing must be reviewed and provided by us. We absolutely cannot allow a situation like today's out-of-control situation to occur again. A war over what Yifan should wear has quietly begun." Chapter 88: 8 Female Assistants, the Ultimate Involution. Qin Lengyue's order was like an imperial edict, stirring up a huge wave inside Villa No. 1 in the capital. The Mr. Yifan's personal brand image management department, a department that sounds prestigious, has its core power streamlined into a position that every woman dreams of: Yifan's chief stylist. What does that mean? This means that Yifan can openly and legitimately decide what he wears every day. They could legitimately enter his walk-in closet, and even his bedroom. We can confidently conduct close-up measurements on him and obtain every inch of his body data. This is no longer a job, it's a ladder to the pinnacle of power. And the best candidates for this position are, without a doubt, those 8 female assistants, each with their own unique characteristics, who were customized according to Yifan's XP. The moment the message was delivered, the air in the annex of the villa instantly became tense among the 8 female assistants who usually had a relatively harmonious relationship. Their eyes met with vigilance, scrutiny, and undisguised fighting spirit. A war without gunfire is about to break out. As President Qin's representative, Su Mei, wearing 10-centimeter sky-high heels and swaying her slender waist, arrived in front of the 8 female assistants. She crossed her arms, her foxy eyes sweeping over everyone present, a smile of anticipation playing on her lips. "My dear ladies, I'm sure you all understand what President Qin means." Her voice was sweet and alluring. "There's only one position for chief stylist. Whether you can seize this opportunity to rise to the top depends on your individual abilities." She paused, then dropped a bombshell. "To ensure fairness, President Qin has decided to hold a small styling proposal hearing tonight in the main living room of the villa. Each of you will need to prepare a complete outfit proposal themed a day in the life of Mr. Yifan and present it live." Most importantly, Su Mei's eyes became meaningful. In order for the judges to have a more intuitive feel for the effect of the clothing, the presenter needs to try it on in person. As for the judges, she deliberately drew out her words, there is only one. That is, Mr. Yifan himself. Boom! This rule is tantamount to throwing a lit match into a powder keg. Trying it on himself? Just for Yifan to see? This is no hearing at all, it's clearly a blatant selection of a concubine. The 8 female assistants breathing quickened instantly. Their minds were racing, frantically devising ways to capitalize on this opportunity, maximizing their strengths to win over Yifan in one fell swoop. That evening, the main reception room of Villa No. 1 in the capital was transformed into a mini catwalk. Under a magnificent crystal chandelier, a red carpet stretched from the entrance to the far end of the hall. At the end of the carpet stood only a solitary, throne-like armchair. Yifan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking very imposing. To his left stood Qin Lengyue, the chief planner, who had a blank expression but was actually filled with anticipation. To his right was Su Mei, the host, who was all smiles and in charge of controlling the proceedings. "Your Majesty, are you ready?" Su Mei leaned down and breathed sweetly into his ear. "The visual feast we have carefully prepared for you is about to begin." Yifan took a sip of the chilled plum juice that Lu Ruyan had just brought over and nodded. "Let's begin. My beloved concubines must be getting impatient." Su Mei was amused by his use of "my beloved concubine," and gave him a playful glare before picking up the microphone and announcing in a seductive voice, "Mr. Yifan's day-themed fashion show is now beginning. Please welcome contestant number 1, Ling Yu, representing the sporty and energetic style." Accompanied by a burst of energetic music, Ling Yu, the female assistant who was labeled as sporty, jogged onto the red carpet. She wore a perfectly tailored black bodysuit that accentuated her strong, curvaceous body, honed through years of training. Sweat dampened her temples, making her look both healthy and sexy. "Mr. Yi." Lin Yu stopped in front of Yifan, striking a standard fitness instructor pose with a confident smile. "The outfit I designed for you is the morning wake-up theme. This outfit uses the latest nanotechnology fabric, which not only perfectly fits your body curves but also monitors your heart rate and calorie consumption in real time during your workout." As she spoke, she puffed out her proud chest. "More importantly, it allows you to enjoy exercise while also becoming the most beautiful sight to behold." "Not bad." Yifan nodded, his gaze lingering on her stunning curves. "The fabric looks very elastic. May I check it?" Lin Yu blushed, but still said generously, "Of course, sir." Yifan stood up, walked up to her, reached out and pinched her taut thigh. Very elastic." He then casually ran his finger across her flat, firm abdomen. "It seems to be quite breathable too." Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. "Sir, this outfit is best suited for Pilates and partner yoga. If you're interested, I can practice with you anytime. I'm very flexible." She mustered her courage and extended her invitation. "Okay, I've got your suggestion." Yifan patted her shoulder and sat back down on the sofa. Next up is contestant number 2, Zhao Ya, who represents the intellectual teacher style. She wore a white silk shirt, with the top button neatly fastened, and a black pencil skirt. Paired with black-rimmed glasses and a pointer in her hand, she exuded an aura of asceticism and wisdom. "Mr. Yi, the theme I designed for you is afternoon reading." Zhao Ya adjusted her glasses and said in an intellectual yet gentle voice, "When you are meditating in your study, this outfit will not only reflect your refined temperament, but also avoid appearing too casual." She tapped her palm lightly with the pointer in her hand. "Of course, if you encounter any difficult passages while reading, or need some special inspiration, I would be very happy to provide you with one-on-one, in-depth tutoring." When she said the word tutoring, she emphasized it, and her eyes became ambiguous. "Oh? Tutoring?" Yifan looked at her with interest. "What kind of subjects do you tutor? Human anatomy? Zhao Ya's face flushed red instantly, but she still tried to remain calm. As long as it's something you want to learn, I can teach you. Very good, your proposal is also very constructive, Yifan said with a smile. Next. The lights dimmed and then came back on. Contestant number 3, Chen Shu, known for her gentle and demure wifely demeanor, walked gracefully towards them. She was only wearing a loose-fitting white men's shirt belonging to Yifan. The hem of the shirt barely covered her round and pert buttocks, leaving her two long, slender, and fair legs completely exposed to the air. In her hand, she was carrying a tray with a steaming cup of milk on it. Sir, it's time to rest. Her voice was so gentle it could melt your heart, her eyes filled with tenderness and dependence. The theme I designed for you is nighttime sleep. Before you fall asleep, I'll warm up some milk for you, and then. She walked up to Yifan, slowly put the tray down, and then made a bold move that made everyone gasp. She knelt at Yifan's feet, raised her gentle and beautiful face, and gently pressed her cheek against Yifan's thigh, like a docile cat. Then, I'll stay by your side like this. You can use me as the most comfortable pillow, or do whatever you want to me. As long as it helps you relax and have a good night's sleep. This is no longer a hint, it's a blatant declaration. Even Qin Lengyue, standing beside her, couldn't help but frown. These women truly have no bottom line when it comes to climbing the social ladder. Yifan was secretly pleased, but on the surface he remained calm. He reached out and gently stroked Chen Shu's soft, long hair. You have a strong service mentality, which I really appreciate. What followed was a fiercely competitive XP showcase. Contestant number 4, dressed in a sexy nurse's outfit, claimed that she could provide Yifan with a comprehensive and thorough private physical examination. Contestant number 5, dressed as an innocent maid, offered to use her body to sweep away Yifan's fatigue from the day. There was even a contestant with a gothic Lolita style, wearing a lace-trimmed tutu, holding a plush toy in her hand, and saying in a sickeningly sweet voice that she was willing to be Yifan's exclusive doll and let him dress her up and play with her. The entire reception room was overflowing with hormones. Yifan felt like he wasn't choosing a stylist, but rather visiting a brothel, the kind that gathers the world's top beauties. As the situation spiraled out of control, the female assistants, in an attempt to attract his attention, became increasingly outrageous, even resorting to pushing and shoving each other and verbal attacks. Qin Lengyue finally couldn't take it anymore. She coughed, interrupting the farce. All right, that concludes the presentation session. Her voice carried a hint of cold authority. We have all seen everyone's proposals. As for the final decision, Mr. Yifan will make it personally. Yifan stood up, stretched, and looked at the 8 beauties in front of him, each with their own unique charm and captivating allure, who were now gazing at him with expectant eyes. He felt a bit of a headache. Choose only one? Are you kidding me? Only children make choices, adults want it all. He cleared his throat and gave a kind smile. All of your proposals are very creative and brilliant. I really have a hard time choosing. The hearts of the 8 female assistants were in their throats. Therefore, I've decided. Yifan drawled, all 8 of you will be hired. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Starting tomorrow, Yifan announced his genius plan, we'll have a daily theme activity. Monday is sports day, and Lin Yu will be in charge of my outfit. Tuesday is knowledge day, and Jiayu will be in charge of the arrangements. Wednesday is home day, and Chen Shu, you'll be in charge. He perfectly arranged his 8 female assistants and their themes into the 7 days of the week. Then, what about Sunday? A female assistant couldn't help but ask. Yifan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Sunday is my day off. So, the theme for that day is a pool party. All 8 of you, put on bikinis and wait by the pool. Got it? The 8 female assistants were stunned for half a second, and then their faces lit up with joy. Although they weren't chiefs, everyone now had a regular opportunity to have close contact with Yifan. This was much better than choosing one person and disappointing the other 7. Understood. Thank you, sir, they exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with joy. Only Qin Lengyue and Su Mei stood aside, completely dumbfounded. Qin Lengyue originally intended to bring Yifan's influence under the company's formal management by establishing a professional position. As a result, Yifan's actions turned a serious workplace competition into his own harem-themed dress-up game. Looking at Yifan's smug expression, as if his plan had been perfectly executed, and the 8 beaming female assistants, Qin Lengyue felt for the first time that her pride in her control was utterly inadequate in front of this man. Chapter 89 Mu Qingqing's music, Singing for Love. Yifan's daily themed outfit project, like a hurricane, not only caused a frenzy inside the villa, but also ignited global public opinion once again through the ubiquitous internet. My God! Is God's life really this simple, unadorned, and boring? Monday is all about sports, Tuesday is all about teachers, Wednesday is all about staying at home. I'm dying. What kind of heavenly life is this? The worst part is Sunday. Pool party. 8 top beauties with different styles, all in bikinis, are on standby. This is beyond human imagination. I hereby declare that from today onwards, my calendar will also follow Lord Yi fans. Today is Monday, everyone wear your sportswear. Yi fan's daily life has completely become a fashion trendsetter and code of conduct for women worldwide. His influence has permeated every capillary of social life. Meanwhile, in the private recording studio on the top floor of the Fengtian Group headquarters building, the nation's queen of pop, Mu Qingcheng, remained oblivious to the commotion from the outside world. In her world, there was only music and the man who gave her endless inspiration. Since being recruited into the Fengtian Group by Qin Lengyue using her financial power, Mu Qingcheng has regarded it as her second home. She turned down all commercial performances and announcements, immersing herself completely in her creative work. Finally, today, she completed the most important album of her career. The album is called Miracle. Every song in the collection, from The First Sight That Moved Me to I'll Overturn the World for You and The Stars Can't Compare to Your Eyes, is her most sincere and passionate confession to Yi fan. This is a hymn she composed for her God, using all her talent and emotions. The record company under the Fengtian Group has developed an unprecedented global distribution plan for this album. All market analysts agree that this album will break all sales records in human history and create a commercial legend that no one can match. However, the day before the global launch, Mu Qingcheng made a decision that no one could understand. She urgently convened a press conference. Under the flashing lights, Mu Qingcheng, dressed in a white dress, looked ethereal and otherworldly, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. Facing the hundreds of media outlets below the stage with their cameras and microphones, her expression was calm yet resolute. Thank you to all the media friends for coming. Her voice, transmitted through the microphone, resounded throughout the venue and reached the world. Today, I stand here to announce a decision about my new album, Miracle. Everyone held their breath. This album is my most satisfying and cherished work to date. Her gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, looking towards a distant direction, her eyes filled with tender love. It is not a commodity, but my faith, my heartfelt voice. So, I've decided, she took a deep breath and announced, word by word, that the album Miracle will not be sold commercially in any form. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Starting from midnight tomorrow, all songs on the album will be available for free on all music platforms worldwide. Anyone can listen to and download them for free. I don't want any profit, nor do I want any rankings. Her voice echoed in the silent hall, each word like a bombshell. Because this gift is not for the market, nor for the fans. She gave a beautiful, genuine smile. It's just a love letter to one person. This is insane. The whole world thought Mu Qingcheng had gone mad. This news instantly triggered violent turmoil in global capital markets. The global music industry was hit hardest. Within a minute of the announcement, the stock prices of all record companies plummeted. Investors were gripped by unprecedented panic. Even the biggest diva has released her best work for free. Does this industry still have a future? The business model of paid music has been shattered in the face of Mu Qingcheng's love letter. Panic spread rapidly. People suddenly realized that an even more terrifying economic model was emerging: the Yi fan economy. In this model, traditional market rules, supply and demand relationships, and business logic all become ineffective. The only criterion is whether or not one can please Yi fan. To achieve this goal, capital can be squandered recklessly, business empires can be given away as gifts, and even the finest works of art can be given away for free. This is a completely new economic system built around one person's desires, which is unpredictable and uncontrollable. Bang! The door to the president's office at Fengtian Group was suddenly pushed open. Qin Lengyue, clad in high heels and radiating a chill, stormed into the recording studio. Behind her followed Su Mei, her face deathly pale, and the record company's head. Mu Qingcheng. Qin Lengyue's voice was as cold as ice. Do you know what you just did? You personally evaporated at least tens of billions of yuan in expected profits for the Fengtian Group. You've turned the entire entertainment sector's strategy into a joke. Faced with Qin Lengyue's furious outburst, Mu Qingcheng remained unusually calm. She sat in front of the mixing console, wearing headphones, softly humming the melody of a new song, as if everything outside was irrelevant to her. President Qin, you've arrived. She took off her headphones, turned around, and even had a polite smile on her face. You must cancel this decision immediately. Hold a press conference, apologize to the public, and announce that the album will be released as scheduled. Qi Lengyue said in a commanding tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I can't do that. Mu Qingqing shook her head. You. Qi Lengyue's chest heaved with anger. Don't forget, your company, everything you have, now belongs to Fengtian Group. You are my employee. You have no right to make this decision. You're right. Mu Qingqing nodded, her eyes sharpening for the first time. You used capital to buy my company, my contracts, and even me. But there's one thing you can't buy away. She stood up and looked directly into Qin Lengyue's eyes. That's my music, my soul. I decide for whom my songs are sung. Their value is not measured in money. Their value lies only in whether that person will like them when they hear them. This is Mu Qingqing's counterattack. She didn't have Qin Lengyue's overwhelming power, Lu Ruyan's close proximity, or the young and alluring bodies of those female assistants. Her only weapon was her talent and her art. She wanted to use this purest and most cost-insensitive method to prove to Yifan and Qin Lengyue that her love also possessed immense power. Two women, both standing at the pinnacle of power, faced off fiercely in a small recording studio. One represented capital and order, the other emotion and art. Their battlefield, though without gunpowder, was more breathtaking than any other. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, the internal phone on the mixing console suddenly rang. All eyes were focused on the telephone. With trembling hands, Sume pressed the speakerphone button. On the phone came Yifan's slightly languid voice, which sent a shiver down the spines of every woman present. Hello? Is this Mu Qingqing? Mu Qingqing's body suddenly stiffened. It's me, Mr. Yi. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Yifan on the other end of the phone seemed unaware of what was happening here. Oh, I just saw the news about your press conference online. His voice sounded casual. Your new album is called Miracle, right? Why all the fuss? Mu Qingqing's heart was in her throat. I had someone send the song over in advance, and I'm listening to it now. The recording studio was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qin Lengyue's fists clenched unconsciously. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Those few seconds felt like an eternity to Mu Qingqing and Qin Lengyue. Then, Yifan's voice rang out again. The third song, the one called The Stars Are Not As Good As Your Eyes, is not bad. I quite like it. A simple sentence, even with a touch of casual commentary. But it was like a divine decree, instantly deciding the outcome of the war. Mu Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened. Large, glistening tears uncontrollably rolled down her beautiful face. She won. She earned his I like it with her music. That's enough. This made her happier and more fulfilled than all the wealth and honor in the world. She covered her mouth, weeping with joy, her body trembling slightly with excitement. She looked up at Qin Lengyue through teary eyes, her gaze filled with not provocation, but pure, relieved joy. Looking at her tearful face, and recalling Yifan's casual I like you on the phone, Qin Lengyue felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. For the first time, she realized that the war surrounding Yifan was beginning to slip out of her control. It is no longer simply a game of capital, power, and flesh. It has escalated to a more nihilistic and deadly level, the conquest of the spirit and emotions. On this brand new battlefield, her business acumen and iron-fisted style, which she was so proud of, seemed to begin to become worthless. Chapter 90 Xiao Ruoshue's report, Public Security. With the air of a victor, Qin Lengyue went off to deal with the aftermath of the capital market turmoil caused by Mu Qingqing. After she left, Yifan lay alone on the sofa in the recording studio, wearing headphones and listening to The Stars Are Not As Bright As Your Eyes on repeat. He had to admit that the song truly touched his heart. It wasn't because the lyrics were particularly ornate, but because of the pure and humble love contained in Mu Qingqing's voice, which softened even his usually easygoing heart. That's interesting, he hummed, in a good mood. Just then, there was a knock on the recording studio door. Come in. The door opened, and Xiao Ruoshue walked in, dressed in a crisp police uniform. She seemed to have just returned from duty today. Her smart uniform still bore traces of outdoor dust, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, adding a touch of captivating heroism to her already dignified and beautiful face. Her expression remained as serious as ever, and she was holding a data tablet in her hand. Mr. Yi, I need to give you a briefing on the recent overall social security situation in China and even globally, Xiao Ruoxue said, standing at attention and speaking in a tone befitting a police station report. Yi Fan took off his headphones, sat up straight, and became interested in her businesslike demeanor. Oh? Officer Xiao is reporting in person? Tell me, is world peace restored? Xiao Ruoxue seemed oblivious to the teasing in his words. She swiped open her tablet, pulled up a series of data charts, and began to give a serious report. According to data from the Dragon Kingdom Skynet system and global joint policing organizations, in the month since your SSS level identity was made public, criminal cases worldwide in which women are the main suspects have decreased by 63.4% year-on-year. Among them, theft and robbery cases saw the most significant decrease, reaching 82%. Fraud cases decreased by 70%. And assault cases caused by emotional disputes have almost disappeared. Yi Fan was stunned. Wait a minute, you mean, because of my appearance, female thieves, female robbers, and female fraudsters have all given up their criminal activities and reformed? Based on the profiling analysis by our criminal psychology experts, we can basically draw this conclusion. Xiao Ruoxue's expression remains serious. Experts believe that when an ultimate and absolute desire projection target appears, the vast majority of women will shift their focus in life from acquiring material wealth and dealing with low-level emotional disputes to the higher dimensional spiritual pursuit of how to improve oneself in order to gain the favor of the ultimate goal. She paused, then summarized in simpler terms. Simply put, they're all too busy navigating their own fields to have time to commit crimes. Yi Fan stroked his chin, feeling that his understanding of the world had been refreshed once again. For example, we recently cracked a case of hacking into a financial system. The suspect was Phantom, one of the top 3 female hackers in the world. When we caught her, she was attacking the Yunmian brand's server day and night, attempting to modify the backend data to buy herself a t-shirt that you wore. Furthermore, 3 days ago, the acting head of the Yamaguchi Gumi, the largest violent gang in Japan, a woman known for her ruthlessness, announced her retirement from the gang and disbanded the organization on the spot, simply because her subordinate accidentally dirted a newspaper she had collected that had your picture on it, during a fight with a rival force. She said she was going to learn tea ceremony and flower arrangement to cultivate elegant temperament worthy of Mr. Yi. Yi Fan's eyes twitched as he listened. What on earth was all this nonsense? So, should I go to the United Nations and apply for a Nobel Peace Prize? In theory, your contribution far surpasses that of any previous Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Xiao Ruoxue nodded seriously. However, every advantage has its disadvantages. While the female crime rate has dropped significantly, another particular crime has seen an explosive increase. What crime? Xiao Ruoxue took a deep breath, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. She swiped her tablet to bring up another report. Female condensation sin. Female condensation crime? Yi Fan repeated it, instantly understanding what it meant. Yes. Xiao Ruoxue's expression was a little strange. The full name is malicious gaze at an SSS level male. According to Article 31 of the Supremacy of the Rights and Interests of Men's Law of Xia Kingdom, any woman who, without permission, gazes at the body or image of an SSS level male with a subjective intent of possession, desire, or fantasy for more than 3 seconds is guilty of this crime. In the past month, the number of reports related to female violence received nationwide has reached 3.76 billion. Of these, 89.27 million cases have been filed for investigation. Yi Fan almost spat out his water. Over 80 million cases filed? Just because he glanced at me a few more times? Yes. Xiao Ruoxue's expression became even stranger. The arrested suspects ranged from an 80-year-old female academician to an 18-year-old female high school student, covering all levels of society. Most of them didn't even see you in person, they were just looking at your photos or videos on their phones. They were so engrossed in looking at them that they were reported by the male protectors around them. The detention center is now overcrowded, so we had to temporarily convert several stadiums to hold these female prisoners convicted of conspiracy crimes. They are not very well behaved in their everyday. They fight over things like who has more photos of Mr. Yi on their phone or who can recite all of Mr. Yi's information. Xiao Ruoxue rubbed her temples, clearly annoyed by these outrageous cases. What's more troublesome is that our police force has also become a hotspot for female-related crimes. Many female officers have been caught red-handed by inspectors for secretly browsing your information on their police terminals while on duty. Now, every day when I'm at work, in addition to handling official business, I also have to spend a lot of time doing ideological education for the female officers in our police force, telling them to exercise restraint. Seeing her looking so distressed, Yifan suddenly felt like teasing her. He stood up and slowly walked to Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue subconsciously took a half step back, her body tense, her eyes filled with vigilance. Officer Xiao. Yifan's voice was low and had a hint of magnetism. Here. Xiao Ruoxue answered reflexively, standing even straighter. Just now, when you were reporting your work, you looked at me a total of 37 times. 5 of those times your gaze lingered on my lips for more than 3 seconds, and 8 times it lingered on my Adam's apple for more than 3 seconds. Yifan's gaze was fixed aggressively on her eyes. According to the law, wouldn't this be considered knowingly breaking the law, thus aggravating your crime? Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed instantly. The redness spread from her cheeks all the way to the base of her snow-white neck. For the first time, a look of panic and shyness appeared in her usually righteous eyes. I was observing. To ensure your safety, to observe your mental state, she stammered, but her explanation lacked conviction. Oh? Is that so? Yifan took another step closer, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. He reached out, but instead of touching her, he gently flicked the cold metal badge on her police uniform with his fingertip, making a crisp ding sound. Then I now command you to continue observing. His lips were almost touching her earlobe, and his warm breath sent a shiver down her spine. Observe me carefully. Use your most professional and keenest observation skills. See what I want to do right now. Xiao Ruoxue's mind went completely blank. She smelled Yifan's refreshing yet highly masculine scent and felt his almost tangible pressure. Her prized fighting skills and her usually calm demeanor completely failed her at that moment. Her body trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She saw a smug, wicked smile curl at the corner of Yifan's mouth. She knew that once again, she was completely and utterly manipulated by him. Just then, Xiao Ruoxue's walkie-talkie rang at an inopportune moment. Snow Team. Snow Team. Respond. Laboratory number 3 on the east side of Villa number 1 in the capital has triggered the highest level of biosafety alarm. Requesting instructions. Xiao Ruoxue seemed to wake from a dream, and suddenly pushed Yifan away, her face flushed and pale. Laboratory number 3? She asked Yifan. Yifan was also taken aback. That laboratory was specifically for Anya to conduct research. What kind of trouble has that genius girl gotten herself into this time? Chapter 91 Anya's Request, Leading by Example. When Yifan and Xiao Ruoxue arrived at the East Third Laboratory, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. The laboratory's alloy doors were wide open, and inside, various high-tech instruments flashed glaring red warning lights and emitted urgent beeping alarms. Staff members in white lab coats rushed in and out, their expressions panicked. What's going on? Xiao Ruoxue stopped a researcher and asked. Reporting, Officer Xiao. The researcher looked at her as if she were a savior. Dr. Anya, she's locked herself in the core isolation zone. She's activated the highest level of bio cleanup procedures. None of us can get in. Yifan frowned, pushed through the crowd, and went inside. He passed through several glass doors and arrived outside the core isolation zone. Behind the thick bioblast-proof glass, the petite figure stood with her back to them in front of a huge, coffin-like, silver-white machine, operating something that was unclear. Anya was also wearing a white lab coat today, but perhaps because of the high temperature in the laboratory, she wasn't fully covered up. The wide neckline slipped down, revealing her delicate collarbone and a section of rounded shoulders. Her beautiful flaxen hair was casually tied back with a pen, with a few playful strands falling beside her cheeks, adding a touch of girlish charm to her usually intelligent face. Anya. Yifan called out into the communicator. Upon hearing his voice, Anya's body visibly stiffened. She slowly turned around, her doll-like face filled with panic and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Mr. Yi. When she saw Yifan, her eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. What are you doing? Playing the recluse? Yifan asked irritably. I am not. Anya's voice trembled with tears. My experiment failed. What experiment? I want to create a perfect companion for you. Anya's voice was barely a whisper. Yifan was stunned. The perfect partner? What's that? It's just a humanized robot of artificial intelligence. Anya pointed to the huge machine behind her. I've programmed and inputted President China's business acumen, Princess Elizabeth's royal etiquette, Butler Louis' housekeeping skills, Empress Mua's artistic talent, and Officer Xiao's combat data, all of it, trying to create a perfect being that can meet all your needs in every way, without any blind spots. Standing behind Yifan, Xiao Ruoxua's eyes twitched violently. This little girl actually stole her data too? And the result? Yifan pressed. As a result, Anya's expression was almost tearful. As a result, during the final personality fusion, an irreconcilable conflict arose due to the priority of various data, causing the AI core to collapse. It said one thing before it collapsed. What did you say? It said. Anya looked up at Yifan with eyes full of grievance and adoration. It said, God cannot be simulated. God as companion can only be a unique soul, not a collection of data. Then, it self-destructed. Yifan listened and fell silent. He felt he had too many flaws to criticize, and for a moment he didn't know where to begin. So, you became withdrawn because a robot gave you a philosophy lesson? Anya was speechless, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. I just feel so useless. I'm clearly the smartest person, yet I can't even do one thing that would make you happy. Yifan sighed inwardly as he looked at her pitiful appearance. Open the door, he commanded. But a biological purification process is underway inside, with high concentrations of ultraviolet light and ozone. I told you to open the door. Yifan's tone left no room for argument. Anya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed and pressed the button to open the door. The alloy gate slowly rose. Ignoring the gasps of Xiao Ruoxua and the researchers behind him, Yifan walked straight in. The blinding ultraviolet light and the strong ozone aura that would cause great harm to ordinary people were no different from a tickle to his enhanced body. He walked up to Anya, looked at the talented girl who was crying her eyes out, and reached out to gently wipe away her tears with his fingertips. Stop crying, you look awful. Anya was stunned by his jarring remark, and forgot to shed tears. Who told you to make all this nonsense? Yifan asked. I just wanted to help you. Help me? Yifan laughed. Do you think I need a robot made of data to keep me company? Do I lack women around me? Anya shook her head. Then tell me, what is your biggest advantage? Anya looked at him blankly. It's your brain, your knowledge, your uniquely brilliant mind that's unparalleled in the world. Yifan tapped her forehead. What you need to do isn't to imitate others, but to make me happy in your own way. Understand? Anya nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. For example, she asked softly. For example, Yifan's gaze fell on the broken instrument behind her, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Didn't you want to study me? To study what exactly is the source of the attraction between SSS-level men and women? The theoretical research has failed, so shouldn't we move on to the clinical practice stage? Anya's eyes suddenly lit up. She instantly understood Yifan's meaning, and her cheeks quickly flushed with a beautiful blush. Mr. Yi, you mean? What I mean is, Yifan swept her up in his arms, ignoring her gasp, and placed her on a large, cold metal lab table beside him. Dr. Anya, your next research topic has been decided. He leaned in, completely enveloping the girl's petite body in his shadow. The topic of the project will be called. He lowered his head, his lips close to her ear, and said, enunciating each word with a seductive charm. On the effects and practical applications of the bodily fluids of SSS-level males on the cerebral cortex and nervous system of genius girls. And Nia's brain completely shut down. She felt like she had become a computer with an overloaded CPU. All her scientific theories and logical thinking were burned into meaningless gibberish in the face of Yifan's extremely aggressive aura. She even forgot to resist, or rather, she didn't want to resist at all. Yifan was very satisfied with the girl beneath him, who looked so bewildered and ready to be taken advantage of. He liked this feeling, like seeing these usually aloof and privileged women shed all pretense in front of him, revealing their most primal and authentic desires. His hands started to wander. Through the thin lab coat, he could clearly feel the softness and innocence of the girl's body. His fingers, as if playing the most delicate musical instrument, slowly glided over her flat stomach, her slender waist, and finally, stopped on the curves that were just beginning to develop, yet were already quite well proportioned. Dr. Anya, shouldn't we collect some sample data before starting the experiment? His voice carried a hint of hoarse laughter. For example, the subject's heart rate, body temperature, and flexibility in a non-stimulated state? Anya's body trembled slightly at his suggestive words and bold actions. She felt a strange, tingling current surge from his fingertips, instantly spreading throughout her body. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She bit her lip and let out a soft hum from her throat. That hum was like turning on a switch. Without further hesitation, Yifan lowered his head and precisely captured the girl's soft, slightly sweet lips. Unlike Lu Ruyan's skillful kiss, and unlike Qin Lengyue's domineering one, Anya's kiss was clumsy and awkward, like a fawn that had wandered into a flower garden, full of curiosity and panic. Yifan patiently guided her, teaching her how to breathe and how to entangle herself. With his other hand, he skillfully unbuttoned her lab coat. The white clothes slipped down to both sides. A delicate body, though youthful, was perfectly crafted, like a work of art, displayed before him without reservation. Her skin was so white it was almost translucent, revealing pale blue veins beneath. While her curves weren't as mature and alluring as Qin Lengyue's, they possessed a uniquely youthful, firm, and elastic beauty. Doctor, we will now begin measuring the physiological response of the sample under primary stimulation. Yifan's voice, as if carrying a demonic tone, echoed in her ears. His kisses began to move downwards. At this moment, her pride and reason completely surrendered. She began to respond to Yifan instinctively and clumsily. Her arms unconsciously wrapped around his neck, and her delicate body began to move closer to him, yearning for more and deeper contact. Yifan sensed the change in her and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this gifted young girl has a truly remarkable learning ability. Very good. The primary stimulus response is good. Now, we move on to the secondary stimulus phase. Outside the laboratory, Xiao Ruoxue listened to the increasingly embarrassing sounds coming from inside. Her pretty face turned red and then white and then red again. Of course she knew what was happening inside. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, her fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Snow Team, are we still going in? The police officer next to him asked cautiously. Get in my ass. Xiao Ruoxue roared irritably. Everyone, evacuate. Seal off this area. Not even a fly is allowed to get in. Yes. The officers, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, quickly left the scene. Xiao Ruoxue took one last look at the tightly closed alloy door, her expression incredibly complex. There was anger, there was jealousy, but more than anything, there was something she herself was unwilling to admit, envy. She turned and left, her departing figure carrying a hint of desolation. She made up her mind, tonight, when she got home, she would take out that black lace lingerie set that she had treasured in the deepest part of her closet and had never worn. We can't let these little devils get ahead of us again. Chapter 92 Elizabeth's Crisis, Royal Pressure. In the core laboratory, this in-depth exchange, ostensibly for scientific research, continued until late at night. When Yifan walked out of the laboratory feeling refreshed, Anya was already slumped on the lab table like a broken rag doll, fast asleep. Her usually bright and intelligent face was now flushed with a satisfied yet tired blush, and traces of joyful tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Yifan covered her with a coat, glanced at the physiological data displayed on the instrument next to him, which was now off the charts, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems the experiment was a success. He hummed a little tune as he returned to his main villa. As soon as I entered, I saw Lu Ruyan anxiously waiting in the living room. Sir, you're finally back. Lu Ruyan greeted him, a hint of worry on her face. Princess Elizabeth, she's been waiting for you for a long time. Elizabeth? Yifan was taken aback. Where is she? In your study. She looks not well. Yifan frowned and strode towards the study. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Elizabeth sat alone on the carpet, leaning against the sofa, with empty wine bottles scattered in front of her. Her once brilliant blonde hair was now disheveled, and her elegant long dress was wrinkled and stained with wine. She still held a wineglass in her hand, tilting her head back to down the remaining red wine in one gulp. Her pretty face, which always wore an elegant smile, was now streaked with tears, her eyes empty and filled with despair. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw Yifan. Only then did a glimmer of light appear in his empty, sapphire-like eyes. You're back. Her voice was terribly hoarse. Yifan walked to her side, squatted down, took the wineglass from her hand, and put it aside. What happened? He asked. Elizabeth didn't say anything, but threw herself into his arms and burst into tears like a helpless child. Her body trembled violently from crying, and her tears quickly soaked Yifan's clothes. Yi Fan didn't say anything, he just held her quietly and patted her back gently. He knew that something was definitely not simple that could cause this proud imperial princess to break down like this. After crying for a long time, Elizabeth's emotions gradually calmed down. She lifted her head from Yi Fan's embrace, her rabbit-like eyes red, picked up a tablet computer from the side, and handed it to Yi Fan. Take a look at this. Yi Fan took the tablet. On the screen was an official announcement jointly issued in the name of the British Empire's royal family and parliament. The announcement was worded with precision and coldness. In essence, to maintain the traditional friendship with the French Empire and consolidate stability and peace in continental Europe, the British Empire decided to arrange a marriage between itself and the French royal family. The protagonists of this marriage were none other than Princess Elizabeth and Napoleon VII, the French emperor known for his womanizing. The announcement concluded with an unquestionable demand that Princess Elizabeth return to London within 72 hours to fulfill her responsibilities and obligations as a member of the royal family. Didn't my father already agree to let me stay? Yi Fan frowned, recalling his phone call with King Charles not long ago. It's my uncle, Prince William. Elizabeth's voice was filled with despair and hatred. He colluded with those old fogies in Parliament to pressure my father. They said that my staying in the Dragon Kingdom was a disgrace to the entire empire. They wanted to wash away this disgrace with a respectable political marriage. They even said that if I didn't go back, they would remove me from the royal family on charges of treason and issue a global warrant for my arrest. Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Treason? Global arrest warrant? What a boastful tone. I want to go back. Elizabeth grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve as if it were her last lifeline. I'd rather die than marry that man who was a pig in every way except for his name Napoleon. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here, staying by your side. Her emotions surged again. But what can I do? She cried helplessly again. They are my family, my country. Can I rebel against them? Where can I go? Looking at her desperate and helpless appearance, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. A chilling rage directed at those women thousands of miles away who tried to steal him away. Who says you have nowhere to go? Yi Fan reached out and gently lifted her chin, making her look directly into his eyes. His voice, though not loud, carried a power that could make the whole world tremble. Your country doesn't want you anymore. Your family is pressuring you. It doesn't matter. From this day forward, I am your country. My side is your home. Elizabeth froze, staring blankly at him, forgetting to cry. A dangerous yet alluring light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Didn't they want you to go back and marry into another family? Okay. I'll go back with you. Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat. I want to see for myself, Yi Fan said, a cold smile curving his lips. Which blind fool dares to lay a finger on my woman? I also want to ask your old-fashioned family members and all the nobles of Europe a question. What's the problem? Elizabeth asked instinctively. Yi Fan leaned close to her ear and spoke slowly and deliberately, in a voice only she could hear. My woman, how dare you touch her? Chapter 93 Yi Fan's Intervention, Diplomatic Power. Yi Fan's seemingly casual yet domineering words struck Elizabeth like a thunderclap. My woman, how dare you touch her? She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her heart pounding, forgetting to even shed tears. The languid aura he once exuded vanished, replaced by a chilling, absolute dominance befitting a male leader. His once playful, almond-shaped eyes now gleamed with a cold, almost tangible light. At this moment, he was not the foreign youth who needed her to translate or introduce him to Western etiquette. He was a king. A monarch who was about to bare his fangs at another empire for his own possessions. I. Elizabeth stammered, feeling enveloped by an immense sense of happiness and security, her blood boiling. Royal family, marriage alliances, treason all became insignificant in the face of Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He stood up, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. The phone was answered after only one ring. Mr. Yi. A calm, authoritative, yet extremely respectful male voice came from the other end of the phone. He was the only 9-star commander in the Dragon Kingdom, a man who truly held the reins of power in the country. Commander Long, good evening. Did I disturb your rest? Yi Fan's tone was casual, as if he were chatting with an old friend. You flatter me. Any call from you is of the highest priority. Long Shuai's voice carried a hint of tension and excitement. What are your instructions? It's not really an instruction, I just ran into a little trouble and wanted to let you know. Yi Fan walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and gently swirled it. Please tell us. Whatever the problem is, we will solve it for you. Long Shuai's tone was resolute. The British Empire, you know it, right? No. Their royal family, I think there's a Prince William, who, along with the parliament, is trying to force my personal assistant Elizabeth to go back and marry some French emperor. They've even accused her of treason and issued a global warrant for her arrest. Yi Fan spoke casually, as if he were talking about a neighborhood dispute. There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Yi Fan could even hear Long Shuai gasp and the panicked sound of the guard's teacup being knocked over. Outrageous! Commander Long's voice instantly turned icy cold, filled with boundless rage. A bunch of ignorant fools. How dare they plot against your people? For the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Fan is the foundation of the nation and the embodiment of the laws of the world. Yi Fan's woman is a national mother in reserve. Forcing Yi Fan's woman is tantamount to shaking the foundation of the nation. Issuing a warrant for Yi Fan's woman is tantamount to declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Yi, please calm down. Long Shuai's voice became respectful again, but it carried a murderous aura. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. If you don't see a satisfactory result within half an hour, I'll bring you my head. Don't make it too bloody. Yi Fan took a sip of his drink. I'm a peace-loving person. Understood. We will use the most peaceful way to make them understand what reverence means. The call ended. The entire study was eerily quiet. Elizabeth sat on the ground, tilting her head back as if looking at Yi Fan as a god. Although she couldn't understand Chinese, she could sense the terrifying power Yi Fan possessed from the extremely respectful yet fearful tone coming from the other end of the phone. It was a true divine right that transcended imperial power and all worldly rules. Yi Fan put down his wine glass and dialed another number. This time it's Qin Ling Yuez. Asleep? No, I'm waiting for you. Qin Ling Yuez's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible resentment. I have a little game, want to play? Yi Fan asked with a smile. What game? A financial game. The target, the British Empire. The rules, no upper limit. The goal, to make them cry. Qin Ling Yue was stunned for a moment, then understood. Her voice instantly became excited yet cold, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. I'd be more than happy to. How much do you want me to cry? I cried until they tied up Prince William and brought him to me. Understood. Qin Ling Yue's voice was filled with soaring fighting spirit. Give me 10 minutes. Let the whole world see what happens to the man who angers you. The call ended again. Yi Fan calmly sat down on the sofa, pulled Elizabeth up from the floor, and made her sit on his lap. All right, my princess. Now, let's enjoy a grand fireworks show together. Meanwhile, in London, at Buckingham Palace, Prince William, beaming with pride, raised a glass of champagne and celebrated their victory with several noble members of Parliament. Charles is still too weak. Prince William took a sip of champagne, a contemptuous smile on his face. To abandon the dignity of the empire for an SSS-class man? What a joke! Elizabeth must return, she must marry Napoleon VII. Only in this way can the world see that our British Empire has not fallen. Your Highness is wise, the councillors around him exclaimed in unison. Just then, the palace door was suddenly kicked open, and a palace minister in a tailcoat scrambled in, his face filled with a look of apocalyptic terror. No. Something terrible has happened. Your Highness. What's the panic? Prince William frowned in displeasure. Is the sky falling down? It's worse than the sky falling down. The Minister of Palace Affairs' voice trembled with fear. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just sent us a diplomatic note of the highest level. A diplomatic note? What's its contents? The Minister of State Affairs, trembling, read aloud the extremely brief note that would go down in history. The note contained only one sentence: Mr. Yi Fan's assistant is unhappy. Prince William was stunned. The noble councillors present were also stunned. That's it? Prince William found it somewhat absurd. What do you mean? Are you kidding us? This is no joke. The Minister of the Palace Affairs was on the verge of tears. Boom! Prince William's mind went blank for a moment, and the champagne glass in his hand shattered on the ground with a crack. Just because a woman is unhappy? This isn't over yet. Another official in charge of economic affairs rushed in, his face pale. Your Highness. Something terrible has happened. The international financial markets have gone mad. Just now, a terrifyingly powerful and unidentified source of super capital launched a devastating attack on our financial system. The stock market in the City of London lost 30% of its value in just 1 minute. The pound-sterling exchange rate collapsed instantly. All our market rescue measures were as fragile as paper in the face of that capital. Our economy is finished. If China's aircraft carrier is a Damocles sword hanging over its head. Therefore, this mysterious capital is like a deadly dagger already plunged into the heart. Prince William's legs went weak, and he collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. He finally realized that he had not provoked just one person. Rather, it is a god who can easily move the entire world and overturn all order. King Charles called at just the right time. On the phone, Charles's voice was tired and angry, like an enraged lion. William! You fool! What have you done? Do you want the Windsor family and the entire empire to be buried with you? Prince William couldn't utter a complete sentence. Mr. Yi is enraged. Charles roared. Now, immediately, go and apologize to Mr. Yi. No, you don't deserve it. Get out of here and go to the dungeon. I will personally go to Mr. Yi to beg for forgiveness. However, Charles was unaware that the real storm was only just beginning. In the study of Villa No. 1 in Longwodu, Elizabeth was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the shocking news scrolling in real time on her tablet. Epic short selling. The pound sterling collapses in 1 minute, turning the City of London into hell. The British Empire's Diet urgently impeaches Prince William. All of this happened right before her eyes. It all happened in the short span of 10 minutes that she sat on the man's lap, watching him calmly sip his drink. He did not mobilize a single soldier, nor did he sign a single document. He only made 2 phone calls. Then, a once glorious empire that had never seen the sun set, amidst his laughter and chatter, began to falter and teeter on the brink of collapse. Is this the power of God? Elizabeth felt her body trembling slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but rather because of an extreme, indescribable excitement and worship. She tilted her head back, gazing adoringly at Yifan's incomparably handsome profile, her eyes filled with fervent love. She took the initiative and awkwardly kissed Yifan's lips. This kiss was filled with gratitude, adoration, and an unreserved sacrifice. My master. After a long while, their lips parted. Elizabeth was panting, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with moisture, her gaze alluring. She slid off Yifan's lap and knelt on the carpet in front of him. Then, she slowly lowered her once noble, princess-like head and pressed her cheek against Yifan's knee. Her voice, tinged with a sob, was filled with an unprecedented firmness. From this day forward, Elizabeth Windsor is dead. The only ones alive are your servants, your playthings, your Elizabeth. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming with a bewitching light, and took Yifan's hand, guiding him. Please, possess me, punish me, and make me your true woman. Declare your ownership to the world in your own way. Faced with the most humble yet most sincere request from this imperial princess, Yifan smiled. He enjoys the feeling of conquest. He scooped her up from the ground and placed her back on his lap, pinning her down with an irresistible force. As you wish, my princess. Outside the window, the empire wailed and collapsed. Inside the window, the princess's soft moans and ecstasy could be heard. No one was destined to sleep that night. Chapter 94: The Appearance of the Prophecy, the Curse of Lifespan. The turmoil surrounding the British Empire ended swiftly, almost farcically, thanks to Yifan's forceful intervention. The next morning, Prince William, his face bruised and swollen, was bound hand and foot and placed in a wooden box marked Royal Special Supply. He was then personally escorted by King Charles and airlifted to the entrance of Villa No. 1 in the Dragon capital. Accompanying them were 10 transport planes filled with top-tier art treasures and rare artifacts collected by the Windsor family over hundreds of years, as well as an agreement unanimously passed by the British Empire's Parliament, ceding New Australia, the largest overseas territory of the Empire, to Yifan. Faced with King Charles's face, which was filled with pleading, and Prince William's tearful confession, they were stunned. Yifan simply waved his hand impatiently. Leave the people and the things, and you can get out. As for Prince William, Yifan casually tossed him to Xiao Ruoxue, instructing her to handle him for endangering national treasures and illegal entry. he would face at least 300 years in prison. An international crisis that could have triggered a world war was swept into the dustbin of history by Yifan like trash. He, meanwhile, embraced the radiant and glowing Elizabeth and took a comfortable nap. After this battle, Elizabeth's status in the harem began to show signs of rivaling Qin Lengyue's. She was no longer the international affairs assistant who needed to rely on others, but rather a private possession personally certified by Yifan and declared to the world. The women in the villa changed their attitude towards her from initial exclusion and wariness to a complex scrutiny and fear. A new power struggle, revolving around the international favorite, seems to be brewing. However, just when everyone thought that life would return to the routine filled with jealousy and sweet disputes, a sudden piece of news, like a huge dark cloud, loomed over Villa No. 1 in the capital. The news was brought by Shangguan Wan'er. This ethereal ancient martial arts saintess, who has lived in the villa for so long, has spent most of her time studying the obscure and difficult ancient books she brought from her family, except for following Yifan around every day without fail as a human accessory. This afternoon, Yifan was lying on a beach chair by the pool, enjoying the sunscreen applications service provided by one of the 8 female assistants, the Beach Babe style assistant. Golden sunlight, sexy bikini-clad beauties, chilled juice, and the smooth little hands of his beautiful assistant roaming over his muscular body. Everything was so pleasant, so decadent. Just as Yifan was comfortably drifting off to sleep, Shangguan Wan'er suddenly rushed in front of him like a gust of wind. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on her face, and her usually calm eyes were filled with fear. Something terrible has happened. Yifan. Her voice even trembled slightly. Yifan lazily opened his eyes, looked at her with a look of utter displeasure, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is someone else trying to steal my woman again? No. Shangguan Wan'er shook her head and handed a yellowed, thread-bound ancient book to Yifan. Look at this. Yifan took the ancient book and flipped through it casually. It was full of strange and complicated traditional seal characters, which made his head spin. Speak like a human. Shangguan Wan'er took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and pointed to a passage on the page, explaining it word by word. This is a secret text passed down through generations of our Shangguan family, concerning the child of destiny. It records your origins, your abilities, and your destiny. We all know that you are the only one of your kind, and all beings bow down to you. But just now, I broke the last seal of the secret manual and saw something about you, a curse. A curse? Yifan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me about it. Is it that I'll become impotent in the future? 10,000 times more serious than that. Shangguan Wan'er's expression was more serious than ever before. The secret text says that the reason why the Chosen One has an irresistible attraction to all females in the world is because your life essence is constantly radiating an energy called the breath of creation. It is this energy that attracts them, drives them crazy, makes them obsessed, and makes them willing to give everything for you. But Shangguan Wan'er's voice lowered, filled with difficulty. This energy is not inexhaustible. Every time you have an intimate relationship with a woman, every time a woman develops a deep affection for you, even every time your charm makes a woman yearn for you, it will consume a tiny, imperceptible amount of your divine energy of creation. If it's just one or a few, this kind of consumption is negligible. But Shangguan Wan'er's gaze swept over the female assistants, maids, and bodyguards around her, who were looking at Yifan with adoring eyes, and a deep fear appeared in her eyes. You attract women all over the world. Little by little, great by small, this kind of consumption is accelerating at a speed we can't even imagine. When your breath of creation is completely exhausted. She didn't say anything more, but those unspoken words were like a cold knife, piercing the heart of everyone present. Yifan's smile gradually froze. He himself didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, he felt like he had enough energy to kill a bull every day. He was confident that he could make any woman, let alone just a few, sing conquer while crying, even if all the women in the world came at him. However, the words sounded too mysterious and frightening. Especially since these words came from the mouth of Shangguan Wan'er, a professional. You mean? Yifan sat up straight, his expression turning somewhat strange. I'm being sucked to death by all the women in the world? This conclusion is both outrageous and incredibly apt. Shangguan Wan'er nodded sadly. For a moment, the poolside fell into a deathly silence. The bikini-clad assistant who had just been applying sunscreen to Yifan was now deathly pale, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with terror and self-reproach. She felt that every loving touch she had given him, every racing fantasy, had become a murder weapon that killed Yifan. The news spread like wildfire, like a magnitude 12 earthquake, quickly reaching every corner of the villa. In less than 5 minutes, all the women in the villa had gathered by the pool. Xin Lengyue, Lu Ruyan, Xiao Ruoxue, Sumei, Anya, Elizabeth, and 8 female assistants. After hearing Shangguan Wanner's account, each of them turned deathly pale, their faces devoid of any color. Panic. A massive, unprecedented panic gripped everyone's heart. All their previous struggles, all the infighting, all the scheming, were all for the sake of getting this man. But now, they are suddenly told that their love, their desires, and every instance of jealousy they have intensified the man's death. Is there anything more cruel or ironic than this in the world? Impossible. This is not scientific. Anya was the first to react. She rushed forward, snatched the ancient book, and scanned the text with her eyes that could see through atomic structures. What creation God's breath, what origin of life? This is all idealistic nonsense. All life phenomena can be explained by matter and energy. As she spoke, she quickly pulled a miniature detector from her pocket and scanned Yifan. Beep beep beep. A series of data appeared on the screen of the detector. As Anya looked at the data, the color drained from her face at a visible speed. How could this be? How could this happen? She murmured to herself, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable scene. His cell activity, although still hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people, has decreased by 0.001% compared to the data from when I first performed an in-depth test on him a month ago. 0.01 10,000ths. This number is so small that it can be ignored by ordinary people. But for a life form like Yifan, it was an extremely terrifying signal. This means that Shangguan Wanner's prediction was true. Yifan's life is truly being consumed. With a plop, Anya's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. At this moment, the science she was so proud of not only failed to refute the terrible prophecy, but also confirmed its truth with cold data. Anya's breakdown became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The women present were plunged into a deep abyss of panic. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Ruyan's face was deathly pale, and her body swayed precariously. If Sumei hadn't been supporting her, she probably would have fainted already. Xiao Ruoxue's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her eyes were filled with anger and self-reproach. She hated those enemies who tried to harm Yifan, but she hated herself even more. It was their selfishness, their endless demands, that had pushed Yifan into the abyss. Elizabeth covered her mouth and wept silently. She remembered the madness and debauchery of the previous night. The pleasure that had brought her to the brink of ecstasy now felt like the sharpest knives, tearing at her heart piece by piece. Xin Lengyue, as the most powerful and rational woman present. Although she was also dizzy from the sudden bad news, she forced herself to calm down as quickly as possible. She walked up to Yifan, whose expression was equally solemn. In those phoenix eyes that were always full of possessiveness and confidence, there was only determination and resolve left. Don't be afraid. She only said 2 words. Then, she turned around and swept her gaze over all the distraught women present with an unquestionable, queen-like look. Listen up, all of you. Her voice was clear and cool, yet full of power. Now is not the time to cry. Nor is it the time to blame yourself. From this moment forward, we all have only one goal. That is, to find a way to break this curse at all costs. Yifan belongs to all of us. His life will be protected by all of us. Xin Lengyue's declaration was like a shot in the arm, injecting a powerful dose of adrenaline into the hearts of every woman. Yes. Now is not the time to despair. As long as he is still alive, there is still hope. They are the most outstanding and exceptional group of women in the world. When they unite for the same goal, the energy they unleash is enough to make the whole world tremble. An unprecedented Yifan rescue plan officially began at this moment. Chapter 95: The Women's Panic, Uniting to Protect Each Other. Xin Lengyue's declaration ignited a flame in the hearts of all the women present. Despair and panic were replaced by a more powerful emotion: protection. A resolute will to protect what is most important in one's life at all costs. I agree with President Xin. Sumei was the first to stand up. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her face, which always carried a charming smile, was now filled with determination. The entire intelligence network of Fengtian Group will be activated. We will collect all ancient documents and legends related to immortality, life extension, and life energy from around the world. My laboratory will be operational at its highest level. Anya also got up from the ground, adjusted her glasses, and the fire of genius rekindled in her eyes. I will immediately assemble a team of the world's top biologists, geneticists, and physicists. I will establish the Prometheus Project. I will extract the breath of creation from the microscopic level. As long as it is a substance, there must be a way to replenish it. Our royal treasury holds many ancient relics, shrouded in mystery, plundered from all over the world. Elizabeth, having regained her composure, quickly switched to her identity as an imperial princess. These include the legendary Holy Grail of King Arthur, and a stone of life said to have originated from the Garden of Eden. I will contact my father immediately and instruct him to send all of these things to the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. I'm going back to my family. Shangguan Wanner's eyes became incredibly resolute. Since the secret manual records a curse, there must be a way to break it. Even if there isn't, our Shangguan family has protected the Chosen One for thousands of years, so there must be a deeper secret hidden within. I'm going to knock on the forbidden ground and meet with the ancestor. Even if it means death, I will demand an answer. Xiao Ruoxue didn't speak, but she silently took out her communicator and connected directly to Long Shuai's private line. Commander Long, I need you to open all the sealed S-level top-secret files in the name of the nation, especially those related to prehistoric civilizations and mythological relics. In addition, dispatch the most elite special forces to escort Shangguan Wanner and ensure her absolute safety. For a moment, the air around the pool was filled with a fragrant breeze, yet also with a menacing atmosphere. These women, who usually schemed and fought for Yifan's favor, united for the first time in a true sense. Qin Lengyue represents the limits of capital and technology. Shangguan Wanner represents ancient traditions and mystery. Elizabeth represents the essence of European royal power. Xiao Ruoxue represents the violence of the state apparatus. Anya represents the pinnacle of human wisdom. Su Mei represents a global intelligence network. When their strength is united for the same goal, the whole world will tremble before this terrifying energy. Yifan sat on a beach chair, looking at the group of women in front of him who had instantly transformed from harem resentful women into a savior alliance, and felt somewhat amused and exasperated. He himself didn't really feel much. What life force is fading away? What creation god is breathing away? He felt he was in great shape and physically fit enough to work for 7 days and 7 nights straight. He even suspected that Shangguan Wanner had deliberately fabricated this story to scare people in order to solidify her status as a saintess. But seeing their expressions of dread and unwavering determination, Yifan felt too embarrassed to dampen their enthusiasm. Forget it, let them do what they want. Let's just consider it a unique harem team building activity. Ahem. Yifan cleared his throat, interrupting their enthusiastic pre-battle pep talk. All eyes immediately turned to him, filled with tension and concern. Well, the plans are all very good, very grand. Yifan shrugged. However, before you save the world, could you please solve my lunch problem first? I'm a little hungry. Everyone. The atmosphere instantly shifted from a tragic epic to a nonsensical comedy. The first to react was Lu Ruyan. This top-notch housekeeper had been silent since the beginning. Her face showed neither Anya's excitement nor Qin Lengyue's decisiveness, but only a deep-seated, heartbreaking sorrow and self-reproach. While everyone else was thinking about how to open up revenue, she was thinking about how to cut costs. She felt that Yifan's life force was fading because of these people who endlessly demanded from him. Especially myself. She bathed him, dressed him, massaged him. Every loving service, every experience that brought him physical and mental pleasure, became a death knell. She is the culprit. Upon hearing Yifan say he was hungry, Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. She raised her tear-streaked face and looked at Yifan, her eyes filled with boundless pity and determination. Sir, please wait a moment. Her voice was slightly hoarse and trembling. Instead of going to the kitchen, she turned around and quickly walked back to her room. A few minutes later, when she reappeared, everyone was stunned. She changed out of her smart housekeeper uniform and into a gossamer thin, semi-transparent white gauze dress. Beneath the gauze skirt, her exquisite, mature, and alluring figure was faintly visible, exuding a fatal allure. She held a white jade tray in her hands, on which sat a small bowl, also made of white jade. Inside the bowl was about half a bowl of a deep red liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. She walked up to Yifan and slowly knelt down. Sir. She raised her head, and in those eyes that were always gentle and tender, there was now a flame that burned almost like a sacrifice. From today onwards, I will be in full charge of your meals. This is the lunch I prepared for you. She handed the jade bowl in her hand to Yifan. Yifan frowned as he looked at the thick, blood-like liquid in the bowl. What's this? It's my heart's blood. Lu Ruyan's voice was so soft it seemed like it might shatter at any moment. Our Lu family in Jiangnan has a secret technique. We can use a woman's heart's blood, along with 100 kinds of rare medicinal herbs, to refine 9 revolutions rejuvenating dew. Although it cannot grant immortality, it can strengthen the foundation, nourish the vital energy, and replenish the spirit. The price is that each time a heart's blood is drawn, 3 years of lifespan will be lost. But it doesn't matter. She looked at Yi Fan and gave him a poignant yet satisfied smile. My life was originally yours. To be able to extend your life by even a second with my humble existence is my greatest honor. After saying this, she used a silver hairpin to gently prick her fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it into the jade bowl. The bowl of crimson liquid instantly boiled, and the aroma it emitted became even richer and more intoxicating. Sir, please have some. She held the jade bowl high in both hands, her posture so devout, as if offering everything she had to a deity. The study was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked by Lu Ruyan's almost self-destructive and resolute love that they were speechless. Looking at Lu Ruyan kneeling before him, at her pale face due to blood loss, and at her eyes filled with love and sacrifice, Yi Fan felt a deep, tender touch in his heart. He reached out, but instead of taking the bowl of blood, he gently helped her up from the ground and embraced her. Foolish woman. He sighed, and for the first time, his voice carried a hint of tenderness that he himself was unaware of. He lowered his head, kissed away the tears on her face, and then, with an irresistible force, pried open her teeth and breathed his own into her mouth. He did not drink the bowl of blood. He chose to respond to her love in this more direct and domineering way. Because he knew that for this woman who had already dedicated her body, mind, and even her life to him, no words could compare to his most direct desire to possess and take. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Ruyan slumped in Yi Fan's arms, utterly powerless, yet a captivating blush spread across her pretty face. She could feel a powerful yet warm life energy flowing continuously from Yi Fan into her body. The weakness I felt from the blood draw vanished instantly. In its place came an unprecedented feeling of fullness and satisfaction. My life force is inexhaustible. Yi Fan held her and whispered in her ear, from now on, you are not allowed to do such a foolish thing again. Your life belongs to me, and you are not allowed to die without my permission. Mum. Lu Ruyan nestled in his arms, like a docile kitten, letting out a contented whimper. The women around them looked at this striking yet harmonious scene with incredibly complex expressions. There was jealousy, there was envy, but more than anything, there was a sense of shared hatred and identification. Lu Ruyan protected Yi Fan in her own way. They, too, must take action in their own way. Xin Lengyue glanced at the private plane parked on the lawn not far away and said to Shangguan Wanner, the plane is ready and can take off at any time. I will have Fengtian Group's entire base in the Kunlun Mountains fully cooperate with your operation. Shangguan Wanner nodded, took a deep look at Lu Ruyan, who was being held in Yi Fan's arms, then looked at Yi Fan again, and turned away with a resolute expression. Anya also took out her communicator and began issuing instructions to her team of scientists around the world. A global war, centered on the continuation of Yi Fan's life, has officially begun. At the heart of the war, Yi Fan was contemplating a very serious question. Since these women all believe that intimate contact with them will deplete his life force. Starting today, can I rightfully demand that they compensate me double? For example, charging double or even triple the service fee at once? That's a great suggestion. Chapter 96 Lu Ruyan's Sacrifice, Deep Nourishment. Holding the soft, jade-like body in his arms, Yi Fan felt a mix of emotions as he watched Lu Ruyan's body tremble slightly due to her intense emotional fluctuations. Are you moved? Of course I am. A woman who is willing to shorten her own lifespan just to replenish your so-called divine breath, this kind of love is so profound that it can move even the most hard-hearted man. But is it absurd? Yes, it is absurd. Yi Fan could clearly feel the power within his body, like a surging Yangtze River. Let alone being sucked by women all over the world, even being sucked into a black hole would probably burst it. Shangguan Wanner's theory, in his view, was more like a beautiful misunderstanding born from the unknown. But he couldn't explain it. He can't exactly say, don't worry, you can smoke as much as you want, I can handle it, can he? That would be too much like a foolish and reckless ruler. What's more, seeing these women, who are usually aloof and capable of tearing the roof off a villa apart in their quest for favor, now truly united for the first time out of concern for him, sharing a common hatred, is quite a sight to behold. Yi Fan decided to stick to the mistake for now. He enjoys seeing them get nervous and go crazy for him. Sir! Lu Ruyan whispered in his arms, her voice barely audible, tinged with grievance and unease. Do you dislike Ruyan now? Seeing that Yifan did not drink the bowl of heart's blood, but instead used the domineering way to transfer his energy to her, she thought that Yifan despised her self-harming behavior and her lowly life. Dislike you? Yifan looked down at her pale face, which was drained of color from nervousness, and couldn't help but laugh. I'm just worried about you. He released his embrace, took Lu Ruyan's finger that had been cut by the silver hairpin, and put that slender fingertip into his mouth. A warm, soft touch enveloped the small wound. Lu Ruyan's body suddenly stiffened, and an indescribable tingling current instantly surged from her fingertips throughout her body, almost causing her to collapse to the ground. Sir, no, it's dirty there. Her voice was trembling. Yifan ignored her until the faint smell of blood on the wound completely disappeared. Only then did he release her fingers, look at her smooth, untouched fingertips, and nod in satisfaction. My woman is not allowed to have any wounds, not even the slightest one, he said in an unquestionable tone. As for nourishment, do you think only your bowl of blood counts as nourishment? His gaze became extremely aggressive, slowly sweeping over Lu Ruyan's alluring body, barely visible beneath her thin veil. That gaze seemed to carry a tangible warmth, causing a fine shiver to rise on Lu Ruyan's skin wherever it touched. I am dull-witted, please, enlighten me, sir. Lu Ruyan felt weak all over under his gaze, her legs could hardly support her weight, and she could only lean her entire body weight on him. The best nourishment is never something you drink. Yifan's hand embraced her slender waist, while his other hand gently lifted her chin, making her look directly into his eyes. Instead, it was eaten. Sir, her breathing became rapid and hot, and her eyes, which were always gentle and watery, were now shimmering with tears and full of allure. As long as it can make you happy, as long as it can replenish your spirit even a little bit, Ruyan, you can take it as you please. Very good. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. He scooped Lu Ruyan up in his arms, ignoring the envious and jealous looks from the female assistants around them, and headed straight for the second floor of the villa. Qin Lengyue, Anya, and the others had already gone to carry out their respective rescue plans, leaving only a few female assistants responsible for daily care by the large swimming pool. They watched Yifan carry Lu Ruyan away, each biting their lip. They also wanted to nourish their husbands. This feast, ostensibly for nourishing the body, continued until sunset. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared through the French windows, Lu Ruyan had completely turned into a pool of spring water. Yifan held her in his arms, feeling the soft, warm touch, and was in a great mood. He glanced down and saw the white jade bowl that Lu Ruyan had once held in her hands, filled with her heart's blood, now sitting alone on the bedside table. The liquid inside had solidified into a dark red color over time. Yifan smiled, picked up the bowl, walked to the window, and casually poured its contents into the garden downstairs. Then, he went back to bed and held Lu Ruyan, who was almost asleep, tightly in his arms. Foolish woman. He kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear. Remember, from now on, your body, your everything, can only be used to please me. As for my body, I'll take care of it myself. He really should get this sorted out. Because he finally remembered what exactly happened with Anya's 1 in 10,000 attenuation data. Damn it! It's all because of that newly released Immortal vs. Demon VR. I think I actually spent 3 days and 3 nights grinding through the dungeon in Anya's virtual reality pod, without sleep or rest. Chapter 97 Yifan's Revelation, it's just staying up late. The Prometheus project has unleashed an unprecedented wave of activity across the globe. In just 24 hours, Fengtian Group's stock price experienced a bizarre rollercoaster ride, plummeting by 30% before surging by a staggering 50%. The reason was simple. Qin Lengyue, on behalf of the group, urgently injected 1 trillion yuan into Anya's laboratory and announced that Fengtian Group's core strategy would shift entirely from the commercial sector to life sciences. Wall Street analysts racked their brains trying to figure out whether this business tycoon had gone mad or possessed some future technology capable of revolutionizing human civilization. Under the personal supervision of King Charles, the British royal family practically emptied the treasuries of Buckingham Palace and the Tower of London. The legendary Holy Grail, said to cure all ailments, the slate of life inscribed with ancient runes, and even the amulet of the sun god unearthed from a pharaoh's tomb, were all loaded onto the fastest supersonic transport planes and sent to the Dragon Kingdom day and night. Under the full escort of the Dragon Kingdom's most elite Dragon Fall Special Forces, Shang Wanwana arrived at her family's forbidden territory deep in the Kunlun Mountains. It is said that when she knocked on the gate, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and all the birds and beasts in the entire Kunlun Mountains went into hibernation. In the dead of night, top museums around the world received mysterious phone calls from their respective national leaders. Subsequently, artifacts from mythological eras from around the globe, treasured as national treasures and protected by countless spotlights and bulletproof glass, were quietly packed up and taken away, their whereabouts remaining a mystery. The entire world has fallen into a bizarre and frenzied state of operation because of Yifan's health problem. Countless resources, countless human resources, and countless wisdom are all converging towards the same goal. As for Yifan himself, the one who started all of this, he was lying on the bed at the moment, looking utterly hopeless. He slept very well, better than ever before. After Lu Ruyan's deep nourishment yesterday afternoon and all night, he felt that every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. Not to mention that his vitality had diminished, he felt that he could punch through the Earth's crust. The problem is, he can't get out. The entire Villa Number 1 in the capital was completely sealed off by Xiao Ruoxue under the pretext of Level 1 biosafety isolation. It was ostensibly to prevent any uncontrollable external factors from causing secondary damage to Yifan's fragile life essence. The maids, bodyguards, and assistants in the villa were all forced to take leave. Instead, a special guard team composed of the country's top medical experts and security personnel was formed. These people, all dressed in heavy white protective suits and wearing gas masks, looked at Yifan as if he were a priceless treasure that could be broken at the slightest touch. Yifan wanted to go downstairs for a drink of water, and immediately 8 experts rushed up to disinfect him from head to toe, then carefully placed a sterilized straw to his lips. If he wants to use the restroom, a squad of guards will stand outside the door, listening intently to any sounds coming from inside, afraid that he might accidentally waste too much energy on the toilet. What drove him crazy was that Qin Ling Yue, that damned woman, actually confiscated all his entertainment equipment in the name of Guardian. She personally unplugged the power cord from Anya's cell phone, computer, game console, and even her virtual reality pod. Yifan felt like he was going crazy. This isn't recuperating, this is clearly being imprisoned. No, we have to find a way to end this farce. Yifan lay on the bed and began to rapidly turn his superhuman head. He finally remembered how it all started. It all stemmed from Anya's test report showing a 1 in 10,000 decrease in cell activity. This data is the root of all the panic. If this data can be overturned, or a reasonable explanation can be given, then the damned curse will naturally fall apart on its own. Ania. Yifan's eyes lit up. He immediately pressed the emergency call button by the bedside. Less than 3 seconds later, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Anya, dressed in a biological protective suit even more extravagant than a spacesuit, was the first to rush in, followed by a group of equally fully armed medical experts. Mr. Yi. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? What's your heart rate? What's your blood pressure? Quick! Activate vital signs monitoring. Anya's voice sounded somewhat distorted through the thick helmet, but her tension and concern were evident. I'm fine. Yifan looked at the group of people who were on high alert, somewhat speechless. I just want to ask you a question. Please go ahead. Anya immediately took out her tablet computer, ready to take notes. When was the last time you gave me a thorough physical examination? Yifan asked. Report. It was 1 month and 3 days ago. In the cradle of life in my lab. The data has been uploaded to the cloud and is absolutely accurate. Anya answered decisively. So, in the month since then, before you discovered the data anomaly yesterday, have you conducted any routine or remote data monitoring on me? Of course. Anya answered without hesitation. The emotion sensing bracelet I gave you not only monitors your emotions, but also integrates a miniature vital sign sensor. Every hour, it transmits basic data such as your heart rate, body temperature, and cell metabolic rate back to my database. I personally check this data every day to ensure your health. At this point, Anya's expression instantly fell, filled with self-reproach. It's all my fault, I only focused on the regular data and neglected to monitor divine breath, a higher dimensional energy, if only I had discovered it sooner. Stop. Yifan interrupted her self-criticism in time. Right now, immediately, pull up all the monitoring data from this month. Especially the last weeks. I need to see it. Huh? Oh, okay. Although Anya didn't understand what Yifan wanted to do, she immediately carried out the order. Soon, a chart filled with complex curves and data was projected onto the bedroom wall. Yifan's gaze, like the most sophisticated radar, rapidly scanned the chart. The data from the first 3 weeks was as stable as a straight line, and all the indicators were so perfect that they seemed inhuman. However, starting from Monday of the fourth week, the blue curve representing cellular metabolic rate began to show an extremely small but persistent upward trend. Yesterday, the day before the curve plummeted, the upward movement reached its peak. Subsequently, it plummeted. This resulted in the alarming 1 in 10,000 decay. Yifan stared at the curve, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. If he remembers correctly, last Monday was the day that Immortal War VR was launched globally. As a lifetime honorary player pre-selected by the game company, he received an internal account with GM privileges. So, from Monday night until Thursday morning, he spent almost all his waking hours in Anya's virtual reality pod. In that world, he transformed into an invincible demon lord, leading the novice saintess Qin Lengyue, and fought his way from the beginner village all the way to the Nine Heavens divine realm, killing so many gods and Buddhas that they were terrified, and immortals and demons that they were filled with fear. That feeling was absolutely amazing. So much so that he completely ignored the passage of time. The so-called continuous increase in cell metabolic rate simply means that his body was in a state of high-intensity operation due to his long-term addiction to games and his highly excited state. The final precipitous drop is easier to explain. I've been grinding through dungeons for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Even the strongest body can't take it anymore. That's not a decline in vitality, it's just simple physical fatigue and mental lethargy caused by staying up all night playing games. After all that, it turns out I was just scaring myself. Yifan looked at the data chart on the wall, then at Anya beside him, who was discussing the theory of irreversible increase in divine entropy with the experts with a solemn expression. For a moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He felt like a slacker who fell asleep during an exam, and the whole class thought he had died suddenly and was holding a tearful memorial service for him. This blunder is way too big, isn't it? Ahem. Yifan cleared his throat, deciding to end this absurd farce. Anya. Yes. Sir, have you discovered anything? Anya immediately looked over. Come here for a moment. Yifan beckoned to her. Anya immediately jogged over. Yifan pointed to the highest point of the curve on the wall and asked, "What were you doing at this time?" Report. At this moment, I am analyzing the material composition of the Sun Sutra imported from Egypt in the lab. Trying to find traces of antimatter energy. Then let me ask you, Yifan's expression became somewhat strange, do you ever have this feeling that you're incredibly awesome, incredibly powerful, and have the urge to immediately rush out of Earth and fight the Trisolarans? Anya was stunned, staring blankly at Yifan, not understanding why he would ask such a question. She shook her head. No, scientific research requires absolute rationality and calmness. That's settled then. Yifan slapped his thigh. Take another look at this curve of mine. Pointing to the ever-rising blue curve, he said with a pained expression, look. This line is full of passion. Full of vitality. It's burning. It's roaring. How can this be a sign of waning life force? This is clearly a passionate young man playing games all night long. And Nia? Medical experts? Everyone was stunned by Yifan's passionate and eloquent twisted logic. Playing games all night? This explanation was so outrageous and so down-to-earth that they couldn't refute it for a moment. Anya's brain started working at lightning speed. She input variables such as prolonged periods of intense mental concentration, virtual reality environment, and sleep deprivation into her biological model. Then, she discovered in horror. The simulated curve obtained perfectly overlapped with the real curve on the wall. With a plop. And A's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground again. However, this time, her face no longer showed despair. Rather, it was a kind of extreme embarrassment mixed with absurdity, shame, and a desire to disappear into a crack in the ground. So, the so-called breath of creation is waning? A medical expert asked tremblingly. Yifan shrugged and revealed an incredibly bright, kind smile. So, now, can you let me get out of bed and go get my PS5 back? Chapter 98 Qin Lengyue's Punishment, An Education of Love. When the absurd truth that an SSS-level male was on the verge of death because he had been addicted to online games for 3 days and 3 nights reached the ears of every participant in the rescue plan through the most confidential channels, the whole world fell into an eerie silence. Shangguan Wanner, kneeling outside the forbidden area of Kunlun Mountain, trying to move her ancestor with her sincerity, froze on the spot after receiving Xiao Ruoshua's encrypted communication. The biting cold wind ruffled her hair, and also stirred her Dao heart, which she had guarded for thousands of years. For the first time, she began to suspect that the so-called curse in her family's secret manual might just be a notice to prevent addiction casually written by an ancestor who was also addicted to some kind of entertainment activity. Far away in London, King Charles, who was personally overseeing his men to exhume his great-grandmother's crown from its coffin and pack it up for shipment to China, spat out a mouthful of aged red wine after hearing Elizabeth's account. Looking at the room full of empty treasures and the already effective New Australia Cession Agreement, he felt his heart, like the exchange rate of the British pound, collapse. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Fengtian Group, in the president's office, which had just been transformed into the global command center for the Prometheus project, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. Qin Lingyue sat quietly behind the huge desk, her face ashen and her eyes so cold they seemed to freeze the air. On the holographic screen in front of her, Yi Fan's passionate all-night declaration was playing on a loop. Su Mei and a group of executives stood aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. They could clearly feel a storm called anger brewing wildly within the Ice Queen's body. So, after a long silence, Qin Lingyue finally spoke. Her voice was soft and flat, yet it carried a chill that penetrated to the bone. Our Fengtian Group burned through 1 trillion overnight. We've staked the future of the entire group on conquering what's called life sciences. The world's top scientists worked around the clock for him. The world's top powers are turning their backs on him and giving everything they have. Result. She extended her slender finger and gently tapped the screen, freezing the image on Yi Fan's face, which held a mixture of innocence and smugness. So, it turns out he was just tired from staying up all night playing games? The temperature in the office seemed to have dropped several degrees. Su Mei could even see that the cup of top-grade De Hong Pao tea that Qin Lingyue had just brewed was condensing into a layer of white frost on the cup wall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Prepare the car, Qin Lingyue said calmly. President Qin, where are you going? Su Mei asked cautiously. Qin Lingyue slowly stood up, and a dangerous glint flashed in her phoenix eyes, which were always full of rationality and majesty. Go home. Go back and give my husband, who doesn't take care of his health, some necessary, loving, family education. When Qin Lingyue's one-of-a-kind, extended-length phoenix tears, like a queen's chariot, quietly stopped in front of the Capital No. 1 villa. Yi Fan had just rescued his PS5 from a group of medical experts who wanted nothing more than to dissect and study him. He was humming a little tune, preparing to return to the virtual world of the War of Immortals and Demons to meet the newly spawned nine-tailed fox demon boss, who was said to have an extremely hot figure. The villa's gate opened. Qin Lingyue, dressed in a well-tailored black Chanel business suit and 10-centimeter Jimmy Choo high heels, walked in like a queen surveying her territory. Her face was expressionless. But Yi Fan sensed a dangerous signal in her calm eyes, settling scores later. Hey, honey, you're off work? Yi Fan greeted her with a grin, trying to get away with it by being cute. Qin Lingyue ignored him. Her gaze fell on the game console in Yi Fan's hand. Is it fun? She asked. It's alright. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Is it worth staying up for 3 days and 3 nights for it? Qin Lingyue continued to ask. Well, it's mainly because the dungeon rewards are too generous. Yi Fan's voice trailed off. Qin Lingyue did not speak again. She simply reached out her hand. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, but still obediently handed his beloved PS5 to her. Then, he watched as Qin Lingyue took the expensive limited edition game console, walked to the fireplace in the living room, and gracefully tossed it in. Yi Fan's eyes widened instantly. That's the only PS5 in the world, a collector's edition with a pure gold casing and a full set of signatures, personally customized for him by the president of Sony. Qin Lung. You. Yi Fan felt his heart bleeding. Qin Lingyue slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow. You have a problem with that? Yi Fan looked into her cold phoenix eyes and immediately cowered. No. No. Out with the old, in with the new, hee. There won't be any new ones, Qin Lingyue said calmly. Starting today, all your entertainment equipment is confiscated. You must be in bed by 10 p.m. every night. What? Yi Fan felt as if he had heard the most cruel torture in the world. You won't accept it? No. No. Yi Fan said with a mournful face, 10 o'clock is too early. The nightlife is just beginning. It seems you still have plenty of energy. Qin Lingyue looked him up and down, a meaningful smile curving her lips. In that case, perfect. She strode forward and headed straight for the second floor. Come with me. Although Yifan didn't know what she was going to do, he still followed her as if possessed. The two walked into the master bedroom, one after the other. Qin Lengyue locked the door behind her. With a click, Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Qin Lengyue walked to the bedside, slowly took off her high heels, and then unbuttoned her skirt suit. The black coat slipped to the ground. Inside, she wore a white silk shirt. The top two buttons had been undone at some point, revealing her delicate collarbone and a deep, alluring cleavage. Beneath the skirt were long, slender legs encased in black stockings. The usually aloof and unapproachable ice queen now exuded a restrained yet deadly sensuality under the dim light. Yifan felt his throat was a little dry. What do you want to do? Didn't you say you were full of energy? Qin Lengyue turned around and walked towards him step by step. She cornered Yifan against the wall, stretched out her hands, and braced herself on either side of his body, forming a standard wall slam position. A cool, delicate fragrance, carrying a hint of perfume, lingered around Yifan's nose. Since you can't sleep at night, I'll help you burn off your misplaced energy. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and there was a hint of nervousness that was barely perceptible. Yifan then noticed that the ears of the seemingly domineering and powerful queen in front of him were already bright red. Her hands, which were bracing against the wall, were trembling slightly. So, she gets nervous too. A strong desire to conquer surged within Yifan. He smiled. He grabbed Qin Lengyue's slender waist and pulled her forcefully, instantly switching their positions. Now it was his turn to pin this ice queen firmly against the wall. President Qin, this isn't how you teach in a family. He lowered his head, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered something with a seductive charm. True education requires hands-on experience. It is necessary to use the most direct and in-depth method to make the party who made the mistake deeply realize their error. And, willingly, accept the punishment. Qin Lengyue's body went completely limp because of his warm breath and bold words. Her usually majestic phoenix eyes were now veiled with a misty haze. She felt the cold shell she had carefully built was cracking and peeling away piece by piece in front of this man. Then how do you want to punish me? She asked in a trembling voice, using the last shred of her sanity. I'll punish you. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Yifan's mouth. His hands started to wander. Through that expensive silk shirt, he could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly for him. I'll punish you. Tonight, I'll personally supervise whether I'm asleep before 10 o'clock. Chapter 99 Harmony in the Harem, A New Balance. Qin Lengyue's body went completely limp at his warm breath and bold words. Her usually majestic phoenix eyes were now veiled with a misty haze. She felt the icy shell she had carefully built was cracking and peeling away piece by piece before this man. Then how do you want to punish me? She asked in a trembling voice, using the last shred of her sanity. Punish you. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Yifan's mouth. His hands started to wander. Through that expensive silk shirt, he could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly for him. I'll punish you. Tonight, I'll personally supervise whether I'm asleep before 10 o'clock. The moment he finished speaking, Yifan gave her no more chance to think. He lowered his head and precisely captured those two cool and soft lips. Unlike any other kiss before, this one was filled with a sense of punishment. Domineering, forceful, and irresistible. Qin Lengyue initially struggled symbolically for a moment, but quickly gave up completely under the relentless onslaught. She was like a daughter vine swaying in a storm, helplessly clinging to the towering tree that could shelter her from the wind and rain, but also shatter her to pieces. The dam of reason collapsed in an instant. Her composure, which she was so proud of, and her self-control, which she relied on for survival, all became a joke at this moment. The air in the bedroom warmed up rapidly. The expensive silk shirt rustled softly and alluringly with each friction. Those long legs, encased in top-quality black stockings, had somehow already wrapped around Yifan's waist. From initially passively accepting, to later awkwardly responding, and finally actively accommodating. The Ice Queen finally melted completely at this moment. She forgot that she was the head of the world's largest conglomerate, the business queen who could shake the global economy. All she knew was that she was a woman, an ordinary woman being punished by the man she loved, yet finding it sweet. This punishment, ostensibly for family education, lasted for an unknown period of time. When everything calmed down, Qin Lengyue, like a lazy Persian cat, curled up in Yifan's arms, not wanting to move a single finger. Her usually icy face was now flushed with a captivating blush, and her eyes and brows exuded a charming and languid allure that came from complete satisfaction. What time is it now? Her voice was hoarse and barely audible. Yifan glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table. 10:01. Qin Lengyue hummed contentedly, snuggling closer into his arms. You broke the rules. Tomorrow, the punishment will be doubled. Yifan. Looking at the woman in his arms, who had taken a liking to the pleasure and was even starting to ask for extra time, he was speechless for a moment. What happened to the promised family education? What happened to supervising my sleep? So you're the one who most needs to be educated. The next morning, when Yifan walked downstairs feeling refreshed, the atmosphere in the restaurant was somewhat subtle. The Grand Yifan rescue plan ended dramatically yesterday afternoon. Shang Wanwana rushed back from Kunlun Mountain overnight. It is said that after hearing the whole story, her family's ancestor remained silent for a long time and only replied to her with one sentence, "Young man, don't stay up too late." Anya's Prometheus project was also abruptly halted. The world's top scientists, who had just been assembled and were ready to make a big splash, fell into a collective silence after receiving the case report that the target's physical data was abnormal due to excessive gaming. Elizabeth also awkwardly informed her father, asking him to put all the bottles and jars that had just been dug out of the coffin back in their original condition. It was a false alarm, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, a new balance was quietly forming. The women were gathered together at the long table in the restaurant, a rare sight indeed. Lu Ruyan was gracefully serving food to everyone. She looked radiant today, with a gentle smile on her face and her eyes filled with tenderness and satisfaction as she looked at Yifan. Xiao Ruoxue sat to Yifan's left, her face serious as she sipped her porridge. But the occasional glances she gave Yifan and the slight redness in her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Anya sat opposite her, head down, frantically poking at the fried egg in her bowl with her spoon, as if it weren't a fried egg, but some bastard who had made her lose face. Elizabeth and Su Mei sat together, talking in hushed tones, occasionally letting out soft laughter. Their gazes would occasionally drift, intentionally or unintentionally, over Yifan in the main seat and Qin Lengyue beside him. Qin Lengyue, who had given Yifan a family education last night, was now sitting upright to Yifan's right. She had returned to her usual aloof and noble demeanor, as if the woman who had been writhing and submitting to him last night was just an illusion for Yifan. But Yifan keenly noticed that she was wearing a shirt with a slightly higher neckline today, and that she seemed to be drinking coffee more slowly than usual. What are you looking at? Qin Lengyue felt his gaze and gave him a cold glance. Nothing, I just think President Qin looks exceptionally beautiful today, Yifan said with a grin. Qin Lengyue's lips involuntarily curved upwards into a slight smile, but she quickly suppressed it. Glib talker, she muttered under her breath, but the frost in her phoenix eyes melted considerably. After experiencing that pseudo-crisis, the relationships between these women seemed to have genuinely changed. They no longer viewed each other as mortal enemies. The tense atmosphere had faded considerably. They began to realize that this man was their shared treasure. They knew that possessing him forever couldn't be achieved by each of them individually. Exclusivity has become an impossible task. Therefore, given the inability to monopolize his favor, how to maximize his affection becomes a new topic that requires joint research. They began to accept the cruel yet sweet reality of sharing Yifan. A new, seemingly harmonious but actually turbulent balance has quietly been established. Of course, this harmony is extremely fragile. For example, right now. Sir, this is a snow frog and seahorse soup that I specially made for you this morning. It's very nourishing, Lu Ruyan said softly, placing a steaming bowl of soup in front of Yifan. Cough. Xiao Ruoxue coughed heavily and pushed a thermos cup over. Yifan, this is our police force's special health strengthening tea, made of pure natural herbs with no side effects. Brother Yifan. Anya looked up and placed a vial of blue medicine on the table. This is my latest NMN Pro Max energy supplement. One tablet is equivalent to the nutrition of a whole cow. And it's strawberry flavored. Yifan looked at the pile of bottles and jars in front of him, and at the same seeking praise look in their eyes, and felt completely overwhelmed. Well, these women are really obsessed with the word nourishment. So in their eyes, I'm just a power bank that needs to be constantly recharged? Yifan sighed, inwardly cursing. However, this feeling of being fed by the world's top women. That was fucking awesome. Chapter 100 is simple, unadorned, and dry. The afternoon sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the private swimming pool of Villa No. 1, which was as large as a football field. The pool shimmered, like a pool of crushed diamonds. Yifan lay on his back like a salted fish on a beach chair made of pure white leather, perfectly ergonomically designed, wearing only beach shorts, revealing his well-defined and almost perfect physique. He was wearing sunglasses and had a straw dangling from his lips. The other end of the straw was connected to a Thai-fragrant coconut that Lu Ruyan had personally hollowed out and filled with chilled coconut juice. Lu Ruyan, dressed in an elegant white dress, knelt on the carpet beside him, gently massaging his calves with her delicate, boneless hands, dipped in the finest essential oil. Her focused and devout expression was as if she were polishing a masterpiece of art. Not far away, Qin Lengyue, dressed in a well-tailored white casual outfit, sat under a parasol, flipping through a document about the Fengtian Group's strategic plan for the next 10 years. Every now and then, she would look up and glance possessively at Yifan by the pool. Beside her, Su Mei, wearing a sizzling red bikini, was reporting the latest developments in the global financial markets on a tablet, but her alluring eyes kept drifting involuntarily to Yifan's 8-pack abs. The swimming pool offers a completely different view. Elizabeth changed into an elegant blue one-piece swimsuit, her long golden hair styled in a bun, resembling the goddess Athena from mythology. She swam gracefully, occasionally popping her head out of the water in front of Yifan like a mermaid, casting him a captivating, exotic wink with her azure eyes. On the other side, Xiao Ruoxue seemed somewhat awkward. It was clearly her first time wearing such a revealing black sports bikini, and she was completely tense, her movements stiff as she thrashed about in the water, trying to mask her discomfort. But her dashing and spirited demeanor, paired with this sexy outfit, created a unique and wildly alluring contrast. The twin school beauties, Bai Ji and Bai Wei, were like two happy little birds, wearing matching pink and blue bikinis in different colors, frolicking and playing in the pool. Their clear laughter was as melodious as silver bells. Their playful antics always seemed to intentionally or unintentionally gravitate towards Yifan's beach chair, and the splashes of water would occasionally wet his body. Anya didn't go into the water. Dressed in a cute sailor uniform, she sat on the steps nearby, her legs dangling in the water, swinging them back and forth. She held a waterproof tablet in her hand, seemingly calculating some complex data, but the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. Shangguan Wanner, the ethereal ancient martial arts saintess, sat cross-legged on the lawn at the other end of the pool, her eyes closed as if in meditation. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes and overly steady breathing suggested that her state of mind was far from calm. She was using her extraordinary hearing to capture every sound and every detail around the pool. The 8 female assistants each performed their respective duties. Some were in charge of mixing drinks, some were in charge of preparing fruit platters, some were in charge of playing music, and some were dressed in light servant outfits, ready to meet any needs Yifan might have. Sunshine, beautiful women, delicious food, and fine wine. Power, wealth, wisdom, violence. Modern, classical, Eastern, Western. Mature woman, lowly, married woman, young girl. Everything that every man in the world dreams of is now condensed in the most harmonious and luxurious way by this small poolside. Yifan took off his sunglasses and looked at the scene before him that could be described as paradise on earth, and couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Sigh, life is just so simple, unadorned, and boring. His exclamation that Versailles had reached its pinnacle immediately drew a collective response from the women, ranging from coquettish replies to eye rolls. Sir, if you find this boring, how about I change your massage technique? Lu Ruyan stopped what she was doing, raised her gentle and beautiful face, her eyes full of hints. Yifan, for Fengtian Group's global inspection tour next quarter, which country would you like to visit first? Antarctica to see penguins, or the Arctic to see the aurora borealis? Or, shall I just buy a private island and build a kingdom that belongs only to you? Qin Lengyue closed the file and asked casually, her tone as calm as if she were asking what dishes you would like to eat tonight. Brother Yifan. My anti-gravity flight wing design has entered the final testing phase. Do you want to be the first to experience what it's like to fly in the sky? Anya excitedly held up the tablet in her hand, which displayed a cool aircraft design drawing. Humph, all show and no substance. Xiao Ruoxue stood up from the water droplets sliding down her shapely body. She shook her wet short hair, looked at Yifan, and said seriously, if you're bored, I can practice with you. I guarantee it will make you stretch your muscles and feel refreshed. As Yifan watched them eagerly offering various ways to relieve boredom in his boring life, the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. He did not answer anyone. He simply put his sunglasses back on, lazily lay back down, and changed to a more comfortable position. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. With a beautiful woman by your side, the world is in your grasp. He suddenly realized that the so-called curse of the creator god might not be a misunderstanding. Such ultimate enjoyment, such eternal daily life, if it truly required paying a price with one's life. That seems like a pretty good deal. After all, the meaning of life lies not in its length, but in its breadth and depth. He already possesses the world's top-tier width. As for depth, Yi Fan's gaze swept over the stunning beauties before him, each with their own unique charm, through the gaps in his sunglasses. He felt that he had plenty of time to slowly, one by one, explore in depth. This simple, unpretentious daily life is his greatest happiness. And this happiness will last forever. Chapter 101 Birthday, a Global Holiday. Just as Yi Fan was enjoying this simple and unadorned eternal daily life, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life and had no more desires or wants, a day he himself had almost forgotten was quietly approaching. His birthday. Initially, it was just an internal system of Feng Tian Group. As usual, a friendly reminder popped up about Mr. Yi Fan, the group's supreme emperor, will soon celebrate his 25th birthday. Upon seeing this notification, Sumei immediately reported it to Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue pondered for a moment, then simply said, "Proceed with the highest standards." Thus, an unprecedented celebration preparation for Yi Fan's birthday was secretly and efficiently launched within the Feng Tian Group. But in this world, there are no secrets that stay hidden forever. Especially when this matter is related to Yi Fan. It's unclear whether something went wrong in some link step, or if it was some enthusiastic internal employee who couldn't contain their excitement. The news that Mr. Yi Fan, the only male SSS-level individual, will celebrate his 25th birthday next Wednesday spread to every corner of the globe overnight. The world instantly erupted in excitement. The next morning, while Yi Fan was still fast asleep in bed, the whole world had already gone crazy because of his birthday. Time magazine abruptly removed its original cover story, an African female president who had just won the Nobel Peace Prize, and replaced it with a candid photo of Yi Fan sunbathing by a pool. The headline was concise yet weighty: "He is the world." The world's largest social media platform, X, held an emergency meeting overnight, announcing that on Yi Fan's birthday, the platform would launch a special birthday mode. All users' profile pictures would be forcibly replaced with a golden fan character. Any content posted on that day containing negative comments about Yi Fan would be instantly deleted by the system, and the account would be permanently banned. After a 5-minute intense debate, the British Parliament unanimously passed a bill designating Yi Fan's birthday as Commonwealth Thanksgiving Day, a 3-day national holiday. King Charles even publicly stated that the entire Windsor family would fast and bathe on that day, facing east to pray for Mr. Yi Fan. Following suit, France, the United States, almost every major country rushed to announce similar decisions. It was as if being even a fraction of a second slower was a betrayal of human civilization. Major luxury brands, in particular, are acting like they've been injected with adrenaline. Hermès launched a limited edition Birkin bag overnight for Yi Fan's birthday. The bag is decorated with diamonds depicting Yi Fan's profile silhouette, and the price tag has so many zeros that it makes you question reality. Rolls-Royce announced that it will cease production of all models and concentrate all its efforts on handcrafting a unique, divine vehicle for Mr. Yi Fan. The body will be made from a single piece of interstellar meteorite iron, and the headlights will be made from luminous pearls salvaged from the deep sea. Even Anya, known as a tech geek, received a joint email from the CEOs of a group of tech giants, including Apple, Google, and Microsoft, pleading with her to allow them to change the boot screen of their products to a photo of Yi Fan on Yi Fan's birthday. The whole world is caught up in a massive, willingly in-depth struggle surrounding a man's birthday. As the epicenter of the storm, the intensity of the infighting at Guadu No. 1 Villa reached a whole new level. When Yi Fan was groggily woken up by Liu Ruyan, he was completely stunned to see the UN Secretary-General on the news, solemnly urging women around the world to exercise restraint on his birthday and not cause social disorder due to excessive excitement. "It's just my birthday, is it really that big of a deal?" He looked at the frenzied faces in the news and felt that the world was becoming more and more surreal. "Sir, your birthday is as important to this world as the creation of the world," Liu Ruyan explained softly as she dressed him. Yi Fan remained silent. He walked into the restaurant and found the atmosphere more somber than ever before. The women were still sitting together eating breakfast, but there was no longer any communication between them. Their eyes met in the air, sparking a crackling sound. A silent war has begun. The cause of the war was simple: what birthday gift should one give to win first place in this first Yi Fan harem gift contest? "I've made up my mind." Qin Lengyue put down her coffee cup and broke the silence. "I will acquire permanent ownership of a piece of land on the far side of the moon and name the craters thereafter Yi Fan. From now on, the moon he sees will be his private property." These words shocked everyone present. As expected of President Qin, his move was a devastating blow. He swept them directly from Earth to outer space. Humph, all illusory and unreal. Anya pushed up her glasses and said disdainfully, "What's the point of seeing the moon but not being able to touch it? I've already started the Garden of Eden project. On Brother Yifan's birthday, I will give him a portable virtual reality world that I created entirely, where any fantasy can be realized. In it, he will be the only true God." The romance of technology clashed with the domineering nature of capital. Too cold. Elizabeth elegantly wiped her mouth. The most important things about a gift are the sentiment and the honor. I have convinced the Pope that he will hold a private prayer ceremony for Yifan in St. Peter's Basilica on his birthday and bestow upon him the honorary title of Son of God. This honor is unique. Religious blessings align with future technology. Our Shangwan family has nothing earth-shattering to offer, Shangwan Waner said calmly. I can only follow the ancestral teachings and, on Yifan's birthday, perform the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden dance, a dance that only the chosen ones are qualified to witness. It is said that this dance can communicate with the gods and allow one to glimpse the Tao of heaven. A mysterious tradition clashes with worldly glory. Xiao Ruoxue watched them throw out their trump cards one after another, sweating profusely with anxiety. After thinking for a long time, her face flushed red, and she stammered, I'll melt down all the metals I've earned over the years and make him the strongest key in the world? Everyone. Even Yifan almost spat out his milk. Sister, are you giving me a gift or a torture device? Lu Ruyan looked at the group of women, each displaying their unique talents, and simply smiled gently. She didn't speak, but her eyes said it all. You give the world, the universe, glory, and legacy. As for me, Lu Ruyan, all I can give away is myself. I will give him my whole being, my body, my heart, my soul, everything I have, as a gift, without reservation. As Yifan listened to their increasingly outrageous gift lists, he felt his temples throbbing. He no longer looks forward to his birthday at all. He was even a little scared. God knows what outrageous things these crazy women will do in order to win this competition. He now has only one simple wish. Everyone. Yifan weakly raised his hand, on my birthday, could we just have a simple meal, eat some cake, and sing a birthday song? The women answered him with two unanimous and resolute words. No. Chapter 102 The Gift, a battle between wealth and technology. Yifan's birthday arrived as scheduled amidst a bizarre atmosphere that could be described as a global celebration. He refused all official and unofficial public celebrations, and declined requests for pilgrimage from world leaders who practically worshipped him. He simply wanted to stay home quietly and enjoy a bowl of longevity noodles made by Lu Ruyan herself. Clearly, some people didn't want him to spend this historically significant day in such a simple manner. The birthday banquet was held in the rooftop banquet hall of the Capital No. 1 Villa, a luxurious space that is rarely used and has 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a complete view of the capital's nightscape. Yifan was carefully dressed up by Lu Ruyan and put on a low-key yet luxurious Tom Ford bespoke suit. He sat listlessly in the main seat, which was carved from a single piece of sandalwood. On either side of the long dining table sat the version 1.0 version members of his harem. The atmosphere today was even more somber than during the last criticism rally. The women had all changed into glamorous evening gowns that best showcased their charm, their makeup exquisite, their eyes sharp, like a group of gladiators about to enter the arena, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Ahem. Qin Lengyue coughed softly, breaking the suffocating silence. She was still wearing a sleek white dress, but the phoenixes embroidered with silver thread on the hem seemed even more lifelike than usual. She didn't look at anyone, but simply snapped her fingers. The banquet hall doors opened silently, and a middle-aged woman in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with an air of sternness bordering on rigidity, led in two bodyguards in black. The bodyguards carried a case made of a special alloy, its metal gleaming coldly. Mr. Qin, Mr. Yi. The middle-aged woman walked to the table and bowed respectfully. The supplementary agreement to the Lunar Convention and the land title documents have been delivered. As she spoke, she opened the alloy box. Inside the box, black velvet lined the interior. A thin, translucent metal plate, crafted from pure titanium, lay quietly in the center. Intricate star maps were laser engraved on the plate, with a region of craters on the far side of the moon clearly marked in red lines inlaid with micro diamonds. Next to the metal plate was a beautifully bound paper document with the gold embossed badges of the China National Space Administration and the United Nations Space Development Agency on the cover. According to the latest agreement reached between Fengtian Group and the United Nations Space Development Agency, the ownership of crater 777 on the far side of the Moon, located at coordinates 175.9 degrees east longitude and 5.5 degrees south latitude, and the surrounding 10,000 square kilometers of land, has been permanently transferred to Mr. Yifan's name. This crater has been officially named Yifan Crater by the International Astronomical Union. The middle-aged woman stated a fact that could drive the whole world crazy in a tone devoid of any emotion. This is a digital backup of the land deed and the original paper copy. Mr. Yifan, you are now the first and only legal citizen in the history of this planet to own land on an extraterrestrial planet. After saying this, she bowed again, and then quietly withdrew with her bodyguards. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Elizabeth's hand, holding the wine glass, stiffened slightly. Her honorary title of Holy Child seemed somewhat terrestrial in the face of this land deed from outer space. Shang Wanwanner's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Her nine heavens mystic maiden dance was said to be able to communicate with the gods, but now, someone had directly sent the gift to the heavens, giving her the illusion that she had already lost half a move before even making a move. Even the usually gentle and quiet Lu Ruyan looked at the land deed with a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Yifan looked at the gleaming metal plate, feeling nothing at all, and even a little amused. By the moon? This woman really knows how to create drama. He'll probably never go to the moon in his lifetime, so what's the use of giving him a piece of land? Is he supposed to brag to people later, saying, "See the moon in the sky? That's my house?" That's just too childish. But he still had to put on a surprised expression, as if he was touched by this incredibly expensive romance. Lang Yu, this is far too precious. It's not expensive. Xin Ling Yue picked up her wineglass, took a small sip, and said calmly, "If you like it, I can buy the entire universe and give it to you." Yifan silently gave her a score of 99 out of 100 for her impressive act, deducting 1 point to prevent her from becoming arrogant. You can see it but you can't touch it, it's just a pie in the sky to satisfy your hunger." A discordant snort shattered the domineering CEO atmosphere that Xin Ling Yue had created. Anya pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, her small face full of disdain. Today, she was wearing a black lace dress in a Gothic Lolita style, a stark contrast to her identity as a genius scientist. The real gift is not for you to see, but for you to experience, to possess, and to become the master of it. As she spoke, she pulled out a palm-sized, silver-white, futuristic metal egg from under her skirt. "This is my latest invention, and I've named it Eden. Anya's small face radiated a fervent confidence unique to geeks. It is a portable, immersive virtual reality generator with an independent quantum computing core. Through a brain-computer interface, it can perfectly capture all your brainwave signals and project your deep consciousness into a virtual world that is completely under your control. In the Garden of Eden, you can be anyone, you can go anywhere, and you can achieve anything you've ever imagined, or even never imagined. You can create mountains and rivers, and you can destroy the sun, moon, and stars. You are the one, the supreme, the true God." She gently placed the metal egg on the table in front of Yifan. "I've already prepared several initial worlds for Brother Yifan. For example, a fantasy world set in ancient China, where you are the supreme demon lord who reigns supreme over the three realms, and a magical world set in medieval Europe, where you are the dragon knight who commands all dragons. Of course, you can also choose a completely blank world, and then create your own people according to your preferences." As Anya spoke the last few words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. Yifan looked at the metal egg and his throat moved. If Xin Ling Yue's gift fulfilled a man's ultimate fantasy of power and wealth, then therefore, Anya's Garden of Eden precisely strikes at the deepest, most primal, and most unspeakable desires in the hearts of all men. A world where one can do whatever one wants, without any moral or legal constraints, and where one's own world is entirely one's own. The temptation is too great. It was so big that it instilled a sense of fear in him. Will this cause any side effects? Like electric shocks or something? Yifan asked cautiously. He didn't want to experience a real-life version of Sword Art Online. Absolutely safe. Anya patted her not-so-muscular chest and assured them, "I've tested it tens of thousands of times with my own brain. Eden has the most advanced vital sign monitoring and protection system. If it detects any abnormal fluctuations in your mental state or physical fatigue, it will immediately force you offline." As she spoke, she added, "Just like last time." Yifan. Good grief, so this is to prevent me from staying up all night to grind dungeons again. They've just added an anti-addiction system to me, right? Qin Lengyue looked at the small metal egg, her expression becoming more serious than ever before. For the first time, she felt threatened. Capital can buy everything in the world, but it cannot buy people's hearts, much less their fantasies and desires. If Yifan becomes addicted to that virtual world, then what about her, the official wife in reality? The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became even more subtle. The first direct confrontation between wealth and technology seems to be a draw. Elizabeth and Shang Wanwaner exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Fortunately, their gift wasn't the main course for tonight. Otherwise, faced with these two god-level gifts, they would probably lose so badly they wouldn't even have their underwear left. The war seems to have reached a fever pitch. Just then, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent all along, simply smiling as she served everyone the food, slowly stood up. She didn't take out the glowing metal plate, nor did she pull out the egg of cutting-edge technology. She simply walked behind Yifan, leaned down, and whispered in his ear in a voice only he could hear, a voice so soft and alluring it could penetrate to the bone. "Sir, their gifts are all too extravagant. Ruyan has nothing to give you. Only me. Starting tonight, for 7 days, Ruyan has prepared a royal-themed service for you with 7 different experiences every day. Tonight's theme is Qin Emperor. Please, change your clothes, sir." Chapter 103 Lu Ruyan's Gift, 7 Days of Service. Lu Ruyan's voice, like the gentlest feather, lightly brushed against Yifan's eardrums, sending a shiver down his spine. Imperial-level themed service? 7 different days each? Qin Emperor? These words combined to create a terrifying impact, causing Yifan's brain to momentarily freeze. He felt the blood in his body begin to rush uncontrollably. It is different from Qin Lengyue's domineering declaration of wealth and Anya's precise targeting of desire. Lu Ruyan's gift was intangible and without substance, yet it touched her heart. She didn't compete with anyone for those illusory honors and power, she simply used the most exquisite gentleness and the most complete dedication to prove one thing. In this world, only she can provide Yifan with the most considerate, insightful, and understanding service. This is a war that spreads silently, yet it is more deadly than any direct confrontation. "Sir, please come with me." Lu Ruyan straightened up and bowed gracefully to Yifan. Today, she was wearing a modified cheongsam ink wash style, which outlined her exquisite and graceful curves. As she walked, the skirt swayed, exuding a gentle and elegant charm reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan. Yifan almost instinctively stood up and followed behind her. He didn't even have time to greet the group of petrified women at the table. Qin Lengyue's phoenix eyes narrowed instantly, and the knuckles of her hand holding the wineglass turned slightly white. Anya pouted her little mouth in resentment, and poked hard at the Garden of Eden on the table with her finger, as if she wanted to pierce it. What a brilliant move to strike at the heart of the problem. What a remarkable Lu Ruyan. They fought tooth and nail here, only to have this seemingly unassuming woman steal their home in the most primitive yet effective way. Lu Ruyan led Yifan not to the master bedroom, but to a room on the 3rd floor of the villa that had never been opened before. The moment the door was pushed open, a rich yet elegant ambergris fragrance, seemingly emanating from an ancient tomb, wafted out. The interior of the room has been completely renovated. The floor was covered with a thick black carpet with Qin dynasty cloud patterns, and the walls were adorned with murals depicting processions of carriages and horses, hunting, and warfare. In the center of the room stood a huge, low couch made of bronze, covered with the fur of an unknown wild animal. Several antique-style bronze palace lanterns emitted a dim yet warm light, illuminating the entire room with an atmosphere full of majesty and mystery. The most eye-catching feature is the screen carved from a single piece of black jade in the very center of the room. In front of the screen, on a clothes rack also cast in bronze, hung a set of elaborate and magnificent, black dragon robes. That's not a costume. Whether it was the heavy fabric with a black base and red gold patterns, or the 9-clawed golden dragon embroidered stitch by stitch with gold thread, it all exuded a heart-stirring, imperial majesty. This. Yifan stared at the dragon robe, momentarily lost in thought. "Sir, tonight, you will be the first emperor who sweeps across the land and unifies the world." Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind him. Yifan turned around, his pupils suddenly contracting. Before anyone knew it, Lu Ruyan had changed out of her cheongsam and put on a gossamer thin, wide-sleeved gauze dress with a classical court style. The gauze dress was semi-transparent, revealing glimpses of her perfect body, as if sculpted from white jade, which stirred the imagination. Her hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing her fair and graceful swan neck. Her face held a hint of piety, a hint of shyness, and a hint of a resolute allure as she prepared to sacrifice everything she owned. Your Majesty, please, change your clothes. She knelt on the futon in front of Yifan, raised her breathtakingly beautiful face, and reached out her hand to him. Yifan felt his breath become scalding hot. He obediently opened his arms. Lu Ruyan stood up and walked up to him. Instead of immediately unbuttoning his suit jacket, she first reached out her soft, warm hands and gently massaged his shoulders and neck, easing the tension in his muscles caused by a day of inward work. Her movements were light and gentle, her fingertips carrying just the right amount of warmth, each press landing precisely on his most sore acupoints. Sir, you've had a long day. Her voice rang in his ears, her breath sweet as orchids. Yifan closed his eyes, enjoying the ultimate service, and the last trace of distracting thoughts in his mind completely disappeared. When he felt his whole body relax, Lu Ruyan's hand slowly moved to his chest. With an almost reverent gesture, she unbuttoned his suit and shirt one button at a time. Her fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, traced across his firm chest, bringing waves of tingling, itchy sensations. She gently removed her suit and shirt, folded them neatly, and placed them aside. Yifan's almost perfect upper body was completely exposed to the air. Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed instantly, but she didn't look away. Instead, she became even more focused. She took a warm silk handkerchief with a faint sandalwood scent and began to wipe Yifan's body. From the neck to the chest, and then to those clearly defined 8-pack abs. Her movements were meticulous, as if she were not wiping a person's body, but rather a rare treasure, afraid of missing any corner. After wiping her upper body, her gaze slowly moved down and landed on Yifan's belt buckle. Her breathing became rapid, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, like a startled butterfly. She hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up her courage and reached out her hand. With a click. The sound of the belt being unbuckled was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. What followed was an ultimate enjoyment for Yifan, but a sweet torture for Lu Ruyan. After Yifan's body was completely cleaned, Lu Ruyan was drenched in sweat and felt weak all over. But she didn't stop. She walked up to the black dragon robe and respectfully took it off with both hands. Your Majesty, please raise your hand. Yifan cooperated by raising his arms. The heavy yet smooth dragon robe was carefully draped over his body by Lu Ruyan. The cool touch invigorated Yifan. He could sense that this garment was more than just a garment. It seemed to contain a peculiar energy. The moment he put it on, an aura of imperial dominance and supreme authority arose spontaneously within him. Lu Ruyan knelt in front of him and began to straighten his clothes and tie his belt. The black belt inlaid with beautiful jade was wrapped tightly around Yifan's waist, highlighting his perfect inverted triangle figure. Finally, she took a flat crown made of black jade with 12 tassels hanging down, stood on tiptoe, and wanted to put it on Yifan. However, due to the height difference, she seemed to be having some difficulty. Yifan smiled and bent down. When the imperial crown, symbolizing supreme power, was firmly placed on his head, Lu Ruyan finally completed her mission of changing clothes. She took 2 steps back, knelt down, and performed the most standard and humble prostration in ancient court etiquette to the man in front of her, who was dressed in a black dragon robe, wore a flat crown, had a handsome face, and deep eyes. This servant, Lu Ruyan, greets your Majesty. I am willing to serve your Majesty, even if it means being whipped and kicked, or being shattered to pieces. I would not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she had accomplished her mission, and also carried an intense anticipation of being favored by the emperor. Looking at the perfectly sculpted body, partially obscured by the thin veil, that was prostrate at his feet, Yifan's lips curled into a regal, aggressive smile. He reached out and gently lifted her chin. My beloved concubine, rise. Tonight, it is my turn to properly favor you. Chapter 104 Shall rewash you as gift, close protection. After experiencing Lu Ruyan's thrilling Qin Emperor's Night, Yifan felt that he would be living on cloud 9 for the next week. Lu Ruyan's 7 days of service was indeed well deserved. The next day was Emperor Wu of Han, and she transformed into the talented and beautiful Lady Li, performing a stunning dance for him. On the 3rd day, she was Emperor Tang, and she transformed into the gentle and virtuous Empress Zhengsun, where she and he shared stories of the past and present. A different theme every day, a different style every day. It was as if a universe was hidden within this woman's body, and every exploration brought Yifan a brand new and ultimate surprise. The direct consequence of this extreme enjoyment was that the other women in the villa were completely outraged. Xi Lengyue, in particular, had subjected Lu Ruyan to 1,000 cuts with her gaze over 100 times in 3 consecutive days at the breakfast table. If looks could kill, Lu Ruyan would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. But Lu Ruyan just smiled and calmly served Yifan a bowl of 10-ingredient tonic soup that she had personally prepared. Her victorious demeanor made Qin Lingyue so angry that she almost overturned the table on the spot. Involution has entered a completely new era. Simply giving money and gifts is no longer enough to move this man who has been thoroughly spoiled by the highest level of material enjoyment. To win his favor, you must come up with something more soulful and creative. Just as this war without gunpowder was about to enter its most intense phase, an unexpected player entered the battlefield in an extremely clumsy yet extremely direct manner. Xiao Ruoxue. That afternoon, Yifan was lying on a rocking chair in the garden, reminiscing about the erotic scene from the previous night, where Lu Ruyan, playing Empress Xiao, rode a dragon boat and swam with him in the pool under the theme of Emperor Yang of Sui. Xiao Ruoxue walked over smartly, dressed in a crisp police uniform. In her hands, she held a black tactical briefcase with a military-style design. Yifan. She walked up to Yifan, her expression serious, as if she were reporting on a case. "What's wrong, Officer Xiao? What troublesome people are trying to harm me again?" Yifan lazily raised his eyelids, still immersed in the role of the emperor from last night. Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed almost imperceptibly, but she quickly regained her serious expression. "I'm here to deliver a birthday present," she said somewhat awkwardly, then placed the tactical briefcase on the stone table in front of Yifan. "Oh?" Yifan became interested. He was genuinely curious about what kind of gift this policewoman, bursting with a sense of justice and with an eccentric way of thinking, would give. Could it be that key forged from metals of merit? Xiao Ruoxue took a deep breath and opened the briefcase. Inside the box, there were no glittering jewels, nor any high-tech eggs. There was only one, neatly folded, all black, and it looked like some kind of bodysuit. The material of the clothes is very peculiar. It is neither silk nor linen, and under the sunlight, it has a subtle sheen similar to carbon fiber. "This is a dragon-scale 3rd-generation exoskeleton protective suit that I designed for you myself." Xiao Ruoxue began her explanation in the tone of introducing police equipment. "It is made of high polymer memory fiber and non-Newtonian fluid material. It weighs only 300 grams, but its defensive power is enough to withstand a frontal shot from a 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle at a distance of 100 meters. It also features puncture resistance, cut resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, insulation, and temperature control. The built-in biosensor can monitor your heart rate and body temperature in real time and automatically adjust the tightness and temperature of the clothing according to changes in the environment. Most importantly, its core is a miniature kinetic energy conversion module. Any external impact applied to the clothing will be instantly absorbed and converted into bioelectric energy, which will stimulate your muscles in the opposite direction, allowing you to unleash superhuman strength and speed the moment you are attacked." Xiao Ruoxue proudly introduced her masterpiece. Yifan was stunned. "This isn't clothing. It's clearly a humanoid Gundam skin." Looking at Xiao Ruoxue's praise me expression, his inner tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic remarks, spirit burned fiercely once again. "Sister, do I need this thing? In this world, who dares to attack me? And who can attack me? Even if someone were to do something rash and shoot me with a sniper rifle, they would first have to ask Qin Lingyue's Phoenix Guard, composed of retired female Special Forces soldiers, and the Dragon Kingdom military guards who are on standby 24 hours a day outside the villa. Even if, hypothetically, a bullet were to hit me, with my enhanced physique, it would probably bounce off on its own. You sent me this thing. Are you planning to make me wear it to Syria as a mercenary?" Ruoxue, I appreciate your kind intentions, but isn't this gift a bit too hardcore?" Yifan said tactfully. "Only robust systems guarantee absolute safety." Xiao Ruoxue retorted seriously. "Although things seem calm now, your very existence is the greatest challenge to the existing world order. We must be fully prepared to deal with any possible contingencies." Her patriotic and concerned appearance left Yifan speechless for a moment. "Okay, thank you for the gift, I really like it." Yifan decided to brush it off for now. "Don't thank me yet." Xiao Ruoxue's expression suddenly became a little strange. "There is still one crucial step in completing this dress." "What steps?" "To ensure that every detail of the protective suit fits your body perfectly and performs at 100%, especially the built-in biosensors and kinetic energy conversion modules, they must precisely correspond to every muscle and nerve bundle in your body." Xiao Ruoxue paused here, her eyes beginning to wander. "Therefore, before wearing it formally, a high-precision, comprehensive, and close-fitting measurement must be performed." "It's here." Alarm bells rang in Yifan's mind. He knew then that this woman's gift was not so simple. After all that build up about its impressive features, like bulletproof and fireproof, the real focus is on this last sentence. Close-fitting, tailor-made? Yi Fan asked, feigning ignorance. Can't you just measure it with a ruler? No way. Xiao Ruoxue immediately rejected the idea. Traditional measurement methods have too much error. We must use the Eagle Eye 3D laser scanner, which is the latest technology introduced by our police science laboratory. It can build a complete 3D model of your body with millimeter-level precision. Oh, that sounds pretty high-tech. Just send the equipment over. No. Xiao Ruoxue rejected the idea decisively again. Eagle Eye system is complex to operate, with extremely precise parameter settings. Any tiny mistake could lead to a deviation in the final model. Therefore, her voice grew softer and softer, and her face grew redder and redder. Therefore, I must personally perform the scan and data calibration for you. This is to ensure your 100% safety. She emphasized the word safety at the end, as if she were truly acting out of pure public interest. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing when he saw her looking so shy but trying to act like she was doing everything for work. Wow, that's a really fresh and unique excuse. Just as Yi Fan was about to speak and grant her reasonable request, a cold voice came from not far away. I object. Xin Lengyue had put down the documents in her hand and walked over to them without them noticing. Fengtian Group has the world's top biotechnology laboratory. Our 3D human body scanning equipment has a precision of nanometer level and is non-contact, so it is fully capable of doing this job. She looked at Xiao Ruoxue with a scrutinizing and hostile gaze. There's no need for Officer Xiao to go to such trouble. Chapter 105 The Princess's Gift, Exotic Charm. The smell of gunpowder in the air was almost tangible enough to be tasted on the tongue. Qin Lengyue's voice was cold and forceful, carrying an unquestionable authority. Her words were like a bucket of ice water, poured over Xiao Ruoxue's heart, which had just become burning with excitement. Nanoscale non-contact scanning? A world-leading biotechnology laboratory? Each of these terms was like a powerful punch, striking precisely at Xiao Ruoxue's pride in her police science and Eagle Eye system. Her pride in her professionalism seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of Qin Lengyue's overwhelming capital and technological strength. Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed crimson instantly. She wanted to refute, but found she couldn't find any reason to do so. In terms of precision, equipment, and professional team, how could her police force's laboratory possibly compare to the core R&D department of a money-devouring behemoth like Fengtian Group? President Qin is right. Seeing the tense situation before him, Yi Fan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He didn't want his harem to erupt into World War III over the measurement method of a piece of clothing. Safety first. Since President Qin has more advanced equipment, let us use the more advanced one. Ruoxue, I appreciate your kindness, and I really like the function of this dress. He gave Xiao Ruoxue a reassuring look. Seeing that Yi Fan was on her side, Qin Lengyue's icy gaze softened slightly, and a victor's smile appeared on her lips. Xiao Ruoxue, on the other hand, stood dejectedly to the side like a defeated rooster, muttering resentfully, how could a non-contact method possibly capture the instantaneous deformation data of muscles under stress, an amateur trying to instruct an expert? Just as this clash between technology and power was about to end with an overwhelming victory for capital, a voice, tinged with a touch of languor yet brimming with noble charm, rang out gracefully. Really, has absolutely no sense of romance. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw that Elizabeth had changed into a magnificent court dress, her long golden hair carefully styled and secured with a small diamond tiara. She carried a glass of red wine and walked slowly, each step as precise as if measured with a ruler, exuding the unique, deep-rooted elegance of royalty. She walked to the middle of the three, her azure eyes first showing a hint of pity as she glanced at the dejected Xiao Ruoxue, then a hint of disdain as she looked at the confident Qin Lengyue. The most important thing about a gift is the sentiment it carries and the unique experience it brings. Her Chinese pronunciation had a wonderful, poetic tone. One of you treats it as a cold scientific experiment, the other treats it as a tool to assert sovereignty. How rude and boring. Qin Lengyue raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in her phoenix eyes. Princess Elizabeth, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, Elizabeth handed her glass to an elderly butler in a tailcoat, whose hair was neatly combed and who had appeared behind her, and then gave Yi Fan an impeccable curtsy. Your dear Yi, your birthday should not be tainted by these dry technical parameters. It should be a grand feast filled with art, romance, and glory. She straightened up, a confident and charming smile on her face. As your loyal assistant in international affairs, I, Elizabeth Windsor, will personally host a private, exotic, and exclusive court party for you tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the old butler elegantly snapped his fingers. A well-trained team suddenly appeared in the villa's garden. They moved swiftly and silently, transforming the once modern pool garden into an open-air banquet hall with a classic European flair in just a few minutes. A long dining table was covered with a white tablecloth embroidered with gold-edged irises, set with gleaming silver cutlery and sparkling crystal glasses. A string quartet composed of blonde, blue-eyed beauties played melodious classical music in a corner. Waiters in elegant uniforms flitted among them like butterflies. Xin Lengyue and Xiao Ruoxue were both stunned by the sudden change before them. This is a completely new way of involution that they have never encountered before. It doesn't rely on the crushing power of capital or the dazzling skills of technology, but rather on a cultural heritage and sense of ritual that has been passed down for hundreds of years and belongs to the old aristocracy, to create an ultimate and exclusive experience of prestige. "Yi, please allow me to offer you my gift." Elizabeth smiled and extended her hand, clad in a white lace glove, to Yi Fan. What else could Yi Fan say? He could only smile wryly and place his hand on top of hers. "It is my honor, Your Highness." The atmosphere at the dinner was wonderful. As the hostess, Elizabeth naturally sat next to Yi Fan. Like the most perfect hostess, she elegantly introduced the origin of each dish to Yi Fan, from French black truffles to Sicilian red shrimp, and then to the top Burgundy from the same vintage in her private wine cellar. Her words and actions exuded a comfortable and just right sense of intimacy, neither appearing overly obsequious, yet always making Yi Fan feel that he was the center of attention, the sole focus of the entire event. Xin Lengyue sat on the other side, her expression somewhat unpleasant. For the first time, she realized that some things truly cannot be bought with money. For example, Elizabeth's innate aristocratic air and her effortless mastery of luxury and art. Anya, on the other hand, showed great impatience with the tedious table manners. Head down, she poked at the snails on her plate with her fork, muttering, "The protein structure is nothing special, and the calories are less than a compressed biscuit." Lu Ruyan remained as gentle and tender as ever. She simply watched quietly, occasionally adding some appetizers that she had made herself and that were more suited to Eastern tastes to Yi Fan. In this subtle and gentle way, she asserted her presence. Shangwan Wanner showed no interest in the food in front of her. She simply closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something, and only when the band played a particularly exciting movement would her fingers move slightly in time with the beat. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Elizabeth stood up and nodded slightly to the band. The melodious string music instantly became passionate and full of exotic charm. "Yi, as the main course tonight, please allow me to present you with a royal sword dance, which is only performed at the highest level court banquets of the British Empire." As she spoke, she took a long, ornately decorated Western-style sword from the old butler. She walked to the center of the venue, and the lights focused on her. She moved in rhythm with the music. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and the sword flashed like a bolt of lightning. Her dance blends the elegance of ballet with the sharpness of fencing. At times, she twirls on tiptoe like a swan, her skirt tracing perfect arcs. At other times, she lunges forward like a cheetah, her sword tip twirling in the air with fierce flourishes. That's not just for show. With his enhanced eyesight, Yi Fan could clearly see that every movement she made was full of power and coordination, and every turn and every swing of her sword was imbued with a unique power-generating technique. This is a dance that perfectly combines violence and art. In particular, when she fixed her azure, conquering eyes on Yi Fan, he could feel that every swing of her sword was a passionate and provocative declaration of love for him. She was telling everyone present through her dance. She, Elizabeth Windsor, possessed not only noble lineage and elegant speech, but also a sharp sword to protect her honor and love. As the dance ended, Elizabeth stood with her sword in hand, slightly out of breath. A fine layer of fragrant sweat glistened on her fair forehead, and a captivating blush graced her exquisite cheeks. She didn't speak, but stared intently at Yi Fan with her strikingly bright eyes. That look seemed to say, "My king, my gift, are you satisfied?" The entire room fell silent. All the women felt the unprecedented pressure emanating from this princess. Yi Fan stood up, clapping as he walked towards her. He walked up to Elizabeth, but instead of taking the sword from her hand, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Your Highness, your dance is the most breathtaking gift I have ever received." His voice carried a hint of amusement, and a hint of appreciation and possessiveness that only Elizabeth could understand. Elizabeth's body trembled slightly. She felt that the pride she had just built up as a victor crumbled instantly in the face of this man's gentle gesture and ambiguous words. Chapter 106 Shangguan Wanner's Gift, Ancient Martial Arts Therapy. Elizabeth's court party ended the evening's gift-giving contest in a near-crushing fashion. The cultural and artistic depth she displayed, rooted in her very being, made Qin Lengyue's capital and Anya's technology seem somewhat overshadowed. However, this war is far from over. The next day, while everyone was still immersed in the shock and aftertaste of the royal sword dance the night before, Shangguan Wanner, who had been silent all along, finally made her move. Her approach, as always, was filled with the unique, otherworldly mystique characteristic of a successor of ancient martial arts. She didn't throw a party, nor did she give any physical gifts. She simply went to Yi Fan's study alone after dinner. Yi Fan. She stood at the doorway, still dressed in pristine white, her demeanor serene and aloof, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Is something the matter, Wanner? Yi Fan was sitting behind his desk, idly flipping through an ancient book. Lu Ruyan's 7-day service was still ongoing, and tonight's theme was Emperor's Song. He was preparing in advance so that he wouldn't be caught off guard by that vixen again. Your birthday has passed, Shangguan Wanner said slowly, her voice clear and cold like the clash of jade. Their gifts have all been presented. Now, it's my turn. Oh? Yi Fan put down his book, intrigued. What is your gift? Is it a legendary martial arts manual? Or some divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud? Shangguan Wanner shook her head. Those are all external things. Her gaze swept over Yi Fan's body with an almost penetrating scrutiny. I see. Qin Lengyue's gift is wealth, which will breed your greed. Anya's gift is illusion, which will corrupt your mind. Elizabeth's gift is glory, which will blind your eyes. All of these will, invisibly, erode your spirit. And Lu Ruyan. She paused, and a rare hint of disapproval appeared on her usually cold face. Her service is based on her body, which is the most painful and harmful thing to do. It will excessively deplete your essence. Yi Fan was stunned. Good heavens! He thought Shangguan Wanner was indifferent to worldly affairs, but he didn't expect her to see things more clearly than anyone else. Moreover, she criticized everyone the moment she opened her mouth. So? Yi Fan asked with great interest. Therefore, my gift is to thoroughly, comprehensively, and fundamentally regulate and replenish your vital energy. Shangguan Wanner's expression was extremely serious, as if she were stating an important mission concerning the world. I will use the Tai Shinmen needle and Hanyuan Ichiju passed down for thousands of years in our Shangguan family to cleanse your marrow and strengthen your foundation. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Shangguan Wanner's serious and solemn demeanor, filled with a sense of sacred mission, an absurd yet exciting thought uncontrollably welled up from the bottom of his heart. This sounds kind of like the prelude to some dual cultivation techniques. This treatment, how exactly do I do it? Yi Fan asked, feigning composure. You need an absolutely quiet, undisturbed environment, Shangguan Wanner said, stepping forward and locking the study door from the inside. Furthermore, during the treatment, your body cannot be bound by any clothing, so as not to hinder the flow of qi and blood. It's here. Yi Fan's suspicions were confirmed. Furthermore, you need to remain absolutely still, with no distracting thoughts, and completely surrender your body to me. Shangguan Wanner's tone was devoid of any emotion, like a doctor about to perform a delicate surgical procedure. But the more she acted like this, the drier Yi Fan felt. To the side of the study was a small lounge. Shangguan Wanner lit a calming sandalwood incense stick and placed some peculiar jade stones in several corners of the room, seemingly constructing an array that could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. All right, take off your clothes, she said calmly, her back to Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt his heart pounding like a drum. He took a deep breath and began to unbutton his shirt. When he sat cross-legged on the futon made of 1,000-year-old cold jade, naked and following Shangguan Wanner's instructions, he felt his body getting slightly hot from tension and anticipation. Shangguan Wanner turned around, and when her gaze fell on that perfect male body full of power and beauty, even her usually calm and composed mind couldn't help but be stirred. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, but she quickly suppressed it. Concentrate, calm your mind, and focus your energy, she whispered, as if reminding Yi Fan, and also as if reminding herself. She took out a set of silver needles as fine as cow hair from an antique wooden box. I'm going to begin. She walked behind Yi Fan and extended her slightly cool, yet incredibly steady hands. Her fingertips gently touched the Baihui acupoint on Yi Fan's head. A cool and pure internal energy, like a gentle stream, slowly flowed into Yifan's body through her fingertips. Yifan's body trembled violently. It was a wonderful feeling I had never experienced before. It was as if a long parched riverbed had received its first spring rain. Every cell in his body was cheering and rejoicing. Shangguan Wanner's hand began to slowly move down along the meridians on his back. From Fengfu to Dazui and then to Shinju. Every touch she made was incredibly precise. That cool internal energy flowed through his meridians, sweeping away all the fatigue and sluggishness caused by his previous overexertion. Yifan closed his eyes, enjoying the ultimate comfort. He could feel Shangguan Wanner's breath right behind his ear. That faint, pure fragrance, like that of a snow lotus, drifted into his nostrils, making him restless and aroused. When Shangguan Wanner's hands slid to the Mingmen and Shinshu acupoints on his waist, her movements clearly paused for a moment. The blood and qi here are severely depleted. Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment and annoyance. Yifan almost burst out laughing. Nonsense, after being served by that vixen Lu Ruyan for so many days, how could I not suffer a loss? Shangguan Wanner seemed to realize that she had let something slip, so she snorted and increased the output of her internal energy. A surge of warm internal energy, several times larger than before, rushed into Yifan's waist and abdomen like a flood bursting its banks. Yifan groaned, feeling as if a small sun was burning in his waist, and an indescribable, explosive power rose up from the depths of his dantian. He felt a strange change occurring in his body. A certain unspeakable part of the body, in an extremely untimely yet vibrant manner, rose up proudly. Shangguan Wanner's body froze instantly. Through her thin clothes, she could clearly feel a hot, hard object pressing against her lower abdomen. The air in the study seemed to freeze at that moment. The wisps of sandalwood smoke rose gently, enveloping the two in an ambiguous and enchanting atmosphere. You. Shangguan Wanner's voice stammered for the first time, how could you have such evil thoughts? I was healing you. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. I didn't, Yifan said, his voice tinged with innocence. I was completely focused, without any distractions. It wanted to do it this way, what could I do? You are just making excuses. Shangguan Wanner was filled with shame and indignation. She wanted to withdraw her inner force and stop there. However, she could sense that Yifan's internal energy was at its most critical moment. If she stopped now, it might cause him to suffer a qi deviation. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra 3 times. Next, it's the Ren and Du meridians. You're not allowed to have any more wild thoughts, she warned in a tone that was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. As she spoke, she turned to face Yifan. When she saw the magnificent sight before her, she felt her mind go blank with a buzz. Her unwavering composure, cultivated over 20 years, completely collapsed at this moment. She trembled as she reached out her hand and, following the instructions of the technique, placed it on Yifan's Shanzhong acupoint on his chest and the Guanyuan acupoint below his lower abdomen. When her hand touched that burning hot skin, both of their bodies trembled violently at the same time. Boom! Yifan felt that the warm current in his body and the cool internal energy in Shangguan Wanner's body seemed to have completely merged together at this moment through some mysterious connection. Yin and yang complement each other, and water and fire blend together. An energy that was larger, purer, and more incredible than any before erupted within his body. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes. He seemed to see a chaotic void, the birth of the universe, and the origin of life. Shangguan Wanner was also suffering. She felt an overwhelming, masculine energy surge through her arm and into her body. That energy washed over her limbs and bones, leaving her weak and powerless. Her body, uncontrollably, fell into Yifan's arms. Yifan subconsciously reached out and tightly embraced her soft and delicate body. Wanner. He lowered his head and looked at the beautiful saintess in his arms, whose face was flushed, eyes were glazed, and who seemed to have lost all her strength. His throat went dry. I think I've gone a little crazy. I need you to help me regulate my body in a more in-depth way. Chapter 107 Birthday Summary, Yifan's Helplessness. The ancient martial arts therapy in the study finally came to a close in an extremely profound and harmonious way. When Shangguan Wanner clung weakly to Yifan like an octopus and was carried back to the room by him, her beautiful, aloof face still carried a trace of bewilderment and satisfaction after being completely purified. She seemed not to understand why a simple strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy would eventually turn into a protracted battle that required her to use all her meridians to guide the opponent's domineering yang energy. Yifan's birthday week finally came to a close after a series of dazzling gifts that put his kidneys to the test. This week, he experienced the moon that Qin Ling Yue bought, the virtual divine kingdom created by Anya, the royal sword dance offered by Elizabeth, and the ancient martial arts conditioning passed down by Shangguan Wan'er for thousands of years. For 7 consecutive days, he was immersed in Lu Ruyan's imperial-level gentle embrace. Every gift was a game-changer. Every woman used all her skills. The intensity of this first Yifan harem gift contest was so fierce that it could be described as brutal. The atmosphere became heavy again at dinner on the last day. The women's gazes, like searchlights, were focused on Yifan, who sat in the main seat. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, nervousness, and a barely perceptible desire for victory. It's time. It is time for the sole and supreme referee to announce who is the ultimate victor in this war. Qin Ling Yue's eyes held a hint of determination. She didn't believe any gift could surpass the romance of the sea of stars she had given. Anya confidently fiddled with the Garden of Eden on the table. In her view, being able to control a person's desires was equivalent to controlling everything. Elizabeth held her wine glass gracefully, believing that the unique experience that combined art and glory was irreplaceable. Shangguan Wan'er lowered her head, her cheeks still slightly flushed. She believed that the deep, primal fusion of souls was more powerful than anything external. Lu Ruyan gently served food to Yifan, her eyes filled with confidence and satisfaction. She believed that nothing could prove her worth more than 7 consecutive days and 7 nights of intense and profound possession. Even Xiao Ruoxue, who had been a runner-up all along, straightened her back. She felt that her gift, which represented absolute safety, was not fancy, but it was practical and sincere. Feeling the almost tangible pressure emanating from the dining table, Yifan let out a helpless sigh. He looked at the women in front of him. Watching them all dressed up so meticulously, vying for attention and showing off their most precious possessions in order to win his favor. He suddenly felt a mixture of amusement and emotion. He cleared his throat and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, slowly began to speak. "That. Is my birthday already over?" His voice carried a hint of caution and probing. The women were stunned, not understanding why he would ask such an obvious question. Qin Ling Yue nodded. "Today is the 7th day of your birthday, and also the last day." "Oh, that's good, that's good." Yifan nodded with a sigh of relief. Then, with a hopeful, childlike gaze, he looked at everyone present and asked a question that no one had expected. "So, can we just have a simple meal, eat some cake, and sing a birthday song? It's my birthday, all I want is to eat cake. Is that too much to ask?" These words shocked everyone present. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on the women's faces were incredibly varied. Shock, astonishment, confusion, bewilderment. They fought tooth and nail here, arguing over whose gift was more awesome, until they were practically bloodied and their heads were nearly smashed. In the end, all this person wanted from beginning to end was just an ordinary birthday cake? What's this? They felt like a group of unparalleled masters who had unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms and the 9 swords of Dogu, only to find that the other party just wanted a lollipop. The enormous, absurd contrast left them all feeling powerless, like punching cotton. Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh first. Immediately afterwards, the oppressive atmosphere was completely shattered. Qin Ling Yue sighed and smiled wryly, while Anya laughed so hard she almost fell over. Elizabeth also couldn't help but chuckle and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Even Xiao Ruoxue, who had been keeping a straight face, couldn't help but laugh so hard she bent over. They laughed at themselves, at their own "the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is," and at their own unrealistic sentimentality. It turns out that they went to great lengths to give him the whole world. But all he ever wanted was a simple hug and a sweet cake. "Sir, Ruyan has already prepared your wish." Lu Ruyan was the first to react. She smiled and clapped her hands. The lights in the banquet hall dimmed instantly. A beautifully decorated food cart was slowly pushed in by 2 female assistants dressed as maids. On the food cart was an enormous birthday cake, 9 stories high, decorated like a work of art. At the top of the cake, a miniature doll of Yifan was sculpted from chocolate, surrounded by miniature versions of Qin Ling Yue, Lu Ruyan, Xiao Ruoxue, and everyone else. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The melodious birthday song filled the room. The women spontaneously gathered around Yifan and sang him this simplest and most heartwarming song. Yifan looked at the heartwarming scene before him, watching the flickering candlelight illuminate the faces of each woman, whether exquisitely beautiful, aloof, charming, or heroic. A feeling of warmth and contentment, unlike anything he had ever experienced, welled up within him. "All right, make a wish and blow out the candles," Qin Lingyue said softly. Yifan closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and silently made a wish in his heart. "I hope my kidneys will always be this good." Then, he took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. Clap, clap, clap. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, the warm atmosphere did not last long. As Lu Ruyan cut the first piece of cake, preparing to hand it to Yifan. "A new war has broken out." "Wait a minute." Qin Lingyue reached out and stopped Lu Ruyan. "The first bite should be fed by me, the nominal spouse. Why should I?" Anya jumped up defiantly. "Brother Yifan loves strawberries the most. The strawberry on my piece is the biggest. It should be mine." According to our royal etiquette, the first bite of food should be tasted by the most distinguished guest. Elizabeth also held a small piece of cake, not giving an inch. "Make way, all of you." Xiao Ruoxue squeezed in. "Yifan has just finished conditioning his body and shouldn't eat too many sweets. This is the smallest and healthiest one." In an instant, 7 or 8 delicate hands holding cakes reached out to Yifan's mouth. Yifan looked at the pile of white cream in front of him and the faces that said "Eat mine now." He was at his wits' end. Have to. So, as long as these women are around, even eating cake can turn into a chaotic scene. He sighed, inwardly cursing. But this feeling of being fed by the world's most outstanding women. That's fucking true. Awesome. Chapter 108 New Office Regulations, Shift Schedule. Yifan's birthday party finally came to a close with a sweet yet chaotic cream battle centered around a 9-tiered cake. The final result of this battle was that Yifan was forced to taste cakes from 7 or 8 different women, cakes smeared with cream from their fingertips, while the women themselves, to varying degrees, had bruises on their cheeks, noses, and even the necklines of their dresses. This was probably the least respectable day since the completion of the Capital No. 1 villa. But Yifan felt that this was much more interesting than the previous Battle of the Gods that involved sending the moon or a divine kingdom. However, happy times are always short-lived. When Yifan arrived at the Supreme Emperor's office on the top floor of the Fengtian Group the next day, feeling refreshed, he immediately sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Qin Lingyue, the Ice Queen of Fengtian Group, was sitting opposite his desk. Today she was wearing a sharply tailored white Versace suit, with a pair of non-prescription gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly styled up, revealing her stunningly beautiful face that was beautiful from every angle. In front of her was a brand-new, ultra-thin laptop, on which was displayed a meticulously formatted PowerPoint presentation filled with technical jargon. Meanwhile, her chief secretary, Sumei, who always clung to Yifan like a vixen, now stood respectfully behind Qin Lingyue, her hands clasped in front of her, head bowed, like a schoolchild who had made a mistake. Although she still wore a professional smile, Yifan could detect a hint of resentment and humiliation in the curve of that smile. "Good morning." Yifan yawned, tossed his coat onto the sofa, and walked to the bar to pour himself a cup of coffee. "It's getting late, Mr. Yi." Qin Lingyue pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "It's 9:01 a.m., you're 1 minute late." Yifan paused for a moment in mid-air, holding the coffee cup. He turned his head and looked at Qin Lingyue, his face full of confusion. "Late? I'm just going to my own job, how can I be late?" It wasn't tea like this before, but starting today, it is. Qin Lingyue's voice was devoid of any emotion. "The birthday week festivities are over. As the Emperor Emeritus of Fengtian Group, it is necessary for us to bring your daily work back on track and implement systematic and scientific management." As she spoke, she lightly tapped the laptop's touchpad. The huge screen on the office wall, which was usually only used to display stock prices, lit up instantly. The first page of the PowerPoint presentation features a striking title in bold, black sewn typeface. Guidance Plan version 1.0 on optimizing the service experience of Mr. Yifan's office and improving work efficiency. Yifan almost spat out his coffee. Good heavens, he thought the competition during birthday week was already outrageous enough, but little did he know, the real absurdity was just beginning. Is Qin Lingyue trying to escalate the palace intrigue into corporate management? Given your supreme decision-making power within the group, and your unparalleled personal charisma, Qin Lingyue continued in a monotone tone as if reading a company financial report, to avoid your working hours being disturbed by unnecessary and inefficient tasks, and to allow you to enjoy the services befitting an Emperor Emeritus more comfortably and comprehensively, I, as your nominal spouse and the CEO of Fengtian Group, have prepared this schedule overnight. She tapped the touchpad again. The image on the screen switched to a colorful, densely packed table. The level of detail in the table left Yifan in awe. From Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., every hour is precisely divided and labeled with different service modules and responsible persons. Monday, Group Finance and Investment Strategy Day. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, Global Macroeconomic Briefing Responsible Person, Sumei. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, Interpretation of Fengtian Group's Financial Report for the Last Quarter Responsible Person, Sumei. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Review of Key Investment Projects Responsible Person, Sumei. 1400 hours, 1500 hours, Private Asset Appreciation Planning Responsible Person, Sumei. 1500 hours, 1700 hours, Strategic Decision Making and Private Relaxation Time Responsible Person, Sumei. Tuesday, International Affairs and Diplomatic Relations Day. 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, Analysis of the Global Geopolitical Landscape Responsible Person, Elizabeth Windsor. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Maintaining Overseas Assets and Relations with the Royal Family Responsible Person, Elizabeth Windsor. 1400 hours, 1600 hours, Cross-Cultural Communication and Etiquette Instruction Responsible Person, Elizabeth Windsor. 1600 hours, 1700 hours, Private Afternoon Tea and International Perspective Building Contact, Elizabeth Windsor. Wednesday, Cutting Edge Technology and Future Trends Day. Person in charge, Lindsay, a double PhD from MIT, one of the 8 female assistants and a tech elite. Services offered, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing, from gene editing to brain-computer interfaces, 24/7 immersive technology experiences and discussions on human function optimization. Thursday, Humanities, Arts, and Wellness Day. Morning Coordinator, Winya, Master of Chinese Literature from Peking University, married, one of the 8 female assistants and an intellectual teacher. Services include appreciation of classical literature, art appreciation, calligraphy practice, and one-on-one private tutoring. Afternoon Coordinator, Bai Ling, the healing nurse among the 8 female assistants, special nurse at Peking Union Medical College, holding an advanced massage therapist license. Services include health assessment, meridian massage, aromatherapy, and deep relaxation therapy. Friday, Free Time and Performance Review Day. In the morning, Mr. Yi may freely choose to summon any service personnel according to his personal interests. Afternoon, Xin Lengyue, will personally conduct a performance evaluation of all service personnel this week and determine the scheduling priority for next week based on the evaluation results. Yifan stared at the schedule, which was practically a work of art, and felt completely stunned. He felt like he wasn't there for work, but rather like an ancient emperor choosing a concubine. No, that's even worse than flipping a card. At least the emperor had some autonomy in choosing his concubines. He's quite something from Monday to Thursday. His in-depth conversations with whomever he wants every day are all meticulously planned out. The most outrageous thing is that Xin Lengyue put herself in the position of performance evaluator every Friday. This is not a work schedule. This is clearly a power structure diagram of the harem, drawn up by her own hand. She, Xin Lengyue, is the only empress, responsible for setting the rules and ensuring fair rewards and punishments. Sumei is a powerful concubine who controls the finances and wields immense power, but she is still subordinate to her. Elizabeth was a foreign concubine in charge of diplomacy, holding a prestigious position, but her influence was limited. The so-called 8 great female assistants were a group of low-ranking women of noble birth who could only wait for the emperor's favor on specific days. As for Lu Ruoyan, Xiao Ruoxue, Shang Wanwan or Ania, they don't even qualify to be on the list. Because this is Fengtian Group, and it's Xin Lengyue's territory. What a brilliant move to hold the emperor hostage to command the feudal lords. What a domineering ice queen. How is it? Xin Lengyue looked at Yifan's fascinating expression, a subtle, triumphant smile playing on her lips. Is this plan clear enough and efficient enough? Clear and efficient, Yifan exclaimed sincerely. But, isn't it a bit too detailed? Even the afternoon's private relaxation time is included? Details determine success or failure, Xin Lengyue said calmly. Clearly defining service content and responsibilities can effectively prevent certain unnecessary people from taking advantage of their positions to engage in activities that are beyond their job scope. Her gaze, seemingly casually, glanced at Sumei behind her. Sumei's body stiffened slightly. How could she not understand that Xin Lengyue was giving her a warning, telling her not to continue seducing Yifan in the office as brazenly as before? I understand. Yifan nodded, suppressing a smile. He walked to his boss's chair, sat down comfortably, and then beckoned to Su Mei with his finger. Well then, Secretary Su, according to the schedule, it's time for the global macroeconomic briefing, but begin your performance. Su Mei raised her head and looked at Yi Fan. Her eyes no longer held their former allure and provocation, only a deep, unfathomable calm. But Yi Fan knew what kind of turbulent waves were hidden beneath this calm. How could this proud career woman, who sees seducing him as her life's work, possibly be willing to be bound by such a cold form? She smiled and gave Yi Fan and Qin Lingyue a graceful bow. Yes, Mr. Yi, President Qin. My report will now begin. A war without gunfire seems to have temporarily come to an end. But Yi Fan knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The real storm has only just begun to brew. Chapter 109: Su Mei's Resistance, Breaking the Rules. The new office service schedule system, strongly promoted by Qin Lingyue, has officially begun operation. To Yi Fan's surprise, this seemingly absurd system actually operated exceptionally smoothly. Monday is Su Mei's financial day. All day long, this shrewish secretary, who usually clung to Yi Fan like glue, acted like a real, professional, Wall Street-level financial analyst. She wore a well-tailored black suit, the hem of which fell just to her knees. Any longer or shorter would be too long. Her white silk blouse was buttoned all the way up, completely concealing the snow-white expanse that had once stirred Yi Fan's countless fantasies. When she reported on her work, her voice was steady and her points were clear. Every piece of data she cited was accurate to 2 decimal places. She no longer glanced at Yi Fan with those captivating peach blossom eyes, but instead focused intently on the tablet in her hand. She even deliberately maintained a safe distance of an arm's length when pouring coffee for Yi Fan. This made Yi Fan feel extremely uncomfortable. It's like a gourmand who's used to eating delicious food every day being suddenly required to eat only oil-free and salt-free nutritious meals. It's healthy, but boring. He tried to seduce her several times with his words. Secretary Su, your outfit today is quite ascetic. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi. I'm doing this so I can be more dedicated to my work. How much do you think it would cost for our Fengtian Group to acquire Tesla? Based on Tesla's closing price yesterday, its total market capitalization is approximately $800 billion. Considering the premium acquisition, my initial estimate is that at least $1 trillion in cash flow will be needed. I can provide you with a detailed feasibility report on the specific acquisition plan within an hour. Yi Fan was completely at a loss. This woman seemed to have been possessed overnight. He even began to miss Su Mei, the one who would breathe sweet fragrance in his ear and whose long legs, encased in black stockings, would inadvertently brush against his calves. Tuesday is Elizabeth's diplomatic day. This princess of the British Empire took the word professional to the extreme. She not only provided Yi Fan with a detailed explanation of the current situation in several of the world's most complex hotspots, but also simulated a telephone meeting with a head of state of a certain country, and personally played the role of that notoriously difficult head of state, engaging in diplomatic maneuvering with Yi Fan. An afternoon of cross-cultural communication and etiquette instruction left Yi Fan completely overwhelmed. From how to properly use a 24-piece French tableware set to how to deal with members of Middle Eastern royalty, Elizabeth demanded that he be perfect in everything he did. Yi Fan felt that he was not enjoying the service, but participating in a prince training camp. Wednesday is Tech Day for Lin Si, a tech elite. This girl, who wore black-rimmed glasses and looked somewhat naive, pulled out all sorts of devices that Yi Fan couldn't understand and that were flashing blue light as soon as she entered the office. With the fervor unique to geeks, she spoke at length to Yi Fan about the latest developments in superstring theory and controlled nuclear fusion. Yi Fan was getting drowsy listening to this. He even thought that listening to Su Mei read the financial report would be more interesting than this. He finally understood. Qin Lingyue's move was too ruthless. She didn't prevent these women from getting close to him, rather, she used a kind of professional and career shackle to lock away all the qualities that were most attractive to him and most feminine about them. She transformed a vibrant palace drama into a dull and tedious EMBA executive class. This is a kind of spiritual castration. Yi Fan lay in the break room of the office, scrolling through his phone listlessly. No, this can't go on. If this continues, the only joy he finds in going to work will be completely taken away. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Only one person can break this deadlock. Su Mei. He believed that the proud, defiant fairy would never submit so easily. She must be waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for her to regain home advantage. And that opportunity came very soon. Thursday afternoon. According to the schedule, it was deep relaxation therapy time for healing nurse by Ling. The girl, dressed in a pink nurse's uniform, with a sweet face and an exceptionally hot figure, was about to push a cart full of essential oils and massage tools into Yifan's office. Suddenly, her bracelet vibrated. It was a message from Chief Secretary Su Mei. By Ling, President Qin has convened an emergency board meeting, and all senior executives must be present immediately. The physiotherapy project you are in charge of is temporarily cancelled. President Qin has instructed that Mr. Yi be allowed to rest freely this afternoon, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Bai Ling looked at the message and, though somewhat disappointed, could only helplessly push her bike and leave. Meanwhile, in the huge conference room on the top floor of the Fengtian group, Qin Lingyue sat in the main seat, her face ashen. Sitting in front of her were dozens of the group's top managers. Regarding the plan to acquire Starlink technology in Europe, I believe the timing is not yet right, a vice president stated eloquently. Qin Lingyue, however, was not listening. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Su Mei, who was sitting next to her. Today's meeting was convened at Su Mei's suggestion. The reason given is that Starlink Technologies' board of directors suddenly experienced internal strife, which presented the perfect opportunity for Phoenix Group to take advantage of the situation. This reason is irrefutable. Although Qin Lingyue had a vague feeling that something was wrong, she couldn't possibly reject the meeting because of a single doubt when faced with such a significant business opportunity. She could only sit there, patiently listening to the group of executives engage in a long and inefficient debate. Su Mei, on the other hand, maintained a perfect smile from beginning to end. While rapidly jotting down key points of the meeting on the tablet with her stylus, she kept glancing at the clock on the wall out of the corner of her eye. 3:15. It's almost time. With her left hand, which was under the table, she gently pressed the send button on her personal phone. A message was sent silently to Yifan's private number. Mr. Yi, I miss you so much. After sending the message, she looked up and met Qin Lingyue's cold, scrutinizing gaze. Instead of dodging, she gave Qin Lingyue an even brighter and more provocative smile. That smile seemed to say, President Qin, how much longer will your meeting last? I have something more urgent to report to Mr. Yi. Qin Lingyue's pupils suddenly contracted. She understood instantly. This is a clever tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. This vixen, in order to gain just over an hour of illicit time, actually went so far as to use an acquisition deal worth hundreds of billions to trap herself in this conference room. What a grand gesture! What a deep and calculating mind! Qin Lingyue felt her temples throbbing. She wanted to immediately adjourn the meeting and rush back to Yifan's office. But she can't. Dozens of the group's top executives were watching her. If she were to interrupt such an important meeting for some unclear reason, her authority as CEO would be completely undermined. She could only watch helplessly as Su Mei, her most capable and also most dangerous secretary, gave her a charming yet cruel smile befitting a victor. President Qin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Mei's voice was full of concern. Should I call a doctor for you? Qin Lingyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, all that remained was a chilling coldness. Continue the meeting. She spoke slowly and deliberately. Chapter 110: The Secretary's Urgent Request, Lunch Break. The lighting in Yifan's private lounge was soft. He had just finished a very enjoyable game and was about to take a nap. The vibration of his phone dispelled half of his sleepiness. Seeing the words "I miss you so much" on the screen, Yifan couldn't help but smile. He knew it. That canary locked in the cage will never be well behaved. He didn't reply. He simply tossed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. He knew that woman would definitely come. Sure enough, it took less than 5 minutes. There was a gentle knock on the door of the lounge. Enter. The door was pushed open a crack, and Su Mei's small head, adorned with exquisite makeup, peeked in. She first cautiously glanced outside to make sure no one was in the corridor before sneaking in like a cat stealing cream and quickly locking the door behind her. With a click, the whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Yifan leaned back on the sofa, leisurely sizing up the enchantress in front of him. She had taken off the black suit jacket that symbolized abstinence and was only wearing a thin, white silk shirt. The shirt was of excellent quality, clinging tightly to her exquisite curves and outlining her breathtaking figure to the fullest. The worst part is that, without her noticing, she had already unbuttoned 3 buttons on her chest. Large swaths of snow-white, delicate skin, and that deep, alluring cleavage, were exposed to the air without reservation. With each breath she took, the snow-white expanse undulated slightly, as if inviting someone to explore its secrets. Her lower body was still wearing that pencil skirt that hugged her round buttocks, and those pure black glass stockings that could drive any man crazy. Mr. Yi, Sumeya's voice trembled slightly with excitement after she had just done something wrong. I have a very urgent document that I need your signature immediately. As she spoke, she took out a document from the folder she was carrying and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the document without even glancing at it. He knew that this so-called urgent document was nothing more than a trivial excuse she used to break the rules. Oh? How urgent is it? He asked with interest. It's extremely urgent. Sumei walked behind him, stretched out her soft little hands, and gently pressed them on his temples. It's so urgent that if Mr. Yi doesn't deal with it immediately, the entire Feng Tian group may suffer huge losses as a result. Her fingertips carried a faint jasmine scent and a cool, metallic feel. It was her nail polish, the exquisite manicure inlaid with tiny diamonds. Really? Yi Fan closed his eyes, enjoying this long-lost, ambiguous service. Then tell me, how should I handle this? First, you need to completely relax. Sumei's voice, like a spell, rang in his ears. Her hand slid slowly down from his temple to his shoulder. Through the thin shirt, she could clearly feel the man's firm and explosive muscle lines. Her fingers began to become less well-behaved. She massaged his stiff shoulders and neck, which were a bit stiff from working long hours, with a professional, masseur-like touch. But gradually, her actions changed. Her fingertips began to lightly brush against the back of his sensitive ear and the defined lines of his neck. Her body drew closer and closer. Her full and soft breasts pressed against Yi Fan's back, intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Fan could clearly feel the amazing softness, elasticity, and warmth emanating from those 2 mounds of fabric. Sumei. Yi Fan's voice became somewhat hoarse. Sumei leaned down, bringing her sexy red lips close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Mr. Yi, what are your orders? What do you think of President Qin's work schedule? President Qin's plan is perfect. Sumei's breathing became a little rapid. Her hand had slid from Yi Fan's shoulder to his chest, gently drawing circles through his shirt. It's scientific, efficient, and maximizes the value of everyone. But she paused, her voice tinged with grievance and resentment. It has no soul. It turned us all into cold, mechanical machines that only execute programs. It forgot that my most important responsibility as your chief secretary, Sumei, is not to analyze those dry data, but rather. Her hand unbuttoned the first button of Yi Fan's shirt. To feel your emotions. The second button was unbuttoned. I'm here to share your burden. The third button was unbuttoned. The man's perfect, bronze chest was completely exposed to her eyes. Sumei's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and gently lick her slightly dry lips. Moreover, to meet all your needs anytime, anywhere. After saying that, she walked around to Yi Fan's front and knelt between his legs in an extremely seductive pose on the huge leather sofa that could accommodate 3 or 4 people. She tilted her stunningly beautiful face up, her large, watery eyes gazing intently at the man before her. Mr. Yi, tell me, am I doing a good job as the chief secretary? Yi Fan did not answer. He simply reached out and gently pinched her small, delicate chin. Then, with a slight pull, he drew her towards himself. Whether someone is competent or not cannot be determined by words alone. His voice was deep and aggressive. It needs to be proven with one's body. Now, prove to me where your value truly lies. A triumphant, seductive smile flashed in Sumei's eyes. She slowly lowered her head. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. The lounge was filled with the vibrant colors of spring. That so-called urgent document has long been forgotten in a corner. Its mission is complete. And in this locked, absolutely private office, a more urgent and more important work report has just begun and is now getting to the point. An hour later. In the conference room, Qin Lengyue finally lost her temper and abruptly ended the pointless argument. With a cold expression, she strode quickly toward Yi Fan's office in her high heels. She wanted to see for herself what that audacious vixen was up to. However, when she reached the office door, she bumped into Sumei, who had just come out of it. Sumei had put her black suit jacket back on, and her hair was neatly styled. However, her originally bright red lips had faded considerably, and her lips also appeared slightly swollen. Her face had a flush of satisfaction and languor after a victorious battle. Upon seeing Qin Lengyue, she showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, she gave her a meaningful smile. Mr. Qin, is the meeting over? She even took the initiative to hand a document to Qin Lingyue. This is the authorization document that Mr. Yi just signed regarding the acquisition of Starlink technology. He said he would leave everything to you. Qin Lingyue looked at the document, at the flamboyant signature, and, next to the signature, at the small, ambiguous lipstick mark. Her body trembled slightly with anger. Sume, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out the two words. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you need? Sume blinked her innocent, almond-shaped eyes. If not, I'll go touch up my makeup first. After saying that, she walked with elegant cat-like steps, swaying her serpentine waist, and brushed past Qin Lingyue. In that instant, she whispered in Qin Lingyue's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Mr. Qin, thank you for the work schedule. It makes today's affair exceptionally exciting.